Chapter 595, Epitome of the word stable, golden holy water. At the first treasure vault. So many treasures. Their eyes sparkled with delight and became very excited when they felt the treasure's aura. Every space was taken up by the floating ultimate treasure, be it an ultimate heavenly spiritual treasure or a deluxe merit ultimate treasure. Ultimate heavenly spiritual treasures were created out of the heavenly world in limited quantities. They were all indispensable treasures to a Chaos Daluo golden immortal. Like the Chaos Bell for example. If a quasi-saint were to hide inside the bell, he would be able to withstand the many attacks of a Chaos Daluo golden immortal. Not only that, a quasi-saint would not be able to unleash the full potential of an ultimate heavenly spiritual treasure with his level of spiritual cultivation. At most, he would be able to unleash only 30% of its usefulness. As a high-level member of the heavenly realm, Cultivator Tianong wanted to protect everyone. The horsetail whisk was an ultimate heavenly spiritual treasure. An ultimate heavenly spiritual treasure was hard to get. Whoever had their hands on it would be able to walk this world with confidence. The ultimate heavenly spiritual treasures that were born out of the Yun Huang world could be counted on one hand, but here, at a glance, there were at least 100 ultimate heavenly spiritual treasures. No wonder this was called the Wisdom Secret Border. For there to be so many ultimate heavenly spiritual treasure on the first floor seemed like child's play to them, as if they were nothing but junk. Cultivator Junjun bowed to Blackie. "Lord Dog, you should take all the ultimate heavenly spiritual treasures." No one dared to raise a voice of dissent. Blackie had a higher social standing and he was the one who saved them. Besides, it was all due to Blackie's effort that they were able to enter the secret border. Although having a treasure was a good thing, they did not feel any greed toward it. "You call these treasures?" Blackie shook his head, disdain showing in his eyes. Then, he waved his paws. "Take whatever you want, but be quick about it. I want to continue forward." Blackie wanted to search for the item that his master was interested in and to destroy the ministry's plan. The group was speechless at his nonchalance. However, after giving some thought, they were quick to realize that any junk belonging to the expert would be more powerful than any treasures here. Although it pained them to think that, it was the truth after all. Cultivator Junjun smiled bitterly. "It's only natural for you to look down on the treasures. We're the ignorant party here." Then they started to gather the treasures they wanted without saying anything further. They shoved as many treasures as they could into their bags. Even if they themselves would not be able to use them all, they could give the treasures to their own sect to increase the group's power. This made it worthwhile for them to come to the secret border. It was truly the secret border of all secret borders. Of course, they would need to be careful about deciding which treasures to take because each of them contained a taboo that caused them to resist being taken. But they were able to work it out between themselves. They were, after all, comrades in battle. The chances of infighting were very low. In a blink of an eye, the whole space was cleared out and the treasures were equally divided between the group. Blackie looked at the empty treasure vault and after some consideration said, "This is after all the first treasure vault. We should leave something here for the people that come after." "Lord Dog, why are we leaving some treasures for them?" asked the food god. "Are you crazy? Why would you leave treasures for your opponents?" said Blackie mockingly while rolling his eyes. "We're leaving something to provoke them even more so they'd be all pumped up." Then, his face broke out in a smile and he raised his paws to write something in the thin air. "The fact that you're here means you're very talented. Well done. More exciting things are waiting for you up ahead." He looked at his finished work, obviously pleased. "That should be enough. Follow me. Don't say I didn't show you the way." With that, he took the first step to lead the way, walking as if he was on smooth plains. At the same time, the ministry group was still continuing forward with the many taboos limiting them. With every step, the spells blanketed the sky and ground as they contended with the light of taboo. They never expected to lose 1/3 of their men before even reaching the first treasure vault. However, they were undeterred. "Work hard, people. Victory's ours." The West Shadow Guard looked at the left messenger who seemed as if her soul had left her body. "Don't worry. We're at the Wisdom Secret Border after all, and you can only enter with the Shindo Thunder-slashing sword given to us by our minister. There's no way that dog could have entered in such a short time." He had noticed the strange behavior of the left messenger ever since entering the secret border. She kept looking worryingly behind her. It was obvious to him that the failure of many missions had caused some trauma in her. She had lost much confidence. "I know," said the left messenger, her lips in a tight line. "Besides, I'm different from the right messenger and East Shadow Guard. I'm the epitome of the word stable. I'm confident everything will go according to plan." "You'll get back your confidence by working with me," said the West Shadow messenger cockily. No one could escape the fate of trotting on others to make themselves look better. It was almost a crime to not toot one's own horn if one really had the talent to back them up. His familiar words caused her to frown slightly. She quickly told herself she was overthinking things. "See, we've already arrived at the first treasure vault," announced the West Shadow Guard. They felt relieved to see the gate opening and sensed their future was bright. Some of them were even crying out in anticipation of all the treasures they would see. But that was not to be. "Huh? What happened? Why is the vault empty?" The smile disappeared from the group's faces. "Where are the treasures? Is this it?" The West Shadow Guard was shocked and confused, too. "Everyone, look up. There are some words there," cried out someone agitatedly. They all noticed the message left by Blackie. Their expressions were all different. "I know what's going on here," said the West Shadow messenger with sparkles in his eyes as a smile broke out of his face. He knew some of the hidden secrets from many years ago, so he was able to put two and two together. "Everyone, don't be surprised. The owner of this secret border comes from an extraordinary background. He must have fought fiercely and destroyed all his magic weapons. Therefore, he couldn't leave any magic weapons here." "I see. Makes sense. The battle was obviously very hard to make such a strong person fall. It makes sense for him to destroy all the treasures. How nice of him to leave such a comforting message for us. He probably knew we'd be feeling down on our luck. Look at the words. It looks like there are still some insights swirling about. It's truly extraordinary. I feel like I'm about to gain some enlightenment. Only a matchless high-level warrior would be about to leave such words. I can't help but bow down to it. We must move quickly. There's bound to be some powerful treasures waiting for us." Although they received nothing in the end, they were able to keep their mood high. With a motivated roar, they advanced towards the second treasure vault. Meanwhile, Blackie and his group had already arrived. Here, there was a green grassland with the fragrance of birds and flowers in the air. The sun was warm and the clouds were floating in the air. In the center of the grass, there was a blue pond. The surface of the pond was rippling and sparkling with lights. The powers had transformed into a mist, rising like smoke. Cultivator Tianong was a very knowledgeable man. He cried out when he saw the pond, "The aura of life is so thick. The vitality's like a rainbow and the aura was born out of it naturally. This must be the pond of spirits." Anyone could detect the excitement in his voice. This pond of spirits must be extremely invaluable to be able to make a high-level member of the heavenly realm act like a child in a candy shop. Cultivator Tianong continued, "The pond of spirits has the ability to bring the dead back to life, giving them a second chance in life. It can also heal any trauma on the origin of life. The ability to grow flesh over a skeleton. However, this pond of spirits did not work on everyone. One had to be a Chaos Dalu or Golden Immortal to reap its healing power." Cultivator Tianong gulped some air. "Lord Dog, may I drink from the pond of spirits?" he asked with anticipation. "Help yourself," answered Blackie calmly. "Thank you. Oh, thank you so much," said Cultivator Tianong, dancing with joy. He rushed to the pond and took small sips. The injury caused by the West Shadow Guard damaged Cultivator Tianong's origin of life. He was sure he would be healed by drinking from the pond of spirits. The rest of the group followed him from behind and started drinking excitedly. Their minds and primordial spirits were covered instantly and they never felt better in their lives. Blackie walked up to the pond at a much slower pace. He lowered his head and took a sip. However, he frowned and immediately spat out the water. "The taste is too ordinary. It's worse than the tap water provided by the master," he said disappointedly. Cultivator Tianong stared at him in disbelief. How could Blackie look down on the pond of spirits? What kind of life did one have to lead to be able to not think much of a luxury like this? It seems like the pond of spirits is exactly what the ministry's looking for? The wheels started to spin in Blackie's mind and his face broke out in a sinister smile. "Do you still want the water?" he asked. Yes. Xinjiang Shan and the rest of the group took out a specially made treasure bottle and filled it up with the pond water. Blackie looked at what was left of the pond water and raised one of his hind legs. Then, a stream of pee landed right in the middle of the pond. Both Cultivator Junjun and Xinjiang Shan were rendered speechless. In fact, all of them had their mouths wide open with shock. Did he just pee into the pond of spirits? This was definitely an abuse of treasures. They clutched at their chests with their hands, pain making it difficult for them to breathe. Blackie calmly put down his hind leg and said, "A little extra something for the ministry." Do any of you want to add to it? They became excited at this question, raring to give it a go. Doing something as crazy as peeing into the pond of spirits would earn them enough bragging rights for a lifetime. Not to mention Blackie already did it. How could they let this chance pass them by? Now that you've mentioned it, I do need to pee. Should we all do it at the same time? The sound of water hitting water rang throughout the place as the pond's surface rose again to its original water level. Blackie wrote something in the air again. The water from the pond of spirits is extremely valuable. Please, do not waste it. Let's go to the next stop, shouted Blackie. 2 hours later, a blast of explosion rang in the air and there were sparks all around. The taboo became looser. The ministry people charged in with excitement after overcoming many obstacles. The deeper they went, the stronger the taboo. Even the West Shadow Guard, along with the rest of the group, had to find ways to reverse it. Ah! Charge! This is the biggest chance in my life. I'd rather die than let it pass me by. A little further. I can already smell it. It smells so good. Compared to the number of men in the first treasure vault, they were further cut down by half. Their bodies were covered with injuries. They had definitely been through a lot. Finally, they saw the light at the end of the tunnel and with a final push, reached the second treasure vault. The air's thick with the aura of life. There must be a big fortune here. The Pond of Spirits. It's actually the Pond of Spirits. The owner of the secret border didn't lie to us. There's actually a big treasure in the second treasure vault. So much water in the Pond of Spirits. It could only be birthed from chaos. We've struck gold. Everyone rushed to the pond and drank hungrily with sparkly eyes. Hey, don't you think the water's kind of yellow? It's golden holy water. It must be the essence of the Pond of Spirits. The scent alone is enough to make me feel better. What good fortune it is to drink from this pond. Both the West Shadow Guard and the left messenger walked over to the pond with a smile. This is exactly what the minister wants. The others did not dare to refute them. We wouldn't have been able to reach here if it weren't for the two of you. By right, the two of you should have the first drink. Good that you all know that, said the West Shadow Guard with a smile. He raised his hand and a scoop of the pond water entered his mouth. He savored it as if it was wine. The taste is sweet and full of life. It's the real Pond of Spirits. Do you want to give it a try, left messenger? The left messenger was very anxious. She had become very cautious due to the recent events. No thanks. Let's get some for the minister first. My lords, the golden essence floating must be the best part, said someone, trying to earn some brownie points. Shut up. I don't need you to tell me that, said the West Shadow Guard with a cocky smile. The best part belongs to the minister. Scoop it all up and don't even think of sneaking in a sip. The rest of the group could only take their turn once the bottle had been filled. They were contorting with impatience and let out a roar of excitement once they had been given the green light by the West Shadow Guard. They all jumped into the pond and drank in big gulps. This is too good. So, this is what the Pond of Spirits tastes like. I can feel my life changing for the better. All my injuries from the taboo have recovered. Huh? There's a slightly salty taste to the water. How curious. Doesn't it taste great? The saltiness must be what makes it special. Get out once you've had your fill. Don't be too greedy. Leave some for the rest of the group. After an hour, some of their bellies were filled to the brim with the pond water. They all wiped their mouths with satisfaction. They had earned the right to drink from the pond first since they had a higher level of spiritual cultivation. Behind them, the lowly members of the group had no choice but to madly lick the bottom and sides of the pond for it was already depleted. Look! There's another message in the sky telling us not to waste any of it. The owner of the secret border has a good sense of humor. Of course, we wouldn't waste such precious pond water. I'd be a loser if I did that. Chapter 596, The Evil Lord Dog, the heart shattered into a million pieces. Boop. Blackie's butt appeared out of the void along with the distortion of space. It was as if there were two spaces folded together that were then separated by Blackie's butt. He started to wiggle his butt and little by little, the pressure began to make the hole bigger until it became large enough for everyone else to tumble out of it. The space they arrived in looked ordinary compared to the previous two spaces. It was practically indistinguishable from a mountain village. Green trees, green grass, a few winding dirt paths, and right in the middle was a simple thatched house. Its roof was made of hay and its walls were made from mud. There was nothing else in the space. The spiritual chi here was nothing out of the ordinary as well. There were little animals, not demons, rustling between the bushes. They were frolicking around in harmony and without a care in the world. It was truly no different than a human village. Suddenly, a group of children ran out from the thatched house, trying to catch the little animals in the woods. Their laughter floated continuously up the air, giving off a sense of ordinary happiness. Qin Zhongshan's eyes were filled with nostalgia, not willing to disturb the peace. "This must be the owner's deepest desire," he said softly. Elder Yun let out a long sigh and said with mixed feelings, "An ordinary birth breeds an ordinary life." They were all touched, including Blackie. A monk's training was full of danger, so they had to be careful at every step. Even if one managed to reach the status of being an immortal, they knew they had to do it all over again when they were reborn into the world. Once one had reached the peak and looked back, the softest memories would be the beginning of the journey. Blackie thought back to the time when he was just an ordinary puppy. He followed his master everywhere, his tail wagging. He felt truly blissful and treasured these early memories. He probably would have done the same thing as the owner of the secret border by building a space like this if he was at the end of his life. After all, home was where the heart was. "Lord Dog, look at the tree next to the thatched house," cried the food god with his wide eyes and an excited expression on his face. The tree was a lot taller than the thatched house. Its green leaves were long as they hung low, as shiny as a jade. At a glance, one could feel the wisdom's great current imbued with a great aura. "The aura comes from chaos," cried Elder Yun with a gasp. He was stunned and his expressions kept changing. "It's a chaos spiritual root. There's no doubt about it." He danced with joy as if he had suddenly seen a beautiful woman after not having seen one for many decades. His smile was one of no care in the world. Suddenly, he felt something off in the air. "Huh? Why am I the only one dancing?" he thought. He felt embarrassed about this foolish behavior. After all, he had the highest spiritual cultivation after Blackie. His behavior was not acceptable for a person with a standing such as his. He calmed down and asked, "Bei Chen, why aren't you dancing?" "Why should I be dancing?" asked Bei Chen quizzically. "This is Chaos spiritual root with the ability to create Tao in the body and bring us closer to enlightenment. It also means it can nurture our juniors so they can enjoy an infinitely bright future. How could you not be excited? How could you not be happy? Have you seen one before?" asked Elder Yun incessantly for he was too excited. "I've seen it many times and have eaten some, too," said Bei Chen calmly. "The expert treats the root as fruits. I've even eaten a dumpling filled with toady meat and chaos spiritual root, too." In other words, this was nothing but child's play to him and Elder Yun was the one who was overreacting. "Elder Yun, it's not my intention to show off by telling the truth. I know you're excited, so please, continue with your dance. No one here will laugh at you," said Bei Chen to the dazed Elder Yun. "As if I'd continue after what you said. I shouldn't have come," thought Elder Yun tiredly. He felt like a clown. "Judging by the shape of the fruit, this is definitely the cocoa bean described by Master," said Blackie with a smile on his face. He was happy to be of use to Li Nianfan. There were many gray pine nut-like fruits on the tree. The fruits were not large and the quantity not many. It looked like there were only about 10 or so fruits on the tree. It was a chaos spiritual root after all, so it was only natural for the fruits to be of little quantity, for one fruit would take 10,000 years or so to grow. Blackie had no interest in the chaos spiritual root. He was more interested in the cocoa bean. "You all can divide the fruits amongst yourself. I only want the tree as I plan to present it to the master," said Blackie. "Thank you, Lord Dog." The group started to pick the fruits from the tree. Blackie did not take the tree even after the fruits had all been picked, for he suddenly thought of a good idea. "Hey, do the fruits here look similar to those things over there?" he asked the group. The group looked in the direction Blackie was pointing at. Their expressions suddenly changed and their hearts were beating wildly. It was happening again. Blackie was going to do something evil again. Over where Blackie was pointing was a group of grazing white sheep. Underneath their feet were piles of black droppings. "Lord Dog, this. Qin Zhongshan compared the poo to the cocoa bean he was holding. "This looks exactly like it," he exclaimed. "I'm going to make it worthwhile for the ministry to come here by preparing some gifts for them," said Blackie with a smile. "Another gift?" The rest of the group's scalps tingled with glee. It was better not to accept Blackie's gifts. The group walked over to the flock of sheep and were greeted with a foul smell, causing them to retch in disgust. Their stomachs turned when they thought about Blackie's plan. "Wow, it has a strong sheep smell. It's so smelly. I cannot hold it in. Puke. Won't one die from eating this? This is too much. Too much." Their entire bodies went cold with fear and swore to themselves never to cross the Lord Dog, for they could not even imagine how they would be punished. "Lord Dog, I don't think the ministry would eat these," said Bei Chen. "Well, that depends on you," said Blackie, directing his words at Food God. "Didn't the master teach you that anything could be turned into gourmet cuisine? It's up to you to step up now. Try putting lots of cumin on it to get rid of the smell." The Food God felt fearful about having to make a gourmet dish out of the smelly ingredient for the consumption of the high-level member of the heavenly realm. "I'll do my best," he said determinedly. 1 hour later. "Just a little bit more, people. The third treasure vault's right in front. I bet the third treasure vault contains a very valuable treasure. 100 times more valuable than the pond of spirits. That goes without saying. I can't wait. Ha, we're almost there. I can smell the fragrance of the treasure." The ministry people were high on the thought of the treasure and cheered each other on. Their numbers were further decreased and there were only less than 100 men at that point. Although it was a high price to pay, they felt it was worth it. The West Shadow Guard sliced the entrance space of the third treasure vault and the entire group rushed inside. Finally, they had arrived. Their eyes were full of excitement and anticipation as if they had already gotten the treasures they had all been dreaming about. However, their excitement turned into shock when they noticed the other group of people. The left messenger's eyes became as wide as saucers. She wished her eyes were lying to her, that it was only a hallucination. "Why are they here? Why is that dog here? This is too scary. Way too scary," she thought. She made herself as small as possible and retreated to the end of the troop without hesitation. She wished she could be invisible at that very moment. "How did you get in?" shouted the West Shadow Guard in disbelief. Blackie and the Food God were standing underneath the cocoa tree, mixing something. There were many round gray black beans growing on the trees, emitting a special fragrance. "Oh my God! This tree actually a chaos spiritual root. That means it bears chaos spiritual fruit. We've struck gold. Take your paws away from the fruits, you bald dog. Don't dirty the chaos spiritual root. Leave if you don't want to die. The tree belongs to us." The ministry group's eyes were full of fire as they rushed up to the tree. Qin Zhongshan and the rest of the group glanced at each other, their faces contorted weirdly as they silently left. "Everyone, calm down," cried someone in the ministry group. "Chaos spiritual root is hard to come by. Under such special circumstances, we should let Lord West Shadow Guard have the first taste." "You're right. After you, Lord West Shadow Guard." The West Shadow Guard smiled and walked to the front of the group. "This chaos spiritual root is truly extraordinary and must have been one of very old age. If not, how could one explain the many chaos spiritual fruits on the tree? But this is a good sign. As you all wish, I'm going to dig in now." He raised his hand and a few chaos spiritual fruit flew into his wide-opened mouth. He started to savor it slowly. It's truly a chaos spiritual fruit. It contains the aura of wisdom and the taste is great. The texture is soft, but I don't like how it sticks to my teeth, said the West Shadow Guard while eating. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Everyone, have a taste." The group pounced on the chaos spiritual fruits. "Wow, this tastes great. It tastes like beef. Mine tastes like chicken. Mine's a little spicy. It's amazing how all the chaos spiritual fruit tastes different. Mine tastes a little weird and it smells. Maybe it's a bit rotten. Even so, don't waste it. This is good stuff. I feel like I'm leveling up." "You don't need to remind me." Qin Zhongshan and the rest of the group observed the scene in front of them. The ministry group pounced on the fruits, happily eating them and singing their glowing evaluations. They felt their stomachs turn and a shred of pity grew in their hearts. How could one still deem something delicious when it was poo they were eating? Are there any people who are more pitiful than them? However, the ministry group mistook their expressions for another meaning. They started to gloat. "Ha ha ha, look at you all. It's a pity you can only watch us eat. It's a good thing we've arrived in time. If not, they would have eaten it all." Suddenly, someone cried out, "Hey look! Look at the ground over there. Why are there chaos spiritual fruits on the ground? You fool! Those are sheep droppings." As soon as the words were out, the ministry group stopped chewing at the same time. Their brain buzzed loudly while they stared at the sheep poo. How could it look so similar? "Because the main ingredient's sheep poo," answered Blackie. "Impossible. You're lying. We would have known if it was sheep poo. The fact that it tastes like it contains spiritual chi is the best proof that this is chaos spiritual fruit." "Yes. Don't think you can pull a fast one over us. He must be jealous of us. Blackie kept quiet while signaling the food god with his eyes. Getting his message, food god took out a pile of sheep poo, fried it in the wok, and dipped it in a sauce before sprinkling some cumin over it. All this happened in front of the ministry group's eyes. Anyone want the beef-flavored fruit? It's freshly made. You can choose the flavor you like. We have many flavors to choose from, said the food god. Gasp. I'm eating SHT? No. The ministry's group face became green and their expressions became bitter. They started to lose control of their body as if they were about to go berserk any moment. Blackie was obviously not done with them. He gestured with his paw and a scene appeared before them. It was the scene of Qin Zhongshan and the rest of the group peeing in the pond of spirits. Ah. 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 This must be fake. There's no way it can be true. I drank dog pee and ate sheep poo. Oh, God, how could you be so cruel? I can't take it anymore. I can feel my body rotting. Puke. The ministry group started puking. They vehemently wished they could empty out all the contents in their stomachs. All their focus was on puking out everything. Even the Grim Reaper could not distract them. Most of the faces became red, having puked out bile. Even the female monks were not spared. They, who used to be graceful and feminine, were trembling, pale, and wished they were able to take their own life. Their Tao heart had been utterly destroyed, shattering into a million pieces, never to be put back together. The always smiling West Shadow Guard finally stopped smiling. His fat body heaved with the effort of puking out everything, even water and oil. He felt like he had been tarnished. His face was distorted and he squeezed out a raspy voice from his throat. Too cruel. You're too cruel. The left messenger watched all this unfold before her from her hiding place not far away. She was trembling, her face drained of color, and her heart felt as if it was being squeezed. The horror. She was thankful she was spared from all these due to her knowledge of Blackie's treachery and her caution. She could not imagine how she would react if the same thing were to happen to her. She would definitely go mad. Thinking of that made her hair stand up. Chapter 597, The Evil Chef, Too Terrifying to Speak of. Why? The West Shadow Guard's obese body shrank a size. His eyes were bloodshot and he would have a mild seizure from time to time. He had never been plunged to a depth of darkness so deep before. His path had been blocked and not only that, he could feel his spiritual cultivation decreasing. His Tao heart was unstable so it was easily destroyed by the feeling of disgust. He was not the only one feeling that way. The same thing was happening to the other monks. After all the obstacles they had overcome, betting their lives on so many missions, training with all the sincerity and hope in the world, after all that, they were defeated by this. Puke. I'm going to kill you all. All of them went mad. The punishment for cutting off a monk's spiritual training path was death. They were filled with shame and felt they had nothing to live for. They were confident they would be able to eliminate a group made of 7 people and a dog. The group was definitely no match for the ministry. Die, die, die. The ministry group attacked at the same time and their spells blotted out the sky. They descended on Blackie and the group like a tsunami. Their aura was strong with the scent of bloodlust. It was truly terrifying. Please, protect us, Lord Dog. Cultivator Junjun had high self-awareness. He knew his power would not be able to protect himself and he would need to rely on Blackie to come out of this alive. Blackie did not move at all. By the side, Elder Yun, who had been studying the wooden door just now, had a glimmer of light in his eyes. He raised his hand and slammed onto a certain place on the wooden door. The aura became more pronounced and started resonating. In the next instant, 7 colors of light suddenly burst from the void and the space was distorted, like the firstborn sun descending into the world, driving out all darkness. The ministry's attacks melted away like ice and snow, directly erased as if they had never appeared before. Ripples started to flow in the space, like a flower's reflection in the river. Then, the attacks dissipated with them. Everyone watched all these unfold before their eyes as if the winners had already been decided, not daring to move. A projection of an old man in white robes slowly walked out from the wooden door. His face was expressionless, while his body exuded a very profound aura with the ability to stun the world as if his appearance was the very meaning of the world. Is he the owner of the secret border? Everyone was shocked and had an impulse to start bowing to him. He's the real powerhouse. He stands at the pinnacle of the power of chaos. Elder Yun gulped out of nervousness. Although there was only a one-word difference between the heavenly realm and the wisdom realm, and although it was only the projection of the old man, He still dared not display any signs of disrespect. The old man was a pioneer who has surpassed the ways of heaven and entered a new realm. The flowers and trees disappeared, along with the animals and the cabin. Instead, there was a long ladder, emitting a dazzling golden light that rose all the way to the sky. After so many years, someone finally came. It seems there will be chaos in the chaos again. The white-robed old man sighed and waved his hand casually, allowing everyone to regain the ability to move. Cultivator Junjun had heard the Taishang elder mention this not long ago, and thoughtfully said, "Are you talking about the Eldritchs? I never expected someone to still remember their existence." The white-robed old man glanced at Cultivator Junjun. Then, he nodded and said, "Yes, it's the Eldritchs. They will bring great calamity to the chaos, also known as ancient disaster. The secret border I set up will only reappear in the world when I foresee that the ancient disaster is about to fall." The white-robed old man looked at the group and shook his head, seeming to be quite disappointed. To be able to come to this level, there should be a super genius who's not even one in a billion, but, your group is the worst. It disappoints me too much. He looked worried, obviously not feeling optimistic about the people he was looking at. He did not think this group of people were capable of fighting the ancient disaster. Everyone was slightly embarrassed. It could not be denied that luck played a big part in their ability to reach this place, especially for Qin Zhongshan and the others. Actually, it was Blackie who did most of the work. They merely had to tag along. Their powers were probably very, very far from the old man's requirements. Oh, well. There's no point in fighting with fate. Do what you can. The white-robed old man looked down and said, I'm of an elite human race, and I've been tasked with leaving the elite tinder to the human race. Ascend the ladder to the next level. I'm waiting for you at the highest point." With that, he turned around, took a step forward, and appeared at the highest point of the ladder. He looked down at them with condescending eyes. "Elite tinder?" With those two words, everyone became fired up, energy and hot blood surging through their entire bodies. Obviously, this was the path of the wisdom realm. The old man would pass it on once they had reached the highest point of the ladder. It made reaching the last level truly worthwhile. This chance was too precious to pass up. It was countless times more precious than any treasure since this was the gateway to achieve peak power. "Elder, wait for me. I'm coming." "Me too, Master. Give it to me. The others aren't worthy." The crowd went mad, forgetting everything. Their brains only had one thing in mind, peak power. Whoosh. One by one, they flew up to the sky, climbing up the ladder. Although this old man was standing at the highest point, the height of the ladder was actually no more than 100 feet. For the higher-ranking cultivators, it was not much of a distance at all and it could be reached with a single thought. However, this was clearly not the case. At the very start, 1/3 of the people who flew a distance of 10 feet were pushed back by an inexplicable force. Their entire bodies went into shock. These people, who had managed to survive until now, were certainly of extraordinary powers, but they could only manage to fly 1/10 of the distance before falling down. In addition to them, the others were suppressed by the tremendous pressure, unable to fly. They could only carefully climb up the ladder step by step. This ladder contained the power of wisdom. The more one climbed, the stronger the strength of the power of wisdom. Regardless of how much mana one had, one would still have to resist using one's Tao. Out of the whole group, only Blackie stood motionless where he was. He yawned a little and then fell to the ground, resting his chin on his paws as he watched silently. It was as if he was enjoying a TV show. He already found the cocoa tree that Li Nianfan wanted and he was content with that. As for the elite tinder? He was not interested in that. Looking from the outside, one could see the entire ladder creating ripples in the space due to the clashing of Tao. Not only that, many Tao began to manifest, giving birth to strange visions in the sky. The scorching sun, the hurricane, the cold ice, and other visions varied. The collision of the monks' emotions even made the sound of thunder like explosions. There were a total of 5 figures who were in the lead. They were the Food God, Cultivator Junjun, Elder Yun, West Shadow Guard, and the Left Messenger. They had already crossed quite a distance. The latter 3 were all high-level members of the Heavenly Realm, and the fact that the Food God and Cultivator Junjun were able to keep up with their pace spoke about their own remarkability. The Food God had been training under Li Nianfan for a while now, so he had a very deep understanding of Tao. Cultivator Junjun also received the favor of Li Nianfan when the latter showed him the CD, which benefited him tremendously. The white-robed old man's gaze fell on the Food God, and he said in amazement, For a Daluo Golden Immortal to have such deep understanding is truly strange and amazing. Behind these 5 people were Qin Zhongshan, Bei Chen, and others who were struggling to climb the ladder. Under the suppression of the wisdom, every step became extremely difficult for them, and fine beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. More and more people struggled to handle it and were shaken down the steps. In the end, only the 5 people in the front were still climbing, and the highest point was only 30 feet away. At this time, the left messenger became a little unstable and felt she could not handle more, so she voluntarily retreated down the ladder. Bei Chen, Shi Tumingri, and Qin Zhongshan also retired one after another. When there was only 20 feet left to the highest point, Cultivator Junjun sighed and finally, could no longer take another step. He retreated sadly. How is this possible that a Daluo Golden Immortal can handle it? A miracle, it's a miracle. How did a weakling get in here? And reach until that point? I think you're all forgetting the main point. Look at all the things his Dao emotions are manifesting, they're all delicious food. It's amazing how he could actually cultivate wisdom of food to this level. Looking up, they could see layers of Dao emotions rippling and converging into a dish. Occasionally, roast duck would appear, then roast chicken would appear, and then soup stew would appear. Just looking at the dishes made them hungry as if they could really smell their fragrance. The wisdom of food surrounded the onlookers and clashed with the wisdom. DMN. It's him, the one who made the sheep poo into the spiritual root. Come on, West Shadow Guard. Don't lose us to this scum. This cook is evil, take revenge. The West Shadow Guard's face became gloomy. He glanced at the food god and was also surprised. When he saw the food around the food god, he could not help but think of what he had just eaten. Puke. He quickly composed himself and got rid of distracting thoughts. I can't lose, I mustn't lose to this scum cook. The wisdom of food is only a small path of Tao. He's no match to me. He took a deep breath and continued to move forward with increased energy. The food god's face became red and his body was already faintly trembling. In his mind, he started to recall Li Nianfan's teachings. A qualified cook has no distracting thoughts in his mind, making his cooking naturally delicious. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chicken, roasted goose. He began to silently recite the recipes that Li Nianfan told him to recite. The thousands of dishes were intertwined and became a beacon to his Tao. 1 step, 2 steps. They were no more than 10 feet away from the highest point. The Jade Emperor was struck with awe. Way to go, food god. He never expected the food god to become so powerful. The painting style of the heavenly court might have to change, and the heavenly soldiers and generals were no longer as powerful as the food god. The expert's really too powerful. The luck of the food god is simply out of this world, exclaimed Cultivator Junjun. This just proved that even a pig could fly to the sky just by following the expert to study. In the last 10 feet, the pressure suddenly doubled. The crowd of onlookers could even see that a crack had appeared in the sky. It was without a doubt the pressure was truly terrible. The food god and West Shadow Guard stopped at the same time. You can't beat me, said the West Shadow Guard with a sneer. He glanced at the food god and when he raised his palm, the Shindo thunder-slashing sword appeared in his hand. Thunder exploded around him with the power of wisdom transforming into thunder as it resisted the pressure of wisdom. This is the weapon given to me by our minister and there's a trace of his great aura attached to it. I bet you don't have something like this with you, said the West Shadow Guard with pride. He swung his sword forward and continued climbing. Victory belongs to the West Shadow Guard now. I'm amazed he still has this trick up his sleeves. Awesome, look, that chef has been struck dumb. What treasure could a mere Daluo Golden Immortal have? He should just give up. Everyone held a deep hatred for the food god, so they were naturally happy to see the situation play out this way. The food god did not say a word. He simply raised his palm and a spatula appeared in his hand. From the surface, it looked no different from the spatula used by ordinary people for stir-frying dishes. He started to perform the motion of stir-frying in thin air. Following his movements, everyone clearly saw that the surrounding wisdom began to be disrupted, as if they were turned into dishes, being stirred by the spatula. Gosh, what kind of spatula is that? It doesn't make sense. How can a spatula stir-fry wisdom? Is it possible that it can be made into a dish? I thought that chef was scary enough, but I didn't expect him to have an even scarier spatula. It's turning my worldview upside down. Everyone could not believe what they were seeing and they became dizzy. Hearing the movement behind him, the West Shadow Guard frowned and looked down slightly. At the sight of the food god stir-frying, his eyeballs almost dropped out and his chin almost fell to the ground. Is he moving forward while cooking? The West Shadow Guard was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes, stared at the spatula, and exclaimed again, "It's a chaos spiritual treasure. It's actually a chaos spiritual treasure spatula. Where did you get this? How could the chaos create such a thing like this?" The food god ignored him and wielded his spatula as if he was really stir-frying a dish in front of him. He advanced silently forward until he had surpassed the West Shadow Guard. "So what if it's a chaos spiritual treasure? You still can't beat me." The West Shadow Guard's eyes sank and he gritted his teeth while frantically brandishing the Shindo thunder-slashing sword, cutting out a path for himself. However, he became desperate when he was only 5 feet away from the highest point because no matter how hard he slashed, he was not able to create a path. He could only helplessly stop in his tracks and looked at the food god seethingly as he continued moving onward with his spatula. Looking at the food god standing in front of him, the white-robed old man was also a little dumbfounded. After a moment, he said, "Although it's a bit unbelievable, there's no doubt that the final candidate has been chosen. If not for the fact everyone saw it with their own eyes, no one would dare to think that it would be the chef with the lowest spiritual cultivation amongst them to win the final victory." The left messenger screamed internally when she saw what was happening. Pain tore through her heart. She realized any situation involving that bald dog would ultimately end up badly for them. It was at the same time truly illogical and too terrifying to speak of. Chapter 598, The Lord of All Souls, Come Find Me. The others may leave. The white-robed old man raised his hand and the secret border became momentarily distorted. The West Shadow Guard and his group were cast out of the space before they could say anything. Then, with a change of scenery, the ladder disappeared and the white-robed old man appeared in front of everyone. Cultivator Junjun and the others bowed respectfully. "Greetings to you, our elder. If my guess is correct, you all must have other luck, which means I'm not that much stronger than you all." The white-robed old man's eyes were burning, watching everyone carefully, especially the spatula in the hands of the food god. Then, he looked at Blackie, his eyes thoughtful. "Stronger than us all? No way, we're definitely stronger than you," thought Cultivator Junjun. Then, he nodded and said, "There's indeed luck with us." "And whose secret border might that be?" asked the white-robed old man. "What we encountered isn't a secret border but a powerful master," replied the food god with deference in his tone. "It's the same master who trained me under the wisdom of food. I wouldn't have been able to pass your test in a million years if not for him." "A living person?" The pupils of the white-robed old man suddenly widened as he said in surprise. "Where did you get this spatula?" "It was bestowed upon me by my master. He has many similar treasures there," said the food god. The white-robed old man stared at the food god. "Are they all chaos spiritual treasures?" The food god nodded. "Yes, all of them. There's more." He silently thought to himself at the same time. "A living elite being. There's actually still a living elite being in the chaos." The eyes of the white-robed old man flashed brightly as there seemed to be tears. He trembled with excitement and whispered, "There must be more to this. So many years have passed, maybe it has reached that point." His eyes were bright when suddenly, he grabbed the food god and asked in a shaky voice, "Is it a woman?" Everyone could hear the tension and admiration in his voice. His emotion infected everyone. Vaguely, a phantom of a graceful woman appeared in front of everyone. The food god shook his head and solemnly said, "It's not a woman but a man." "A man?" The white-robed old man was stunned. He exclaimed, "How is it possible? Who else can it be besides her?" "We can also testify, it's indeed a man." "Can you tell us who's the woman you're speaking of?" asked Cultivator Junjun. The white-robed old man frowned, his eyes filled with reminiscence. He said, "She's the Lord of All Souls. We call her the Soul Master. She rose in the dynasty and lived in the Eternal Age, an invincible woman with the power to suppress the world." As the white-robed old man reminisced about the endless past, the scenes in the secret border changed accordingly. Suddenly, a river appeared under everyone's feet. The river was wide and had no end in sight. The current was very rapid and roared like wild beasts. Everyone felt a simple oar from it, silent but with enough power to annihilate everything, making it unstoppable and unassailable. "This is the breath of time." Elder Yun's eyes widened. His face could not hide the look of surprise. "This is the river of time. Is he taking us back to the past?" The white-robed old man did not speak. He kept looking at the far distance with a deep look in his eyes. In the next instant, Everyone went upstream along the long river of time and entered a time during the ancient chaos. The chaos at this time did not seem to be that much different from the chaos today. Just when everyone was looking at the surrounding environment, the chaotic space fluctuated and exuded an elite aura. The sense of dignity and fierceness made people cower in awe and become totally mind-blown by it all. Then, a living entity walked out of the void. He was not a human being. His entire body was red gold and his figure was tall and straight, more than 30 feet high. His shoulder-length hair was purple and his eyes were a bluish purple with double pupils inside. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate everything. The moment they saw him, the muscles of Cultivator Junjun and others tensed suddenly, as if they had seen a natural enemy. Their hearts were full of hatred and caution. At the same time, the opposing party's powerful pressure also made them feel a little uneasy. "He's a creature of the Eldritch and he feeds on the monk's mana and Tao," said the white-robed old man. The Eldritch creature held a baby in his hands, flying through the chaos, passing one world after another. Finally, after choosing a world, he threw the baby into that world. The baby sank into the ground in the most central position of the stars, absorbing the nutrients of the world. As time went by, the river of time jumped forward by 100,000 years. The star began to decay and the aura withered. With the Tao emotions lacking, the lifespan of the creatures in that world was greatly reduced when their life force was sucked away. By then, the baby had grown up and was a teenager of 15 or 16 years of age. Another 10,000 years passed and the world became one without any living things. Billions of creatures and not one trace of life could be found. It had finally become an abandoned star in the vast chaos. The baby had grown up to be close to 2 meters, walking out of the abandoned stars, looking for a new world in the chaos. The Eldritch creature devours vitality so that it can feed on the monk's mana and Tao. Once it appears, it'll bring great calamity and it'll be the enemy of all living creatures in the chaos, emphasized the old man in the white robes. His tone was deep with hatred. Everyone nodded at the same time. They did not know much about the Eldritchs before, but now they finally understood why they were seen as a catastrophe. This was a race that viewed monks as their food. That meant the chaos had been a farm all along. Suddenly, an overbearing and holy aura rose across the endless distance. The power to suppress the world was transformed into a slender hand in the void. The child showed fear and wanted to avoid it but found itself unable to. The slender hand patted the child and immediately annihilated it in the river of time. The next moment, the space in the chaos trembled and 3 Eldritchs walked out quickly, exuding an extremely cold murderous aura as they angrily besieged and killed the woman. These 3 Eldritchs' cultivations went against fate. Every move made was unbearable, even to the chaos, and a hole appeared from where each attack landed, annihilating the creatures of all worlds. Although they could not see the woman's face clearly, they could not help but feel that she exhibited unparalleled grace at that very moment. It was 3 against 1 but she made it all seem so effortless. She was covered with a layer of shining white light as if she was born to be the protagonist between heaven and earth. She was not going to retreat from the 3 Eldritch's attacks. Instead, she would suppress them. Chaos in the world and a war broke out. Cultivator Junjun and others witnessed this battle from countless years ago. Although they knew it had nothing to do with them, the hair on their bodies still stood up uncontrollably and all they felt was shock. In this kind of battle, forget about intervening or watching from a close range. They could not even bear the slightest residue from the attacks. At this moment, the woman did not retreat but moved forward. She stepped forward and willingly entered the trap they laid out for her. Then, she raised her slender hand and a black flag appeared in her hand. The pitch-black flag unfurled with the wind. Even though there were no patterns on it, it gave off the feeling there were countless words printed on it, like a mirror of the chaos. At the moment the flag appeared, the 3 Eldritch's expressions changed drastically before they offered their weapons, one after another. At the same time, they retreated violently. The woman held the flag in both hands and started waving. With the first wave, wisdom flowed out like water, transforming into terrifying ripples spreading in all directions, slashing on the weapons of the 3 Eldritchs and annihilating them. Without giving them time to react, with a second wave that came immediately afterward, a ripple like a big formless hand appeared and smashed everything in its path into a million pieces. The 3 Eldritchs were horrified and were instantly annihilated by the force, forever gone. However, the woman did not stop waving the flag as it continued to dance, igniting the sun, the moon, and the stars across the chaotic worlds. It released a wave of wisdom, spreading to every corner, causing the chaos ocean to boil. The entire chaos seemed to be empty with only the figure of the woman waving the flag. Suddenly, The chaos started to vibrate and began to change drastically. The chaos ocean was actually pushed out by her. A 100 feet, a 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet. The entire chaos expanded because of her. "So, this is the Lord of all souls, the Soul Master," said Elder Yun with awe. "She's so powerful." The Jade Emperor gulped some air and felt his blood burning with fervor. In his life, he had the honor to witness two drastic changes. The first time was when the expert used an infinite amount of Chaos Thunderbolt and created the area of the gods with the spirit rain brought on by the thunderstorm. The second time was now, witnessing a graceful woman, wanting to buck against the trend, expanding the chaos for the sake of all the creatures in the chaos with the waving of her flag. All this happened in the time before there was anything. It was an indescribable feat. A miracle of the chaos. The most powerful of them all. As it should be. Just when everyone was intoxicated, the woman suddenly turned her head and looked in their direction. Vaguely, everyone seemed to see a pair of eyes before them. What a pair of eyes indeed! They were as clear as water, holy and noble. Not one pair of eyes in all of the chaos could hold a candle to them. All words fell short to describe them. "Can she see us?" wondered everyone. The woman's eyes saw through the endless river of years, condensed all that happened in the endless road, and fell on everyone. Everyone's mind became blank and the river of time began to roar, speeding up its current and bringing everyone out. The scene in front of them dissipated and a voice floated into their ears. "Come, and find me. Go and find her. Did you hear that? The Soul Master asked us to find her." Everyone had returned to the present and found it difficult to calm their hearts which were going up and down like ocean waves. Their breaths were ragged. "She's still alive. I knew it. How could the Soul Master be eliminated so easily?" The white-robed old man shouted in excitement, his eyes fixed on the crowd. "It must be the Soul Master who's about to be born again. There will be major events happening. Go find her, quickly." "Are you not coming with us?" asked Elder Yun. "I'm just a strand of a broken soul, coexisting with the secret border. I'll soon dissipate." The white-robed old man shook his head without any sadness on his face. With a wave of his hand, a long black sword suddenly shot out from the depths of the secret border and floated above the void. The long sword exuded a bloodthirsty aura, raring to attack. Even the space around it was unable to withstand the pressure as one crack after another started forming. The sword aura was mighty, and like a black hole, shattered everything in its path. Even light could not escape it. Ultimate Slaughter Treasure. It was the swordsmanship of the Ultimate Slaughter Treasure. Everyone felt a sense of horror while looking at the sword. The tip of the sword was stained with a few drops of blood and waves of terror radiated from it, making it truly horrifying to look at. This sword is called the Sword of Slaughter. It was conceived from the chaos, imbued with the Tao of slaughter with death accompanying it. The old man in white robes looked at the long sword, and with a soft light in his eyes, he proudly said, "I've killed 2 elite members of the Eldritch with this sword." Everyone's heart jumped while looking at the bloodstained on the long sword with awe. The white-robed old man waved his hand and the long sword appeared in front of the food god. "Since you've passed my test, this sword should naturally be given to you. It contains the heritage of my swordsmanship." After a pause, the old man continued, "However, your cultivation of the way of food is far from my way. This heritage is not suitable for you." The food god understood and said, "Don't worry. I'll only follow the path that's suitable for me. I'll find a suitable person to inherit this sword once I'm out of here." It was all due to the expert's effort he was able to obtain this sword. He dared not be greedy, so he made up his mind to hand this sword to the expert once he was back. As to whom the expert wanted to pass on this sword to would be totally up to him. He would accept his decision unequivocally. Besides, what was so great about inheriting this sword anyway? Was it not better to train under the expert? "Thank you." The white-robed old man smiled and thanked him. "By the way, this token is our original token. It should be able to help you sense the location of the Soul Master. This matter mustn't be delayed. Please, make it your priority." He became very solemn and said while sighing, "I can only help you out this much." Everyone stayed quiet and felt bleak. "Leave now." The white-robed old man waved them away nonchalantly. The scene in the secret border once again changed to its original appearance with a forest, a small wooden house, and a few playful animals moving around. It was a picture of serenity. The white-robed old man turned around and entered the wooden house. Then, the secret border began to disappear with the wind. Everyone's body shook slightly. Then, they bowed respectfully. "Farewell to you, our elder." Meanwhile, outside the secret border, the West Shadow Guard's face was sullen. The rest of the group stood guard around the secret border, waiting for the food god and the others to come out. So what if they inherited the elite being's power? All that belongs to them would be mine in the end. The West Shadow Guard's eyes flickered with cold light. The tension in his body became heightened and he said in a deep voice, "Set up a formation. Kill them immediately once they're out." The left messenger was fearfully watching all this from the sidelines. She did not want to stay there at all because she was terrified and wanted to run away. However, whenever she went to persuade the West Shadow Guard, he would roar at her with fury. "You weren't the one who ate SHT, so you don't understand the pain we're going through right now. Those people must die today." Chapter 599, Lord Dog's Fury, It Must Be Nice to Be You. When the West Shadow Guard and the others thought of their own experience, their hearts became twisted with pain, their body felt drained of blood, and they almost threw up again. They felt as if something putrid was rushing up from their stomach as soon as they opened their mouths. Their stomachs flipped and retched. What's the point of being alive if they did not take revenge? Moreover, the West Shadow Guard was not a fool, he had estimated the combat power of the other party. The opposing party had a small number of people with only Blackie and Elder being high-level members of the Heavenly Realm. In his party, there was him and the left messenger. Not to mention, they had numbers on their side. Then, there was the slaughter formation they had set up beforehand. It could be said victory was already theirs for the taking. It was like shooting fish in the barrel. Blackie and the rest of the group had nothing on them. Suddenly, waves after waves started to ripple at the entrance of the secret border. A mighty aura emerged, overflowing like a tide. "They're coming. Everyone at your station." There was a smirk on the West Shadow Guard's face. This was his inner demon, he had to remove it no matter what, unable to disguise his murderous intent. The rest of the ministry group felt the same, faces were contorted with rage, murderous, and crazy. "Be prepared to feel our wrath for doing such a thing to us." Only the left messenger maintained a sense of rationality but felt too timid to reason with her group. She frowned slightly and after some hesitation, chose to retreat from the impending battle to watch from the sidelines. So she slowly retreated from the group without anyone's notice. Finally, Blackie who was the first to get out. It did not seem like he sensed any danger because he was walking as if he was doing a catwalk. Behind him, Elder Yun and the others followed silently. It was not until they saw the scene outside that they stopped. "They're out. They've all come out. Ha ha ha, kill them all. Make them eat SHT, make them eat SHT." Everyone's attention was fixed on Blackie and the group in an instant. Their powerful murderous aura and anger created a shocking pressure, which caused the expressions of Taoist Junjun and the rest of the group to become grave. "You all should die." The West Shadow Guard stepped forward, like a king above the world, and sentenced everyone to death. His eyes were full of cruelty, and he said in a low voice, "Activate Incinerate Immortal Cancel Dao spell." As soon as the words were uttered, everyone's mana started to surge, and with only a thought, the big formation that was prepared beforehand became activated. The terrifying halo light shot up into the sky, forming a pillar of light high up in the sky. It had even surpassed the area of the gods, continuing onto the chaos. A barrier had been formed, one filled with wisdom aura. Layers and layers of golden flame suddenly rose up, surrounding everyone. The flame contained the power of wisdom, which was enough to burn everything and anything. A burst of aura of destruction rose from the flames, forming a force of suppression, making everyone's mana to become stagnant. Taoist Junjun and others looked solemn and frightened. They did not waste any time in taking out treasures to protect themselves. They had obtained a lot of ultimate heavenly spiritual treasure in the secret border and some of them possessed amazing defensive power. They used their power to activate the treasures and an enchanting light manifested, falling down endlessly to counter the flames. The West Shadow Guard smiled contemptuously. "Did you think you have bested me?" He raised his hand and he manipulated the flames to gather themselves to form numerous long dragons which began to twist and turn above the formation. These flame dragons were fiercer than real dragons. The scales on them were burning flames, layers after layers, nearly causing the surrounding areas to burst into flame. The dragons had surrounded Blackie and the group and with a slight sweep of their tails destroyed their defense formation. The ultimate heavenly spiritual treasure began to dim as they were damaged by the flames causing them to lose their spiritual power. The flames could even incinerate ultimate heavenly spiritual treasure. Incinerate Immortal Cancel Dao spell happens to be a spell from the ancient chaos period. It can condense the wisdom divine fire and incinerate all the worlds in the heavenly realm in a matter of instant. Give up now and you might enjoy a quick death. If not, feel the pain of the slow burning." The West Shadow Guard smiled triumphantly. The others from the ministry were giddy with glee, their eyes were full of hatred. "Give up your mana and Dao heart and become our urinal and we'll consider sparing your lives," someone said, still holding on to a grudge, causing the group to erupt in laughter. Taoist Junjun and the others wore a heavy expression. The moisture in their bodies was rapidly evaporating, although not a bead of sweat could be found on their body as they were directly vaporized by the high temperature. Their mana was visibly reduced at a speed and they would surely become ashes soon. They were too careless. They had actually forgotten to be on the defense against the ministry people when they walked out from the secret border. They came out unprepared and thus, reaped what they sowed. This spell was truly terrifying, for it came from a period of ancient chaos. Its power was extraordinary, containing a shred of the fire of wisdom. There was no way anyone could withstand it. "Lord Dog, we won't be able to withstand it much longer. We have no choice but to surrender ourselves," the Jade Emperor said sadly. "Are you sure about that?" Blackie turned his head and glanced at everyone with a deep knowing in his eyes. "Don't move. Stay where you are." Then he took a step forward and walked straight into the blazing flames of the spell without any means of defense. His mind was clear and he advanced unhesitatingly. The endless golden flame enveloped him in an instant. This dog is so brave. He wanted to end it quickly to cut short the torture. It's a wise choice. Better to enjoy a quick death. I have been upset with this bald dog for a long time. It's a pity he died so quickly. Everyone smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, their smiles became frozen, their eyes widened, and they thought they were seeing hallucinations. They saw Blackie standing in the sea of fire with a calm face. His body was not damaged at all. He just stood silently there, unbothered by the flames licking his body. The golden flame surrounded him, flowing like waves. One might have mistakenly thought that the flames were not hot at all. Blackie slowly frowned and he walked around the fire for a while. "That's it? It's not even hot enough to boil my bath water. I give it 1 star." What he said did not cause any physical damage but caused a huge mental damage, for it was extremely insulting. Why is he not hurt? Impossible, this is impossible. He's a demon dog. He's poisonous. The ministry people could not accept what was happening right in front of their eyes and started to have a breakdown. "Shut up, all of you." Blackie raised his hand impatiently and a giant paw print rushed towards the crowd. An infinite amount of mana swirled above the sky and transformed into a giant phantom paw print. It descended on the crowd, like a fly swatter, as soon as Blackie swung down his hand. Slap. In an instant, more than a dozen ministry members were turned into ashes and were carried away by the wind. The fire refines the sky, burning the Tao into disintegration. The left shadow guard's eyes were cold and he had a hideous expression on his face. His hatred towards Blackie had reached the point of explosion. He would combine 2 spells together to land a killing blow. All the flames gathered together and entwined Blackie like a python. The temperature had increased sky high and burned all of the water from the air. The clouds in the sky were also turned golden by the light of the fire, and the flames became unstoppable. They pierced through the sky, passed through outer space, before finally reaching chaos. The flame was only targeting Blackie. However, the pressure faced by Taoist Junjun and others had also increased. Even the ultimate heavenly spiritual treasure showed signs of melting and would become liquid metal soon. They looked at Blackie, who was completely engulfed by flames, and their hearts trembled. It was really hard to imagine how much worse the attack was on Blackie. Even the entire eastern region of the area of the gods was affected by this heat, causing the temperature to rise as if 10 suns had appeared in the sky, just like during the time of the Eldritch. Such a terrifying power shocked the major forces of the area of the gods and caused a big sensation. All the immortals in the heavenly palace were toasted by the flames and they all activated their mana to dissipate heat while constantly looking down at the battle scene. The sight of the golden flame beam penetrating the sky and the earth and exuding terrifying waves was truly a spectacular sight to behold. The heavenly soldiers and the heavenly guards looked at the scene before them with anxiousness and a little bit of amazement. What terrifying power! It's coming from the secret border. The Jade Emperor and Taoist Junjun are still there. Do you think they would be able to handle the attack? Of course not. Isn't it obvious? Return to your station and no discussions allowed. Suddenly, Yang Jian, Xiao Chengfeng and others walked swiftly over with solemn expressions to suppress the commotion. Then, Yang Jian raised his hand, and the third eye on his forehead burst into light which shot out into the far distance. What kind of flame is this? It's terrifying. Yang Jian's complexion had changed to shock and fear. Taoist Junjun, Jade Emperor, and Food God are all in danger, but the opponent is too strong, just too strong. This flame is powerful enough to incinerate the whole sky. It can't be. He was taken aback for a moment and gasped out in horror. A layer of goosebumps formed all over his body. Among the flames, it's Lord Dog. It was completely silent at the exit of the secret border. The light of the flame was shining, and with unparalleled power, the high temperature burned everything. Everyone was staring at the flames, reveling in its power. However, in the next moment, the invincible flame suddenly moved, and a huge dog paw broke out of the flame, passed through the flame, bringing with it a shocking heat wave, and aimed straight at the West Shadow Guard. The West Shadow Guard's pupils shrank violently, disbelief coloring his expression. But he reacted quickly and with a lift of his foot teleported to another place. The dog's paw did not slow down in its path, and along the way, took out a few more ministry people. They did not even have enough time to react before disappearing in a cloud of gas. How was this possible? The West Shadow Guard looked at Blackie, who was still under the flames, shock undisguised on his face. A feeling of deep terror surged through his heart and his scalp became numb with a tingling sensation. Shindo Thunder Slashing Sword. The sword appeared in the West Shadow Guard's hand and lightning began to crackle in the sky, accompanied by the roar of the rumbling thunder. He held up his sword and pointed at the sky. "O magic sword which is alive, listen to my call." The invisible wisdom would be manifested as a thunderbolt. Boom! Above the chaos, a divine thunder shocked the world, coming from afar, piercing through the clouds, and shooting straight into the Shindo Thunder Slashing Sword. It was the Chaos Thunderbolt. In an instant, with the aura of devastation nearing its peak, no one dared to be near the sword with wisdom of thunder swirling around it. This attack uses a shred of the wisdom aura from my master as the catalyst. It is very close to an attack from the wisdom elite being. You would go down in the history of chaos as the dog who was able to die by this attack. The West Shadow Guard said to himself. His eyes were dyed blue by the thunderbolt. Clenching his long sword, his body transformed into a long rainbow, and aimed straight at Blackie. At this moment, Blackie's back was left defenseless, but he did not care at all. All he cared about was taking out as many ministry people as possible with his dog paws. It was as easy as killing mosquitoes. "Lord Dog, look out!" Taoist Junjun and the others shouted. They feared for his life, and one after another shielded his backside with treasures, trying to cancel out the blow. Ha! The flashing thunderbolt easily broke through the heavy defenses and was unfettered. It arrived behind Blackie in a flash. "Die!" The West Shadow Guard shouted frantically. All the hatred in his heart exploded, hoping to quell all his anger with this blow. "This dog is too cocky. He deserves to die," the West Shadow Guard thought while fixing his stare of Blackie's backside and the stupid leather pants he was wearing. He would concentrate all his grievances on this blow. "I'm going to stab your leather pants, your SS, and your soul," he thought. Ah! The sword made contact. Screech! Inch by inch, the entire Shindo Thunder Slashing Sword became shattered as if it was glass hitting on a wall. In the end, the West Shadow Guard was left with only the hilt of the sword resting against Blackie's backside. He was wide-eyed and stunned. All around only the sound of silence could be heard, which formed a sharp contrast with the yelling of the West Shadow Guard just now. Blackie turned his head and looked at the bewildered West Shadow Guard, staring at him with big eyes. "F you for daring to stab me in the SS." Before the West Shadow Guard came back to his senses, he felt a heavy slap on his face. The force was enough to rearrange all the features on his face, and his body was also not spared. He instantly flew out upside down like a beam of light. However, not risking the chance of having his body landing on the ground, with a twist of his body, the West Shadow Guard righted himself in the air and fled towards the far distance. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. That dog's SS is so hard that even the Shindo Thunder Slashing Sword given to me by the Lord was no match against it. It's horrifying just thinking about it. Although he is not at the level of wisdom, he definitely has the power to defeat all the high-level members in the wisdom realm. This bald dog is invincible. Why did we even wronged him in the first place? Run, I have to run away from here, thought the West Shadow Guard. He was so frightened that he wished he had an extra pair of legs to take him away as fast as possible. From now, Blackie's face would color all his dreams, turning them into nightmares. However, just as he was desperately running away, a dog paw big enough to cover the sky descended forcefully from above him. "No! Spare me some mercy!" The West Shadow Guard let out a desperate roar, and his whole body was quickly pressed down by the dog's paw from the sky to the ground, making any resistance futile. In the process of falling from the sky, his blood swelled and he unleashed everything he had. Vaguely, he saw a red figure in the distance. The figure was running fast and escaped from the area of the gods and into the chaos without once looking back. He was envious of her. Wait a minute. She looks familiar. It's the left messenger. She has been waiting for the chance to escape all along. No wonder I didn't sense her power in the battle. Not to mention, she was the only who escaped the fate of drinking PSS and eating SHT. It must be nice to be her. The left shadow guard thought. UBTCH. The west shadow guard roared, saving his last breath for this. Boom. The dog paw along with the west shadow guard finally landed on the ground, causing dust to swirl around, and the earth to crack. His life force was completely severed. Chapter 600, The Super Clever Blackie, Left Messenger left without a choice. The giant phantom dog paw stood horizontally between heaven and earth, making it a truly majestic sight to behold. Gradually, it disappeared with the wind and the world regained its tranquility. Taoist Junjun and others stood behind Blackie, staring at his back. There was never a moment in their lives, unlike this moment, where they truly felt a dog's back could paint such an imposing picture. Blackie was as powerful as ever and they did not think that would ever change in the future. Though it was a pity he was still bald, for the picture was lacking something without his fur dancing in the wind. Thank you, Lord Dog, for saving us. Lord Dog saved us again. Lord Dog is truly mighty. I knew from the moment when I saw Lord Dog taking that step that victory would be ours. Qin Chongshan and the others immediately smoothly and courteously piled on the praises. Blackie coldly waved his hand. Save your flattery. It's only natural for me to kill each and every ministry person I see. Qin Chongshan looked into the distance and said, the left messenger is quickly escaping. She must have a lot of experience in running away. As if. The corners of Blackie's smile curved up in a sneer. Did you really think she would be able to run away if I didn't decide to let her live? She looked so pitiful. Besides, I have other plans for her. Whatever do you mean, Lord Dog? The Taoist Junjun asked curiously. What do you think would go through the ministry's Lord mind if every time she went back from a group mission as the sole survivor? Elder Yun's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, we cannot keep a person such as this in the organization. I would rather kill her to be on the safe side of caution. The Jade Emperor nodded, meaning to say she would be eliminated without us having to lift a finger. What a splendid plan. Blackie rolled his eyes and said with contempt, a splendid plan, my SS. She is just a scum, not worth me coming up with such an elaborate plan. Shame washed over all of them. No matter what, the left messenger was a high-level member of the heavenly realm after all. Some would even say she was cream of the crop. If according to Blackie, she was really a scum, then what was to say about the rest of them? Lesser than scum? Your analysis capabilities are narrow, too narrow, Blackie said with a shake of his head. The left messenger will definitely want to redeem herself to the minister, and the only thing she can present to him is the pond of spirits. After considering for some moment, all of them let out a collective gasp as their pupils widened. They were all frightened by Blackie's capability of analysis. The left messenger would have no choice, even with the knowledge of the P mixed in, but to give the minister the water from the pond of spirits, for that was what he desired. Only by doing that would she be able to save herself. Doing so would mean the minister would be. Gasp. Just thinking about what would happen next made them excited. You've got to hand it to the Lord Dog. Not only is he powerful, but he's smart as well. Although we've never seen the minister before, it doesn't take much to guess he's a very powerful figure. And to think he's being tricked by the Lord Dog into drinking everyone's pee. It's a pity we cannot spread the news. If not, it would have been the biggest news in the century. The group thought. Taoist Junjun and others were struck with awe. We're really nothing compared to the Lord Dog. Blackie basked in their admiration with a smile on his face. I might be lazy under most circumstances, but would come at you with everything I have if anyone dares to provoke me. Let's quickly return now, I must present the cocoa tree to the master. Yes, same goes with the sword, the food god said. The Jade Emperor and the others looked at the food god with envy, for he was free to visit the expert as he pleased. What a great honor it must be. Not to mention the guidance he received from his training with the expert meant he was able to progress at an infinitely fast speed. We won't be joining you two as we don't want to disturb the expert, the rest of the group said. They had already obtained so much from his mission, and it was all due to Blackie's effort. They did not want to seem greedy by visiting the expert's place, and so they parted ways. In the heavenly palace, numerous heavenly soldiers and heavenly guards looked at Yang Jian, who was turning away from the scene below, and immediately gathered around him to get some answers from their questions. "Lord Erlang, what's the result of the battle? Is Jade Emperor and the rest of the group okay? It seems to be quiet down there. Is the battle already over? Was the fight exciting to watch?" Erlang Shen glanced at the crowd, a sense of self-satisfaction arose spontaneously. This was the beauty of having three eyes. He smiled and said, "Need you all ask? How can anything bad happen when Lord Dog is there?" Then he gave a sigh of admiration. "I wished you all could see the moment the dog paw came down on the ground. It was absolutely shocking. Even an elite being would cower before it. Let me tell you all the details." Meanwhile, Blackie and the food god were already back in the four-part architecture. Li Nianfan was not in the inner yard. Blackie asked for his whereabouts from the chicken who was trying to lay eggs, and received the answer that he was in the backyard, so he rushed toward the backyard happily. Li Nianfan, Daji and Fire Phoenix were picking fruits. It was a good activity meant to strengthen their bonds without the use of magic. They portrayed a picture of ordinary people playing in the mountains. "Just a little bit more, master. Just hold me up a little higher." Li Nianfan was holding Daji by the waist and lifting her up high to pick the apples on the tree. It was a truly beautiful scene, only to be destroyed by a bald dog suddenly rushing in. "Master, master!" Blackie ran over happily, still dragging a tree in his mouth, hoping to receive some praise. "Master, check out what I've brought back for you." "Oh, what do you have there?" Li Nianfan smiled and his eyes lit up as they fell on the tree brought back by Blackie. "This is the cocoa bean tree." He carefully looked over the tree, his eyes brightening all the while. Then, he smiled and said, "You're the best tree hunter in the world for even being able to find a cocoa bean tree. You deserve much praise." Technically speaking, the cocoa bean could not bear fruit, it could however bear cocoa beans which could be used to make chocolate. Chocolate is the ultimate snack. Especially the good ones, which can be crowned king of all snacks, especially good chocolate. He had given up hope of ever eating chocolate in the immortal realm, but thanks to Blackie's effort, had his hope fulfilled. "I shouldn't waste any more time. I need to immediately plant it on the ground," Li Nianfan said impatiently and immediately began to choose a location for the tree. After the cocoa tree was planted, he immediately went to the storage room to bring out the ripening agent. He squeezed out a few drops of the ripening agent on the cocoa bean tree. Immediately, little cocoa beans started to grow on the previously bare cocoa bean tree. The number of fruits began to increase until the whole tree was covered with cocoa beans. The food god watched all of this happening right in front of his eyes, and he was filled with mixed emotions. He thought back to the time at the secret border where they were fighting with themselves over who would get the few cocoa beans on the tree. His past behavior made him blush with the foolishness of it all. "These are some good quality cocoa beans," Li Nianfan said with a smile. Then he turned to Daji. "Little Daji, I can make a new snack for you with this. A snack that tastes better than candy." Daji and Fire Phoenix's eyes brimmed with happiness. "Thank you, master." They picked some cocoa beans from the tree and went back into the inner courtyard. The food god took out the black longsword and presented it to Li Nianfan. "Lord Saint, I was given this sword at the secret border which contained the heritage of swordsmanship. Are you giving it to me?" Li Nianfan was taken aback. He shook his head and said, "This thing is useless to me since I can't use magic." He glanced at the food god with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. He had guessed correctly that the food god and Blackie had entered the secret border together, and that was how they had managed to obtain the cocoa bean tree and this longsword. The food god must have wanted to give him this longsword as a sign of gratitude for his tutelage. The secret border was probably one of the more ordinary ones, which meant both the cocoa bean tree and this longsword were ordinary as well. After all, Li Nianfan had a good grasp of what Blackie was capable of. He was a low-level demon dog after all. As for food god, the name itself did not exactly lend an image of a powerful warrior, did it? Since the longsword contained some heritage, it must be a priceless treasure for mere mortals. He decided to pass on the longsword to a suitable candidate in the future so that person would owe him a favor. Besides, knowing the candidate could end up as a famous swordsman made him excited. Li Nianfan reorganized his thoughts and said, "Well, since you've already brought it, I might as well accept it. Thank you." "Oh no, the pleasure is all mine," the food god gushed with a satisfied smile on his face. "By the way, there was a big commotion in the area of the gods. Is something about to happen?" asked Li Nianfan suddenly. "A few days ago, a secret border galaxy smashed down on the world, causing a huge shock. Then not long ago, a golden flame soared magnificently through the sky. Li Nianfan felt his senses tingling and was curious to know what was going on. He, being the expert, knew something big was about to happen. The food god was not surprised by the question. He nodded and said gravely, "There's a rumor about an impending catastrophe befalling the chaos soon." A catastrophe? Li Nianfan was taken aback. He felt an imminent sense of doom and wondered whether his fragile body would be able to withstand all of this. It was a truly devastating news. He quickly estimated how many protective amulets and networks he had. Then he composed himself slightly and asked, "Would it be very terrifying?" "Yes. Very," the food god said with a nod. Li Nianfan waved his hand. "It's not my place to worry about these things, for someone would always step up to the plate in situations like this. It's my only hope that the strong would not hide from this." Upon hearing Li Nianfan's words, Blackie immediately turned around and went straight to the backyard with a wiggle of his butt. As soon as he came to the pond in the middle of the backyard, he jumped directly into the water without saying a word. Then, seeing the golden dragon, he grabbed hold of its neck. "Don't think you can run away from this. You should get out of here now," Blackie shouted, bubbles coming out of his mouth. Calm down, calm down. I'm not running away. Can't you see I'm training? I'll come out once I've become invincible," the golden dragon corrected. "Bullshit." Blackie shook the golden dragon's head. "You've been here long enough. Haven't you heard what the master said? Don't pretend he wasn't talking about you." His tone became angrier and angrier. "I was tortured and had all my fur shaved off. And you still want to run away? Not on my watch. So I'm asking this one last time, are you coming out or not?" "I am, I will." Golden Dragon had also heard what Li Nianfan said, so naturally he did not dare to disobey. "I will do something now." A golden light flashed from the pool and disappeared above the sky. Meanwhile, the left messenger was advancing on the red star at a breakneck speed, not daring to look back. She had used every spell at her arsenal, even went as far as vomiting out blood, to increase her speed. She only breathed a sigh of relief after making sure she was safe. She had survived an unimaginable horror. She wanted to burst out in tears at the realization of how precious one's life could be after so many near-death experiences. That dog is too terrifying and his owner even more terrifying. It was as if death became inevitable for any of their enemies. She really wanted to quit the whole thing and just lived out the rest of her life not caring about anything. However, she knew that now was not the time to think about such things, because there was a more serious problem waiting for her. How should she explain all that had happened to the minister? The left messenger walked slowly to the palace entrance with her heart in a state of panic. "Why don't you come in?" a deep voice said from inside the hall. The left messenger's body trembled slightly and she nervously entered the place. She did not dare to look up, but faintly felt that in this hall, besides the minister, there seemed to be another person. The minister's eyes darkened. "You came back alone again? Where are the rest of the group?" he asked in a hoarse voice. "They have all been annihilated," the left messenger answered in a shaky voice and with a deep frown. "What?" Although the minister had mentally prepared himself to expect the worst, he was still shocked. He narrowed his eyes at the left messenger and the aura he exuded was akin to those of a wild tiger. His mouth was left hanging open. They had been defeated one battle after another to the extent that he had lost count of the number of defeats. Each loss was painful to take and each time left messenger alone survived. It seemed like she could be blamed for single-handedly and unwittingly bringing the downfall of the ministry's combat power. The left messenger started to panic even more. She decided to use the Pond of Spirits to appease the minister. "Oh Lord, we ran into the bald dog in the secret border. But I didn't come back empty-handed. I've managed to bring the Pond of Spirits back." The leader's eyes lit up. "Oh? Show me." The left messenger waved her hand and the jade bottle containing the water from the Pond of Spirits flew out. Her hands were shaky and fine beads of sweat started to appear. Only she knew what was in this bottle. Only now, she had no choice. The minister raised his hand and the jade bottle flew to him. He opened the lid, looked at the liquid inside, and suddenly smiled. "Judging by the aura, it's indeed water from the Pond of Spirits. But shouldn't the water be pure and clear? Why is the water in the bottle so yellow?" the minister asked, visibly confused. The left messenger pursed her mouth to keep herself from crying. She forced down the panic she was feeling and said, "There was a Pond of Spirits in the secret border and we think the golden holy water is the essence of the pond, so we specially collected as much of the essence as we could." Golden holy water my SS. It's nothing but PSS. But do I say it out loud? The left messenger said. I'll definitely die for lying to the minister. I see. You've done well. The minister nodded. He then proceeded to tip out the content into his mouth and swallowed. The left messenger watched all this happen and suddenly her mind went blank. She felt her faith crumbling to nothing. The thought of the minister drinking PSS repeatedly played in her mind. Chapter 601, The Ministry's True Purpose, The 8 Great Tribes. Gulp. Gulp. The ministry savored the water with his eyes closed. He could feel the beauty of the pond of spirits coursing through him. The taste is a little different from how it was described in the records. Maybe it was because it contained the golden holy water. I could definitely feel the effect, the minister said. Then turned to the left messenger with a smile on his face. Do not be so nervous, left messenger. The fact that you managed to bring me the water from the pond of spirits was enough to absolve you of your crimes. Thank you, minister, the left messenger said in a shaky voice, her heart beating wildly. Her whole body was drained of color and she wished she could lie down. Before her was the minister, an existence older than time itself. An omnipotent existence who had nurtured many warriors from time immemorial. His charisma alone was enough to make many high-level members of the heavenly realm willingly become his subject. However, he had drank PSS right in front of her eyes. It was absolutely too shocking. Not forgetting the fact she was the one who brought it to him. How could she not be nervous? In that very moment, she wished she would be granted a quick death. I'm sorry, minister. It's not my intention to let you drink pee. I had no choice but to do this. Please forgive me. She had to do everything in her power to stabilize her Tao heart. Congratulations for getting the pond of spirits. You're one step closer to absolute freedom, an abrupt voice said. A tall figure slowly walked out from where the minister was sitting. The left messenger raised her eyes to look at the figure and goosebumps and coldness broke out all over her entire body. Under his gaze, she felt like a mouse caught by a cat. She quickly averted her gaze. He was a creature with red gold skin exuding an innate domineering aura and power. No one would dare to defy him. The feeling of seeing a creature before her was like she was a mere mortal and him the legendary dragon. Behold, here stands Lord Liu, from the Eldritch clan. An Eldritch? Thought the left messenger with a start. She was taken back by all these and there was panic in her eyes. It was not so long ago she learned about the existence of the Eldritch from the minister and understood how terrible they were. She also knew the Eldritch would bring catastrophes to the chaos. She never expected to come face to face with one so soon and this one seemed to be on good terms with the minister. She suddenly thought back to the time the minister told her how lucky he was to survive and consume 4 wisdom elite beings. Could he have had some help? She did not dare to give it any further thought. Greetings to Lord Liu, she said respectfully. The minister saw through her at a glance so he smiled and said calmly, You've guessed it right. The reason why I have survived to this day is all because the Eldritch had appointed me to be their chosen one. What a supreme honor was it to be an elite being. The title alone was enough to make one unassailable within the chaos and become the most powerful overlord. Even if the body was dead, the whole body will still be surrounded by the aura of the great, immortal aura and Tao. It could not be desecrated by mere mortals even if they were high-level members of the heavenly realm. The price the minister paid for his life and the corpse of 4 elite beings were to be the slave of the Eldritch. Only a fool would not agree to a deal like this, for he not only got to keep his life but gained immeasurable power at the same time. Although he had become a slave to the Eldritch, it did not deter from the fact that he was at the pinnacle of the chaos when it came to his power with the ability to control the lives of 10,000 creatures. His social standing was definitely higher than those of the human race. All living things in chaos are nothing but food to the Eldritch and I have been chosen to be the manager of this farm, the minister said with a proud smile. These farm animals should know where they stand and stop rebelling. The job of the manager is to kill all the rebels. Lord Liu said coldly. Though in his heart, he knew there was a need for the manager due to the fear the Eldritch held towards all the living things in the chaos. In the last catastrophe, the 9 elites rose up and drove the Eldritch clan back to the Chaos Ocean. If they had a little more power, they would have been able to overthrow the whole Eldritch clan. Only then did they realize that although the human race was born weak and small, within them laid the potential to compete with the Eldritch clan. Therefore, they appointed a manager to disrupt the system in the chaos by eliminating the strongest of them all to avoid them organizing an uprising. What is the status update on the new ration? Lord Liu asked. Please take a look, my lord, the minister answered. He had obviously done his preparation beforehand and with a wave of his hand, A door in the hall opened up to reveal a figure bounded by 2 chains. Although the form was human, there were many vastly different details. There were no whites in his eyes, his pupils were pale blue in color, the skin on his body was still changing color, and from time to time scales would appear on his face. The figure was emitting a fierce aura which transformed into black balls of flame with terrifying power. This is the hybrid of a Chaos Dalu, a golden immortal, and a black fire dragon, a perfect example of how the combination of a monk's mana and the demon spirit would bring about new power. "Please have a taste, my lord," the minister said. "It looks delicious," Lord Gayu said while licking his lips. He strode forward and pressed his palm on the figure's head. The next moment, the figure glowed brilliantly and his mana started to flow out from his body and rushed towards Lord Gayu. It did not take long for the figure's body to be sucked dry and eventually his body became a speck of dust in Lord Gayu's palm. Lord Gayu closed his eyes. He looked like he was savoring the taste. Finally, he opened his mouth to express his satisfaction. "The taste is indeed unusual. Speed up the experiments so we can mass-produce this." "Don't worry, we will do our best," the minister said reverently. The left messenger, who witnessed everything with her own eyes, was struck down with fear and found it difficult to breathe. She tried to make herself as small as possible, vehemently wishing she had the power of invisibility. Everyone, including the ministry people, had put down the reason for carrying out experiments to the minister wanting to create a new spell, a spell with the ability to consume anything and everything in the world. It never crossed their minds' ultimate goal was to create a new diet for the Eldritch, who was bored of eating the same thing since time immemorial, and wanted to try new food. Lord Gayu looked at the silent left messenger with an amused smile on his face. "Do not be afraid. You're assisting your minister, which means you're assisting the Eldritch clan as well. I won't eat you." Then, he turned to look at the minister with the same smile still on his face. "You have done well and deserve a reward. Here's a piece of bloodthirst spiritual wood." With a wave of his hand, the bloodthirst spiritual wood landed in front of the minister, who thanked him profusely. He had obtained the pond of spirits, and now the bloodthirst spiritual wood. All that was left was the repose herb. Although consuming the 4 wisdom elite being meant that his power had skyrocketed, he still had not fully digested them even after so many years. In fact, the after effects were getting worse and worse. He suffered from backlashes every time he used his power. It was due to this fact, he preferred not to engage in any battles unless necessary. He even tried to move less just so he could suppress the power inside of him. With the repose herb he would be able to remove the after effects, and not only would his injuries be healed but he would also greatly increase his power. "Apart from giving you this bloodthirst spiritual wood, I can also tell you the whereabouts of the repose herb," Lord Gayu said with a smile. The minister became very excited upon hearing this. "Please do tell." A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lord Gayu's eyes, and he said coldly, "Just at the edge of the eastern part of Chaos, a small world has opened up, and the guardian of the repose herb is the surviving member of the 8 great tribes." At the beginning of the Chaos catastrophe, it was not only the 9 elites who were fighting against the Eldritch, but countless other forces, with the 8 great tribes being the strongest of them all. Although in the end the 9 elites were defeated, there were still surviving members from the 8 great tribes, guarding the edge of the Chaos Ocean against the Eldritch's return. On his way over here, Lord Gayu had the bad luck of having to engage in a battle with one of them. He was badly damaged and he had vowed to exact revenge. "You have nothing to worry about, my lord. I would send some men over now to eliminate the Guardian." The minister then turned to the left messenger and said, "Left messenger, summon both North and South Shadow Guard and bring more men with you to eliminate the remnant of the 8 great tribe immediately." "Yes, as you command." "Wait." Lord Gayu cried to the left messenger. "There's one more thing. The reason I've rushed over here was because the Eldritch chief sensed that woman's aura vibrating." He then narrowed his eyes before continuing on. "She won't be killed that easily, though I dare say she has been greatly reduced now. Find her and eliminate her." In a blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. At the edge of Chaos lay a small planet. The aura here was as beautiful as a rainbow, with many opportunities for great fortune here. The only thing was, it was really, really small. As far as the size was concerned, it did not even cover 1% of the size of the prehistoric period. It would be safer to call it a sect instead of a planet, for there was a force to be reckoned with here. An old man wearing a light gray robe was standing on the roof, looking far ahead at the distance, his eyes deep with a trace of worry. Whoosh! A young man, using his sword as a means of transportation, flew over to where the old man was standing. Majestic mana pulsed in his body, belying his spiritual cultivation. "What are you looking at, grandfather?" asked the young man curiously. "Our sky is different from the sky of other worlds," the old man answered with a smile. "You can see the galaxies from the other world, but here, one would be able to see the many strange vortexes which symbolizes the Chaos Ocean. You have to always remember, catastrophes come from the Chaos Ocean. It is our mission in life to suppress it forever." The young man nodded at the old man's words. "Yes, I know. You've been saying that to me ever since I was a little kid. You've always said that the Tao creates turbulence in the Chaos Ocean and we have no way of gauging its strength. Once it drops below a certain level of strength, the ancient disaster will cross the Chaos Sea. Hence, the reason I have to practice hard and stave off the ancient disaster. It's good that you've kept it in mind." The old man looked at the young man dotingly and could not help but let out a long sigh. Not long ago, he had already fought against the Eldritch who came across the Chaos Sea. The fact that someone could cross the Chaos Ocean meant that the strength of the Tao was weakening, and the ancient disaster was not far away. The chaos of today did not have the good fortune of having the 9 elites, so how would they be able to starve of the ancient disaster? He feared that it would all end up in a catastrophe. The old man suddenly squinted his eyes and quickly transformed his aura into a sword with the ability to cut down anything. Crash! Bang! Boom! Almost at the same time, many powerful figures rose into the sky, and their majestic aura filled this world, causing the space to be fragmented into one piece after another. It seemed as if the world had descended into madness. They turned their attention to the same direction as if this was a battle for their lives. Along with the distortion of the space, a group of figures appeared with Lord Gaiu's tall body at the forefront. He stood with his hands raised up, like a god descending, and proudly said, "Surrender yourself and hand over the repose herb if you want your life to be spared." "Death to all Eldritch," the old man said, getting straight to the point. He increased his power and locked onto his target before dealing out a wisdom attack with his sword. Suddenly, the whole world was covered in darkness as the force of the attack transformed into power of laws. It was as if the chaos itself would be cut into two. "What a stubborn old man. You only need to hand over the repose herb to be spared a gruesome death. Kill everyone here," Lord Gaiu said coldly while sending out an attack with a wave of his hand. Boom! The ground began to split open and the whole planet was close to being split in half. Everything that the ripples touched was instantly decimated, even the lakes and rivers. This little planet. The laws of the planet were completely shattered and it was on the verge of destruction. 3 seconds passed, accompanied by a terrifying coercion that shocked the sky, followed by a dazzling red light. From a distance, it looked like a sunny day in the chaos, giving out its last light, before exploding into nothing. The little planet had finally been blasted to smithereens. A figure was pushed out by the explosion at a breakneck speed. He was surrounded by the power of law, carrying him far away from the explosion site. In his ear, the old man's voice sounded, "Go to the area of the gods. There are endless opportunities there. Maybe you'll find a way to survive there." "Grandfather! Grandfather!" the young man shouted anxiously. The South Shadow Guard noticed the repose herb in the young man's hand, and immediately started to give chase while shouting, "Don't even think you can get away without handing over the repose herb." However, before he could even catch up to him, a sword fell directly in front of him. The old man held a 3-foot shard sword in his hand. He was as firm as a mountain while at the same time as vast as the sea, blocking everyone. Lord Gaiu was flanked by South Shadow Guard and North Shadow Guard. He sneered contemptuously and asked, "Did you really think you can go against us three? I used to fight alongside the 9 elites against the catastrophe and have been in the Chaos Ocean. I would not make them lose face by losing this battle." The long sword began to hum in the hands of the old man and his mana and swordsmanship became intertwined, creating an endless large bond which immediately swallowed up the 3 men. Chapter 602, Our Dependable Ancestor. "Grandfather! Grandfather!" the young man cried out anxiously, turning his head back. Tears streamed down his face and floated in the chaos. Bursts of terrifying aura manifested behind him. The energy of the sword was endless and covered the mighty sky like a rainbow. There were never-ending explosions creating distortion in the space and black vortexes kept on appearing and disappearing, like a planet being born and dying at the same time. Puke! The young man was hit by a stray attack and his body felt like it was splitting apart. Red blood gushed out from his mouth. He would have been decimated if it was not for his grandfather's protective barrier. His eyes lost focus and his thoughts were very far away. In his heart, his grandfather could do anything, including controlling life and death. However, his grandfather would always say, life and death is like clouds passing by. Even the invincibles would die someday. So you need to learn to rely on yourself. The young man's eyes became filled with determination. He dried his tears and sped up his pace. Could I really find a way to survive there? He wondered. After a while, a figure walked out into the chaos. His movement was erratic, like a flash of lightning, moving quickly. It was none other than South Shadow Guard. He was booming with laughter and his aura was causing the chaos to split. The laws rushed out of his body and aimed straight at the direction of the young man. Where do you think you're going, you brat? Everyone, leave him to me for I'm the fastest in this group. I'll be back before you know it, said the South Shadow Guard. Then, he turned into a beam of light and disappeared in the chaos. The left messenger raised her head and sent him off with her eyes. She had developed a phobia towards the area of the gods. She would avoid going there as much as possible. She dared not follow the South Shadow Guard and wondered at the same time whether her colleague would be able to come back safely. Meanwhile, on the shore of the Eastern Sea, an old man in a white robe was treading the waves with two little girls. The old man's aura was nearly undetectable and his body was a little rickety. His face was mostly covered by his white hair, white beard, and white eyebrows. There was nothing striking in his appearance making him easy to be overlooked. The two little girls were Dragon and Nanan. They were happily tagging along with the old man to go to the fallen immortal mountain. In each of their hands was a leash with various sea monsters, that was specially chosen for them, attached to it. There was a 2-meter-long Australian lobster and a 3-meter-wide king crab. Other than rare seafood, there was the tender flesh-scaled dragon. All of them were delicious-looking enough to cause anyone's mouth to water. The sea monsters, each a king in their own domain, with the ability to summon tidal waves, were treated as normal ingredients by the two little girls. The sight of the two little girls dragging them along provided a sharp contrast. Dragon blinked her huge eyes and stared at the old man curiously. "Ancestor, is this what you really look like?" "Silly child, how could it be? One should always prepare a few faces when one lives in such a dangerous world." The old man smiled compassionately and continued on. "You must remember what I tell you. Escape spell first, clone spell second, and transformation spell third. You must master all these 3 spells. These are the most important things in your training. All the other spells, which could only last for a while, are all passing clouds." "I don't agree with you. Those spells are not cool at all," Dragon said. "Don't judge a book by its cover. Safety first," said the old man with a stern tone. "Ancestor, we were eliminating monsters and demons outside. Why are you dragging us to visit Brother Li?" Dragon asked. Although they liked to stay with Li Nianfan very much, the outside world was also very exciting. They found slaying monsters and demons to be very exciting. Lately, they had made a name for themselves and they felt a sense of achievement from that. "Did you knock your head silly? Do you know how many people dream about drinking tea with the expert? The two of you had the chance to stay with him and yet chose to slay monsters and demons. Are you crazy?" The old man replied. "But grandfather, we've already obtained so much from Brother Li and we found it hard to digest it all in such a short time. Slaying monsters and demons helped us in many ways too," explained Nanan. "By the way, you shouldn't take Brother Li's luck for granted." Nanan stared at the old man and grabbed hold of his beard. "A honeybee produces honey, a cow produces milk, and a hen produces eggs. Do you produce milk? Do you produce eggs?" she asked incessantly. "Too shallow. Your thinking is too shallow," the old dragon cried after being momentarily stunned by her words. "Do you think I was enjoying myself when I was isolating myself all these years? I only did it so I could gather some power. So I could be more useful. You kids are too short-sighted. You may think that you're helping out the expert by going out into the world but all you're doing is making him worry about your safety." Nanan was stunned. "Is it really as you say?" she asked skeptically. "Oh yes. Take the recent event for example. Do you think you would be able to help out with the catastrophe brought on by the Ministry and the Eldritch? Why did I come out of my isolation? Well, I've decided to look for the two of you when I saw how troubled the expert was." Old Dragon paused for a while before continuing. "Besides, if you really want to digest everything you have obtained from the expert, you should learn yoga for him to reap better results. Just admit you wanted to come out to play. All play and no work makes Jack a mere toy. You've disappointed the expert." The old dragon's words caused Dragon and Nanan's heads to droop down in shame. "Is Brother Li really feeling troubled?" Nanan asked softly. "Yes. Not only that, Blackie's became bald with worry. The old dragon said with a sigh. "No way." Dragon and Nanan cried, tears circling in their eyes. "I'm going to train hard and become stronger faster. I'm going to help Brother Lee take down all the bad guys," Nanan said determinedly. "Me too," Dragon said seriously with a nod. "This is more like it. Stay by the expert's side. Even helping him water the flower would help you improve more than training outside," the old dragon said. A gratified smile broke out of his face. Kids are so easy to manipulate, the old dragon thought. He would never tell them the real reason he wanted them to train hard was because he hoped that they would be able to abolish all evil so he did not have to do anything. Blackie had forced him to go outside, effectively ending his lackadaisical life. It was a good thing he was able to quickly come up with a plan to counteract this. Within the lackadaisical community, there was a saying, "It is nice to rest under the shade of a big tree." Or, "There will always be someone to prevent the sky from falling." As long as he surrounded himself with powerful people, he would be able to continue on with his lackadaisical life. Suddenly, Old Dragon's face slightly twitched, then looked to the far distance. He casted a spell and in an instant, countless faint water vapors appeared, to monitor the movements of the thousands of miles around. Two light beams shot out from a far distance, and in a flash entered the chaos outer sky, and the figure treaded the sky, coming straight at them. Boom! 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 Even the laws had to make way for them as they advanced, making terrifying noises as loud as thunder. The South Shadow Guard's eyes were squinted and he was pursuing the young man from behind as if he was nothing but a prey. "You won't be able to escape, brat. Hand over the repose herb if you don't want to die," he said mockingly. The young man's grip of the repose herb became tighter. With blood still gushing out of his mouth, he could feel the protective barrier standing on its last leg. He was not afraid of death, but he would never surrender to them. Suddenly, he saw a group of people on the ocean in front of him. It was a group made of an old man and two little girls. "Old man, quickly bring the kids away from here. Behind me is a ministry man. It's dangerous," he shouted loudly, panic filling his heart. Nanan's eyes shone brightly when she heard what the young man said. "Grandfather, that's a ministry man there. Let's kill him so Brother Lee would be less troubled." "Ancestor, it's show time for you," Dragon said with anticipation. Old Dragon stayed quiet. He was trying to assess the situation while trying to compose himself at the same time. There doesn't seem to be other people lying in ambush within 1,000 miles and no other power fluctuations behind the ministry man. He must be alone. If that's the case, I should be able to take him down easily with any of the methods in the 37 instant kill program. But let's wait for a moment longer to see how the situation develops, he thought to himself. He was snapped back to the present when he heard the cold shots of the South Shadow Guard. "Stop. Hand over the repose herb, hand over the repose herb." Old Dragon's face became grave at that very moment. The rumors about the ministry were true, they were indeed mad and shameless. How could they behave themselves in such a way? An old man forcing a young man to do the thing he did not want. "I have two kids with me here. How could I expose them to such behaviors?" he thought. Thus, this made him raise his hand without any further hesitation. Whoosh! The ocean exploded and a pillar of water made up of infinite amounts of droplets rushed towards the young man. The droplets were acting as if they were alive, their speed already surpassing the laws of the universe. There was no chance of ever dodging it, and it appeared in front of the South Shadow Guard without warning. The South Shadow Guard was too engaged in the pursuit when his eyes suddenly went blurry by a burst of strong light and the endless drops of water. In the next instant, he felt the water droplets hitting him, piercing through his body, and breaking his life markings. He did not even have a chance to make any sound before dropping to the ground like a little bird hit with a bullet. He was unequivocally dead. "He's dead?" The young man was dumbfounded. He lowered his wide eyes, wondering if he was hallucinating. How could a high-level member of the heavenly realm have gotten so easily killed by a seemingly ordinary-looking old man? He must have kept his talents hidden all this while. It's just as grandfather said, the area of the gods is full of hidden talents and endless luck, thought the young man to himself. The experience of a near-death escape brought up mixed feelings inside of him and he started to shake. "Hello there. The herb you're holding looks interesting. The expert doesn't have it in his backyard yet," the old dragon said, snapping the young man back to the present. "Thank you for saving my life. This is a repose herb. I hope it is to your liking," the young man said respectfully. He was not stupid, so it was natural for him to get the old dragon's hidden meaning. Thus, without hesitation, he handed over the repose herb to him. The reason he was protecting Repose Herb with his life just a moment ago was because he did not want to give in to the ministry. Why thank you. You'll go far in life, young man. The old dragon nodded and took the Repose Herb from the young man's hand and handed it over to Dragon. Then, he turned his gaze to the South Shadow Guard's corpse and a smile broke out of his face. That's actually a Chaos Black Feather Finch. Our offerings to the expert have just been upgraded now that we have plants, seafood, and wild game. And we offer delivery. Brotherly would surely be happy. Dragon and Nanan quickly went over to string up the Chaos Black Feather Finch. Seeing them about to leave, the young man could not keep it in anymore, and proceeded to kneel in front of Old Dragon. My name is Jang Liu. Please accept me as your follower. Old Dragon shook his head without missing a beat. No. The Eldritch has come and the chaos would descend into catastrophe soon. I want to do what I can. Jang Liu said, not giving up. Old Dragon shook his head again and muttered to Dragon, let's go. We have to quickly go back to where the expert is. Expert? Jang Liu had heard Old Dragon mention him a few times. His heart began to beat wildly for he guessed Old Dragon's power must be higher than his grandfather, so how powerful must the expert be if Old Dragon was to call him such? His breath became even more ragged when he noticed the monsters and demons strung with a leash in Nanan and Dragon's hand. Are these all for the expert? Even the Chaos Black Feather Finch? They must really hold him in high regards. He then gritted his teeth and followed them from behind. When the Chaos Black Feather Finch fell to the ground, the impact caused numerous feathers to fall off. As soon as the old dragon and the rest of the group had left, a single feather left on the ground started to glow. Attached to it was a shred of primordial spirit. It's a good thing that with the Nirvana skill I was able to preserve my life. If not, I would have surely died. The memory of the previous attack could still strike fear in the South Shadow Guard's heart. His attacker had definitely reached the edge of the wisdom. He might even be on par with the minister. I should leave here as soon as possible. Suddenly, he felt a foreboding premonition. He turned his eyes upwards and noticed an old woman standing in the sky. First, an old man. Now an old woman? Just how dangerous is this area of the gods? Just when he was still dazed, the old woman had already raised her hand, and a burst of fire passed by, sweeping all over the black feathers on the ground and turning them into nothingness. Then, came another middle-aged man who threw down a few thunderbolts and walked around carefully to make sure he did not miss anything before turning away and leaving. Dragon and Nanan's views on Old Dragon had changed for the positive ever since then. It was even more impactful for Jang Liu, enough to turn his worldview upside down. Though there was no denying of the power Old Dragon possessed, Jang Liu could not help but feel he was a little too lackadaisical. That ministry man was too powerful. I could have died. You all need to train harder so you can fight your own battles. I'm too old to keep on doing dangerous things like this. The old dragon said. Jang Liu could not help but sneak a glance at Old Dragon while thinking to himself if only his grandfather was as powerful as Old Dragon, or if he had met Old Dragon sooner and trained under him, his grandfather would still be alive. Jang Liu followed behind them, not speaking a word, and Old Dragon pretended to not know he was there. Until they reached the foot of Fallen Immortal Mountain, did Old Dragon stop to say, "The expert doesn't like to be too disturbed. You cannot follow us any further, nor can you go up the mountain. So it's best if you go back from where you came from." He did not wait for Jang Liu to respond and proceeded to go up the mountain with Dragon and Nanan. Jang Liu looked at Old Dragon's disappearing back and bowed deeply. He knew in his heart Old Dragon was not being cruel. In fact, he actually gave him a hint. It was enough for him to know the existence of the expert and the location of where he was staying. All this was kindness in disguise. "Grandfather, I have already encountered my chance in the area of the gods. I would work hard to gain recognition from the expert so I would be able to protect myself and those I love." He then took a deep breath and sat down in a cross-legged position at the foot of the mountain. Chapter 603, Beautiful Wine and Luminous Glass. Old Dragon, and Nanan climbed along the mountain range to arrive at the entrance of the four-part architecture. "Knock on the door yourselves. I'm going back to my nest to live out my lackadaisical life." With that, his body transformed into golden light and dissipated. "We can play with Brother Li again. I'm so happy." Nanan bounced up to the door and knocked on it. Knock. 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 "Brother Li, we're back." "Coming." The sound of Li Nianfan's voice came from inside and the door opened with a creak. He burst out laughing at the sight of the two little girls. "Fancy seeing the two of you here. How's the outside world?" He could imagine the two little girls having a blast outside with their high level of spiritual cultivation and powerful people protecting them from behind the scenes. Their existence was akin to a little devils bringing chaos to wherever they go. It was really fun traveling around and slaying demons. Dragon proceeded to offer the string of monsters and demons behind her to him. "Look, Brother Li. I've brought you all the most delicious demons." "That's a lot," Li Nianfan said, looking at the rows of demons, some of them he had never even seen before. Nonetheless, he was sure they would all be delicious and took a gulp at the thought of eating them. It was natural for a human to have the impulse to give strange and unusual living things a try, especially the gigantic types. Li Nianfan began to drool looking at the food presented before him. Though their lives there were nice, their diet was a bit bland. He was touched by Dragon and Nanan's thoughtfulness for bringing him so many ingredients. "Such good kids," thought Li Nianfan, smiling at the two little girls dotingly. Come in. Take care not to damage the ingredients." Then he called out to his friends. "Blackie, Xiao Bei, Little Daji, Fire Phoenix, Monyun and Shitukan. Come and help us carry these to the fridge over there." It was a good thing the four-part architecture had recently been expanded, if not, all the ingredients would have not fit. Li Nianfan noticed the chaos black feather finch. "Wow, not only are there seafood but there's even a giant crow. Look at its feathers. It must be one of those purebreds." Nanan took out the repose herb and said with a smile, "Brother Li, check this out." "Is this mint?" His attention had been captured. He took the repose herb from her hand and brought it to his nose for a sniff. A mint-like fragrance infiltrated his nose and he immediately felt his mind cleared. "It is mint. It's time for you all to expand the backyard again." Li Nianfan was extremely happy that his backyard would have more and more collections. Both Dragon and Nanan's gaze rested at Black at the same time, causing their little faces scrunched up with pity. "Blackie, you've really become bald. You poor thing." "So what if I'm bald? Check out my short leather pants," Blackie said with a nonchalant air. It took a while for the group to organize everything. "It's not every day we receive such bountiful ingredients. Tell me what you want to eat and I'll prepare a feast for you all." Everybody started to drool at the thought of a feast prepared by the expert. "Sashimi. I want sashimi." "Brother Li, I want to eat stewed black chicken with mushrooms. It's been a while since I've eaten your cooking." "I want kebabs." "I want abalone with sauce." Everybody was excitedly discussing what could be made out of the ingredients. Their mouths never stopped drooling. Okay. Can do." Li Nianfan was in a good mood. He turned to Food God and said, "Your cooking has improved but you had never cooked for a feast before. Why don't you use this opportunity to level up?" Food God rolled up his sleeves, preparing for the battle of his life, and said, "Don't worry, Lord Saint. I'll do my best." There was no doubt the kitchen would not be short of manpower with Li Nianfan, Xiao Bei and Food God on site. They could even cater to a Manchu Han imperial feast. Boil some water, remove the hair, set up the table and prepare for a feast. Dragon and the rest of the group helped out however they could. Their excitement was palpable in the atmosphere. Even the chicken was infected by them and laid out many eggs consecutively. "This Australian lobster is huge. Remove its shell and I'll make it into lobster sashimi." "Xiao Bei, make sure all the feathers are removed from the black chicken and remember to cut out the tail." "Nanan, add some wood and start the fire. For a fish this big, it's better to steam it for the best taste." Fire Phoenix stroked the back of Dragon's head. "Thank you for being so thoughtful, for bringing so much food back." Dragon smiled until her eyes disappeared. The sound of cooking floated in the air along with the fragrant smell of the food. "Everybody sit down. The food will be served shortly." Sashimi platter, chicken kebab, steamed fish, braised soft-shelled turtle and many more covered the dining table. They looked so good as to be glowing, lighting up the space around them. It was better than heaven. "Wow, look how thin the sashimi is. It's nearly transparent and melts in the mouth. Delicious. Everything smells so good. Try the braised soft-shelled turtle. The texture is nice. Hey, don't steal my kebab. Leave some for me." The scene at the foot of the fallen immortal mountain could not provide a more stark contrast, for there was only a lonely figure sitting cross-legged there, enduring the cold biting wind. Jang Liu stared at the mountain range with determination and sincerity in his eyes. He had been contemplating for a long time and with it, his respect towards the expert grew by leaps and bounds. He could not imagine just how powerful the expert was for Old Dragon to willingly and respectfully regard him as an expert. He had only ever seen his grandfather showing respect for the legendary 9 elites, and by his guess, the expert's existence was more powerful than the 9 elites. Grandfather says one must be sincere and unwavering when cultivating Tao. Since I've been instructed not to go up the mountain, I would stay by the foot because I'm confident an opportunity would come my way. His eyes were filled with determination, and he walked over to a tree and cut it down with his sword. He planned to build a wooden cabin with the logs and live at the foot of the mountain. Bang! He felt a strong kickback causing his hand to go numb. He looked at the tree in front of him and could not believe it when he saw it was still intact with only an extremely faint marking on the bark. How is this possible? Jang Liu thought, his confidence shaken to the core. He might be injured, but he was sure he had still had enough spiritual cultivation left to cut down a tree. He knitted his brow together, gritted his teeth, and swung out one blow after another. Bang! 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 And that was how the fallen immortal mountain came to gain a young man striking repeatedly on a tree. Night was slowly descending over it, the four-part architecture. By then, the feast was already on its last leg, with everyone smiling satisfiedly, half lying down to digest the food in their stomach. Both Dragon and Nanan were lying down fully and rubbing their round tummies with their hands. I'm so full, so full. It's been quite a while since I feel so satisfied. Ever since leaving the four-part architecture, all they had ever eaten were some spiritual fruit, for they had no appetite for anything else. Their stomachs growled with anticipation every time they thought about Li Nianfan's cooking. At last, they had satisfied their cravings. It's times like this we should drink some wine to help with digestion, said Li Nianfan with a smile. I'll let you try my newest wine creation. It can even help you sleep better and has beautifying properties. Dragon's eyes began to shine immediately. Are you sure I can have some wine, Brother Li? She asked with anticipation. A little won't hurt anyone. So don't drink too much, replied Li Nianfan, the smile still on his face. Xiao Bei, bring out the wine and prepare the luminous glass. As you wish, my beloved master. With that, he left to get the wine and glasses. After a while, he came out with a small wine bottle and placed the luminous glass in front of the group. The sky had darkened considerably by then, and as the name implied, the wine glasses started to glow with a holy light. It was truly a sight too beautiful to behold. Glug! 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 The dazzling purple-red color of the wine was poured into the luminous glass, one complementing the other. One could look at it forever and not get bored. At the same time, a sweetness with a tinge of sourness began to fill the air, tempting the group. They could almost taste it. The luminous glass was not large and yet looked like it contained the whole galaxy with the wine inside. Under the moonlight, Li Nianfan raised his glass and gave a toast. Beautiful wine and glass, it doesn't get better than this. Cheers, everyone. Cheers. Dragon drained her glass quickly, finishing it in one go, causing her little face to turn red instantly as the wine coursed through her entire body. The mana inside of her started to roil around, and suddenly, without her being conscious of it, she had leveled up from the late Daluo Golden Immortal to a quasi-saint, breaking through her bottleneck. As for Nanan, her heaven-devouring skill gave her the ability to devour anything in the universe, and so was able to digest the spiritual chi quickly. Her training of late put her nearly on par with Dragon, and with the devouring of the wine coursing through her veins, had become a quasi-saint too. Food God took his time in savoring the taste of the wine and finding enlightenment in it. The time spent living in the four-part architecture had benefited him greatly, each day brought new profound realizations for him. The mana in him began to roil too, and he leveled up from a quasi-saint to the middle stage of being a quasi-saint. The wine acted as fire to both Qin Manyun and Shi Tucken's experiences, lighting them up like gunpowder. Thus, they had leveled to the peak of a quasi-saint. Both Dragi and Fire Phoenix faces were flushed red as well, and they felt their mana and Tao heart had been cleansed by hot tidal waves, causing their bottleneck to bubble over. There are 3 levels to being a quasi-saint: first, mid and late. The same goes for a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal, with even more differentiation. Even a tiny difference in level would mean a great big difference in power the more one ascended up the ranks. Both Dragi and Fire Phoenix belonged to the late stage of a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal, and they had been stuck at that stage for a long time, for it was hard to enter into the heavenly realm. They could feel themselves breaking through the bottleneck soon. There was still hope after all. Everyone started to feel a little tipsy from the wine. They swirled the glass in their hands and looked towards the wine bottle. Suddenly, they became shocked when they realized the luminous glass they were holding in their hands was none other than an ultimate chaos treasure. In combination with the wine, They were able to unleash their full potential after drinking from it. The expert is too awesome. All the wines he had made came with powerful functions. The expert gave us the wine so we could unleash our potential and break through our bottlenecks. He's too good to us. So that's what he meant when he said the wine would help with digestion. This is good wine. Very good wine. Nanan licked her lips, wanting more. Brother Li, can I please have some more? No, I've already said don't drink too much. Here Li Nianfan paused for a while before breaking out in a smile. What the heck, a little more should be fine. But only for today. You're the best, Brother Li. Both Dragon and Nanan clapped their hands in glee and hugged each of his legs, nuzzling their heads against it. The moon was high up in the sky and the stars were twinkling. The combination of the wine, the luminous glass, and the gorgeous night sky made one feel it was good to be alive and celebrate with more wine. In the end, Dragon and Nanan had so much until their faces were completely beet red and they could not keep their eyes open, all the while muttering something under their breath. Shi Tukin and Qin Manyun felt as if the ground was moving underneath their feet and had their hands over their head. A perfect picture of a pair of drunk beautiful girls. It took some effort for the food god to get up. He respectfully put his hand together and said to Li Nianfan, Lord Saint, it is late. I'll take my leave here. Okay, be safe and remember to drive safely on the Merit Cloud, Li Nianfan reminded. Don't worry, Lord Saint. With that, he thumped his chest and walked out of the four-part architecture. The hat on his head was at a risk of falling off at his wobbly walk. Li Nianfan turned his attention to the two lichens before him and could not help but shake his head. You little drunkard should have stopped at the first tipsy feeling. Oh well, the two of you will definitely sleep soundly tonight. With that, he carried both Dragon and Nanan into their room and went back to do the same with Shi Tukin and Qin Manyun, with Daji and Fire Phoenix being the last. At the foot of the mountain, with his sleeves still rolled up, Jang Liu was still hacking at the tree. After a day of trying, a little crack had finally appeared on the arc. It was at this time he heard someone humming, and when he raised his eyes towards the direction of the sound, saw a drunk fatty walking down from the mountain. He was taken aback. Someone from the mountain? Food God saw him too and assessed him with his eyes before breaking out in a grin. Hey kiddo, the way you chop wood looks like Wu Gang. Shall I introduce you to a job on the moon? Jang Liu immediately knelt on the ground and with a voice full of sincerity, said, My name is Jang Liu and I'm here because I have heard of the expert living on top of the mountain, so had decided to wait for him here. I wish to be his follower. Can you please give me some guidance? To be his follower? Food God shook his head in amusement. What an unrealistic thought. Do you know how difficult it is to be accepted by an expert? Unless? Jang Liu asked with his eyes shining. You have Lady Luck on your side. Food God replied confidently. I'm nothing but a lowly chef, but do you know what the expert gave us to drink just now? Jang Liu shook his head. Wine made from chaos spiritual fruit, drank from an ultimate chaos treasure glass. One glass was enough to overturn the whole chaos. Being still drunk, Food God proceeded to open up his mouth widely and said, Come, I'll let you smell it on my breath. Ah! Jang Liu was weirded out by his behavior and instinctively took a step back. He chalked it down to Food God being drunk and spewing nonsense. Food God smiled nonchalantly at Jang Liu and the merit cloud appeared beneath his feet, bringing him back to the heavenly temple. Halfway through the sky, he suddenly turned back, and shouted, I'm only giving this advice to you because you look like Wu Gang, but don't ever kneel down in front of the expert, should you ever meet him. He doesn't like people doing that. Remember this as if your life depended on it. Chapter 604, Gifting of a Sword, Pledging my life as a sign of loyalty. The next day, they were greeted with a bountiful breakfast spread as well. The fact they had 2 consecutive feasts made them feel as if they had overloaded themselves too much with the good food. Let's go on a field trip, Li Nianfan said excitedly. For an adventure? Dragon and Nanan asked, immediately snapping out of their food coma. In their impressions, a field trip was equated to going on an adventure. Li Nianfan shook his head and smiled. We're only going for a walk and to enjoy the scenery. It was natural for the group to follow along with the plan since it was the expert's decision. In actual fact, they had been bored out of their minds ever since they had returned from the honeymoon trip. All they ever did was stay in and practice their respective craft, Qin Manyun on her zither and Shi Tukin on her calligraphy. Yay, we're going out to play, yelled Dragon and Nanan excitedly. Li Nianfan smiled resignedly. Quiet down and get ready. Bring the outdoor grill so we can have barbecue for lunch. It did not take them long to get ready and walked out of the door. The day was still early by then and the air was cleansed by last night's spring rain. There was a slight glow to the scene before them and the dew on the green leaves made as if the woods were alive. The dirt smell in the air mixed with the fragrance of the flowers caused them to feel energized. They did not plan to go far and kept themselves within the mountain range for its natural environment made it the perfect place for a field trip. It's as if I'm living in a natural tourist attraction, thought Li Nianfan to himself. Walking in the forest, stepping on the soft soil, with the sound of insects and birds, one could not help but feel calmer as if they were one with nature. Suddenly, Li Nianfan's gaze fixed on a spot not far ahead. On a particular tree, a bird stared at a bug before proceeding to swallow it whole. "This bird is the epitome of the saying, 'The early bird gets the worm,'" said Shi Tukan. "Is that right?" Li Nianfan's eyes flashed slightly and smiled at other people. "What do you all think?" "I think Sister Shi Tukan said it very well. Those in the forefront has a responsibility to lead those at the back. The same is true for the path of cultivation," spoke Nanan and Dragon without hesitation. The others thought about it and agreed wholeheartedly with what had been said. "And what do you think, Master?" Daji asked curiously. "All of you only saw one side of things, but have you ever wondered what this means for the worm?" Li Nianfan's words are intriguing. You should note that the early worms get eaten by the birds. To put it another way, if we were to capture this bird to have for lunch, wouldn't it wish it hadn't come out so early? Everyone was taken aback for a moment and immediately felt enlightened. Due to their position, they instinctively thought from the bird's perspective and ignored the perspective of the weak worm. The wheels in Qin Manyun's brain began to turn. The expert is telling us that there are always two sides to everything. Good and bad are relative, she thought to herself. Shi Tuchen's brain went slightly blank. That's why he's the expert. Not everybody can provoke such deep contemplation with only a few words. I can feel the profound meaning in this. Although I can't fully understand it, I already feel that I have benefited a lot. Daji and Fire Phoenix glanced at each other, their eyes thoughtful. Obviously it is the same encounter, but the exchange of the identities of the prey and the hunter has completely different meanings. Are you using this as a metaphor to talk to us about the Eldritch? Humans are like this worm, and the Eldritch are like this bird. This was just a random thought. Li Nianfan did not even take it to heart, but this lesson had been deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone. It was worthy of their repeated scrutiny. The more they scrutinized it, the more profound it felt. You've got to hand it to the expert. In this mountain forest, there were countless beasts, snakes, insects, rats and ants, but they did not bother the current Li Nianfan. It all felt like a stroll in the zoo for him. After wandering around for a while, they settled down by a small stream, set up the grill, and sat on the rocks to enjoy their open-air barbecue. All the food they wanted to eat was within an arm's reach. Lion meat, tiger meat, and other game meat were turned into skewers and grilled into delicious stick kebabs. Li Nianfan was a little tired of eating meat, so he chose to become a vegetarian for this meal. With a bunch of cauliflower in his left, a bunch of leeks seasoned with cumin on his right hand and with the scenery before him, he felt as if he was in heaven. Suddenly, Li Nianfan became momentarily stunned, and his gaze fell on a figure at the bottom of the mountain. "Oh, there's a pretty boy chopping trees down there," he cried out in surprise. "Ah, it's him." Dragon looked up and said, "Yesterday saved him from being chased and killed, so he decided to follow us here. I never expected him to still be here. It seems like he doesn't have any family left. Maybe he's venting out his anger on the tree?" Nanan said. "Oh, is that so?" Li Nianfan said while looking at the young man. "Let's go down and have a look when we've finished eating." Although this is a public space, Li Nianfan took it upon himself to have a finger on everything else happening around there. After a while, they had finally finished their meal and proceeded to go down the mountain after packing up. Chop! 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 The crisp sound of chopping wood surrounded the forest. The outline of the figure became clearer and clearer, and the way he was chopping did make him look like a robot. Li Nianfan could not help but shake his head at the scene before him, already judging him as a rookie. Obviously, this person had been trying to cut down that tree for a long time, but had only managed to damage an area not bigger than a palm size, and the shape was extremely irregular. There were wood chips on the ground all around him. As far as the tree was concerned, it was akin to breaking some skin. With each chop, only the tiniest of scratch could be seen. He was weak, too weak. His stance was incorrect, not to mention the way he was holding the sword, making the force uneven. It would take many more years for him to cut down the tree. Jang Liu heard the sound of footsteps and stopped what he was doing. He turned his head and his mind became blank when faced with the large group. His heart started to beat wildly. He knew Dragon and Nanan from the previous encounter. As for the others, he could tell just by one look how powerful they were. Among the group, stood a young man in the middle leading the group. Even if he was not an expert, he must have something to do with him. He quickly put down his sword, rushed over, was just about to kneel down, but at the thought of what the food god had said last night, stopped abruptly, and instead reverently gave a big salute. "My name is Jang Liu. Greetings to you all." Li Nianfan sized him up with his eyes. His clothes were torn, his face was pale, and he looked weak. He nodded at his greeting, and asked, "Hello, my name is Li Nianfan. May I ask why you're here trying to cut this tree down?" Jang Liu gritted his teeth and got straight to the point. "I wish to become a follower of the expert but did not know how to find him. So I've decided to build a wooden cabin here in hopes of coming across him." There was a trace of clarity in Li Nianfan's eyes. He could tell by the way Jang Liu was cutting down the tree that his combat power was low and had discovered the existence of an immortal here after being reduced by Nanan and Dragon. No wonder he wanted to become his follower so badly. He was prepared to live at the foot of the mountain for as long as it would take. "How long have you been cutting here?" Li Nianfan asked curiously. "Since yesterday afternoon," Jang Liu answered. "And how many trees have been cut down?" Jang Liu pointed to the tree, and whispered in shame, "This is the first one." It turned out that he was not just a rookie but the king of the rookies. Li Nianfan was rendered speechless. It was a talent in itself to only deal such little damage after cutting for so long. He must be injured and thus weak. But his sincerity and determination is really commendable, he thought to himself. He then shook his head and doled out some advice. "Leave. Stop wasting your time here. No one would accept you as their follower here." It was true what he said, for there were many powerful people there but no followers. Jang Liu's body trembled slightly and he bit his lips to keep the tears from flowing out. He had no care for anything else and prostrated himself to the expert. "My entire family was killed by outsiders. I know I should be grateful I'm alive and not wish for anything more. But there's nothing more in the world I want to do than to avenge my family and protect this universe." Li Nianfan looked at him, frowning slightly. This person is a rookie, which means his enemies are not really that strong. Maybe I should let little Daji train him a little as an act of grace. Suddenly, a brilliant thought occurred to him. He should give him the black longsword brought back by the food god. The heritage contained in the sword was close to worthless anyways, making it perfect for this rookie here. A smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth and he patted himself on his back for coming up with this brilliant plan. He had unknowingly reached the state where he could casually pass on grace to other people. He had always admired those who could do that in the TV series he watched and finally got to experience what it felt like. He felt truly satisfied. "Fine," Li Nianfan said and let out a long sigh. "It is fate that brought us together. Although no one here would accept you as their follower, I can, however, give you this sword." With that, he took out the black longsword and presented it to Jang Liu. Jang Liu was momentarily shocked. He could feel the majestic, holy, and invincible aura exuding out from the sword. All the hairs on his body stood up and he could not help but feel deep reverence towards it. Wisdom. The sword contained great wisdom. This is the heritage of the elite being, he thought. His scalp tingled with numbness and it felt like the blood in his body was frozen. He completely lost the ability to think and was struck dumb. He was born from an extraordinary background, and his worldview was naturally very broad. At a glance, he could see the extraordinariness of this longsword, and its aura was far above his grandfather. "I just want to be the expert's follower and yet I was given the heritage of the elite being. Am I dreaming? Is this really happening? Grandfather, please don't blame me for the instability in my heart." Then, he asked out loud in a shaky voice, "Are you really giving this to me? Don't overthink it. This is a mere toy, no need to make a big fuss out of it," answered Li Nianfan with an amused smile. He was certain the longsword brought back by Blackie and Food God were nothing of great power. Thank you." Jang Liu had been rendered speechless so many times that he did not know what to say. He kept on muttering his thanks while tears gushed out from his eyes. He was happy and shocked at the same time. He found it terrifying how a heritage from an elite being could be deemed a mere toy. Even his grandfather would have died from the shock, if he was here. Jang Liu would never have believed all that had occurred if he did not get to experience it for himself. He finally understood why Old Dragon had wanted to get on the good side of the expert so badly, for he was truly extraordinary. He received the longsword with his trembling hands, fearing he would involuntarily scream out if he did not control himself. "Practice hard. Let me write you a poem," Li Nianfan said, staying true to his way of doing things. He should act all high and mighty till the end. "Little Daji, prepare the ink." "Yes, master," Daji replied docilely. A piece of paper and a calligraphy brush were placed in front of him. He took some time to think about what he should write before finally putting down the brush to paper. "You are forced to come and not be free. 3,000 visitors are full of flowers. 14 states froze over. With one strike of the sword." Boom! The whole world seemed to have come crashing down at that very moment. The space became illusory, the aura was mighty, and the 10,000 living creatures kneeled. Everyone held their breath at the same time, staring wide-eyed, breaking out in goosebumps. The words were like swords, cutting through all their fears, as if they were nothing. Jang Liu became stunned from the moment Li Nianfan put down his brush. He seemed to see a sword before his eyes and was dazzled by its aura even before it was unsheathed. Then, the sword rushed up towards the clouds and its wisdom blanketed the world. The black longsword started to hum with resonance with the poem as soon as it was finished. It was excited too. He never expected he would encounter something more valuable than the black longsword, but he was obviously proven wrong. This poem about sword was too majestic. So majestic it should belong to the ranks of the heritage of an elite being. The fact that the expert came up with it so easily blew his mind. Looking at the poem, Shi Tukan became agitated and clenched her fists tightly. The expert had imbued every stroke with wisdom, with each stroke possessing the power to turn the world upside down. She could not imagine what power the completed poem possessed. In contrast, her handwriting was more like a dog having crawled over the paper. How could she have been so satisfied with that? She would need to work harder. She closed her eyes and deeply burned the expert's writing into her mind while at the same time feeling the essence of it. Jang Liu knelt on the ground again, knocked his head to the ground forcefully, and wished he could knock himself dead on the spot. "Thank you so much. I know I can never repay you for all that you have done for me, but I'm willing to be your slave if you'll have me," he shouted. The expert had given him much, too much. So much that he wanted to give him his life as a show of gratitude. "Get up. There's no need for this," the expert said quickly. He guessed that Jang Liu must be a very sensitive person to behave as such. He then turned his gaze towards the tree Jang Liu was chopping down just a moment ago. Suddenly, a grin broke out of his face. "How about this? You can bring me firewood when you've managed to chop down the tree." "Deal, and don't worry, I'll train hard for that day to come earlier," Jang Liu said, excited and determined at the same time. Chapter 605, A Hidden Boundary, Chasing Corpses. Fallen Immortal Mountain. It was calm and peaceful. At the foot of the mountain, a handsome man held a long sword in hand, and was standing completely still in front of a tree, as unmoving as a statue. He closed his eyes and seemed to be submerged in a strange aura. After a long time, he finally raised his hand, cutting down the tree with one slash. Bang! It penetrated the tree deeply. That slash was even deeper than the one he did a day ago. However, he still stopped, and in the same way, only unleashed his second slash after a long time. Beside him was a book that swayed with the wind. On the mountain, within the four-part courtyard. Twang twang twang. The sound of the zither flowed like water, slowly playing. Qin Manyun had a white dress on, and her lithe hands were gently playing the zither, the sounds of her music accompanying the slight wind, blowing at the dress. It was a sight of true beauty. Beside Qin Manyun, Shi Tukan was holding a brush, touching the book as her beautiful eyes widened, putting her full concentration on copying. Her heart was like still water. She had already finished copying strokes, and had already started with complete words. At some point her body started to exude the aura of scrolls, calm and comfortable, and it made people feel at ease. On the other end, Daji and Fire Phoenix were practicing yoga. Their perfect figures were shown to the fullest. They looked nimble and flexible, as if they had no bones. Their bodies seemed to be carved out of jade. By the side, Blackie wore leather pants, and was exercising his limbs, twisting his foot around as he ran hard on the treadmill. Li Nianfan sat on a pavilion with a cup of tea in front of him, staring into space. Xiao Bei stood next to him, and awaited any orders like the best of waitresses. The food god was cooking. With a hat on his head and an apron around his waist, he had a hand on the wok, and was working hard cooking. Not only did he not feel a single shred of exhaustion, he also had a happy smile on his face. Being able to cook for the expert was a form of acknowledgement, and it was also an honor. Furthermore, if it was not for the expert, would he ever be worthy of cooking with spiritual roots? Was it not way above his station? "I'm bored." Li Nianfan suddenly woke up from his daze, and lamented. Everything was great there, but it was too uninteresting. There were too few ways to entertain himself. He did not fight others, nor was he interested in debate. He did not have many goals, and now that he had everything he wanted, there was nothing for him to do. In his past life, just being on the internet would see a whole day fly by. Thinking about himself now, he was already immortal. Immortality had been a great wish last time, but if he stayed that bored, what was the point of eternal life? The internet was a good thing. If the cultivation realm had the internet, it would definitely be extremely interesting. Immortals uploading clips or live streaming would have enough content to last for thousands of years. It was a pity. Li Nianfan had just said 3 words, but everyone in the courtyard stopped everything they did, and took it to heart. Xiao Bei asked with concern, "My dear master, are you frustrated by something?" "A little. I just feel bored. There are far too few things to entertain myself with." Li Nianfan cursed. The food god hurriedly said, "Lord Saint, would you like to indulge in some song and dance? I'll get to the heavenly palace to prepare for a performance. Change can perform at any time." Li Nianfan waved it off, saying wryly, "That's different, it's too monotonous. I'm tired of it." He suddenly had a flash of emotion, saying, "It would be nice to have newspapers. I could read the news as I drink tea every day, then I could use up some of my time." At that moment, he felt like watching a news broadcast would be very interesting. The food god paused, asking, "What is a newspaper?" Li Nianfan explained, "It's something that records what happens. It records every major event that happens in the world, showing it to the people. That way, even if I'm at home, I can know a lot about what's happening." The food god said in realization, "Isn't that a memorial report? The Emperor and Jade Emperor read memorial reports." Li Nianfan nodded. "You can say that, it can indeed be understood in that way. However, I just read it for amusement, and to see what's happening." The food god smiled and said, "Lord Saint, this is easy enough to manage. I'll let the heavenly palace know, and have them send you newspapers every day." Li Nianfan smiled. "Ha ha ha, that would be great. Remember to record some interesting things inside." In the backyard, the cows were producing milk, the golden bees were collecting honey, and the peacocks were laying eggs. Nanan was holding a shovel, removing the weeds and replacing the soil for the plants. Dragon was instead holding a wooden pail, watering the plants. The two of them were very earnest. Their faces were deep in concentration. It was another form of training for them. Removing the weeds was not a challenge for Nanan, but at the same time, the soil was chaos spiritual soil, renewing them would take a huge amount of energy. Similarly, watering the plants was no easy matter, and could increase Dragon's control over water and understanding of water. As for plowing the land, that was even harder, and needed the two of them to work together. However, ever since they heard about the frustrations of the expert from Old Dragon regarding not having enough people, they threw themselves into their training, wanting to increase their skills as fast as possible to share the expert's burden. Dragon walked to the lake to pick up some more water, and he said to Lao Gui who was basking under the sun, "Lao Goe, is my ancestry really gone?" Lao Gui opened his eyes, pausing for a moment before nodding. Dragon smiled. "Ha ha, it looks like he's really started to move. Lord Dog really has a way with things, he was so persistent, even I couldn't bear to watch." Nanan nodded thoughtfully. "It's true, we should have him help brother more." At the same time, in the chaos, a group of people were moving within, heading straight for one direction. The one at the helm was Old Dragon, and behind him were those of Heavenly Palace. Their expressions were spurious, and their eyes were searching, as if trying to feel something. At that moment, Yang Jian spoke, "We've arrived, it's here." Cultivator Junjun nodded, and with a flick of his wrist, a token appeared in his hand. It was the same token that the old man had given them in the secret border. He asked them to look for the Soul Master. When the token was pulled out, it started to glow. It became very active and started to fluctuate. Everyone could not help but frown. Since the token reacted, it meant that it must have sensed something. Yet, looking around, it was chaos everywhere. There was not even a star in sight, let alone anything else. Nuwa said, "There's definitely something else here that can't be found by normal means." It's obviously a hidden border. Cultivator Junjun nodded, saying, back then, when the Eldritch world was in a bad state, we erected a hidden border so we would not be easily found by other worlds. However, this border seems much stronger than ours. They knew it was right in front of them, but they could not sense it at all. They were not low-rank cultivators either. Their gazes fell on Old Dragon. He definitely had the highest cultivation among them. Old Dragon was still in his white-haired old man appearance, and his eyes were covered by long eyelashes. When he felt their collective gaze, he did not say anything else, and started to chant a smile. After that, he let out a small smile, and the spell in his hand changed. Raising his hand, a pulse of water shot out of the chaos, condensing within his hands. After that, he reached out to the chaos in front of him. They had not seen anything before, but like waves, sipples started to appear. The water channel formed, breaking the door of the world, condense. His hands then moved with the ripples, drawing out a small wooden door before drawing a handle on the door. His hand gripped the handle, and he slowly pulled. The door opened. The Jade Emperor and the others gasped, amazing. He really was a deity that was regularly by the expert's side. He had casually just installed a door on the hidden border. Old Dragon said, since they created this hidden border, it means that they're trying to avoid the outer world for some reason or another. So, we shouldn't send too many people inside. I think that just 2 will be good. The Jade Emperor thought for a moment before saying, you're right, other than you, we'll need to choose another person. Old Dragon's eyes widened. What do you mean, other than me? Nuwa smiled and said, Old Senior, don't argue, you definitely have to go. Yang Jian nodded. Senior, your cultivation is high and you're too talented. Lord Dog has said before that you have to be in the front lines. Old Dragon shook his head and sighed, what kind of world is this? No one knows how to respect their elders. Cultivator Junjun said, we don't know what the situation is like inside. It might be dangerous, so since Old Dragon and I have the highest levels of cultivation, we should go. The rest of you keep watch outside, be ready to react if anything happens. The others had no other opinions, so Old Dragon helplessly walked into the hidden border with Cultivator Junjun. There, it was a gray sky. In the sky, there were no stars or moons. The air was different from the outer world. They could visibly see streaks of red gases flowing, and it seemed to be filled with the aura of killing and death. The entire place seemed to be littered with ill omens. Looking down from the sky, the ground was black, and there did not seem to be any living things. It felt like a country of the dead. Old Dragon looked to a direction. His tone was serious as she said, there's a very strong aura coming from that direction. It will be very troublesome if it notices us. Cultivator Junjun nodded. It really feels unsafe. Ah, it's so hard for me. I'm being thrown right into the front lines the moment I start moving again. I have no rights. Old Dragon sighed with indignation before saying to Cultivator Junjun, remember this. Don't even move more than 3 feet away, or you might get noticed. The moment he said that, he raised his hand and cast a spell. A gentle breeze blew over, landing on him and Cultivator Junjun's bodies, completely concealing their auras. Follow me. The 2 of them concealed their auras and flew towards a certain direction. The world was not that large, and they quickly arrived at a mountain. There were many large temples that looked incredibly ancient. They were all pitch black, and emitted sinister auras. The temples were already broken down, and had turned into ruins. They were not clear what happened to the temples. At that moment, Old Dragon and Cultivator Junjun's expressions changed at the same time, and they flashed behind a pile of rubble. The next moment, 6 figures walked out. The 6 figures were in 2 rows. The first 3 had incredibly stiff faces that revealed no trace of emotion. The most eye-catching thing was their long fangs. Their skins were actually silver in color, and their bodies had fur on them. Their hands had very long, black nails. They had the aura of corpses around them. As for the 3 behind them, they were just as expressionless, but they had a light in their eyes that signified that they were living beings, controlling the 3 corpses in front of them. No matter the humans or the corpses, they were all at the golden immortal stage. Looking on as their figures disappeared, a curious glint was on Cultivator Junjun's eyes. He said, is it a spell to control corpses? The token had a reaction, so maybe the Soul Master's corpse is here as well. It might even be controlled by someone? Old Dragon smacked his mouth. If they really managed to control the corpse of a Wisdom Realm deity, then it must be very powerful. They looked at the palace, and their silhouettes flashed as they infiltrated the place. They bumped right into a row of corpses that were queuing up to head deeper into the palace. Old Dragon's eyes glinted before he made his move, zealously grabbing the last group of corpses, turning them to ash immediately. "Quick, put on a disguise and follow them." As the old dragon said that, he had already turned to look like that cultivator. Cultivator Junjun frowned, objecting, "Are you asking me to pretend to be a zombie? I feel like it's a little inappropriate." "Of course, do I need to say more? Don't object, I'll use my transformation spell on you. It won't be easily discovered." Old Dragon raised his hand and pointed at Cultivator Junjun. Immediately, Cultivator Junjun turned to look like a corpse. The two of them hurriedly followed, and soundlessly stood at the end. The team seemed to be marching underground. As they moved forward, the sinister feeling got more and more dense. There was no trace of light around them, and there was only a pitch-black cave. It was unclear which direction they were heading. Roar. After walking for 2 hours, a roar could be heard from deep within the grave. It was different from the roar of a beast, it was incredibly horrifying and felt like the roar of an evil spirit. At the same time, it stirred up waves of horrifying sinister winds. The winds blew from deep within the cave, and caused them to feel an unending chill. Old Dragon and Cultivator Junjun's expressions froze, and they started to feel a sense of fear toward the owner of that roar. It was a sense of danger. As they followed the team, after another hour, they finally reached the end of the cave. Immediately, they saw a large figure within the cave. The figure was a corpse, but it seemed to be alive as well. The chains that bound it were being dragged along by it, causing a clanking sound. Its entire body was a metallic black color, and its hair was like withered grass, messily dispersed on its head. There was fur all over its body, and it looked like a gigantic ape. A horrifying power surged out, filling the entire cave. Other than that corpse king, there were other people as well. An old man looked at Cultivator Junjun's team, urging them, "Quickly throw in the food." "Throw in the food?" The eyes of the corpse that Cultivator Junjun turned into trembled a little, an uneasy feeling crept into his heart. After that, he saw the person in front start to send the corpse he controlled over, falling in front of the corpse king. The corpse king opened its mouth, swallowing half the corpse in their instant. It munched on the corpse for less than 2 seconds before swallowing it. Closely after that, the second person controlled the corpse and sent it over. After that it was the third, and the fourth. He suddenly panicked, and could not help but look at Old Dragon, communicating with their eyes. The corpses were meant to be an offering. DMN. I knew turning into a zombie was not the move. Chapter 606, Copper Coffin, Wisdom Realm Elite's Corpse. There were quite a lot of people in the team, but the Corpse King ate very quickly, so the team advanced very quickly. Cultivator Junjun was at his wit's end, and he stared at Old Dragon. "What do we do?" "Calm down. Keep up the act, understand?" Old Dragon was very calm, and was making sarcastic remarks. After all, he was not the one in danger. At the same time, he gave a consoling gaze. "Maybe the Corpse King will already be full when it gets to your turn." At that moment, the final corpse in front of them was sent up, jumping into the Corpse King's mouth. The Corpse King chewed in satisfaction as its deathly gold gaze was fixed on the corpse that Cultivator Junjun turned into, moving his hands in a beckoning fashion. DMN it. It was not full at all. Cultivator Junjun looked at Old Dragon stiffly. "Don't tell me, is this dragon really going to sacrifice me to protect himself?" Old Dragon's face was calm and innocent, as if he did not notice anything. The Corpse King was starting to get impatient, and it opened its mouth and roared. The old man walked over, frowning as he said unhappily to Old Dragon, "What's happening? Send your corpse in there now." Cultivator Junjun looked at Old Dragon, and started to slowly retreat towards the outside. The old man furrowed his eyebrows. "What's happening? Grab that zombie right now." Cultivator Junjun was obviously not planning on willingly meeting his end, so without a second word, he sped out and started to run outside. The old man let out a cold laugh and immediately chased after him. Old Dragon's eyes glinted, and he started to rush out as well. Seeing as no one was chasing from behind, he raised his hand, and pointed at the old man that had a strange smile on his face. "Said." That old man's smile froze on his face, his eyes were filled with surprise as he fell right out of the air. Cultivator Junjun moved next to Old Dragon, preparing to run. "Hurry up, you'll take the lead and we'll fight our way out. There's still a chance." "Why would we fight? The performance continues." Old Dragon was incredibly calm, and he raised his hand to point at the old man. The old man turned to look like a corpse, and then he pointed at Cultivator Junjun, turning Cultivator Junjun to look like the old man. After that, they brought the zombie back. Everything had been done very quickly, so it did not cause too much of a commotion. Sorry, the zombie suddenly decided it was afraid of dying, and I lost control a bit. Old Dragon looked calm on the surface, and greeted everyone normally. After that, he raised his hand, and threw the zombie into the mouth of the Corpse King. The others in the cave looked at Old Dragon and Cultivator Junjun before averting their gaze, not feeling that it was too strange. Cultivator Junjun was shocked by Old Dragon's move, and secretly shot him a look of admiration. Old Dragon waved it off, unsurprised as he said silently, "Stop making a big deal of it. The Tao of indifference is broad and profound. It was just a little scene earlier, I already had 28 ways of dealing with it in mind within 0.01 seconds. Then, they finally looked around at everything within the cave. Inside the cave was its own self-contained space. There was a huge crater in the middle, which housed that Corpse King. The aura that flowed around its body had the manifestation of Tao, it actually had the power of a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. Around the crater were platforms that formed a circle, erected to keep watch. They would occasionally cast certain spells at the Corpse King. What attracted Old Dragon and Cultivator Junjun's interest the most was, around the platforms, other than the cave they had entered from earlier, there were 3 other caves, each leading to a different place. And within every cave, the power that oozed out was no weaker than the Corpse King, which greatly caused them to feel a sense of uneasiness. Do you remember those temples outside? Old Dragon was deep in thought, walking with Cultivator Junjun, and they projected their voice at each other. Each temple is probably raising something like the Corpse King, and the temples should all be linked underground. Cultivator Junjun asked, "Senior Dragon, what do we do next?" He was already thoroughly impressed by Old Dragon. Old Dragon really was the god of indifference. Everything he did was very steady, and he changed with the flow in a calculated manner. On top of that, he was very strong, filling Cultivator Junjun with a sense of safety. A good teammate. Old Dragon said, "Take that token out, we'll go to whichever cave it reacts to." The two of them sneakily and carefully explored the caves. Thanks to the concealment spell that Old Dragon used, they were not noticed by anyone. When they got near to the second cave, the tokens started to shake. The two of them exchanged a glance, and soundlessly moved further inside. The cave went deeper underground. As they moved, the aura of death got stronger and stronger. The blood-red aura of corpses and the black-colored aura of death filled the passage, causing an immense pressure and making them feel incredibly uneasy. There was no one else in the passage. More precisely, they could not even feel a sliver of life, it was filled with death. Old Dragon and Cultivator Junjun both held their breaths, advancing with incredibly heavy expressions. When they got to the end of the passage, their eyes widened, revealing a look of shock. The passage was not connected to the ground, but rather to a wall. Below the wall was an incredibly large wall. It was incredibly spacious, and at the center of that hall was a tied-up zombie. It had white eyes, and its body was massive. Its screen muscles bulged like mountains. It was completely wrapped in steel chains, and it stood unmovingly on the ground. Around it was an incredibly shocking aura. The aura was black, and it distorted and twisted the area around it, forming a black vortex that signified death. Cultivator Junjun's legs trembled as his eyes widened. His saliva was stuck in his throat, and he did not even dare to swallow it for fear of that terrifying existence. He could feel that zombie could rip him apart. It was a heavenly realm zombie. What kind of madman created this hidden border, creating an existence as evil and powerful as that? If it was not for the token and a bit of fate, he would probably have never found this hidden realm. And that massive secret it was hiding. Old Dragon pointed around before noticing that, other than the entrance they were on, there were 4 other caves around the high halls. Other than that, next to the zombie, there was another cave that seemed to head further underground. If they continued to move, and continued to go further underground, what sort of horrifying zombies would they find there? At that moment, 2 ear-piercing screeches could be heard from 2 out of the 6 holes on the walls. Right after that, 2 massive beasts fell into the hall. One of them was a black panther with a third eye on its forehead, the other was a white lion. The 2 beasts immediately jumped up the moment they touched the ground, on full alert as they looked at that horrifying zombie in fear. The zombie that was quietly standing there widened its mouth, revealing a fierce look as it raised its hands, sending one hand to each beast. The two beasts were both at the Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal realm, but in the hands of that zombie, they were like mere babies. Other than roaring and struggling, there was nothing they could do. After that, they were lifted up by their necks. All the power within their bodies surged, unleashing an unending energy. However, they could not change the situation even slightly. The zombie's hands were like hopeless cages for them. The zombie first sent the Black Panther to its mouth, easily biting a large chunk of meat from its body. The Black Panther cried out in immense agony. So, the caves on the walls were meant to feed the zombie with. Gulp. Cultivator Junjun could no longer stand it, and gulped. He realized that both the panther and the lion were not much weaker than him. It was too horrifying. Roar. The zombie that was eating suddenly raised its head, its wide eyes staring at Cultivator Junjun. After that, it raised its hands and shot at the two of them. Its claws could grab the stars. The palm of its hand was like an entire world. Under the pressure, they had no way of running. We go to the cave underneath. Old Dragon shouted out, and he then raised his hand, sending a palm at the zombie. That palm did not have any visible power to it, nor did it feel particularly powerful, but when it collided with the zombie's claws, it fixed the claws in place. Old Dragon and Cultivator Junjun took the chance to go toward the other cave. Roar. The zombie exploded in rage when its attack was stopped. It threw its food away, and the chains on its body started to clank as it extended both its claws at them. Before the claws landed, the surrounding space started to crack, and an unending pressure descended from the heavens. It was as if it was the will of the heavens itself, and could not be rejected. Under that will, the surrounding space was sealed, and Old Dragon and Cultivator Junjun could not advance. However, the cave and the chains were definitely not ordinary. After all that commotion, nothing seemed damaged at all. Old Dragon had no intention of fighting that zombie to the death, so he grabbed onto Cultivator Junjun as his other hand pushed forward. The space the zombie sealed off was broken, and Old Dragon did not look back, taking a step forward, disappearing into the cave. Roar. The zombie roared in fury, and it vented its anger on its food, fervently biting at it. Cultivator Junjun's face was pale after being grabbed by Old Dragon. He could not help but purse his lips. Are you sure we should move forward? He felt like he would just be looking for death if he continued forward with his level of cultivation. Old Dragon said, since we're already here, investigating everything is a natural course of action. I'll be continuing, and you can do what you want. Cultivator Junjun looked at Old Dragon with a complicated expression, suddenly saying, you've been so indifferent that everyone thought you would not do anything dangerous. I did not expect that you would be so brave. I've misunderstood you. Old Dragon smiled. Ha, it's fine. What joy is there in life, and what suffering is there in death? You. Cultivator Junjun sighed, saying in admiration, I'm very proud that I can call you a friend. Old Dragon looked at Cultivator Junjun's demeanor, and calculated in his mind. With Old Dragon's reactions, he would be able to completely avoid anything and leave Junjun behind at any sight of danger. However, with how Cultivator Junjun was acting, he was suddenly reluctant to betray the man. The two of them continued walking forward, more careful than before. This time, their journey was much longer. There seemed to be no end, and there was only darkness that swallowed everything. At that moment, their footsteps stopped at the same time. They seemed to be able to hear a sound. Their hearts jumped, and they sped up their footsteps. The voice they heard was getting clearer and clearer. One thought extinguishes the heavens. One finger points at eternity, unrivaled in life, unrivaled in death. The voice was not loud, as if someone was mumbling. However, hearing it caused their blood to stop, and their spirits felt a pressure from that voice. Old Dragon and Cultivator Junjun stopped for a moment, taking in a deep breath before they continued. Since it could talk, then was a person or a zombie in front? Earlier, even a Heavenly Realm zombie could only roar like a wild beast, unable to speak at all. As they thought about it, Old Dragon and Cultivator Junjun already walked out of the cave. In front of them was a platform, and on that platform was a coffin. A bronze coffin. It looked very simple, devoid of patents. There were only signs of wear and tear. Boom. When they saw the coffin, Old Dragon and Cultivator Junjun's minds suddenly went blank, as if they had witnessed a deep wisdom, and could not see the end to it. A complete sense of admiration filled their hearts. Even though they had yet to open the coffin, they already knew it was no ordinary thing. One thought extinguishes the heavens. One finger points at eternity, unrivaled in life, unrivaled in death. The voice came from within the bronze coffin, and each time the voice was heard, waves of power would materialize around the coffin, as if an unparalleled warrior was approaching. In Cultivator Junjun's hands, the token shook, floating up into the sky and emitting a multicolored glow. Is it the Soul Master? Or someone else from the 9 elites? Cultivator Junjun widened his eyes. He never expected that this group of people would be so crazy to try to refine an elite zombie. Just as Old Dragon and Cultivator Junjun approached the coffin, a horrifying pressure exploded outwards. The power was immense as he shouted, "You dare?" Old Dragon's expression sank. Without a second word, he picked up Cultivator Junjun and started to run straight for the escape route that he had been eyeing. His speed was immensely fast, and in just a flash, he left the ground and appeared in midair. He did not even look back, and went straight for the exit of the hidden border. Seal the border. As an old voice was heard, in those ancient temples, surges out power started to rise, heading straight for Old Dragon. A heavenly realm zombie was sent right at Old Dragon, roaring. Boom. 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 Each step it took stepped on the laws of space, and a strange power formed around it. It was a flash, it sent a fist out flying. That punch distorted space and shattered the barrier. It did not fly in the air, but rather seemed to teleport instantly, landing right on Old Dragon's body. A white-haired old man floated in the air, focusing on Old Dragon, and he pointed his finger outward. From the skies, a gigantic finger appeared, heading straight for Old Dragon, as if it were squishing an ant. On another side, another heavenly realm aura arose, and a black-clothed, skinny old man flew out. Chapter 607, Senior Old Dragon, we misunderstood you. Entering my corpse world, you won't be allowed to live. The old man in black clothes said, his words boomed as it resonated with the earth and sky. With one word, a law was formed, and the originally dark sky turned even darker. In the sky, lightning flashed, and covered the sky like a web. It looked like the hidden border had been sealed, not allowing anyone to escape. At the same time, that corpse emperor's fist unleashed its might, shattering the space next to Old Dragon. Like a black hole, it fell on Old Dragon's body. Cultivator Junjun was suppressed by the power next to Old Dragon, and the blood in his body boiled. Being suppressed by the laws, if Old Dragon had not been there to hold it up for him, he would have been smashed to dust from just the pressure alone. He hurriedly waved his hand, summoning 6 red banners, forming a spiraling flame that protected his body. It was the ultimate heavenly spiritual treasure that he had obtained in the secret realm last time. The 6 banners came out, and could condense the law of a fire god, burning all attacks around him. It was unrivaled in power. However, his cultivation was far too weak compared to his opponents, and even the fire god was like a candle in a storm, swaying. As for Old Dragon, his expression sank. He managed to think of 33 different methods in his mind in a flash. In the end, he looked at that pitifully weak and helpless Cultivator Junjun, and he sighed in his heart, reluctantly giving up on the other 32 perfect ways to escape. There was nothing he could do, he was operating under the expert's name. For the sake of the expert's reputation, there was no way he would not help someone in need. He raised his hand, summoning a wooden staff. No, more accurately, it was a branch, no different from a branch that was cut off a tree. It did not look like it had been processed at all, and was completely natural. The branch did not have any spiritual energy on it, and seemed extremely ordinary. However, it did not look damaged at all despite the situation. Normally, the entire area had been destroyed by the punch by the corpse emperor, even the pressure alone was enough to destroy everything around them. Old Dragon held the branch, and waited for that black hole, piercing right into it. In a flash, the corpse emperor's fist was shattered, turning into nothing. How is that possible? What kind of branch is that? It actually managed to block an attack from a heavenly realm deity, and eliminate law. It's just a meaningless struggle, he definitely won't be able to defend himself against that Yechung Emperor's finger. Of course, that finger in the sky can even shatter time. Wanting to leave our world alive, keep dreaming. The white-haired old man looked at the branch in Old Dragon's hand, and his ancient eyes suddenly had ripples on it, and started to glow. That branch is actually the main stem of a chaos spiritual root. It's a heaven-defying crafting material. If we get that branch, it can be used to craft an unrivaled tool. His white hair danced in the air as he increased his speed, rapidly closing in. At the same time, that finger was already pushing down from the sky. The finger suddenly expanded a few times, covering the sky so much it practically became the sky, and was pushing down from the heavens. Too scary. Cultivator Junjun's hair, beard and robes were dancing in the wind, even his mouth was crooked. He could feel that, under that finger, the time around them slowed down. That was right, it even suppressed time. The banners that Cultivator Junjun summoned started to shake, and as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on it, the flames went out. Under that finger, even time had been suppressed, let alone space. How could they beat it? Furthermore, they were even in the opponent's territory. Other than that white-haired old man, there were other experts that were rushing over. They were dead. It was hopeless. Cultivator Junjun could not help but say in a trembling voice, Senior Dragon, just leave me be, you should run if you can." Old Dragon suddenly laughed, "Ha, what nonsense. I have never betrayed my teammates." Such a simple sentence felt like it had injected something into Cultivator Junjun's heart, causing his eyes to burn as tears fell from his eyes. Old Dragon held the branch in his hand, and he did not slow down as he faced that finger. Just like a sharp blade, he braved the storm as he pierced through the law. As the finger was about to hit, Old Dragon waved his branch, as if he was used to using a branch to fight. With a light clap, that finger suddenly completely dispersed. The white-haired old man felt his right hand shake, leaving a red mark. The spiritual root in his hand has the ability to cut through spells. The white-haired old man's voice was raspy, it shook as he said passionately, "We have to detain him, and ask for the source of that root. Unleash another corpse emperor. This person has to be suppressed." The black-robed old man sped towards Old Dragon, a mighty power condensed around his body that was as imperious as a mountain. In his hand was a large black sword, which he slashed right at Old Dragon. With that slash, space seemed to be torn apart like paper, and he flew right at Old Dragon. In his eyes was a look of greed. They were necromancers that could refine corpses, so they naturally dabbled in the Tao of refinement. The branch had the ability to destroy laws. The moment it was refined into a tool, coupled with the power of their zombies, it would definitely send their cult to a higher level. At that moment, Old Dragon brought Cultivator Junjun to the edge of the border. There was a radiant glow around them, lightning moved everywhere, and it was sealed incredibly tightly. Feeling the shocking sword intent behind them, Old Dragon still remained calm. Even though the branch could destroy any law it touched, there was no way for it to withstand a sword. However, he naturally had other preparations. With a wave of his arm, a green turtle shell appeared. It suddenly grew, turning into a massive shield that protected the two of them. Boom! The sword slashed on the turtle shell, and the shell merely shook, but did not break. A turtle shell managed to block the sword Tao of Emperor Ling Yun? That bastard has a lot of good treasures. We have to capture him. The expressions of the black-robed old man and the white-haired old man turned serious. In a flash, they arrived next to the shell. They then used their immense powers to suppress it. At the same time, the corpse emperor arrived as well. With a roar, it set a punch right at the shell. That punch was enough to destroy a small world. Crack! A crack suddenly appeared on the turtle shell. However, that was already very unbelievable. It was an attack from 3 heavenly stage deities. The fact that the shell could even strike one was enough to shock anyone. At that moment, another corpse emperor had been released, and was hurrying over with a ferocious expression. Inside the shell, Cultivator Junjun looked at the shell, and could not help but ask curiously, "Senior Dragon, what is this shell?" Old Dragon said, "I bathe with the turtle in the expert's backyard every day, it's quite natural for him to give me a shell." Cultivator Junjun nodded, then he looked at the branch in Old Dragon's hand. "Then this branch?" Old Dragon said, "This tree grows next to the lake, isn't it natural for me to take some?" Cultivator Junjun could not help but look incredibly envious. Being able to be by the expert's side really was amazing. Something he could just casually take was already a priceless treasure. Only. Sigh. Cultivator Junjun sighed, "We probably won't be able to get out of here." The border had been sealed shut, and the shell would not last much longer. There were so many deities outside that could kill him in an instant. Stupid child, breaking borders is a basic ability of the spiritual roots in the expert's backyard, it's just that we'll have to pay a small price this time. Old Dragon looked at the branch ruefully, raising his hand and wiping against it. Suddenly, that incredibly ordinary branch was enveloped by a radiant glow. After that, Old Dragon cast a spell, pointing at the border in front of them. The branch floated into the air, slowly landing on the border. It was surrounded by unlimited light and lightning. After that, it started to dissolve. As it dissolved, the border seemed to dissolve as well, slowly revealing a door. Cultivator Junjun was ecstatic. He said excitedly, "That's amazing, Senior Dragon, let's go." Yet, Old Dragon did not move, and suddenly said somberly, "You go." Cultivator Junjun was stunned. At that moment, Nu and the others, who were standing guard outside, came in as well. They had concerned expressions, asking what had happened. "It's alright, don't waste time, you need to escape quickly." Old Dragon seriously looked at them, saying, "The opponents are too strong. It's not practical for us to escape together. I have to stay behind." Cultivator Junjun's eyes reddened as he shouted, "Senior Dragon." Old Dragon raised his hand, throwing Cultivator Junjun out as he said righteously, "Go, don't bother with me, all of you must go." Nu and the others might not know what was happening, but they still felt a sense of respect as they shouted, "Senior Dragon." At that moment, the border had already begun to reseal itself. Old Dragon looked at them with a comforted look, "Run now, don't let my sacrifice be in vain. Goodbye, my fellow cultivators." "No." Cultivator Junjun sobbed, his entire body trembled as he cried, even his power was in a mess. Jade Emperor immediately went to help him, consoling him. "Cultivator Junjun, calm down. What happened?" Cultivator Junjun sobbed as he thumped his chest, saying sadly, "Old Dragon is a good teammate, he is the best teammate. We misunderstood him before, he's not sleazy at all. He's a hero. Boo-hoo." Yang Jian said, "No matter what, we have to listen to Old Dragon and leave this place for now." Cultivator Junjun said, "No, I won't leave. Let me go. I want to die with Old Dragon. I, Cultivator Junjun, will never betray a teammate." The others were helpless, and could only forcibly pull Cultivator Junjun, who was sobbing uncontrollably, away, rapidly leaving that forsaken place. On the way, as they listened to Cultivator Junjun's accounts of what had happened, everyone had a complicated expression on their faces, and their eyes were full of regret. "I can't believe Old Dragon would do that, we really didn't understand him before. How will we tell Dragon what happened when we go back? How will we tell the experts? Senior Old Dragon, I'm sorry, you're not sleazy at all." At the same time, in the corpse world, Old Dragon smiled. "This way, my clone's death will be more worth it. At least it won't be as wasteful. However, no matter what, I can't let it die in vain, I'll get whatever value I can out of it." Boom! At that moment, the turtle shell exploded. The two corpse emperors let out a bloodthirsty roar. The black-robed old man and the white-haired old man looked at Old Dragon with cold eyes as they frowned. "Why is there only one person left? You're done. Why don't you just kneel down and surrender?" "Surrender?" Old Dragon smiled coldly, not panicking at all. He coldly said, "I'll reveal my cards. I'm someone from the ministry, do you dare to touch me?" After that, he wiped on his face, turning into the South Shadow Guard that he had killed, saying, "This is my true form. If you don't want to die, hurry up and kowtow right now and beg for my forgiveness." The white-haired old man laughed, "You don't know your place. In my world, no one can do as they please. Stop listening to his nonsense, seize him." The black-robed old man reached out at Old Dragon. However, Old Dragon disappeared in a flash, and headed straight for one of the ancient temples. "You won't escape." The two old men reached out at the same time, slashing right at Old Dragon. The space around Old Dragon suddenly solidified, the will of the heavenly realm pressed down on him, and an unending law formed into the power of wind, fire, lightning and other effects, as if they were trying to refine him. Roar! With an angry roar, Old Dragon's body radiated a golden glow, and his entire body blurred as he turned into a golden dragon. The golden dragon roared in the air, carving a path for Old Dragon. Ugh! Old Dragon spat out a mouthful of blood, but he did not slow down at all as he went right into the ancient temple. He immediately rushed to the bronze coffin at the deepest parts. His clone could no longer be saved anyway, so he might as well check if the Soul Master was really in the copper coffin. Courting death. The black-robed elder rushed over, his face dark as he let out an angry cry, sending a palm at Old Dragon. Boom boom boom. With his anger, the strike of the palm overflowed with wind, and caused the earth to shake, leaving cracks everywhere, and the ancient temple even burst in the explosion. However, The environment around the area had already been strengthened through special laws, and were even more durable than the environment within the area of the gods. Otherwise, everything would have been reduced to dust. Around the imprint of the palm, there was movement under the ground, and the cracked repaired themselves. Old Dragon did not even have the time to put up a defense, and the horrifying pressure pushed down on him, causing his body to start to crack. The golden dragon had already started to disappear from the tail onwards. At that moment, Old Dragon was already in front of the coffin. His body was already starting to be destroyed, and one arm and one leg had already disappeared. He reached out with his remaining arm, and pushed on the copper coffin. He wanted to open it up. Boom! A destructive power surged up, and the world of corpses fell into darkness. An unending and horrifying amount of death energy surged out from the coffin, containing the power of wisdom. The power surged out and completely annihilated what remained of Old Dragon's body. Chapter 608, Blackie, Old Dragon, don't insult my intelligence. At that moment, on a red star that the ministry was on, Liu and the minister sat at a direction deep within the chaos. Behind them, North Shadow Guard, Left Messenger and the others from the ministry were silently accompanying them, not daring to make any moves. They, too, raised their heads and looked into the distance. The minister frowned, finally losing his patience as he said in anger, "It's been 10 days. A whole 10 days. That useless South Shadow Guard could have at least sent some news back even if he died outside." Liu's expression was just as ugly, and he felt like he had wasted his time waiting for a piece of trash. Just pursuing a little ant has taken up so much time. Did your subordinate encounter something happy and get distracted? His words were filled with unhappiness and mocking. In his eyes, the minister might be helping him, but he was still a dog to be fed. Now, the wisdom within the sea of chaos was unstable, and he merely needed to check out the situation. The others still needed more time, which was why he still needed the ministry to help him. Otherwise, he would already have been done with them. "Please calm down, there might have been some delays on the way." The minister was just as anxious. After all, he was more concerned about the location of the repose herb. He said, "Left Messenger, North Shadow Guard, go investigate the area of the gods. You have to bring the South Shadow Guard back." Left Messenger suddenly shuddered, and almost peed in fright. She already had her reservations about the area of the gods. South Shadow Guard not returning had been within her expectations. It was more than likely that he had been killed by those within the area of the gods. When she heard the minister's orders, it was only natural for her to panic. The area of the gods was too terrifying. "Anyone else can go if they want to, I definitely won't." She panicked and tried to look for an excuse to reject it. Yet, she heard the North Shadow Guard say, "Don't worry, Minister, I will definitely bring the North Shadow Guard back." What did he mean by that? Left Messenger panicked. She looked at the North Shadow Guard as if she was looking at a dead person. "Do you think you'll still be able to return alive if you go to the area of the gods with me?" Whoosh! At that moment, at an area within the chaos, a tremendous power suddenly exploded, turning into a strange phenomenon, causing a colorful glow to emit from within the chaos. Looking over, it seemed like an intense light within the chaos that contained a tremendous power. It caused all of their hearts to shake. When all of them looked in that direction, they had expressions of shock on their faces. What happened there? Why is there suddenly such a horrifying power? Was a treasure just born? The minister narrowed his eyes, saying, "It's the aura of wisdom." "That's right, it definitely is. It might be where Soul Master is." Liu's eyes flashed in a cold glint. The reason he had entered the chaos beforehand was because the elders of the Eldritchs had felt the possibility of the Soul Master returning, which was why he came beforehand to annihilate it. Being able to unleash such power, even if it was not Soul Master, it was definitely one of the experts from back then. Thinking back on the 9 elites that appeared in the chaos, especially that shockingly beautiful woman, Liu's pupils contracted, and he even felt his heart jump. Even as a member of the Eldritchs, he could not help but be shocked. Using their power, they had suppressed the Eldritchs. That majestic might had been deeply carved into the Eldritchs' minds despite the number of years that have passed. No matter what, that person must die. Liu coldly said before he said without delay, "Go there right now." At that, the ministry's people started to head to the direction of that power. In the area of the gods, Cultivator Junjun had been dragged back by the rest of them. His eyes were red from the crying, and he seemed close to fainting. Due to his sadness, his body was still trembling. He kept on mumbling in his mouth, "I've sinned. Let me die, let me accompany old dragon." Jade Emperor asked, "What do we do?" Nuwa suggested, "Why don't we go and look for the expert? After all, it's such a big deal, we should at least let him know." Yang Jian could not help but say, "The Eldritchs, the 9 elites, and that zombie world, there are far too many secrets within the chaos. It's too unsafe, I wonder what the expert thinks about it all." Jade Emperor said, "That's right, it would be great if the expert could lend a hand, then all of these problems would be easily handled. The expert is naturally all-capable." They had absolute confidence in Li Nianfan. It was like a religion in their hearts. No matter what problems they faced, as long as they thought of the expert, their hearts would be soothed, and they would be more motivated. "That's right, let's go see the expert." Cultivator Junjun suddenly said, "I need to ask for punishment." "Stop spouting nonsense. Old Dragon might have been in the expert's pond, but he had never shown himself. The expert probably doesn't even care about him. If you interrupt the expert's cultivation for that, it would be an even greater offense." Nuwa immediately said, "Let's go see what the expert thinks first." After everyone discussed the matter, it was decided that Nuwa would bring Cultivator Junjun to visit the expert. When they reached the foot of Fallen Immortal Mountain, they suddenly stumbled upon a young man who was holding a sword and chopping wood. Next to him was quite a bit of material, as if he was preparing to build a wooden house. Jang Liu had naturally noticed Nuwa and Cultivator Junjun as well, but he minded his own business and ignored them. He was deep in thought, and knew that he should not casually interfere with what happened around him. Since the expert wanted him to chop up firewood, then he would be a woodcutter. If it did not affect his job, then he would not care about it. After all, someone like the expert would probably have other plans, and it would be a sin for him to disrupt them. At that moment, his power was concealed, and he seemed just like a regular woodcutter. He had already entered the realm where he could hide his sword Dao, and he focused on cutting wood. Jang Liu knew very well that the expert asking him to cut wood was a form of training, to train both his body and mind. Cultivator Junjun and Nuwa found it strange, and walked over curiously, not wanting to offend anyone as they asked, "Could I ask if you're planning on staying here?" Jang Liu nodded. Cultivator Junjun could not help but say, "Do you know where this is? It's not somewhere you can casually put your roots on. There could not be rabble under the expert." Jang Liu looked at Cultivator Junjun and Nuwa strangely. It seemed like the two of them knew that the expert stayed in the mountains. He said, "I'm just a woodcutter, chopping firewood here to provide to the top of the mountain." "Providing firewood for the top of the mountain? An honor, what a tremendous honor." Cultivator Junjun and Nuwa's hearts jumped and their expressions when they looked at Jang Liu changed to admiration. At that moment, they noticed a book moving next to Jang Liu. Looking at it, they were suddenly covered by an unending sword Dao, and could feel the piercing sharpness and coldness. It hurt their eyes, causing them to be unable to look at it. It was definitely a book that the expert had written, and in the book was the wisdom of the sword. "So you are the expert's woodcutter, we're sorry for being impolite." Cultivator Junjun and Nuwa's eyes were fixed on that book, filled with admiration. That young man was able to be a woodcutter under the expert's mountain, what incredible luck. He was blessed. The three of them exchanged pleasantries for a moment before Cultivator Junjun and Nuwa continued up the mountain. This time, the one who opened the door was Xiao Bei, and they were invited inside. Inside, Li Nianfan was grinding cocoa beans, happily making chocolate. Seeing Nuwa and Cultivator Junjun, he enthusiastically said, "Nuwa, Cultivator Junjun, grab a seat. Xiao Bei, hurry up and prepare some tea and snacks." Nuwa said, "Sorry for interrupting you, Lord said." "Hey, you're being too polite. You coming over has really brightened up my day." Li Nianfan waved it off, and noticed that Cultivator Junjun's eyes were red. He definitely had something on his mind, and Li Nianfan could already hazard a guess. To be able to make an immortal lose his composure meant that the impact would not be small. They probably encountered some difficulties and came over here to dispel their worries. That was very normal. A lot of people would go to cafes to have some tea whenever they had something on their mind. Li Nianfan did not ask too much, and said, "Has it been hard on you lately?" It seemed like the expert knew everything. With just one simple sentence, Cultivator's body shook, and his eyes reddened even more. It was as if a wandering child had returned and received his parents' concern. His words were suddenly caught in his throat, and he was speechless. Nuwa sighed, nodding. Both the area of the gods and chaos, many troublesome matters have happened. Li Nianfan nodded. If you're tired, then sit down and relax. Have some tea and eat some good food. His words were very sincere. First of all was naturally his respect for Nuwa. Furthermore, the heavenly palace maintained the order of the world, and contributed to the peace of the realm. They had given a lot, and deserved respect. Peace that existed was always won by people in the past. Seeing their difficulties, Li Nianfan was naturally touched. After all, his comfortable life here was also thanks to them. Lord Saint, this is the newspaper you wanted. We brought it along with us. Nuwa took out a newspaper and handed it to Li Nianfan. Oh? Thank you so much. Li Nianfan's eyes brightened, and he took the paper from Nuwa's hands and started to read it. The newspaper had been strengthened by power. Even though it was not large, there were a lot of things recorded inside, and the key points were also separated. It was easy to look at, and the news had been carefully curated. Surprise discovery of a hidden realm belonging to the 9 elites. The great enemies, the Eldritchs, caused great disasters within the chaos. The zombie world hidden within the chaos. Northern Mountain Emperor's concubine's affair with Kingling sect disciple causes a war between the two forces. Yuehua branch established as an official sect in the area of the gods, guests are invited. Xiao Changfeng brings 100,000 troops to annihilate Black Wind Mountain. Looking at the news provided a lot of entertainment. It also allowed Li Nianfan to know more about what was happening around the area of the gods without needing to go out at all. It had greatly increased his knowledge. Cultivator Junjun said respectfully, Lord Saint, could we head to the backyard? Of course you can, go ahead. Li Nianfan causally waved them off, and continued looking at the news. Being from an age of information, Li Nianfan naturally had an intense thirst for knowledge. Cultivator Junjun and Nuwa slowly got up, and they bowed to Li Nianfan before heading to the backyard. They wanted to go to the pond to offer a prayer for Old Dragon. In the backyard, Dragon was eating a large apple and working at the same time. She was incredibly cute and filled with life. Looking at the guests, she happily said, "Oh, Nuwa, Cultivator Junjun." Cultivator Junjun saw Dragon, and his eyes immediately had a look of guilt. He forced out a smile. "Hello." Dragon said, "Why did you come over? If you want to eat any fruits, I can get Nanan to get them for you." Cultivator Junjun shook his head, raspily saying, "There's no need. Dragon, I have to tell you something." Dragon curiously said, "What is it?" "Your ancestor died." Tears fell from Junjun's eyes again. Dragon and Nanan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? My ancestor is dead? How could the ancestor that passed on the Tao of indifference to them be dead?" Dragon and Nanan were not that sad, because they did not believe it at all. "It's true." Cultivator Junjun sighed, saying with great respect, "He protected our retreat, sacrificing himself. Your ancestor is a true hero, so let's not make fun of him anymore." Dragon and Nanan bit their lips, and tears started to gather in their eyes. "He's not dead." Blackie slowly walked over, his face was full of disbelief. "I'm not making fun of you, but you're really thinking too highly of yourself. With how that dragon is, do you think he would sacrifice himself to protect you? You should already be thanking the heavens that he didn't sell you out right away." "Lord Dog, I won't allow you to insult Senior Dragon like that." Cultivator Junjun said, "You've misunderstood Senior Dragon." Blackie ignored him, walking right to the pond, slapping the surface as he said, "Old Dragon, don't insult my intelligence. Stop pretending, come out right now." "It's impossible, I saw it." Cultivator Junjun's sorrowful words stopped there as he stared, dumbfounded, as ripples started to appear. After that, an old man appeared on the surface. He said, "Ah, so it was just my clone that died. I was too deep into playing the part, and I actually forgot." You. Cultivator Junjun trembled as he pointed at Old Dragon, his eyes bulged as the words repeated in his head. I'm stupid. You piece of shit. You stinking dragon. Dang it, it was just a clone, but he made it so sad, how shameless. Most importantly, he actually thought that Old Dragon was the best teammate he could ever have, braving dangers for him. He was afraid to even think about it now. So what if it's a clone? It's still one of my lives. It wasn't easy for me to gather the materials to make an actual clone in the backyard, and now I lost one. Chapter 609, Neighbors Fight, Third Party Takes Advantage. Cultivator Junjun's eyes widened as he shouted angrily, "Quit your bullshit!" Is my life not even worth that of your clones? You tricked my feelings, wasted my tears. Ha ha. Old Dragon laughed coldly. My clone was made with the soil underneath your feet and shaped with the water in this pond. It's then refined with the roots of the spiritual roots next to the pond. Do you feel that it's as valuable as you? That. Cultivator Junjun's words stopped. With that comparison, he suddenly felt like his entire body was trash. In the end, he pulled the feelings card, sincerely exclaiming, "It's still my life. I'm your dear teammate. Furthermore, we're old buddies from the same eldritch hometown. Emotions are priceless." Old Dragon snorted, "Feelings are expensive, this time I made a huge loss." Putting the clone aside, the treasures he had brought with him were all gone as well. Not only the branch, there was also Lao Gui's shell. Those were both treasures that he had shamelessly asked for, the type that could not replace itself. He looked at Dragon and Nanan, then looked up at the willow trees that were swaying in the wind next to the pond as he said meaningfully, "Nanan, Dragon, remember to not slack off when you're fertilizing and watering the plants from now on. Be more careful and perform well. After you had made a huge loss, we naturally won't slack off anymore. That's right, we'll both work hard to get stronger." After this affair, Dragon and Nanan deeply felt the importance of strength. The outside world was far too dangerous. Ha ha ha, even if I made a huge loss, would it have been in vain? They won't be faring that well either. Old Dragon laughed, and said with a pleased expression, "A genius like me will naturally maximize my profits. I managed to fool them at the last moment." Blackie's expression changed slightly, saying, "The dragon's tricks are usually good. After all, the only thing he thinks about is how to trick people and increase his own chances of survival." Dragon raised his hand excitedly, I know, that's what brother calls a wolf in sheep's clothing." Nanan added, "And a swindler." "Smart." Blackie praised the two of them. Nuwa curiously asked, "Might I ask how you tricked them?" Old Dragon smiled cheekily, "I told them I was from the ministry. They're probably already looking for a way to find the ministry, and there's a very good chance that the two dogs will end up biting each other." "Why is it two dogs and not two dragons?" Blackie immediately stood up for his own race and for the rights of dogs. However, being able to cause trouble for the ministry caused Blackie's ears to perk up in excitement as he nodded. "However, your scheme has really piqued my interest. I have to go see something as interesting as these two dragons biting each other." At that moment, in the zombie world, the black-robed old man stood with the white-haired old man, discussing something. It was Emperor Ling Yun and Emperor Tiancheng. The white-haired old man said, "Ling Yun, what do you think?" Ling Yun analyzed and said, "That person's background is no simple matter, there might even be a chaos spirit root that has undergone spiritual transformation behind him." Spiritual roots were all born off heaven and earth, they contained immense luck, and were natural magical objects. However, wisdom was always balanced, and everything had its pros and cons. Wild beasts, if fate-aligned, were able to gain sentience and turn into demons. However, spiritual roots were different, it was incredibly difficult for them to turn into demons. Plants already had a hard time changing their forms, and it was practically impossible for spiritual roots. Unless they were loved by the heavens, and gained the favor of the Deos. So, it was naturally incredibly extraordinary for spiritual roots to undergo spiritual transformations. In essence, a spiritual root like that would be able to give birth to countless experts. It could increase the level of a small world by a lot. Other than that, after a spiritual root underwent spiritual transformation, it would give birth to many other uses, and its power was endless. So, some people would pray to these spiritual roots, and some villages or even some worlds all relied on being nourished by that spiritual root. The branch Old Dragon used had probably been given to him by some spiritual root that had undergone spiritual transformation. Emperor Tiancheng nodded, saying, "A transformed chaos spiritual root is extremely extraordinary, if we can get it, the benefits will be endless." Emperor Lingyun said, "He's from the ministry, we should send our people to find out about them." Emperor Tiancheng added, "That's right, and we need to find out what the ministry's intentions for sneaking into our world is." Pierce. At that moment, the sky of the zombie world seemed to have been pierced into half by a blade, opening up a hole. A lash of lightning covered the sky, and thunder started to roar. Emperor Lingyun and Emperor Tiancheng's expressions darkened as they shouted angrily, "How bold, someone is trying to force their way into our border." Outside the border, North Shadow Guard from the Ministry was trying to forcefully break into the border with his subordinates. Liu coldly looked at the border in front, and had a cold smile on his face. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I never expected a hidden border here, it's probably hiding something." The minister's expression was cold. "They're all just mice hiding in their holes, I'll force them out." "It's too slow." Liu shook his head before making a move himself. He raised a hand and pushed forward, and his palm radiated a glow, pressing right on the border in front of them. After that, as if it were eating, it chewed a hole in the border. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from inside, and with a mountainous punch, it went straight for Liu's face. Liu's eyes narrowed, and sent a punch right back. Boom! The aftershocks tore apart the border, and their confrontation started. The two emperors shouted, "Who dares enter our zombie world?" Zombie world? Liu looked at the corpse emperor that had just exchanged a fist with him, and there was a thoughtful look in his eyes, and he said, "It looks like there's a Wisdom Realm corpse. It will prove very useful." North Shadow Guard loudly declared, "We are from the Ministry. There is only one reason we're here. Hand over the Wisdom Realm corpse." "You're from the Ministry?" The group from the zombie world had a change in expression, and their eyes suddenly glowed in ill intent. "You want us to hand over the Wisdom Elite's corpse?" The two emperors exchanged a glance, and their eyes were cold. They had just been planning on getting information on the Ministry to steal that chaos spiritual root that was backing them away, but they never expected the Ministry to show up themselves. "Do you know this person?" Emperor Tiancheng waved his hand, and a picture of South Shadow Guard appeared. Left Messenger frowned and said, "He's our South Shadow Guard, what have you done to him?" Emperor Lingyun said, "Ha, that's not bad then. This person came into my world and did what he pleased, so we just killed him off. Do you want to die?" "The ones who want to die are you, barging into our world like that. Do you think we're easily bullied?" "Ah! Kill this world. Release the zombies." Immediately, the two sides started to fight as if they were sworn enemies. Killing intent quickly overtook the battlefield. Inexhaustible power started to flow in the chaos. It was no longer just a simple fight, there were even many heavenly realm deities fighting, and the battle caused all of chaos to shake. The battle was intense. Not far away, a few Dao bodies were silently staring at the field, their eyes all shocked. Who else but Blackie and the others? It seems like we came at just the right time. I can't believe the actors in this show were so eager to start their performance. Dragon, I have to say, your ploy this time is beautifully done. The battle is so intense. Isn't the zombie world too scary? They were actually able to refine Heavenly Realm zombies. The Ministry is actually working with the Eldritchs. The Ministry and the zombie world are too crazy, they actually have so many experts. They were hidden in the darkness, using Old Dragon's concealment spell to suppress their auras. Counting the experts, they were incredibly shocked. The Ministry had the Minister and Liu at the helm, and other than North Shadow Guard and Left Messenger, they actually had 4 other Heavenly Realm deities. As for the zombie world, they did not know if there were other experts hidden there. Even if that was not the case, there was still a copper coffin with a Wisdom Realm Elite's corpse in it. Basically, with the power of the two sides, they fought until it shook even cause itself. On the other hand, other than Blackie and Old Dragon, they did not have other Heavenly Realm cultivators on their side. This world is incredibly dangerous. Old Dragon looked at it and lamented, the chaos is boundless. In the unlimited expanse, there will definitely be many figures that stand above everyone else. There are definitely many worlds like this zombie world. There are also the Eldritchs, they managed to chaos disaster to the chaos, and even the 9 elites could not hold them back, they are probably unfathomably powerful. I should never have left the mountain. You're all so unreasonable. I just lost a clone, and you still forced me out here, I really don't have enough clones to use. Shut up. Don't distract me. Blackie looked at Old Dragon with some scorn. Since we're here, I shouldn't waste our trip. There are quite a few exotic treasures in the Ministry. As he said that, he waved his paw, and a fishing rod appeared in his hand. At the right time, he would point it at the battlefield. At that moment, on the battlefield, a woman from the Ministry was fighting against an opponent. The two of them were battling with their treasures, and the battle was very even. Yet, at that moment, she suddenly felt her body tighten, as if something had wrapped itself around her waist. Before she could react, a will of wisdom that she could not fight against was sent right into her body, suppressing her strength and causing her body to twist, revealing her true form. It was a brown pangolin. With a tug from Blackie, she was pulled away from the battlefield right in front of Blackie. On her face was confusion and panic. This really is an exotic treat. Cultivator Junjun and the others suddenly sprang into action, holding the ropes that they had prepared. Quickly, tie it up, we'll bring it back to the expert. Blackie continued fishing. Very quickly, he fished up a deer. Blackie would always make a move at the most opportune moments, like an experienced fisher. Yet, he did not cast his gaze on any heavenly realm experts, so the efficiency was high. In a flash, there were already 12 different flavors tied up. Blackie's eyes flashed, and his gaze fell on North Shadow Guard, his hook waiting for the opportunity to strike. At that moment, North Shadow Guard was facing Emperor Tiancheng. The two of them were surrounded by power, and were clashing against each other. Their bodies had already been destroyed multiple times before being reformed. Godly power, heavenly finger. Emperor Tiancheng took a deep breath and pointed a finger at North Shadow Guard. A massive finger appeared, and was sent right at North Shadow Guard. North Shadow Guard's body was fixed in the air, and the approaching finger was already powerful enough to cause cracks to appear on his body. However, his eyes narrowed and he sent a spell out as well. Desolate Rebellion. The destructive spell shot out like a blade, and went straight for the body, leaving no room for escape. Emperor Tiancheng's body was immediately shredded by the spell, and blood flew everywhere. However, North Shadow Guard had also been turned to mush by the finger. Their life forces lit up at the same time, and their bodies started to reform. At that moment, a fishing line that was hard to see suddenly descended, soundlessly appearing next to North Shadow Guard and hooking his mouth. A black rhinoceros horn appeared, holding onto his body tightly and fighting against the hook. Not far away, Left Messenger was fighting a corpse emperor. When she saw the scene, she could not help but furrow her eyebrows. Save me, save me. Someone's taking advantage of the situation and hooking me away. North Shadow Guard called for help, but his body was already slowly being pulled to a direction by the fishing hook. He looked at Left Messenger, and his eyes were filled with stubbornness. Left Messenger looked over at the direction the hook came from, and her eyes narrowed. Not far away, a dog was standing on its hind legs, using all its might to pull at the fishing rod, trying to fish out North Shadow Guard. North Shadow Guard was incredibly anxious. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and help, save me." Left Messenger's eyes were unsettled for a moment before she finally waved her hands in front of North Shadow Messenger's hopeless gaze. "Take care of yourself, goodbye." After that, she turned around to a direction within the chaos, bouncing a few times before disappearing. North Shadow Guard's head was filled with questions. His body flew right up, landing in front of Blackie. What a good haul. Blackie and the others let out happy smiles. With so many high-class exotic goods for the expert would definitely be happy. Cultivator Junjun waved, saying hopefully, "Lord Dog, could you let me try it out?" Blackie said, "Go ahead, but remember to steady your hand and do it accurately. Don't be greedy, start from the minnows." As it continued, the ministry's number silently decreased without anyone knowing. Chapter 610, The Ministry and the Zombie World Tear Each Other Apart, Elite reveals himself. As time passed, the minister, who had been observing the battle, had noticed a problem as well. Since the battle had been too intense, each member had their own fights, and fought in various places within the chaos. However, he suddenly noticed that his side's number seemed to rapidly be decreasing. It had been an even battle, but it slowly turned into 1 against 2, 1 against 3. He frowned, saying in an imposing voice, "Be careful everyone, this zombie world is very sinister. They must have some ambushes hidden in the dark." "Ha, the ministry is nothing." Emperor Lingyun held his black sword and laughed coldly. He was fighting Liu. It felt difficult initially, but after North Shadow Guard left the battle, Emperor Tiancheng had rushed over to help him, and the tables were turned. Liu had a cold expression, and he unleashed his attacks furiously. With a punch, it carved a black path in the chaos, and the terrifying power was enough to destroy anything in its path. His life origins were different from beings within the chaos. Not only was his body naturally strong, Tao flowed in his veins. They were a naturally strong and blessed race. Attacks that landed on his body affected him a lot less than anyone else. Furthermore, his origin of life was also denser than those born in chaos. It emitted a very strong pressure on others. Jade Emperor could not help but exclaim, "The Eldritchs really are strong. It's a power that comes naturally to them. Cultivator Junjun said, "They are born so strong, it really causes one to feel helpless." Born strong? So what? Yang Jion's eyes glowed with fearlessness when he said, "Did you forget how humans were in the Eldritch world? Back then, the dragons and the phoenixes were just as strong, and humans were like ants. However, even ants can reach the heavens." He was someone who cultivated step by step from an ordinary person. From having to eat raw meat at the start, to fighting against wild beasts and then demons. Now, immortals were everywhere, and they had as many sects as there were stars in the skies, creating countless chaos to pass down through the generations. That was a human. Ha ha ha, I like these words of yours. Xiao Changfeng laughed, patting Yang Jian on the shoulder. Wisdom has no flaws. Each living being possesses their own Tao. Being naturally strong does not mean you're peerless. Last time, 9 elites appeared. This time, there will be 10, 11. And I, Xiao Changfeng, will cut through this ancient disaster. Nua nodded, agreeing, "You're right. Don't forget, we have the expert behind us. He will guide us, and pass the Tao on to us." Life and death destruction. At that moment, a large shout could be heard. Emperor Lingyun summoned up power around him, condensing into a black river. It flowed rapidly, containing very thick death energy. The laws of life and death were circulating within, and yin and yang intersected, as if it would split open at any moment. The black river condensed on the sword, and was sent straight at Gayu. Ah! Blood splattered. Gaiu's upper body had been sliced into two, and even a portion of his life force was shaved away. As his body was preparing to reform, another shout was heard. Heavenly Finger. Emperor Yancheng also used his spell, and a huge finger appeared in the sky, squishing Gaiu as if it were squishing an ant. Ah! Gaiu let out an angry shout, and a light glowed in his origin, condensing into a body of flesh. His eyes were red, and his expression was incredibly fierce. Emperor Yancheng smiled coldly. "Ha, what useless anger." At that moment, a corpse emperor shot out, the Tao circled its body, its power was like an ocean. With destructive intent, it raised its fist and sent it right at Gaiu. The three of them worked together, and repeatedly killed Gaiu, trying to deplete all his life origin. Despicable ants, you dare fight God? Gaiu's face darkened as he looked at the minister. "Are you still not going to make your move?" "Sir, I." The minister's face had a look of struggle on it. He had just swallowed 4 wisdom realm cultivators, and the power within his body was very unstable. If he made a move, the balance would be broken. It would not only be immensely painful, it would also leave scars behind. The consequences were very severe. It was a pity, he only had one last medicine left. That trash of a South Shadow Guard, where had he sent the repose herb? Just as he clenched his teeth and prepared to attack, Gaiu was already surrounded by the 3 of them, and could no longer wait. "You piece of trash! Your subordinates are trash, and you are even bigger trash!" Gaiu coldly snorted, and his power suddenly exploded. A horrifying power suddenly surged out from his body like an overflowing river. It was unstoppable. A pressure that was impossible to withstand suppressed everyone, causing the 3 foes to retreat, their faces shocked. "You forced this on me." Gaiu's eyes had turned golden, and his voice sounded like it came from the heavens. "Gaiu is inviting my Eldritch Elite." Hum. The chaos shook, and started to ripple. A massive figure that carried a shocking might slowly materialized behind Gaiu. On the surface, it looked the same as Gaiu, and was an Eldritch. However, his power was far too strong. Even though it was just a shadow, the moment it descended, just with a sliver of its energy, it was enough to suppress everything present. The figure stood in the chaos, and spanned eternity, surpassing all the worlds, standing above all the laws. Retreat. Emperor Yancheng and Emperor Lingyun's expressions changed. They immediately retreated, and cast a spell at the same time, summoning 2 corpse emperors to their side. At the same time, the Eldritch Elite's shadow had already raised its hand, and slammed down from the heavens. That palm was not too big, but it still seemed to surpass heaven and earth. The palm itself formed its own world. It was enough to shatter yin and yang, and suppress God. The palm landed. Unlimited laws burst out. It contained the power of wisdom, and seemed to destroy everything. The 3 corpse emperors, within the waves of power, immediately turned to dust, even their life origins had been wiped away. Ugh! Emperor Tiancheng and Emperor Lingyun spat out blood at the same time. Their Tao hearts had been heavily damaged. If they had not used the two corpse emperors as shields, they would already be dead. The others were not in a good state either, their faces were pale, and the blood was churning. They did not even dare to breathe. That was the power of an elite. It was just a shadow, but it was enough to suppress everything, disrupting all the laws. Danger! Danger! Old Dragon widened his eyes, even his mustache was standing up. He was prepared to cut the connection to his clone at any moment. The power of an elite was something that could only be felt through experience. At that moment, everyone finally had a clear view. So a Wisdom Realm elite was even more horrifying than they had thought. The expert might be strong, but he had never shown his skills. So, they only had respect in their hearts, and the fear was muted. It was like a nuclear bomb. Everyone knew its power, but that was just limited to the imagination, so it would definitely be more muted. Experiencing it would greatly enhance the fear. Everyone looked at that eldritch elite, holding their breaths. Gayu respectfully greeted the shadow. Gayu greets Elite Ghoulie. Ghoulie's eyes slowly opened his eyes. Within it, a river of stars flowed, and wisdom materialized. Ghoulie ignored him, and looked deep within the zombie world, saying to himself, "No wonder you called out my shadow. You found one of the 9 elites. However, it's actually not Soul Master." Gayu immediately said, "This place is called the zombie world. My power was insufficient, so I had to ask for your help, please destroy it." Ghoulie nodded, saying, "Wait for me to destroy that wisdom elite's origin. If I have enough power left, I'll help you get rid of everything else." After that, he leapt into the zombie world. Boom boom boom. With each step he took, the whole zombie world started to get unstable from his power, and the world started to slowly tear apart. He might not have attacked, but everywhere he was, his power was enough to suppress everything. The disciples and zombies within the world were all wiped out. Emperor Tiancheng and the others naturally did not dare to get angry. At that moment, all they wanted to do was escape. However, the space around them had all been sealed, and they were suppressed on the spot, and could not move. "We're finished, we're finished." Old Dragon had a miserable expression, and looked at Blackie and the others. "That thing has already sealed us all here. I'm already ready to abandon my clone. If you have any last wishes, let me know, I'll do my best to get it done." Blackie suggested, "It's just a projection, once he uses up his power, we still have a chance. Get your main body here right now, we'll fight him together." "What? Impossible. That's too dangerous." Old Dragon did not even bother thinking about that request, and shook his head like a rattle. He clenched his teeth. "I'll send another clone over at most, whether or not we can live will depend on everyone else's luck." "Ha, I found it." The Eldritch Elite stood in the air, looking at the zombie world and raising his hand, pushing down. Boom. The temple there immediately collapsed. Brick and stone turned to powder, dispersing and revealing a copper coffin. The power rippled, as if the coffin needed to be destroyed. Yet, at that moment, an imperious voice was heard from the coffin. "One thought extinguishes the heavens. One finger points at eternity, unrivaled in life, unrivaled in death." Along with that voice, a red mist rose from within the coffin, condensing into a red light, blocking the Eldritch Elite's attack. The Eldritch Elite's power surged, his body exploded as a horrifying attack was sent to the red mist. "You're already dead, just sleep in your coffin." With such a powerful attack, the zombie world shattered. The red glow from the coffin became even more intense, turning dark red as a similarly strong power exploded out. That is, the aura of an Eldritch. Waves of thoughts came from the coffin, there was confusion, and there were memories. After dying for countless years, he suddenly remembered the power of an Eldritch, and his killing intensity suddenly increased. A cold and arrogant voice exploded outward. "I might be dead, but I can still stomp on the Eldritch." The coffin suddenly shook, and an opening was opened. The red glow emitted throughout the skies, and an immense suction exploded out. In a flash, the Eldritch Elite's shadow was sucked in. Boom. The coffin closed. A chewing sound could vaguely be heard. The whole world returned to peace, everything strange disappeared, and the pressure could no longer be felt. It was as if everything that had happened had just been a dream. Everyone relaxed, and the restrictions were undone. However, they still did not move, and only had looks of disbelief on their faces. "How is this possible?" Gayu looked at that copper coffin, his body shaking, and even his primordial spirit trembled in fear. He did not dare to delay it, and he immediately retreated. Not dead, that elite is still alive? Hay's head threatened to explode, and all his courage had been scared away. He did not look back as he frantically retreated. The people from the ministry were naturally terrified as well, and they followed the minister and chased after Jang Liu. The zombie world's people did not give chase. They were just as uncertain, and this time, both sides suffered heavy losses, and could no longer continue. Emperor Tiancheng and the others arrived not far away from the bronze coffin, frowning as they looked at it with respect. It really is a wisdom elite. It's clearly already dead, but its power still remains. He had just been acting on instinct earlier. Fighting the Eldritch has already been burned into his body, which is why that happened. He won't do anything to us. Figure out a way to speed up our refining. The 9 elites were really impressive, no wonder even the Eldritch were beaten back in shame. Xiao Changfeng's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Wow, that was cool, it was very manly." Cultivator Junjun said in a worried tone, "Wisdom elites are far too strong. This was just the Eldritch elite's projection. Once the ancient disaster descends, how horrifying will it be? We really need to hurry up with our training." Nua nodded. Also, the Eldritch elite said that it was not the Soul Master in the coffin, we have to hurry up and find him. Blackie was pulling a rope, and dragged the exotics foods over as he urged, all right, let's stop chatting, I have to send all of this back to Master. Lord Dog is right. This time, we just sat around and benefited, our profits were immense, I'm so happy. Let's go and pay our respects to the expert. That's right. Jade Emperor suddenly remembered something, he smiled as he said, wasn't what happened earlier a big piece of news? I need to sort it out properly, the expert will definitely be pleased. That's for sure, why don't you title it as The Ministry and the Zombie World Tear Each Other Apart, Elite reveals himself. Yang Jian, has there been any other news recently? Collect some more news, I'll bring it all to the expert. Ever since Li Nianfan mentioned it, the Heavenly Palace's department that had been responsible for collecting information had been renamed the News Department, and Yang Jian was the leader. With the help of his eyes, as well as some other deities, they were responsible for recording news. The expert had seemed quite pleased with their recent issues. Chapter 611. Attention, the expert wants to eat with everyone. Slow down, line up all the food, don't mess it up. As they neared the place, Cultivator Jun Jian directed Yang Jian. Yang Jian smiled and said, don't worry, I've already cut off their sentience, they're easy enough to control. Seeing that, Cultivator Junjun walked up and knocked on the door. Xiao Bei opened the door. Cultivator Junjun and the others politely said, Lord Saint, we're here again. Sorry for disturbing you. There's no need to worry, your arrival is a gift, welcome. Li Nianfan laughed, flashing Nua and the others a friendly smile. However, the next moment, he noticed the long line behind them. His eyes widened, showing a shocked expression. Most of it was excitement. He said, you could have just come empty-handed, there was no need for so many delicacies. A world of cultivation, there are many strange and valuable beasts. I've sampled countless types, and even eaten dragons and kulins, but, there are far too many delicacies here. To eat one, and then another. I've constantly been eating. Thinking about it, Li Nianfan had a moment of realization. He no longer stopped at eating up a whole world, he's been eating from even outside the universe. There were naturally many different species. For instance, there might be tens and thousands of different chickens. That sounded good. Li Nianfan looked at the wildlife that were queued up in a line, appraising them as hundreds of ways of eating them surfaced in his mind. He felt his anticipation grow. That pig looked like it had very good meat, especially the tail, it was obvious from a glance that it was good. Hey, there was also a rock, it looked quite majestic. It would definitely be a good ingredient for a soup. There were also some animals that looked like they were on fire, and had the outer appearance of a deer. They looked very majestic, and just a glance got the appetite going. It was great having capable men beside him, it really showed the strength of being in a good relationship with people. Li Nianfan nodded in satisfaction, smiling as he said, not bad, not bad. Seeing the situation, Cultivator Junjun and the others let out a sigh of relief as they smiled. The expert's praise was their greatest motivation, and they felt incredibly proud. Jude Emperor said, that group of delicacies were causing trouble, and we happened to catch them. It's great that you're pleased with it. Li Nianfan looked at all of them, and his eyes had a thoughtful look as he said, speaking of which, it's been a long time since we all gathered to eat. He felt like only taking and not giving was impolite. Cultivator Junjun and the others had captured those animals and brought them for him. What was their purpose? Was their purpose not his cooking skills? They probably did not say it because they were shy, but with Li Nianfan's personality, he would definitely need to treat them to a meal. With that in mind, he suggested, "Emperor, it's rare to have so many delicacies, just my place alone won't be able to finish them. I wonder if everyone would be free to have a meal together?" A meal? Cultivator Junjun and the others suddenly trembled, and their faces burned red. Was a meal with the expert just a meal? It was a heavenly blessing. It was something that you would force yourself to have time for. You would even crawl out of your grave for it. Jade Emperor's voice was trembling a little as he hurriedly said, "We'll be free. I can arrange it immediately. I'm sorry for troubling you, Lord Saint." "It's nothing much." Li Nianfan waved it off, smiling as he said, "You're so stressed at work, and your responsibilities are so heavy. You've saved countless beings. My abilities are limited, and I can only treat you to a meal. It's just a small effort." Looking at the news lately, Li Nianfan saw a lot of things, and his heart made him want to treat them to a meal. Everyone was touched and proud when they heard that. The expert clearly understands our pain, and he also seemed happy with our work. That's why he's rewarding us with this meal. Being able to meet the expert really is the greatest blessing. Cultivator Junjun thought about it and said, "Lord Saint, where should we hold the meal?" Li Nianfan could not help but raise his eyebrow, thinking about it. Since it would be a dinner party with most of the Heavenly Palace's immortals in attendance, there would definitely be many people. It would not do to hold it here, it would be too crowded. The pond where they held the peach feast? However, they've already eaten there before. The world was so large, Li Nianfan wanted to look at it all, so he did not want to have it at the same place. After a moment, he said, "I looked at the news and heard that Juling Shen moved mountains, using tree mountains to suppress a raging river and saved the locals from the floods. Is that true?" Jade Emperor hurried and said, "I heard that the raging river was a dangerous place, but an important water source for the north. It extends to over 1,000 lakes. I feel like taking a look." Cultivator Junjun heard the expert's thoughts and suddenly shuddered, saying, "Lord Saint, what a coincidence, I was just thinking about having dinner there." Jade Emperor hurriedly said, "It's quite a good place for a dinner, and I had wanted to go look at how Juling Shen was doing." Li Nianfan said excitedly, "That's great, let's make it so then. I'll prepare the ingredients and head right over." "Lord Saint, we shall go make our preparations as well." Cultivator Junjun and the others shouted out their pleasantries before leaving to prepare. The expert was hosting a dinner party. The moment the news spread, the whole Heavenly Palace exploded. What a great opportunity! The expert is giving us another opportunity. How exciting, how many, how nervous, how anxious. Everyone prepare yourselves well. I expect a good performance during the dinner. Whoever drops the ball will have to make a trip to hell. Hurry up and go invite change, we'll have them give a good performance, the events must be interesting. Juling Shen, Juling Shen. Tai Bai Jinxing was so busy his head spun, and he was shouting within the crowd. Juling Shen finally snapped back to reality. The expert wants to go to the raging river. That's where I solved the flood. The expert wants to inspect my work. The expert has his attention on me. Ah, I'm too emotional. Tai Bai Jinxing panted as he said anxiously, "How could you have the time to still be idling around?" Juling Shen said, "Old man, what is it? I'm too excited." "It's not the time to get excited." Tai Bai Jinxing's tone was serious as he said, "The Emperor asked me to come and tell you to hurry up and take a look at Raging River. Make sure there are no mistakes, and the security has to be perfect." Juling Shen's heart jumped, and he hurriedly nodded. "That's right, I have to hurry up and go check it." If there were any problems in Raging River, or if anything happened to cause the expert to be unhappy, then he would never be able to wash his sins off. Yang Jian, Xiao Changfeng, Yi Liu Yun, brothers, follow me to inspect Raging River, we have to be detailed. Bring along a few more people. Clear the location, make sure the place is completely clean. In the 4-point courtyard, Li Nianfan had already prepared his pots and pans, and various ingredients. He was also bringing quite a few fruits and wines, and prepared to leave. This time, the whole place was leaving, even Xiaobei was being brought along. After all, there was a lot of work to do. Li Nianfan rode the deluxe Merit Cloud and headed straight for Raging River. He happened to notice Jang Liu, who was chopping wood at the foot of the mountain alone. After thinking about it, he brought Jang Liu along, and the firewood as well. Jang Liu was surprised at being shown that kindness, and was incredibly touched. When they arrived at Raging River, most of the immortals were already there. Everyone immediately looked at Li Nianfan, and let out respectful smiles. Li Nianfan did not know that 100,000 miles around Raging River had all been guarded by 100,000 guards, and there were also a lot of ghosts surveilling the area. Even the demons around the area were all warned, and were not allowed to wander around. Each of them was trembling in their caves, and they all guessed that there must be some heavenly figure arriving. Juling Shen and the others immediately walked forward, bowing as they said, "We greet Lord Saint." Li Nianfan smiled. "Everyone, it's been a long time." Change, the 7 fairies, Black and White Impermanence, Cow Horse, they were all old friends. It caused Li Nianfan to feel a sense of warmth. Everyone exchanged greetings. Li Nianfan would occasionally look around the surroundings, and would lament mildly. The Heavenly Palace's arrangements were a little extravagant. Raging River, as the name would suggest, had raging waves all day long. The waterfalls were even more exaggerated than the Milky Way, and the river flow never seemed to tire. It was incredibly turbulent. As the waves hit the shore, it was like thousands of horses and soldiers that were constantly marching, causing people to feel the strength and beauty of nature. The location of the dinner would be by the river. Li Nianfan stood there, and felt the water vapor hit his face, feeling the power of water. Looking around, he could not see an end to the flowing water, which was extraordinary. However, at that moment, on the shore bloomed colorful flowers. The flowers were incredibly beautiful, and expanded in the horizons. Other than that, a luxurious dance stage had also been erected. There were many little fairies with butterfly wings dancing around the flowers, playing around as they took care of them. It was obvious that it was the work of the Heavenly Palace. Immortals were so luxurious. They had the power to do as they pleased. Juling Shen walked over, resisting his excitement as he said, "Lord Saint, the 3 mountains over there were moved by us." The mountains were not small, each of them were over 1,000 feet tall, and their roots were massive. It was enough to be considered a whole region of mountains. Li Nianfan nodded, smiling. "Not bad, it looks quite professional." The 3 mountains not only held back the water, it even gave the place a different kind of scenery, with numerous waterfalls falling from the mountains. "Thank you for your praise." Juling Shen suddenly seemed incredibly energetic. His face was full of smiles, and he felt incredibly proud. He then said, "Lord Saint, the mountain in the middle was originally a little village. It disrupted their lives, and the leader was even an old man, so I helped them move over here." Li Nianfan had a weird expression on his face. Why did that story sound so familiar? He could not help but praise. "Not bad, you killed 2 birds with 1 stone. I have to praise you for it. You should drink more wine later." Juling Shen was ecstatic, and said, full of emotion, "Thank you, Lord said." Li Nianfan looked at the time. "All right, let's start cooking." At that moment, another group of people busied themselves along the Raging River. Li Nianfan, Xiao Bei, and Food God all started to prepare the ingredients. The others then helped with starting the fire, handling the pots, running. They were suddenly bustling with activity, and felt incredibly happy. Li Nianfan looked at Nanan and Dragon, who were right next to him, smiling as he said, "Go pick out what you want to eat, and I'll help you cook them." "Yay! Brother is too awesome!" They cried in joy, and hurried over to pick out some delicacies. After a bit, Nanan carried 2 pig ears that looked like fans. "Big brother, I want the ears, they're crunchy to bite, and taste good." Dragon ran over as well, in his hands were the ingredients. "Big brother, I want to eat this cow's tongue, it's soft and nice. Also, this lamb rack smells so good, can I have both?" He really raised 2 gluttons, they knew how to eat. Li Nianfan smiled and said, "Of course you can." Blackie also ran over with the rabbit head in his mouth. Master, I want this rabbit head, it's the best thing in the world." Daji and Fire Phoenix walked over as well, and were much more composed. "Master, we've never eaten these pangolins before, we wish to try it out." "There's no rush, slowly, everyone will get something to eat." Li Nianfan smiled, he was very happy and proud that his cooking could bring everyone happiness. Among them, Jang Liu stayed silent because of Li Nianfan's words, and was completely shocked, staring dumbfounded at the delicacies everyone was talking about. It was not hard to tell from the aura that those delicacies were at least Chaos Daluo golden immortal deities. Other than that, there were 2 heavenly realm deities. So many experts were being used for a dinner party? All he could say was, "It really is the expert." During this time, he had also heard that the expert enjoyed eating wild game. He had thought that old dragon bringing South Shadow Guard over had just been a chance encounter, but now he realized that heavenly realm demons were just a regular meal for the expert. What rights do I have to be part of such a meal? My eyes have been opened, my whole world has exploded. Suddenly, his nose twitched, and he took a deep breath. Without any warning, he started to salivate, and even started to drool. Drip drip. My God, it's so fragrant. It smells too good. Jang Liu had goosebumps, and every inch of his body was shaking, as if all of them arrived at the same conclusion. He wanted to eat. How could there be such fragrant dishes in the world? No matter how firm one's will was, facing that fragrance would destroy anyone's down heart. I can't take it anymore, I'm so hungry, I want to eat. Chapter 612, At Dawn Like Black Threads, by Evening Becoming Snow. A piece of meat was placed in front of Jang Liu. The fragrance immediately shot into his nostrils, giving him goosebumps. He felt incredibly good, and he was ravenous. The grilled meat had already turned a golden color, and there was a layer of fat around it. It seemed to emit a glowing light, and had the aura of a deity. If he did not know that it was grilled meat, he would have thought that it was a priceless spiritual treasure. Jang Liu forcefully gulped, saying in a daze, Is this for me? Yes. Li Nianfan nodded, smiling. You're already drooling. There is no need to be polite, go ahead and eat. Thank you. Jang Liu was incredibly touched, and tears fell from his eyes. The expert treats me far too well. Not only did he save my life, giving me the wisdom of the sword, he's even so caring to me. I'll never be able to repay him even in 10,000 lifetimes. When Li Nianfan saw Jang Liu wiping away his tears, he could not help but shake his head and smile. That young man had such a miserable past. He's so easily touched. It was just a small effort, but it seems to have already formed a bond. Jang Liu wiped his eyes, no longer able to control his feelings. He impatiently opened his mouth and bit down on the meat. Ah! So good. Jang Liu could only feel that he was unable to even breathe thanks to the wave of flavor. The taste of the grilled meat spread around his whole body, filling his mouth, his nose, his throat, his stomach. There was no way for him to describe a taste as beautiful as that. He felt like he was about to fly, and a happiness he had never felt before enveloped his body. Content. Complete and utter content. What did people live for? Being able to eat something as delicious as that, his life finally had meaning. That was truly life, that was truly enjoyment. Not even kings could obtain it. However, the moment he swallowed the meat, he was even more shocked. The spiritual energy in the meat, and the insights within, both exploded, filling his entire body, rushing straight to his brain. He was suddenly filled with an understanding of Tao that he never had before. Whoosh! His entire body shook, and he entered the late stage of a Daluo golden immortal. He had a breakthrough? A piece of grilled meat. It was not just delicious beyond compare, it even had a magical effect. Even though he already knew of the expert's strength, the expert had completely changed his worldview, causing his heart to tremble, and making him want to prostrate himself in front of the expert. Brother, I wanted to. Gimme. When Nanan and Dragon saw Liu Cheng eating the grilled meat, they were naturally tempted as well, and shouted at the expert, a long shiny line forming next to their lips. Ha ha ha, don't rush, it's almost done, eat it slowly. Li Nianfan laughed as he started to distribute the food. Blackie, come, the rabbit head that you like. Nanan, this is the pig's ear. The head is not bad as well, try it out. Dragon, here you go, the lamb rack has to be eaten while it's hot. There was enough food to start with, and everyone was happily eating away, their mouths full of oil, and their faces full of enjoyment. At the same time, they all stopped speaking at the same time, as if it was the time to focus only on eating. After all, one more word spoken could mean one more piece of meat eaten by someone else. Everyone had immense appetites, and the fact that it was rare to have such a large meal meant everyone's eyes started to redden as they continued eating. They were getting anxious. They wanted to grow another head just so they could eat more. In the end, they started to fight over the food. Damn, Yil Yu Yun, how shameless are you? I was wondering why you were yapping about next to me, trying to talk to me, you were actually trying to distract me from eating. Yang Jian, you're too much, you actually grew out 3 heads and 6 arms to eat. Juling Shen, don't be too arrogant, if you don't shrink right now, don't fault us for attacking you. Are there any pots that haven't been cleaned? Let me lick them. When Li Nianfan saw the scene, he could not help but smile. It really was a group of unpretentious, down-to-earth deities. Twang twang twang. The melodious sound of a zither could be heard, and rows of fairies fluttered with their ribbons. Their lithe bodies did not seem to weigh anything as they drifted onto the stage with the wind, dancing with the song. It was an after-dinner performance, no matter the fairies on stage or the performance itself, they were both of very high standards. The gentle wind blew across, and there were countless flower petals dancing in the wind, carrying the fragrance of flowers. A dance stage in front of them naturally needed to be accompanied with some good wine. Li Nianfan raised his hand, laughing, Xiao Bei, bring the alcohol. Xiao Bei shouted back, coming, my beloved master. He brought a large barrel of spirit over, and some fairies naturally walked forward, pouring the liquor for everyone. Wow, Lord Saint even prepared alcohol for us. This taste, how fragrant. What a good wine, it's really a good wine. It's too fragrant, the expert's spirit is really frightening. Thank you, Lord Saint. Let us all give Lord Saint a toast. Li Nianfan raised his cup highly, laughing as he said, ha ha ha, let's all drink together, as long as everyone has a good time. With the alcohol, they started to get noisier. At the same time, their faces already reddened, obviously getting tipsier. However, thanks to that, the atmosphere became even livelier. Li Nianfan enjoyed the happy time, and he felt a surge in his mood. It was rare for his quiet life to have such happy moments. He could not help but smile, standing up, and he walked next to the raging river. Looking at the endlessly crashing water, feeling the winds hit his face, and boundless emotion surged forward. His eyes were narrow as he said, Shi Tukin, since you've been learning calligraphy from me for so long, today, I will teach you a poem. A poem? The tipsy crowd was shocked, and all of them looked at Li Nianfan, not daring to make a sound. Xiao Bei, bring me a pitcher. Li Nianfan reached out, taking the pitcher from Xiao Bei, pouring some into his mouth as he slowly spoke. Have you not seen, that the waters of the Yellow River come from upon heaven, surging into the ocean, never to return again? Have you not seen, in the great hall's bright mirrors, they grieve over white hair, at dawn like black threads, by evening becoming snow? Boom! As the poem was read, everyone's minds seemed to be caught in the explosion. It was like countless currents were surging into their minds, causing them to stop thinking, and submerge themselves into the poem. They seemed to see time flow backwards, and the world changed. However majestic in ages, after the passage of time, they will eventually pass away. After endless years, what is left behind will just be a heavy or light stroke of the brush at most, not leaving behind any traces. A strange rhythm enveloped the place, the river was still rushing, but it was flashing, as if it turned into the river of time. Within, time seemed to speed up, turning from threads to snow. The crowd entered a strange realm of thought, and a flash of insight was equal to hundreds or thousands of years. Heaven made me, so my abilities must have a purpose. I spent 1,000 gold pieces, but they'll come back again. Since ancient times, sages have all been solitary. Only a drinker can leave his name behind. Call the boy and have him take them to be swapped for fine wine, and together, you and I will wipe out the worries of 10,000 ages. Everyone was fixed on the spot, the blood in their bodies seemed to be boiling, and waves of heat surged into the air, as if they had all been lifted up. Jang Liu looked at Li Nianfan's back, and he felt like Li Nianfan seemed to have been merged with the raging river. There was an indescribable majesty to it, and he mumbled to himself, the expert wants us to look forward happily, and not be trapped in despair. Hold on to the present, and show off our abilities. His power started to flow, and the laws rose like waves, suddenly rising. He rushed right past the barrier of a Daluo Golden Immortal, entering the early stage quasi-saint realm. Then, with another push, went right into the middle stage. He had just entered late stage Daluo Golden Immortal when they were eating, and now, he managed to break through 2 realms in a flash. And that was just the start. He could feel unlimited potential still remaining in his body. Cultivator Junjun's eyes slowly brightened as he said, The expert is telling us that everyone has their own value. He is affirming our place. Even if we're just pawns in the expert's hands, we still need to show our greatest value. His heart shook, and he suddenly felt a sense of boldness. The barrier to the heavenly realm that he had never dared to face, that he had always felt was a mountain that could not be climbed, was suddenly passed easily by just taking a step forward. The laws in his entire body started to shake, and his whole being seemed to merge with heaven and earth. He was law itself. Heavenly realm, success. Since ancient times, sages have all been solitary. And together, you and I will wipe out the worries of 10,000 ages. Mister, how many burdens are you carrying on your shoulders? Let us share some of it with you. Daji and Fire Phoenix teared up. Looking at Li Nianfan at that moment, they were a bit dazed. So, Li Nianfan, in his unending years, was still lonely and filled with worries. Was it because no one was qualified to share his burdens? He seemed carefree and unburdened, but deep inside, he was probably lonely and bitter. Was the reason he lived as a commoner because he had difficulties that were hidden, or was he planning something? No matter what, they would not disappoint him. A pure white light surrounded Daji, causing her to become like a fairy in a painting, pure and holy. A fiery red glow enveloped Fire Phoenix, like a fire that could swallow the heavens, arrogant and imperious. Immensely powerful laws shot up like a hurricane, distorting the surrounding space. The two of them entered the heavenly realm. All of them, covered in the veil of artistic concepts, were constantly growing in power. Everything seemed to go smoothly. At the same time, in the distant skies, lightning constantly flashed. It seemed to come from a great distance. Somewhere in the chaos, it seemed like the skies were being surrounded by lightning. Cultivator Junjun's chest felt hot, and after that, a figure shot out, floating in front of him, flashing in a radiant light. That is. Cultivator Junjun's eyes widened, looking at the distant thunder as a thought shocked his heart. Soul Master, that's where the Soul Master is. The expert, with just a poem, transcended great distances and awoke an ancient saint. Call the boy and have him take them to be swapped for fine wine, and together, you and I will wipe out the worries of 10,000 ages. Was that the expert's invitation to the Soul Master? Gulp, gulp. After Li Nianfan happily recited the poem, he raised his pitcher and gulped down the liquor. His closed eyes opened by a crack, stealing a glance at everyone. When he saw that they were all stunned and shocked, he could not help but be happy. It seemed like his showing off had been successful this time. They were all people of culture. Culture was not limited by mortality. I spent 1,000 gold pieces, but they'll come back again, and good wine is the same. Li Nianfan laughed, enjoying himself immensely. He raised his hand and threw the pitcher into the raging river. At that moment, within the river, under the frantic current of the river, quite a few water demons gathered. They squeezed themselves to the bottom, and did not even dare to breathe. They looked at each other, and would occasionally exchange a few words, but they did not dare to make too much noise. They had naturally received stern warnings beforehand. The heavenly palace had already taken up the area, and there was a big figure arriving. If they did not want to die, they would have to pretend to be dead. It was obvious that the situation was very serious, and they did not dare to provoke anyone. However, no matter how hard they restrained themselves, they could not control their stomachs. Their stomachs started to rumble like thunder, and the sound spread throughout the bottom of the river. They had not been hungry for many years, let alone have their stomachs make that sound. However, the smell that came from the shore was really fragrant, and it immediately caused them all to be hungry. They wanted to leave, but they were reluctant to. Even if they could not eat it, just smelling it was a form of happiness as well. Ah, what torture, to smell it but be unable to eat it. The happiness of Bigshots is something we'd never be able to imagine. What kind of big figure is it? Just this food alone is impressive beyond belief. If I could have a bite, I'd be willing to sacrifice 10 years of life. Only 10 years? You're so stingy. For a mouthful of soup, I'm willing to give up 100 years. Stop talking. If we perform well enough, we might be able to get some scraps as a reward. Keep dreaming. I'm so smart, I'm already eating fish while this smell is still in the air. Ah, it smells so good. At that moment, the sound of something falling into the water reached their ears. They were all taken aback. When they saw that pitcher of wine, their eyes burned as they trembled emotionally. Wine, wine, wine? Wow, so fragrant, there's still quite a bit of wine inside. Damn, this wine is too amazing. Just the smell alone is making my bottleneck loosen. A godly wine, this is absolutely a godly wine. Which Bigshot is so generous. I'm so thankful, I hope he has a good life. Don't fight, everyone give way. Let me have one taste, just one taste. Ah, so good, I'm already drunk. I feel my life is improving drastically. At the same time. On the ministry's Red Star. After recovering for a period of time, Liu's injuries had already gotten better, but his expression sank even more. He was filled with rage and killing intent, saying, that human elite, even in death, hasn't forgotten to fight the Eldritch. The minister had a look of awe as he said, that corpse is so strong, it might be related to the zombie world breathing new life into the corpse. A wisdom elite's realm was far too terrifying, and far too desirable. Humph. Liu glanced at him, and let out a cold snort, immensely unsatisfied with the minister's thoughts. He had even been forced to call out the elite's projection, but they did not accomplish anything. He hurt just thinking about it. At that moment, deep in the chaos, thunder suddenly resounded, splitting apart the pitch-black chaos, and flashing out waves of intense light. A very strong wave of power surged out, causing ripples in the chaos, like a call being shouted after endless years. And the power of the wisdom within caused Liu's eyes to flash as he anxiously said, yet another wisdom elite. This time it's resonating with the chaos. It has to be the Soul Master. Chapter 613, Chaos Storm, Secret Weapon of the Eldritchs. Deep in chaos, a huge vortex appeared, turning into a deep black hole, swallowing everything in the surroundings. A streak of lightning that was capable of annihilating anything surrounded it, colliding with the black hole. However, it did not cause any ripples, and was immediately swallowed up. Thousands of miles around the place, chaos thunderbolts rained down constantly, causing the whole place to be filled with lightning, illuminating the whole chaos. Destructive power radiated everywhere, and it was incredibly horrifying. The commotion was far too big, causing the entire chaos to move, attracting a lot of experts. Gods, what kind of heaven-defying treasure managed to attract so many chaos thunderbolts? It's too horrifying. Could it have been done by humans? It's too unbelievable. What is within that black hole? What needs the protection of so many chaos thunderbolts? Chance encounter, a great chance encounter. As everyone was revealing looks of shock, a horrifying power was speeding over from a distance, suddenly suppressing everyone present. Liu walked in front, his expression was electrifying, suppressing everyone around, summoning a horrifying storm. Everyone averted their gaze from him. Behind him, the minister led the ministry, and a tyrannical surge of power burst forth as well, causing the atmosphere to drop to a freezing point. No one dared to block the way. Looking at the chaos thunderbolts, the minister exclaimed, "What a terrifying sea of thunder!" After that, his eyes widened as he said, "No, is that a banner?" The others also realized something was strange, and immediately realized in surprise. Look at the center of that black hole, it looks like a banner is swaying with the wind. It really is a banner. How scary, looking at it is like looking right into chaos. It feels like an ancient monster, my whole body is trembling. Liu narrowed his eyes, glaring at the center of the black hole with a terrifying glint in his eyes. He suddenly raised his hand without any warning, clawing straight within the crowd. One person was caught, and could not retaliate at all. After that, Liu threw the person right into the middle of the black hole like he was throwing a piece of garbage. Ah! No! The person widened his eyes, helplessly floating in the middle of the chaos thunderbolts, his entire body trembled, and he was filled with hopelessness. At that moment, a thunderbolt was suddenly formed in the chaos. It broke through the sky and headed right at him. That person summoned up all his power, unleashing all of his treasures to protect himself. He spat out a mouthful of blood, burning up all his reserves to increase his defense to its peak. Yet, that thunderbolt fell right on him, and in a flash, that person turned to ash, leaving nothing behind. Everyone collectively gulped, shuddering at the horrifying thunderbolt, and they retreated due to the fear they felt for Liu. At that moment, Liu raised his hand again, grabbing another person. "No, you can't kill me. I am Bian Sect's elder, my sect has a heavenly realm deity." Liu revealed a disdainful expression before throwing the person in. After that, he did not stop, and already reached out a third time. "Mercy, spare me." "Ah, no. You demon, you'll meet your retribution." "How savage. "Brothers, let's all attack him." "Ah, I was wrong." One by one, they were tossed into the sea of thunder like sandbags by Liu. Some of them tried to fight back, but were completely suppressed on the spot. The others quickly dispersed, not daring to be in the way. As they entered the sea of thunder, they used every method they could to survive, but all of them were still turned to ash, without exception. Liu looked at the Chaos Thunderbolts, and his purple hair started to wave, his purplish-green eyes revealing some thought behind them. There is no way to avoid the Chaos Thunderbolts, and the power won't be diminished, so it can only be forcibly withstood. He had actually been using lives to experiment earlier. If it was a formation, there would definitely have been a way out. Moving according to special positions would be able to avoid the Chaos Thunderbolts. However, there did not seem to be a way into the Sea of Thunder. Furthermore, the Sea of Thunder seemed inexhaustible. It could not be worn away at all, and would not reduce at all no matter how many people it killed. The minister said, "Sir, with the power of this thunder, even a heavenly realm deity wouldn't be able to withstand a few strikes." Liu fell silent for a moment, frowning. I felt like he would be able to withstand the thunderbolts and enter the black hole if he tried, but there were no assurances if he entered alone, and he could not play around with his own life. If he wanted to bring someone inside, it would be much more difficult. He looked at the minister, coldly snorting, "You still can't fight?" The minister said wryly, "Without the repose herb, there's nothing I can do." "Useless." Liu berated, staring at the chaos banner for a long time before he coldly said, "Since this is far too important, it looks like we'll have to use the secret weapon we've hidden within the chaos." "Secret weapon?" The minister was surprised, and followed Liu silently, running straight into a certain direction within the chaos. On the way, Liu would occasionally stop, as if he was trying to feel something. In the end, he brought the minister into a little world hidden within the chaos. This world was incredibly vast, and was filled with life. It had beautiful mountains and clear waters. It was filled with life, and looked like it should have been a very strong world. Yet, the spiritual energy within the world was incredibly scarce, the deos were faint, and the laws were weak. There were incredibly few cultivators. Is this, an area of the gods? The minister was suddenly filled with memories from thousands of years ago. The area of the gods was the first world bred out of the chaos, and ancient records naturally had many records of the place. Back then, he had followed the 9 elites and stayed within. However, after the 9 elites were lost, the area of the gods started to disappear as well. The minister had thought that it was destroyed in the war, but he never expected that the Eldritchs had hidden it here. It had been such a majestic place back then, how did it end up like this? At that moment, Liu suddenly rose up, his entire body was surrounded by a layer of light, and his golden skin seemed to be burning. It was like his entire being had turned into a miniature sun in the sky. A heavy power was radiating. "Eldritch Liu took the liberty to come here. Due to the drastic change in circumstances, I was forced to awaken you." A respectful tone was heard from Liu, and he bowed. As he finished speaking, a mysterious rhythm slowly rose, as if responding to Liu. The originally cloudless sky started to dim, plunging into darkness. On land, no matter the plants, the animals or even the green mountains and clearer waters, they seemed to be losing their vitality as well as their spirits. The green plants suddenly withered, and the vibrant flowers disappeared in a flash. The young rapidly turned old. That was not the end. In the end, everything had turned into dried-up corpses, and dispersed into the wind. That vast world, in front of their eyes, lost everything, finally turning into a vast wasteland within the chaos. At the same time, the minister could feel a tremendous power slowly awakening beneath that wasted planet. The minister took a deep breath, stammering, "See, sir, is this the area of the gods from the past?" Liu nodded before shaking his head. He smiled coldly. "To be precise, it's only a part of the area of the gods from back then. The area of the gods is far greater than any normal little world, and represents ample nutrition. The area of the gods managed to breed experts of the human race, so the Eldritchs would naturally not allow such a wild card to exist. So, they cut apart the area of the gods, and placed the Eldritchs within, absorbing the nutrients they needed. That way, not only would it allow the Eldritchs to get stronger, it even put the nail on the coffin for the chaos. Once the correct time came, they could be awakened at any time, and cause rampant bloodshed within the chaos. Suddenly, a massive crack appeared on the star, and it started to rapidly break apart. Boom! The whole planet was turned to dust in an instant, drifting away into the chaos. In the center, a well-built eldritch was floating within. His gaze was intense as he looked at Liu. At that moment, Liu and the others felt like they were almost being ripped apart by that gaze. A strong force pressed forward. "Did you awaken me?" The figure did not seem to move, but it already appeared in front of Liu, and plainly said. Liu hurriedly said, "I am Liu, I greet my Eldritch Senior." The figure spoke, "You caused me to awaken early. Speak up, what is it?" Liu said, "The Soul Master's origin of life is still not completely eliminated. I felt where the power is, but I have no way to get close. In order to prevent anything bad from happening in the future, I was forced to awaken you, please forgive me." "Soul Master?" That figure had a glint in his eyes, even his breath was more frantic as he smiled. "Are you sure?" Liu said, "You can follow me there right now." "Very well, not bad." The figure smiled, and his eyes shone in interest. "If you really get me the Soul Master, then I, Guming, will naturally make sure you benefit greatly from it." Those words clearly showed his greed for the Soul Master. Back then, his cultivation was nowhere near his current level, and it was not enough to fight against the 9 elites as well. However, because of that, the Soul Master's immense strength back then had left a deep impression within him. As he feared it, he was also fascinated by it. Even though he was not a human, he was still attracted by the Soul Master's power. He was drunk in beauty, and wanted to subdue a woman like that. Now, after so many years, the Soul Master only had a sliver of life remaining, and his cultivation had greatly increased. It was an incredible chance. It really was fate. "I heard that the human race holds to the concept of chastity. If I managed to subdue the woman at the peak of that race, how would they fight us? Ha ha ha." Incredibly pleased, Guming started to laugh. "Senior Guming, not long ago, we found a zombie world, and within it was a human elite's corpse. It was immensely strong. Also, within the chaos, another area of the gods has been born." Liu reported the situation respectfully. Guming smiled arrogantly. "Area of the gods? That's good stuff, it will end up being our nutrients. However, it seems like the chaos has changed by quite a bit. Are they still planning on going against us? I'll exterminate them one by one. We'll start with the Soul Master, bring me there." At the same time, in the area of the gods, the dinner party had ended, and everyone's faces still had happy smiles on them as they bid Li Nianfan farewell. "That's right, Nuwa, please hold on." Before they left, Li Nianfan sobered up and suddenly remembered something, calling out to Nuwa. Nuwa hurriedly said, "Does Lord Saint have any requests?" "I wouldn't dare." Li Nianfan waved it off before saying, "I recently created a new snack. It tastes quite good, so I planned on giving it out to everyone." Hearing that there was a new snack, everyone stopped in their tracks. Their hearts pounded as they looked at Li Nianfan, full of anticipation. Nanan and Dragon ran up to him, excitedly saying, "Brother, what is it, what is it? I want it, I want it." "It's some chocolate that I made from the cocoa beans that Food God brought back last time. I can't give it to you, but you're already full, so don't eat it yet." Li Nianfan said that as he took out the chocolates, giving it to everyone. "It's nothing much, just something to eat for fun." Hearing Li Nianfan say that it was nothing much, everyone knew they were in for a treat. Even though the chocolate looked completely black, and was just a thin slice that smelled of nothing, no one dared to underestimate its plain looks. Cultivator Junjun carefully kept it, saying emotionally, "Thank you, Lord Saint." Li Nianfan waved it off with a smile. "All right, let's disperse. Everyone head home please. Right, remember to tidy up this place, don't pollute the environment." "Don't worry, Lord Saint, we'll definitely do that." "Lord Saint, goodbye." Everyone dispersed. Li Nianfan rode his cloud, and went back with Daji, Fire Phoenix and the others. As for Cultivator Junjun, Nu and the others, they regathered, looking at the thunder in the sky with a serious expression. "The Soul Master wants us to find her, so it's definitely very important. He had to hurry up." "That's for sure. The expert was the one who summoned this, so I don't have to say any more. We can't disappoint the expert." With such a big commotion, the Eldritchs probably noticed it as well. "We can't be careless." "Ha ha ha, isn't it perfect? We all gained a lot from this dinner, so it's perfect for us to show off." Cultivator Junjun brushed his beard, saying, "Hey, this time, I entered the heavenly realm. Don't misunderstand, I'm not gloating, I'm just trying to motivate all of you, please work hard." Nuwa said, "It's not like you're the only one in the heavenly realm?" Yang Jian and the others, who were initially in a good mood, immediately felt the impact. Those two rich folks seemed to be deliberately instigating the others. Chapter 614, The Sneaky Old Dragon That Is Everything. Gyuming was standing at the edge of the storm ocean. He was watching the lightning dancing all around with his darkened eyes. Each flash of lightning lit up his eyes as if they were able to pierce through the darkness in his heart. This is definitely the Chaos Flag, and the aura belongs to the Soul Master for sure. You've got to hand it to her for still having the ability to incur the protection of the Divine Thunderbolt with only a small remnant of her soul. But no matter, it's still no match for me, Gyuming said with a cold smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, a jade-white sailboat appeared, glowing with holy light and giving off a sacred aura. It was obviously a high-level treasure. "Everyone, get on the boat," Gyuming ordered, his voice indifferent and arrogant. Lord Gayu and the rest of the group cautiously board the boat with reverence on their face. "Lord Gyuming will be bringing us across the storm ocean. Keep both of your feet firmly on the boat. Don't blame us if you fall off and die," Gayu reminded them. Gyuming did not say anything further. He only waved his hand gently to make the white jade boat move forward. As soon as the white jade boat entered the storm ocean, they could feel the repelling force from the black hole, which greatly slowed the speed of advancement and greatly prolonged their traveling time. This had the effect of doubling the pressure they were feeling as the danger had greatly increased. Boom! A thunderbolt fell from the sky and struck the white jade boat. At this moment, a transparent barrier appeared around the white jade boat. Although the glow from the barrier was not strong, it nonetheless gave off the feeling of it being impenetrable. The Chaos Thunderbolt bombarded the barrier, but it barely made a ripple of the surface. The white jade boat steadily moved on and their worries were replaced by calmness. Emboldened, they started to survey their surroundings. Suddenly, Gyuming's brows became knitted white, staring off in a particular direction. He could see a group of people walking along and their aura was extraordinary. "Them again?" the left messenger cried out in a trembling voice while her eyes had become as wide as saucers. "It's impossible for this to be a coincidence. Why won't they leave us alone?" The minister raised one of his eyebrows and asked, "What's the matter? Do you know them?" "That bald dog over there is the one I've told you about." The left messenger swallowed down her fear, trying to suppress it. "This dog is extraordinary and very evil. He's the main reason for all of our failed missions." "He's that dog?" The minister's eyes narrowed to slits while staring at Blackie. Though he had never met Blackie before, he had heard many stories about him from the left messenger. "He's the bane of the ministry's existence. Did he come here to foil our mission again? Why are you all getting your panties in a wad for a mere dog? Shame on you all," a frowning Gyuming said. "My lord, this dog possesses extraordinary powers and there's someone even more powerful behind him. They have been fighting against us all this while. I suspect his master is one of the 9 elites. I'm afraid nothing good will come out of them being here," said the minister. "The 9 elites again? They should stay dead," Gyuming said in a cold voice. Then he continued while turning his gaze at Blackie. "Let's just see if this dog is as powerful as you said." With that, he raised his hand and casually cast out an attack. A terrifying light beam suddenly shot down from the chaos and cut down to the storm ocean, aiming straight for Blackie. Blackie stood still at where he was with an expression of calm. His coldness was on par with Gyuming. He slowly raised his paw, pushed the air slightly, and a silent aura spread out to suppress Gyuming's attack, which disappeared as if it never existed. "Not bad," said Gyuming. It was obviously a very moderate compliment. The fact that Blackie could suppress his attack so easily meant that he was no ordinary dog. For a dog to have such a high level of spiritual cultivation was rare. Gyuming wondered what kind of species he was. "Yes. Pity we need to find the Soul Master quickly and don't have the time to exterminate him," the minister said with vehemence. The ministry had suffered so much damage under Blackie's hand and he had lost so many of his powerful servants. It was heartbreaking for him to have only the left messenger survived. "No worries, we can exterminate them after," said Gyuming without any expressions, as if they were discussing an everyday occurrence. The left messenger could not wipe away the trauma in her heart, and though she was not sure whether she should say anything, she could not help it in the end. "Do you think they would follow us in?" "Ha, that's impossible," Gyuming said with a shake of his head. "One needs not only to guard against the Chaos Thunderbolt but also withstand the repelling force coming from one's heart to be able to enter here. And the more we go deeper, the stronger the Chaos Thunderbolt will be. They would surely die if they were to enter unprepared. Besides, I'm sure they don't have the same boat as mine. My lord, please don't be angry. I apologize for the left messengers asking such an ignorant question, said the minister with a smile meant to appease Guming. You must have suffered too many defeats at the paw of this dog to regard him as such. Rest assured he's nothing compared to me, said Guming, returning the minister's smile. Blackie withdrew his paw with a frown. How dare he send out the first attack? And who is he to be acting cool? I can't stand him. Then he turned to Old Dragon and said, why don't you use that sneaky brain of yours to come up with a plan to destroy them? Didn't your mama teach to keep your mouth shut if you have nothing nice to say? My pure soul was forced to become like this by you. As for a plan, there is something. Old Dragon gave off a loud humph and proceeded to dig around for something in his pockets. A lightning rod, he said as he raised up the lightning rod. I trust that you know how to use it since you're familiar with it. Well done, Old Dragon. You're like a treasure chest that has everything, said Blackie with sparkles in his eyes. The corner of his lips curved up in an evil smile. Without further ado, Blackie threw one end of the lightning rod at Guming's white jade boat and led the group to enter the storm ocean. Follow me, everyone. The ministry people had been observing their actions till now and were confused at what they were doing. What are they doing? Do they seriously think we'll pull them along? Maybe they're planning to pull us back. They must be out of ideas. Hey look, that dog has entered the storm ocean. He looks so ridiculous with that pointy thing on his head. Here comes the lightning. He's gonna get struck down. They knew Blackie would not die easily from getting hit by lightning, but watching him get struck down was enough to make them gleeful with anticipation. Their faces started to break out in wide grins and their eyes became wide with hope. Under their watchful gaze, the lightning indeed landed on Blackie without a doubt. However, the electricity was absorbed by the giant metal needle on his head, rushed along the wire, and hit the white jade boat. Boom! The white jade boat, along with the protective barrier, shook violently from the hit. What happened? Why were we hit instead? Shit! I've never heard of a lightning who can bend. How did that dog avoid getting hit? Everybody was shaking with a confused look on their faces. Another lightning is coming down. I refuse to believe it will only hit us. Boom! The next Chaos Thunderbolt was thicker than the previous and was similarly aiming for Blackie. However, the same thing happened again. The electricity traveled from the tip of the rod to the ground rod which was on the white jade boat. The white jade boat not only had to withstand the usual Chaos Thunderbolt but also the lightning that traveled through the rod, making its damage doubled. The electricity surged up the ministry's people's body, causing them to become numb and the tip of the hair to curl up. No SHT, it hit us again. It must be because of the giant needle on his head. Let's quickly cut this wire. How could it be? What kind of treasure is that? Another lightning is coming. Why are there so many? Everyone looked at the top of Blackie's head and realized the further they were into the storm ocean, the more lightning occurred. The lightning seemed to be drawn by the lightning rod, for they were all rushing towards it, which made sense, for the lightning rod also came with the ability to attract lightning. Hurry, left messenger. Cut that wire. The minister ordered in a panic-stricken voice. You there? Cut the wire. The left messenger shouted to the person beside her without hesitation while putting some distance between them at the same time. After acknowledging her order, the person immediately raised up his big knife and cut the wire at the same time as a Chaos Thunderbolt, with the power of 3 lightning, traveled up the wire and into the knife. Crackle! At the sound of the thunder, the person with the knife and the 3 comrades next to him were turned into air, as if they never existed in this world before. They did not even have the time to gasp out in horror. Gasp! The rest of the people on the boat collectively gasped out in horror. Their bodies shook tremulously and their legs turned into jelly. The fright nearly made left messenger shit her pants. Here I am again, brushing up against the Grim Reaper. Nothing but a fine line separating life and death. That dog is nothing but a curse. The left messenger thought. Everyone turned to look towards Blackie and found themselves gasping in horror again, for countless lightning had gathered above his head. They could not catch a break at all. They looked on with their mouths hanging wide open, with their chin nearly hitting the deck. Blimey! That's a SHT load of lightning. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. What should we do? The scene before them was enough to make them pee in their pants. They found it hard to imagine what kind of pain would befall them when all the lightning struck them at the same time. Everybody, power up your mana. Don't even think of holding it in. Gyuming instructed with somber eyes at the crucial moment. And pray. Boom. The lightning rod absorbed all of the lighting and rushed crackingly along the wire and hit the white jade boat with a deafening roar. The entire white jade boat became covered under a pure white light as if the Chaos Thunderbolt wanted to cement its power as the most destructive power in the world, with the ability to decimate anything. The white light disappeared as fast as it appeared. When the dust had settled, it was discovered half of the people on the white jade boat had been decimated, which freed up the previously tight space. The surviving members did not fare any better with their tattered clothing, blackened face, and vertical hairstyle as if they had all turned into Super Saiyan. A puff of smoke even came out of their mouth when they opened it. Half of Gyuming's purple hair was gone, making him seem a little worse for wear. However, he did not dare to waste any time on the frivolous as Blackie's lightning rod was drawing in lightning again. He had to get the boat as far away as possible. Faster! Faster! Get away from here! In contrast, Blackie and the rest of his group were strolling casually along the storm ocean while watching the drama unfolding on the white jade boat with glee. That would teach you to act cool in front of me. The more you act cool, the sillier you would look when you get hit by lightning. Ha! Don't go away so fast. Let's play a little longer. Here comes another lightning, Blackie said. Strikes after strikes of lightning pursue the white jade boat from behind. By the time they had entered the black hole, all the members below the level of the heavenly realm had been eliminated, leaving only 6 surviving people on board: Gyuming, Liu, the minister, left messenger, and 2 heavenly realm servants. It was not an easy journey. The smell of roasted flesh accompanied their blackened and tingling body, tattered clothing, and vertical hairstyle. The shame of it all nearly drove them mad. They did not even care that they were finally inside the black hole. They stared fixedly at Blackie and the group with undisguised hatred, waiting to kill them all there and then. The minister found it difficult to breathe at the thought of losing all of his men. It had taken him countless years to recruit and train them only to end up killed within a short period of time. He was still reeling from the shock of his powerful men gone so easily. "Y'all are as good as dead," he screamed at them with red eyes. "I'm going to torture you all little by little. You'll surely regret all the things you did to me today," shouted Gyuming in a sinister voice. Blackie pointed at them and said, "They're at their wits' end. Foolish dog. Don't you know that even if there were only 6 of us left, you still don't stand a winning chance?" Liu laughed coldly after saying that. His aura was overpowering. Even if the minister did not join the battle, his group still consisted of 5 high-level members of the heavenly realm after all. Unlike Blackie's group with only 4 of them, Blackie, Old Dragon, Nu and Cultivator Junjun, at the heavenly realm level. As for the rest of Blackie's group, their existence could be ignored. "He's right," Old Dragon said, after assessing both groups' combat power. "Of course I'm right, you piece of SHT, Gyuming said with a sinister smile before coming at them. Chapter 615, Sword pointed at the heavenly realm, woken up by Eldritch's blood. Inside the black hole was pure darkness as if they had entered a dead planet with no life. The ground was made up of a layer of yellow soil with broken walls and nothing else. In this desolation, a flagpole stood in the mud, with a black flag fluttering in the wind, exuding a wild atmosphere, as if one could feel the traces of the past years, which came from ancient times. Above this space, the 2 parties were facing each other with their aura trying to overpower each other. A fiery red spear emerged with dazzling colorful brilliance in Gyuming's hand. He sent out waves after waves of attack, bringing a burst of power with the ability to destroy heaven and earth. The attacks set off a roar and rushed towards Blackie and the rest of his group. Blackie's face remained calm. Then, he took a step and a jump forward, but first, aiming straight at Gyuming. Boom! 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 Blackie's black leather pants emitted a burst of black light which pushed all of Gyuming's attack back to whence they came from. "One spear to rule them all," Gyuming shouted, his eyes wide with the intent to kill, aiming for Blackie, but the light at the tip of the spear kept swirling and getting bigger. It looked as if it could pierce through the universe. A loud hum could be heard when the spear collided into Blackie's butt. The surrounding space trembled and everything collapsed. Gyuming and Blackie seemed to be frozen in space with neither of them moving. The only thing moving was the constant flickering and changing of the surrounding, making it a terrifying sight to behold. "It's your turn to die now," Liu said, turning his gaze to the rest of Blackie's group and rushed toward them with a cold smile. He could not wait to eliminate them. "I'll handle him," Old Dragon said, volunteering himself. He headed straight for Liu and with a flick of his wrist, a shovel appeared in his hand, which he used to shovel Liu. Yu was shrouded in brilliant lights, like a falling meteor falling down, surrounded by laws and visions around his body. The vision became a lion which gave out a loud roar at Old Dragon. Old Dragon was much more unpretentious. He looked like an old farmer with his calm face, flying beard, and the shovel in his hand. The collision of shoven against fist was akin to a comet hitting the earth. Yu's knuckles were no match to Old Dragon's shovel. The shovel cut through his fist and blood sprayed out. His arms became mangled with the blood and flesh mixing with each other. Yu roared with pain and his whole body was shaking. He could feel his primordial spirit shaking too, as if his origins of life had been shoveled away with this one attack. Even his soul felt like it was being torn apart. Old Dragon gripped his shovel tighter and sent Yu flying with another whack. This time the force of the attack was so strong that one of Yu's arm became detached from his body, sending a trail of blood through the air. Yu gave off another roar of pain. His face was contorted and his previous cocky expression was nowhere to be seen. The ministry people could not believe he was so easily defeated by a shovel. That shovel must be a powerful immortal machine. How is this possible? Lord Yu was sent flying with a hit. And that black leather pants was able to withstand Lord Guming's spear. Incredible. Unbelievable. Their power frightens me. Only Left Messenger was unmoved by all the scenes before her, for she was used to it. She remembered the spatula used by Food God worked similarly as the shovel used by Old Dragon. Yu looked at the shovel in Old Dragon's hand and asked in a thick voice, "What kind of shovel is that?" Although his arm grew back, the same could not be said for his origins of life. It was truly gone for good. Even if it was a little amount, the fact that it was shaved off was enough to send chills up his spine. To a high level of the heavenly realm, their origins of life were akin to their lifespan. Therefore, one must do all that they can to prevent it from getting hacked off. If Old Dragon was to hit him with a shovel again and again, he would surely die in no time. "Oh, this old thing? It's just a simple shovel for digging mud," replied Old Dragon with no expression on his face. Once again, he wasted no time to send out another attack at Yu with the shovel in his hand. Yu needed to be cautious and make sure no parts of his body would come in contact with the shovel. With a flick of his wrist, a dark green broadsword appeared in his hand. The broadsword was surrounded by a bloodthirsty aura. He quickly raised the broadsword against the shovel. "Don't stand there and just watch. Do your part and kill as many of them as possible," the minister ordered in a low voice. "Charge." Yu and the other two high-level members of the Heavenly Realm looked toward Cultivator Junjun and the rest of the group. Although they were confident they would be victorious over them, there was still the element of luck which could overthrow the whole thing. Cultivator Junjun and Nua each took a step forwards their opponents while the rest of the group ganged up on the other high-level member of the Heavenly Realm. Although they did not receive any immortal machine from the expert, their weapons have been nurtured by his deluxe merit, making them more powerful than they normally would be. They took out their weapons at the same time and visions started appearing in the sky. "Activate Joe Heavenly Stars formation," Yang Jian shouted with a serious expression. Once one had entered the ranks of the Heavenly Realm, their lives had already surpassed the chaos. They would not be easily taken out with numbers. However, though Yang Jian and the rest of them might only be from the ranks of the Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal, they possessed extraordinary experience and their understanding of Tao had far surpassed others on the same level. It would not be an exaggeration to say that their real power, honed through their training, would be no weaker than those from the Heavenly Realm. "I'll be the main attacker. I love myself a challenge because those on the same level as me are too boring," Xiao Changfeng said, volunteering himself. His tone was cocky as if he was truly unparalleled in this world. In his hand was a long sword exuding a mighty aura. He sent out a long beam of light up to the sky which exploded, sending many light attacks like comets, aiming straight for the high-level member of the Heavenly Realm. This attack was imbued with the true meaning of swordsmanship, with enough power to cut through all the laws, overturn karma, and cut down all enemies. However, the high-level member of the Heavenly only smiled at the incoming attack. When the light beam was close to him, he slowly raised his finger and touched the tip of it. Then, it was as if time was frozen, for the light beams all stopped before disappearing into the thin air. That would explain the smile on his face, for he had been suppressed for long enough. Finally, he could relish the unleashing on his power in a battle. "You all are not a match for me. I can destroy your formation with a punch. Xiao Changfeng, you're nothing but hot air. You make me laugh with your attack. Let's see how you'll handle the next one." A huge phantom of the Juling Shen appeared with a huge axe in his hand. He cut down the axe at where the high-level member of the Heavenly Realm was standing. The time-space fabric of the axe's path became torn, leaving a black strip in the air. Fools! Without waiting to be struck by the axe, the high-level member of the heavenly realm gently aimed a slap at the phantom with a cold smile. Whoosh! 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 A gust of wind howled before condensing itself into a huge phantom palm print. It not only extinguished the phantom of Juling Shen but continued on to break the Zhou Heavenly Stars formation. Then, with a pull of his wrist, the body of Juling Shen was forcibly pulled out of the formation and suspended in the air, bounded by the power. Killing you all is as easy as crushing ants. The high-level member of the heavenly realm was burning like fire. He started to squeeze his fingers close to activate the laws to condense itself to a force of suppression around Juling Shen, causing the space around him to collapse into itself. The sound of Juling Shen's bones breaking could be heard while blood gushed out from all his orifices. Stop! The rest of the group cried out at such a scene. Bright stars gleamed out of the formation, transforming into countless brilliant attacks which rushed towards the high-level member of the heavenly realm. However, he only had to wave his sleeves and to block all the lights of the stars. Everyone became panic-stricken and sent out their most powerful attacks, but alas, they could only watch as Juling Shen's life drained out from him. "Wanna squeeze Meadow Death?" "Impossible," Juling Shen said in a hoarse voice. His body had become distorted while making the last resistance. The mana around him began to tremble. He clenched his teeth, and even with the extreme pain he was experiencing, he was still determined to enlarge his body to push away the laws that were suppressing his body. Both of his eyes became red and blood gushed out of his mouth. He pushed down on the force suppressing his body and said, "I'm nothing if not a giant." "Ha, you just make me want to crush you into a ball more," the high-level member of the heavenly realm mocked. Suddenly, his expression changed when he saw the phantom of Juling Shen slowly appearing in front of him. "Don't fight if you can't take it anymore. You still have us. Just say the word and I'll come save you," Xiao Chengfeng said with a smile. His hair was flying, his eyes were electric, and a sharp aura emitted out from his body. "You are forced to come and not be free. 3,000 visitors are full of flowers. 14 states froze over. With one strike of the sword." Xiao Chengfeng slowly closed his eyes, and the poem written by the expert appeared in his mind. His mood seemed to have reached its peak at this moment, bringing him endless insights. How could he stay calm after learning that this poem was written for Jang Liu? He was extremely jealous, which spurred him to find Jang Liu to dig deep into the insights of the poem together. Sword cultivators fear nothing in this world. Xiao Chengfeng raised his long sword up and it glinted in the sun. With a slash of his sword the whole world brightened up with the reflection bouncing off the sword. Countless sword chi filled the space, cutting through all the aura, and filling it with so much light that it was difficult to open one's eyes. It was as if one would need to be prepared to be turned into dust just by being there. It took a long while for the bright light to dissipate. The laws that were suppressing Juling Shen were destroyed, and the high-level member of the heavenly realm stared at Xiao Chengfeng with eyes wide opened in disbelief. Suddenly, blood gushed out of his mouth and his body began to crack apart. He had been sliced into many pieces. Xiao Chengfeng was taking big gulps of breath from the exertion of it all, but his face was one of happiness at what he just did. The expert would be proud of me for imbuing the attack with the poem he had written. I've managed to cut down a high-level member of the heavenly realm. I've always known I could do it. Xiao Chengfeng had always harbored mixed feelings toward the knowledge of the expert giving Jang Liu wisdom and poem. He had always viewed his sword as his life and had hoped the expert would give him recognition for his swordsmanship. However, the appearance of Jang Liu had presented a huge challenge to him. "Even the sky had to bow down to my swordsmanship, for I am the sword that can cut through darkness. Jang Liu, just you wait. Even though the expert had taken you under your wings, you're still no match for me in a sword fight," Xiao Chengfeng thought. Suddenly, the high level of the heavenly realm emitted a glow and his aura started to recondense and converged into a body. He looked at Xiao Chengfeng and said to him in a cold voice, "The difference in our realms meant it as fated that you would never be able to destroy my origins of life." The sound of the minister's impatient and bloodthirsty voice came from afar. "Finish them quickly and end this farce now." The high-level member of the heavenly realm did not say anything further except to send out an attack. "Sundering God," he cried out as he raised both of his hands and a terrifying aura started to surge up. Suddenly, the sky shook with a loud boom. Spatial cracks began to appear all around, making the entire sky look as if it was riddled with holes. A dark hole started to form in the middle of the Zhou Heavenly Stars formation. The result was akin to a picture of a starry sky being cut in the middle with a knife. The figures of Yang Jian and others all appeared and they all suffered heavy injuries. They spurted blood out of their mouths before falling to the ground. Not far away, the black flag was still swaying with the wind. The high-level member of the heavenly realm slowly took a few steps forward, looked at everyone with contempt, and said calmly, "It's over." He sent out another phantom palm print which began a storm that shrouded everyone. The force of the storm was enough to turn them all into dust. Yang Jian and others gritted their teeth against the force of the storm. They were not afraid to die, but inside their hearts, they felt some regret at not being able to stay by the expert's side anymore. They thought back to all the delicious food they were fortunate to taste and felt they could die happily. The high-level member of the heavenly realm was about to turn his backs on them to join another battle when his expression suddenly changed. The ordinary-looking chaos flag was making some weird noises before sending out a similar storm towards Yang Jian and the others, effectively cancelling out their enemy's attack. The high-level member of the heavenly realm was slightly shocked at the turn of events when he heard a misty voice coming out from the void. "I have been woken up from my 10,000 years of slumber by the blood of the eldritch." The voice was ethereal, and there was an indescribable majesty. Even a simple sentence caused chaotic resonance and ripples. Everyone felt this in their hearts at the same time, and their eyes all turned towards one direction. On the cliff in the distance stood a figure bathed in light as if she was made of light. The figure's face was indistinguishable no matter how hard one looked. Her intro was akin to a protagonist of a story, as if the 10,000 living creatures in the universe would be more than willing to surrender to her. She was a beautiful woman indeed. She possessed an indescribable demeanor, and the same could be said by her unparalleled beauty. A light white dress hugged her graceful figure and she walked on the air with bare feet. "Stop her! Quickly!" When Guming and Liu saw the woman, their pupils contracted rapidly. After endless years, their first reaction was still horror. They hurriedly shouted, "Don't let her get the chaos flag!" The high-level member of the heavenly realm acted like he had just woken up from a dream. He hurriedly raised his hand, and launched an attack on the figure. These bombardments tore the sky and the earth, smoothed the surrounding mountains, and made the ground collapse. However, the figure seemed unaffected by it all and continued to move forward one step at a time amidst the scene of destruction. Chapter 616, The Minister, I've been defiled? Stay away from me. The high-level member of the heavenly finally broke down at the advancing figure. He stopped all his attacks and retreated with fear all over his face. Although this woman did not emit an overpowering aura, she acted like everything was under her control, leaving one no doubt of her power. She extended her slender fingers and grabbed hold of the flagpole. Suddenly, the whole chaos became quiet and the chaos flag stopped flapping around. Yang Jian and the rest of them were saved. Looking at the figure in front of them, their lips started to tremble, but still they did not utter a word, as they did not dare to break the silence, nor did they dare to speak to the woman. A sudden coercive force started to surround the space. Even if only a remnant of her soul was left and had been slumbering for the past 10,000 years, she was still the protagonist of the whole story. Who is she? Everyone wondered to themselves, though they already knew the answer. Is she the Soul Master? Guming and Liu were by far the most affected by the coercive aura. They were almost overwhelmed by the pressure and found it difficult to breathe. Their hearts were filled with extreme panic when they thought back to the Soul Master who had so defeated them in the beginning. "You are all useless. She's nothing but a remnant soul. Finish her off quickly," Guming ordered loudly, though he himself was terrified and rooted to his spot. However, the Soul Master's phantom had already made her first move. She raised up the chaos flag in her hands, and although the flagpole was definitely heavier than her, the sight of her with the waving flag was a domineering sight to behold. A terrifying aura exuded from the chaos flag and transformed into the black tornado which rushed towards the high-level member of the heavenly realm. His face was drained from color and he started to retreat quickly while casting many defensive laws to suppress the black tornado. But, alas, it was futile. In a flash, the black tornado, filled with destructive intent, bombarded his body, as if a violent wind passed through the border, blowing the sky full of yellow sand, and the body of the high-level member of the heavenly realm was annihilated. The phantom of the Soul Master did not say anything throughout the whole unfolding of the situation. She fixed her cold eyes on Guming and started to walk towards him in all her glowing brilliance. She raised the chaos flag again, and once again a destructive force started to rush towards Guming. At this time, Guming was still holding the spear tightly and struggling against Blackie's butt. He had no choice but to take back his spear at the interruption. He turned his spear and out came a real dragon condensed out of law which rushed towards the black tornado, cancelling it out. "Why aren't you fighting me anymore?" Blackie asked sadly. He was not satisfied with how things turned out. How dare you look down at me? Ultimate butt attack. He held onto his butt with both hands and shot down like a comet on top of Gyuming. Bang! Gyuming's head shrunk into his body with the impact and he found himself buried deeply underground with Blackie sitting on top of him. The ground began to split open, carrying with it the sound of Gyuming's furious roar. He jumped out from the hole and popped his head back out. His face was contorted with fury. I'm going to kill you all if that's the last thing I do. Especially you, stupid dog. 8 Corners attack. His spear was aimed at Blackie. Suddenly, countless blades began to appear all around Blackie, attacking him. Where the blade passed, the space was cut open like paper, and the place where Blackie seemed to be shattered into countless glass, making Blackie seem fractured. Blood began to fly out from his body. Blackie stared down the face of destruction with a fierce look in his eyes. He then raised his gaze at Gyuming. Dog paw cover sky. Boom. A huge dog's paw suddenly protruded from space. It was so huge that it was like a giant beast and Gyuming the ant underneath his feet. At the same time, the Soul Master once again waved the Chaos flag, and the black tornado enveloped Gyuming, causing his body to crack inch by inch. The dog's paw fell, and Gyuming's body was suddenly trampled into a puddle of mud. Ah! Gyuming screamed in pain. His origins of life began to flash brilliantly while his body reconstructed itself. However, before he was able to finish doing so, Blackie had already walked out of the destruction space. The latter opened his mouth and sucked Gyuming's fractured body into his mouth and swallowed it. In the void, the brilliance reappeared, and Gyuming's complexion appeared pale. There was fear in his eyes. The joint forces of Blackie and the Soul Master were too frightening. They had wiped out half of his origins of life in such a short period of time. If this went on, he would not be able to escape at all. Without giving him time to catch his breath, the Soul Master sent out another black tornado, leaving him exhausted. Gyuming was at his wit's end and had no choice but to request backup. He then noticed the minister who was watching the battle from a distance away. He suddenly became angry and said, "Liu, isn't he on our side? What's the matter with him? Why isn't he helping us?" Liu heard his name and was momentarily distracted, giving Old Dragon a window to attack his butt. The force of the shovel caused his butt to split into many pieces and blood started gushing out. Liu screamed out in pain while holding his butt, jumping around. At the same time, he began shouting furiously at the minister. "What's the matter with you? Don't just stand there and watch. Come and help us." "I'm coming. I'm coming." The minister knew this was a crucial moment for them. He took a deep breath and resignedly brought out the water from the pond of spirits and bloodthirst spiritual wood. He felt a pang of regret when thinking of the missing repose herbs. "Let me help you," Gyuming said icily. With a wave of his hand, a few drops of his blood floated in front of the minister. "Use my Origin's blood to suppress the restlessness in your heart." Though his Origin's blood was precious, now was not the time to hoard it. If not, it would be over for everyone. "Thank you, Lord Gyuming." The minister was overjoyed and with one bite of his mouth managed to swallow the water from the pond of spirits, the bloodthirst spiritual wood, and Gyuming's Origin's blood. After that, he no longer suppressed the power in his body, and a terrifying aura began to rise, which turned into a powerful storm, rushing straight into the sky, forming a huge vortex in the sky. The vortex continues to expand, releasing a terrifying power, causing the space to tear, and even the Chaos Ocean was swallowed up by it. Boom! 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 Outside of the chaos, this black hole shattered suddenly, like a cave that had been smashed open, revealing its true content. So scary. Cultivator Junjun and the others stared wide-eyed, looking at the minister in horror, feeling the huge difference in their power. Although they were all high-level members of the heavenly realm, they could do nothing but watch the whole thing unfold before their eyes. Is this power of the wisdom realm? The eyes of the minister showed madness and obsession. He felt the aura of the wisdom as if he could almost touch it with his hand. An unprecedented powerful feeling enveloped his whole body, making him feel that he could dominate this chaos. He was only one step away from being Wisdom Elite Being. This feeling of invincibility is really wonderful. Ultimate power is mine. In his body, there were 4 different auras moving around, making his body bulge up here and there. The 4 auras belonged to the power of the 4 Wisdom Elite Being he swallowed man years ago. The unmatched coercive force condensed into a monstrous storm whirling around and making it difficult for everyone to breathe. They could not help but retreat further. His body continued to expand at a rate visible to the naked eye. In a blink of an eye, he had grown to over 30 meters tall. A new arm grew out of his back with every soft popping sound until his giant body sported 8 arms in total. His terrifying look was enough to make everyone go silent with terror. The minister lowered his head and condescendingly looked at everyone from above. "Ants. Kneel before me and pray for mercy." However, just when the tension in the atmosphere had reached its peak, a very abrupt voice sounded. "You just drank my pee." Blackie looked at the minister with contempt. Though his tone was calm, everyone could hear what he said. The minister was shocked and angry. "What did you just say?" Instead of wasting his breath to explain, Blackie decided to prove to him with his actions. He slowly raised his paw, and beckoned to the remaining water from the pond of spirits. "P, come to me." As soon as he said that, the pale yellow part of the pond of spirits slowly floated out and flew towards Blackie. The liquid shone with brilliance and gave off a musty smell. A musty smell that the minister was very familiar with. This is impossible. His brain buzzed, unable to accept this fact. "You are bluffing me. This is the golden holy liquid. The rest of the pond of spirits is still yellow," he hissed. "Oh, those are other people's urine," said Blackie nonchalantly. "Ahem, I've also contributed," said Cultivator Junjun, standing a step forward. Then he weakly raised his hand and shouted, "P, come to me." Immediately, a small amount of yellow liquid flew out from the pond of spirits. Only the wheezing of the minister could be heard as everyone fell silent. Ah! His face became distorted and he felt like he was about to explode. "Did I just drink some pee? And more than one person's pee? I've been defiled. I'm not clean anymore," the minister thought to himself. The juxtaposition of the previous moment and the current moment was obvious. He could feel the eyes of everyone looking at him. He wished a whole appearance swallow him up, for this was akin to social suicide. "I'm going to..." He started to retch before uttering each syllable. "Kill you all." The minister's blood began to boil. He could not stop retching and yet found himself unable to vomit out anything. Those pee had already been absorbed into his body along with the pond of spirits. He started to cry. "I'm going to tear you all into pieces." He looked crazy with his red eyes and his monstrous aura locked on Blackie while moving his 8 arms to grab him at the same time. A great energy fell on Blackie, suppressing from all sides and locking him inside, as if he was nothing but dead meat. A cold smile appeared on Guming's face. Finally, some worthwhile action. My blood is not wasted after all. Liu smiled slightly. After swallowing the elite beings, he had finally arrived at the edge of the realm of elite being after so many years. There is no way for that bald dog to come out of this alive. Cultivator Junjun and others' faces were full of concern. They worriedly shouted at Blackie, "Lord Dog." Suddenly, a black flag appeared in front of Blackie, and the Soul Master stepped out and rushed towards the minister with no hesitation. The Chaos flag started to flap around, kicking up another black tornado of destruction. The vision was one of a dragon. "Do you seriously think things will end up like before, Soul Master? How dare you think you can defeat me as a remnant soul?" The minister smiled grimly, then his expression became cocky. "I am not what I used to be." He raised his palm and pushed it out toward the Soul Master. 8 palms flanked from the 4 directions and came together towards the Soul Master like 8 huge mountains, sealing the Soul Master in the center, turning into a cage. There were lights swirling all around, giving off a terrifying aura, and wanting to incinerate the Soul Master. The Soul Master waved the Chaos flag and outshot some turbulent flames with momentum. But the flames were unable to break through the cage. The minister smiled coldly. "Farewell, Soul Master. Today is the day I killed off your last remaining shred of soul." "Lackadaisical dragon," Blackie shouted, who was busy fighting of Guming. I know. I'm trying to think of something," Old Dragon shouted as he pushed away Liu with his shovel. He started to dig around his pockets before holding up something in his hand. Lao Gui's shell. He hurriedly threw the shell towards the Soul Master. The shell of the tortoise quickly grew bigger during the flight, turning into a huge shield, and shielded the Soul Master from any damages. The Soul Master took this opportunity to quickly retreat from danger. "Maggots! Stop your futile struggle," the minister spoke disdainfully. He put his hands together and the old turtle's shell instantly crushed into dust. The rest of his 6 arms rushed towards the Soul Master. There was already a trace of power of wisdom in his attack, with the ability to suppress the laws that not any high-level member of the heavenly realm could resist. Boom! 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 The chaos shook, the distant starry sky was hit, with many stars turning into meteors, falling into the depths of chaos. A torrent of pressure shattered the space around the Soul Master, and the phantom became dimmer. Her face started to tremble slightly in the face of such a crisis. There was a sense of loss in her eyes when she recovered herself, as if she had just thought of something. Seeing the attack coming toward her, she instinctively raised her hand, and an indescribable aura suddenly rose up. This was an almost invincible aura. An aura even the minister found overwhelming, which then became the center of the chaos. "What's happening?" the minister cried out, his eyes as wide as saucers. "Destroy everything into silent," the Soul Master stuttered, swirling above the sky. The minister's 6 outstretched arms instantly exploded into million little pieces. "No!" the minister screamed as he took a step back. The same power which caused his arms to explode was coursing through his veins and incinerating his body. He felt fear like never before, for he could not defend himself against this power. This was a force of God with the power to stir up heaven and earth. Needless to say, the power was more than enough to take him out. His remaining 2 arms soon burst apart, and the power did not stop until it reached his shoulders. "I'm still alive?" The fear still remained on his face. Then he started to laugh hysterically as his body grew the parts that exploded. "Die, you mere remnant soul!" The minister was beyond furious, and with a push of his palm unceasingly forced the Soul Master to retreat as the space around them started to crumble. The Soul Master's phantom dimmed even more. "It's time to end this." He raised up all of his 8 arms above his head, and a space swamp appeared with black hole vortex swirling above. 8 giant phantom arms began to appear out from the middle of the vortex. These complete dark arms, imbued with the power to crush anything, began to descend from the top. "I'm the greatest at suppressing immortals and sealing demons." Chapter 617, The Annihilation of the Ministry, An Eternal Situation. The 8 arms resounded loudly with a hum, as if 8 sky-crushing pillars were really coming down from the sky. An endless coercion created a barrier around the space, making it impossible for anyone to escape. A sense of despair descended upon everyone as they realized their imminent death. The minister had already advanced to the late stage of the wisdom elite being, and with this attack, that far surpassed the power of the heavenly realm, it already displayed the immense power of wisdom. The Soul Master waved her hand, and the chaos flag spread out in the wind, setting off the boundless law and fluttering toward the sky. The chaos flag kept getting bigger until it covered the whole sky. It formed a barrier against those 8 arms. Crash! When the 8 palms came in contact with the flag, it suddenly became deformed. The palms formed prints on the flag while they kept pressing down on it. The horrifying air blast from the collision raged in this space. The force alone overpowered the crowd. Even Blackie felt oppressed. Juling Shen and the others were even more shocked as they were sent flying. Eventually, they landed on the ground, gushing out blood. "It's over. We're dead for sure," said Jang Liu as he looked at the invincible 8 arms in the sky. "I'm not afraid to die, for I have lived a full life." Xiao Changfeng wiped the corners of his mouth and lifted the long sword in his hand. "If I didn't meet the expert, I'm afraid I'd still be proud of being in the ranks of an immortal realm. Just like an ant in the cup who thought the cup was his whole world. Now, I can even go head-to-head with a high-level member of the heavenly realm. Ha ha ha, so I welcome death with both my arms wide open." "Well said," said Yang Jing in admiration. He thought about it for a moment and realized that he had nothing to add to that, and so he said, "Well said, indeed. I feel the same way." "Oh, please. Cut it out with your positive thinking crap. The only thing we should do now to not have any regrets is to finish all the good food on us while there's still time," said Juling Shen. He proceeded to take out a chocolate bar and ate it. "True that. We still haven't eaten the chocolate given by the expert. Give me some, too." Immediately, all of them started eating the chocolate. "Wow, the texture's so smooth. It's so sweet but so good. I can die happy after eating this. Hold up. I sense some kind of power. I feel like myself again, but without the fatigue." Everyone felt that their injuries were starting to recover quickly and their mana was as powerful as a river. This feeling was akin to an old man in his 70s or 80s suddenly becoming 20 years old again, full of energy. The chocolate given by the expert was some good stuff. Unimaginably good stuff. "It's an elixir, a true elixir," said Taishang Elder. "Quickly give some to Lord Dog, Old Dragon, and Soul Master." Everyone started to throw their chocolate at Blackie and the other 2. With a jump, Blackie caught the chocolate in his mouth and suddenly his eyes became shiny again. "I can feel the power." "This is bad," said the left messenger who had been observing the group. Her heart began to sink with the familiar sense of foreboding and her scalp began to tingle when she noticed them sharing the chocolate between them. "It's happening again. I can't shake this sense of foreboding. Something unexpected would always happen just when we think we're winning. I need to be careful, she thought as she silently retreated behind her group. In contrast, Liu was more relaxed and he looked like he was holding the winning ticket. He had stopped fighting with Old Dragon as he wanted to avoid his shovel. He was contented to just watch everything unfold from the sidelines. Suddenly, he noticed the left messenger's retreat and the panic on her face. He walked over to her with a frown on his face and asked, "What's wrong? What are you panicking about? We're winning." As if, thought the left messenger, though she did not dare to say it out loud. She did, however, say, "The situation doesn't look good. I'm afraid there's going to be an unexpected turn of events soon." Liu shook his head. "Don't be a coward. You're making a fuss out of nothing." Meanwhile, Yang Jing presented a piece of chocolate to the Soul Master respectfully. "Lord Soul Master, this might help you." The Soul Master took the chocolate and ate it without hesitation. Immediately, a powerful surge of aura coursed through her body, forming an overpowering and unassailable vibe. Her phantom figure started to flesh out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her eyes, too, became more alive, making her remnant soul seem more spirited with a breath of life. What's going on? What did she eat exactly? How is it possible they were able to replenish an elite being's origins? There's no way such a thing could exist in this world. It's all fake, a hallucination. The minister was trembling. His eyes widened in horror and the blue veins on his forehead bulged up. The visions around him transformed into thousands of worlds with enough power to suppress the heavens as the 8 arms stirred the wind and clouds. The strength of the 8 giant hands above the sky caused the chaos to vibrate, forming a storm that howled in all directions. However, he was unable to break through the defense of the chaos flag. Instead, he was slowly being pushed back by it. "This isn't good. Run," said the left messenger when she saw how the situation was turning against them. She started to run without hesitation, not once looking back. Liu was taken aback and started chasing after her, wanting to drag her back. "There's no time to explain. We have to quickly leave this place," said the left messenger in a rushed tone. She wanted to leave as soon as possible. At the same time, the Soul Master's eyes burst with brilliance. Holding the chaos flag with a slight wave, the 8 giant hands above the sky instantly collapsed and turned into nothingness. Then, with a jump, she rushed toward the minister. Her face was expressionless while her body was bathed in a strong light. She had returned to her former glory as the laws resounded with the wisdom around her. The minister grabbed his hair in frustration and there was despair in his eyes. He knew he would not come out of this alive. "I'll fight you to the death," he screamed hysterically. He balled up his 8 hands into a fist and started punching indiscriminately until it felt like the heavenly realm was about to split open. "Divine Destruction Punch," shouted the minister. "Destroy everything into silence," shouted the Soul Master with a majestic wave of her hand. Ah! The 8 arms of the minister were once again shattered, along with the body that was being rapidly annihilated. This time, the destruction did not stop at his shoulders, where it did not stop until it turned everything to ash, until his origins of life were wiped out for good. "Has the Soul Master been completely revived?" screamed Guming as his face contorted in horror. He was about to run away when Blackie jumped up. The pants on his body burst with black light, flew off of him, and wrapped itself around Guming's head. It had the immediate effect of making him blind, dizzy, and unable to know which direction he was running in. "Leather pants on head," shouted Blackie as he took up a wooden club and started to hit Guming on the head with it. Bang! 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 Each bang was accompanied by Guming's screams as he shook with pain. It was like music to Blackie's ears. "Let me go. If not, the Eldritchs will take revenge on you," roared Guming, making his last escape attempt. "Silly bumpkin. The Eldritchs will still take their revenge even if I let you go," said Blackie with a cold laugh. The wooden club he was holding became larger. "Take this." Meanwhile, the other high-level member of the Heavenly Realm was scared shitless. He wanted nothing more in the world than to escape this place. However, that option was not available to him, for he was surrounded by his enemies and with a strike from Old Dragon's shovel, he was defeated. His origins of life was completely spent. Yang Jing and the rest of the group were suddenly overcome with joy at the unexpected turnaround. Happiness and excitement surged through their hearts while they did a victory dance. "You've got to hand it to the expert for saving us with the chocolate. This chocolate's so powerful that even the Soul Master was able to be revived by it. It seems like the expert has everything under his control. I bet he predicted things would turn out this way. That's why he gave us the chocolate. Everything's connected." His wisdom's truly boundless. Meanwhile, Liu was still trying to drag the left messenger back when he heard the commotion behind him. He became rooted to his spot in horror when he saw how easily the minister was annihilated. His horror was further exacerbated when he felt Quming's weakening aura. In that very instant, he decided to escape with the left messenger. "You're right to escape. It's too dangerous here." Liu looked at the left messenger with burning gratitude in his eyes. "You've saved my life this time. I'll repay you one day." The left messenger did not want to waste her energy on useless chit-chat. All she wanted to do was get out of the place as fast as possible and hide away in a place with no one around. "You're being too kind, Lord Liu. There's no need to repay me." With the minister dead, there was no one in the ministry with high combat power. The days of the ministry were truly gone. She felt tired, unbelievably tired. Her losing streak had melted her down. She was sure she would not have been able to survive if not for her strong survival instinct, but it did not do her well to dwell in the past now. The world had become too dangerous for her. She needed to find a place to lay low and live out the rest of her life. "Huh? Why would you say something like that? I've always repaid my debts." Liu put his hand together and in a grave tone said, "Don't worry. You haven't even seen what the Eldritchs can do. The people in the chaos would be blown into smithereens once I've recruited enough people. Till then, wait for me to send you a message to join us." He knew that the left messenger's sense of danger would come in handy in the future. "Recruit? Join them?" thought the left messenger as her heart turned into ice. However, her reply was different as she gave a perfunctory answer out loud, "I'll be more than happy to join you then." "Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. Come immediately when you get my message," said Liu with a roar of laughter. "Only a fool would be stupid enough to join you," thought the left messenger. She had decided she would not be joining any future battles and wanted nothing more than to live out the rest of her life in a peaceful little place. Meanwhile, the battle of the century had ended. Blackie and the rest of the group were floating in the chaos. They were full of energy after having eaten the chocolate. No trace of the battle could be found on them. "Thank you," said the Soul Master, who was surrounded by a divine light. "You are welcome. We would have been dead if it wasn't for you." "Yes, we should be the one thanking you. Besides, we weren't the ones who made the chocolate. The expert was the one who had everything under control." A friendly smile broke out on everyone's face as they said their piece. The Soul Master had an inherent vibe to her that made it natural for others to treat her respectfully. "May I know who this expert is?" she asked. "He's my master. He claims to be a mere mortal, but his every word comes from wisdom, and though everything around him possesses extraordinary power, he treats them as normal everyday things," replied Blackie. "The expert possesses the power to stir up the wind and the clouds, to change the force of nature, and even to destroy the area of the gods with only a word or a wave of his hand," added Cultivator Junjun. "I come from a normal background and was weak, but I became strong through the favors bestowed to me by the expert," said Goddess Nuwe with a nod of her head. They all stared at Soul Master, wanting to get some answers from her. They had always wondered how the expert came to possess such power. They were hoping the Soul Master would have an explanation for them since she had been alive since the beginning of time. They wanted to understand the expert more so they could serve him better. The Soul Master was silent for a while. She suddenly shook her head, then nodded her head again. "I'm not sure. But going by what you all said, it sounds like the expert has already surpassed the realm I was in before." Cultivator Junjun and the rest of the group were not surprised. They had expected this after all. "Can you make a guess as to the expert's intention?" asked Yang Jing curiously. "I can try if you can give me more information," replied the Soul Master. Immediately, everyone started to tell her what they had experienced so far. Although all the stories were already in the past, they still felt shocked and admiration at what had transpired in their lives with the expert. Once everyone had their say, they all turned to gaze at the Soul Master with much anticipation in their eyes. Only after a long while did the Soul Master open her mouth to speak. "This all feels very familiar." The group could not see her features as she was still bathed in strong light, but they could sense that she was actually frowning. His intention is probably to $ at %carat and. Everyone's face broke out in confusion, for they were sure the Soul Master had said something. However, it was censored by a strange force. "This is too huge of a revelation. Forgive me for being unable to tell you all. Anything I say now would be censored by wisdom," explained the Soul Master. "Anyway, whatever he's doing is going against fate, and can turn the chaos upside down. It's an eternal situation." "Turn the chaos upside down? An eternal situation? Even wisdom had to censor it?" wondered the group. Their heart rate sped up with the shock. They found themselves unable to speak or even to remember to breathe. We should have noticed earlier how every step of our journey has been set up by the expert, as if we're nothing but pawns in his game of chess. Even with this thought in their mind, they did not feel scared. On the contrary, they felt even more pumped up, wishing they could do everything in their power to help the expert. "Lord Soul Master, what can we do to help the expert?" asked Goddess Nuwa respectfully. The Soul Master scanned the group, looking at them with deep knowledge. "You've all been chosen by the expert, so remember to train hard in your spiritual cultivation. And though my memories are still incomplete, I can still sense that the expert has entered a very crucial period in his life. Please, do not wake him up nor let anything bother him. Guard him and keep him in this state." Chapter 618, Palm Sword Cliff, Jang Liu's Dilemma. Upon finishing her sentences, the Soul Master, still bathed in the strong light, shot across the sky. She still remembered the horror she felt many years ago that forced her to split her soul into many pieces just to ensure her survival. She planned to gather all of the pieces of her remnant soul so she could stand at the peak again. The group watched her leave and was silent for a long while, each lost in their own thoughts. They were contemplating the things the Soul Master had just told them. The information came as a shock to them, causing them to take it seriously. However, it still did not answer the questions in their hearts. "I knew there must be a reason for the expert to be like that. The Soul Master had instructed us not to wake him up nor let anything disturb him in this crucial time of his life. Do you think the expert's deep in a special state of enlightenment? And that it's best not to disturb him? No matter what, we should ensure that nobody disturbs him in this state. Ha ha ha, we're the chosen ones, the linchpins to the whole plan." Xiao Changfeng was proud of himself, as if he had found his purpose for being alive. "The expert trusts us so much that he's willing to entrust his life to us." A linchpin referred to a person who was indispensable or vital to an organization's success, someone who had been specially chosen by the higher-ups to solve all problems and be at the forefront of all battles. Generally speaking, the linchpin would have to suffer many tribulations and run the risk of falling any time. The thought of that did not deter Xiao Changfeng. Instead, he became very excited, animated, and sparkly-eyed. The rest of the group felt the same way as he did. There were smiles all around. "That means our very existence is indeed valuable. I won't ever let the expert down. We should train harder so we can serve the expert better as linchpins. Yes, let's work harder everyone." Half a month passed by in a blink of an eye. The reputation and influence of the area of the gods had grown so much that many powerful forces had been attracted there. During that time period, something big had happened. A powerful organization who used to shun the world appeared from the chaos and landed on the area of the gods, proclaiming themselves to be the descendants of an elite being and possessing their heritage. The organization was called Palm Sword Cliff and the followers were all sword cultivators with shocking and unparalleled power. They quickly gained fame throughout the area of the gods with their dramatic entrances and domineering way of doing things. Not long ago, 5 followers, who humbly proclaimed themselves to be only sword interns but were in fact in possession of immense power, came out of the Palm Sword Cliff, joined forces, and took out a high-level member from the heavenly realm. This news shocked everyone in the area of the gods and catapulted Palm Sword Cliff to the pinnacle. After that, there was always a never-ending line of worshippers going up the cliff. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Palm Sword Cliff, a crowd of sword cultivators had gathered for a discussion. The tension in the atmosphere was palpable. Their leader was not there because his seat remained empty. "How's the secret border research going? Did you find out who got it?" asked an elder who was in charge. "According to the intel we've received, it was a group of people from the chaos who went in about a month ago. Apparently, they possessed immense power and came from an extraordinary background," answered a follower with admiration in his eyes. "But this secret border now belongs to the Heavenly Temple." "The ministry people were involved as well but they were nearly wiped out by the people from the Heavenly Temple," added another follower in a cautious voice. "The timeline matches up. It must be the secret border belonging to the Wisdom Elite being." The elder's eyes were shining brightly while he continued in a rushed and determined tone, "Technically speaking, we, the Palm Sword Cliff, are the true heir of the Elite being for he had given us his guidance many years ago. Therefore, only we have the right to inherit his secret border, no one else. The secret border was created before the death of the Elite being and must be imbued with his heritage. The benefits would be boundless once they obtained it." "Big Elder, the Heavenly Temple can be easily destroyed once the Master's here," said a follower, excited at the thought of an all-out battle. The master cannot come out yet. That's why he's ordered me to dig around for information about the secret border. Besides, this matter is so small that we need not concern him." He then shook his head and smiled knowingly. "I have a fragment left by the elite being with me and it's already producing a resonance. With this, we can know the approximate location of the secret border's heritage. Send some men to look for it now." At the same time, everybody was enjoying themselves in the four-part architecture. Li Nianfan could be found watching the news early in the morning. He did not deny that it was good entertainment, making his life a little less boring and a little more fun. There was news about the settlement of foreign sects, the throwing of banquets, and the struggle between sects, all with moving pictures accompanying them. It was like an immortal version of TikTok, which of course, made the content very interesting. Wow, this celestial list is interesting. It provides a record of all the sects members who have achieved the ranks of the heavenly realm. The area of the gods has so many sects now. It surely has gotten larger. And this saint list records all the Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals' names. Apparently, they all possess the ability to overturn the laws themselves and are on their way to reach the ranks of the heavenly realm. Interesting. You can tell how powerful they are. It makes me all pumped up. I never knew you could kill people from different ranks. I'm so jealous. If only I'm a true transmigrator, I could at least be listed in the saint list and shock everyone with my power. My life's a waste. Sigh. Oh well, I can always live vicariously through them by watching the news. Li Nianfan's current mentality was similar to that of his previous life. Although he was not a successful person, it did not affect him one bit, for he could always join in on the fun by giving his opinion or analysis about the whole thing. At the same time, two figures were heading towards the fallen immortal mountain from a distance away. They were wearing brown training uniforms and their sword-like eyebrows gave them an innate sharp aura. They were shooting brilliantly like a rainbow across the air with their flying sword underneath their feet. Their speed was not fast and they looked as if they were looking for something, looking around on the ground from time to time. Big Elder said it should be around here, but we've been searching for 3 days without anything to show for. How deep is it hidden? They wondered. Chop. 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 Suddenly, they heard the sound of wood chopping, which immediately attracted their attention. They both scoffed at the same time when they discovered it was only a simple woodcutter. However, their pupils contracted rapidly and they nearly fell from their flying swords when they saw the sword the woodcutter was holding. In an instant, they landed where the woodcutter was. Their faces were not friendly at all. "Hey, you there. Who are you?" asked one of them in a low voice. Jang Liu took one glance at them and continued to chop the wood. "I'm just an ordinary woodcutter." He was in a hurry to deliver today's firewood to the expert. "Show us the long sword you have in your hand," ordered the other man sternly. Chop. 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 Jang Liu ignored them and continued on his task. "You're courting death." Both the two sword cultivators emitted a murderous aura at the same time and one of them went at Jang Liu with a long sword in his hand. A blood-red mist had gathered around the sword slash with enough power to cut through a mountain. Jang Liu continued to ignore them and strike his sword against the tree. The shock wave from that strike cancelled out the slash attack. "I have no intention to kill any of you. Leave, now," said Jang Liu calmly. The two followers smiled coldly at their realization. "So, you're a monk. Did you really think you could escape detection by hiding out here? I'll get straight to the point with you. The sword you're holding contains a wisdom elite being's heritage. It doesn't belong to you. Hand it over if you don't wish to die. We're the followers of the Palm Sword Cliff. We can make you our sword servant if you cooperate with us." Jang Liu stopped what he was doing. "You know about this sword? The real owner of this sword was the teacher of the Palm Sword Cliff, so it naturally belongs to us," said the follower arrogantly. "You're just returning what rightfully belongs to us." Jang Liu knitted his brow together. "The elite being didn't mention any rightful heir when he gave me this sword. Besides, the fact that this sword was given to me means he approves of me. I don't believe the elite being would leave his heritage to a bunch of people who not only treat others with no respect but would also go as far as using force to get what they want." Jang Liu was not a fool. He would not easily hand over an elite being's heritage without any proof. Besides, even if what they had said was true, so what? This sword was given to him by the expert and he did not want to disappoint him. He would not hand over this sword no matter what. It never ends well for people who are greedy. The follower's eyes became icy as he gave the last ultimatum. "Kneel before me and beg for my forgiveness. I might consider leaving your corpse intact. Don't waste your breath on him. How dare he insult the Palm Sword Cliff? He must die," said the other follower, his sword already unsheathed. The aura emitting from his sword transformed into a drizzle that aimed straight at Jang Liu. The glint of the sword was dazzling and flew in all directions. Both of them were at the early stage of being quasi-saints, but due to their immense sword combat power, they were more like mid-stage quasi-saints. However, they were still no match for Jang Liu. "Flashy but useless," said Jang Liu with a shake of his head. His expression remained impassive when he pointed his finger. In an instant, it was as if the king of all swords had possessed him and he had come upon the ability to command all the swords in the world. The attacks sent out from the followers stopped mid-air before turning around and aiming back at them with their powers greatly increased. "How's this possible?" cried the two followers. Their eyes were wide open with shock. They activated their defense skill, but alas, it was no use against the incoming attack. Slash. 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 The slash attack left 1,000 cuts all over their bodies. They fell to the ground with blood spraying out from every wound on their bodies. "How did the two of you know about this place anyway?" asked Jang Liu with a stern expression on his face. It was important for him to know the answer, for it caused him great worry to realize the expert could be disturbed by their presence. He would do anything to make sure that would not happen under his watch. Not long ago, he had been notified by the people in the heavenly temple to not cause disturbance or let anyone cause disturbance to the expert. He would not be able to forgive himself if the expert was frequently disturbed by visitors to the fallen immortal mountain. "We're the followers of the Palm Sword Cliff. It'll be game over for you if you dare kill us." "Wrong answer." Jang Liu shook his head and gave a cutting look to the follower. In an instant, a red gash appeared on his neck, completely destroying his primordial spirit. "Your turn to answer my question," said Jang Liu to the remaining follower. His tone was as cold as the Arctic wind. The follower was quaking in his boots and was scared. He felt as if there were 1,000 swords pinning him down. The elite being left us a piece of swordsmanship fragment which can detect the heritage's location. That's how we were able to come across this place. "Thank you for your answer," said Jang Liu. As soon as he had said that, the follower's eyes widened as a similar red gash appeared on his neck. Jang Liu knitted his brows together and became lost in thought. If it was as the Palm Sword Cliff followers said, then he should not stay there any longer because his very presence would attract more troubles. "I'm their target, which means wherever I go, they'll follow. Therefore, I should get as far away from here as possible to prevent them from disturbing the expert," concluded Jang Liu. He was clear about what he had to do. He lifted the chopped firewood onto his back, once again taking up the role of a simple woodcutter, and started his climb up the mountain. He would first bid the expert farewell and come back again when this problem had been taken care of. It did not take him long to arrive at the entrance of the four-part architecture. "Lord Saint, I'm here to deliver the freshly chopped firewood." "Is that you, Jang Liu?" "I'm coming," said Li Niangfan from inside. After a while, the door was opened. Jang Liu put down the firewood he was carrying on his back and passed them to Li Niangfan. "Good morning, Lord Saint." "Thank you for all your hard work," said Li Niangfan with a smile. In his mind, he thought that Jang Liu was a very honest kid who practiced gratitude well, as Jang Liu stayed true to his promise of delivering firewood to Li Niangfan every day without a word of complaint. "Look at these neatly chopped wood. You've improved so much, Jang Liu. I can tell you've really put your heart into this." "You're being too kind, Lord Saint. I've only touched the tip of the iceberg." Jang Liu was secretly pleased with the expert's praise. "There's no need to be humble," said Li Niangfan with a smile. "You've come just in time for breakfast. Would you like to join us?" Chapter 619, Leaving the Mountain with a Sword, the Mysterious Legend in the Area of the Gods. "May I?" asked a happily surprised Jang Liu. "Why not? Don't be a stranger. Come in, come," answered Li Niangfan with a roar of laughter. "Yes, my beloved master. Pardon me for intruding, Lord Saint." Jang Liu entered the four-part architecture cautiously. His heart was beating wildly, but he tried to keep his composure. Even though he had been staying at the foot of the mountain for a long time, this was his first time being a guest in the expert's home. He was greeted by a thick and intoxicating chaos spiritual chi as soon as he walked in. He felt his life being transformed with just a single breath, and that his value skyrocketed just by being there. He sat down on the seat assigned to him and started to survey his new surroundings, which immediately gave him a new understanding of the term Bigshot. "So, this is what a Bigshot's residence looks like. I've been limited by my imagination. Everything seems so ordinary, but there are unimaginable mysteries hidden. Even the weeds growing out of the corner of the walls are chaos spiritual root imbued with exceptional spiritual chi. Cluck. 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 In the corner of the courtyard, a hen clucked and a round egg rolled out slowly from its butt. The hen turned around when it felt Jang Liu's hot gaze on it. The moment Jang Liu made eye contact with the hen, his brain went blank with a thud, and the mana of his whole body began to surge uncontrollably. The hairs on his whole body stood up as if he had seen a chaos beast and his survival instincts kicked in. That hen's a chaos divine phoenix. Jang Liu's heart throbbed and he hurriedly rearranged his expression into a friendly smile directed at the chicken. The North Shadow Guard from the Ministry was also a chaos beast and he had left a deep impression on Jang Liu. The North Shadow Guard and the hen were all from Phoenix bloodlines, but the blood of the North Shadow Guard was actually no better than this group of hens. The expert was too powerful. Jang Liu turned his gaze on the boiled eggs on the dining table and suddenly gasped when realization dawned on him. Such divine birds! Yet, they had been relegated to the role of laying breakfast eggs for the expert to consume. This was beyond madness. It could only be said that there were many hidden treasures in the expert's residence. "Brother Jang Liu, I hope you don't mind having such a simple breakfast," said Li Nianfan. Not at all," he said while coughing. "I'd never have the chance to eat anything on this table if it wasn't for the expert and he has the nerve to say it's only a simple breakfast? If this is simple then the rest of the world must be eating shit. By the way, do you want cow milk or soy milk?" asked Li Nianfan. It was difficult for Jang Liu to choose and he was momentarily stunned. "I'd recommend the soy milk. It's ground by hand, by Brother Li," advised Dragon. "Okay, I'll have the soy milk then," said Jang Liu. Li Nianfan nodded and said, coming right up. The breakfast was really simple. Everyone had a bowl of soy milk, a steamed bun, and an egg. They all tasted very delicious and a wave of contentment blanketed them after they had finished their breakfast. Especially for Jang Liu who had received the elite being heritage. During this time, he had a lot of experience in chopping wood and his foundation was already extremely solid. The breakfast spread was imbued with a massive amount of aura and with each bite, he could feel his mana skyrocket until he advanced an equivalent of 100 years of hard cultivation. As he drank the last sip of soy milk, the mana in his body could no longer be suppressed. It began to swell until finally, it became restless. Immediately afterward, his heart grew warm, and so did his whole body. A feeling of sufficient strength emerged. It was like the floodgate had been opened. In one fell swoop, he had entered the realm of Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. Feeling his new realm, Jang Liu's brain began to buzz and it all felt so surreal to him. When he first met the expert, he was only in the realm of Daluo Golden Immortal. He was saved by the expert and it was also he who gave him the heritage. After a while, he brazenly joined the expert for dinner and broke through to the mid-stage of a quasi-saint. After some more time, he broke through to the late quasi-saint. Now a simple breakfast has pushed him into the realm of Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. No one could even dream it possible. The absurdity of it all was out of this world. Previously, if anyone were to tell him he could break through so many realms in such a short time, he would have definitely thought that person to be crazy and lacking common sense. But the Bigshot had shown us through experience that nothing was impossible in this world. Under this circumstance, it became more difficult for him to tell Li Nianfan what he had planned to say. He wondered whether the expert would be angry if he told him he would not be able to chop and deliver firewood to him for quite some time. "Brother Jang Liu, are you okay?" asked a concerned Li Nianfan when he noticed Jang Liu's expression. Jang Liu hesitated and let out a long sigh before speaking. "Lord Saint, I have some matters to attend to so I won't be able to deliver firewood to you for quite some time." "Is that all? I thought it'd be something more serious than this." "Don't worry about the whole firewood thing," said Li Nianfan with a grin. "It's important to attend to your own personal matters. There's no need to beat yourself up over it." "Thank you for your understanding, Lord Saint," said Jang Liu gratefully. "Ha ha ha, you're being too formal." Li Nianfan kept laughing but then stopped to ask with curiosity, "Do you want to tell me what this is all about?" "Yes," answered Jang Liu, not planning to hide anything from the expert. "Someone tried to snatch the sword from me after they found out about the heritage, so I need some time to solve this problem once and for all." "No way," said Li Nianfan. He was very familiar with this kind of trope. After all, it was a simple kill the person to steal his treasure cliché. It was natural for others to be consumed by greed once they had discovered a heritage treasure and Jang Liu was an easy target as his spiritual cultivation was not high. However, to covet this kind of heritage meant that the other party's powers were not that high either. Li Nianfan became calmer at the thought of that. If Jang Liu could not handle them, then there would be others from the heavenly palace who could. He decided to not be involved in this matter. After all, he was not Jang Liu's mother and did not want to waste his time on this kind of matter. Not to mention, the situation did not seem serious, so there was no need to play the hero. It was only natural for one to encounter many obstacles on the path of cultivating one's spiritual chi. What happened next would be heavily dependent on Jang Liu's training and luck. It would be another matter if he really could not handle it himself and asked for the expert's help. All these thoughts occurred in Li Nianfan's mind in a split second. These people should be punished for trying to snatch away other people's treasures. Brother Jang Liu, this matter shouldn't be ignored. In fact, I've always wanted to tell you that the sword can be used to kill people, too. Li Nianfan's words sent a shockwave through Jang Liu's entire body. His mind suddenly became clear and even his aura became sharper. Previously, Li Nianfan had given him the role of a woodcutter. He took this mission to heart, which caused his sword to lack a certain sense of sharpness. However, with a simple reminder from the expert, his aura had been transformed. I have a sword and I've been cutting firewood in the forest for a long time. One day, my sharp edge was revealed and I was able to pierce through the universe. What a transformation! Thought Jang Liu. Jang Liu's heart was surging and his blood was hot with excitement. He wished he could worship Li Nianfan there and then. A glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Yes, the expert must have noticed that my swordsmanship isn't perfect yet and had used this opportunity to sharpen me. Swords are meant for killing. The expert's asking me to kill people. The expert's using this incident to test me, to see if I can complete my transformation and solve the problem. I mustn't let him down. Li Nianfan smiled enigmatically when he noticed the sharp glint in Jang Liu's eyes. It seemed like his pep talk for Jang Liu had worked. This was the gift of gab. In many situations, one did not have to do much but just speak beautifully to get the respect of the other party. You have nothing to fear as long as you do things with a clear conscience. You can always come back and ask for my help if you really can't solve it yourself. I'm confident any problem can be easily solved with my network of people, said Li Nianfan in a soothing voice. This means I have the expert's backing and I can do whatever I want. He's so good to me, thought Jang Liu. Then, he opened his mouth to thank him. He was so touched by the expert's gesture that he stood up agitatedly. But please don't worry about me. I'm sure I can handle this myself and come back to chop wood for you again. Okay, just be careful, said Li Nianfan with a smile while waving his hand. The interaction between them had deepened their bond with each other. Li Nianfan was hoping Jang Liu would one day be a big shot himself so he could cash in on his protection. Jang Liu was all pumped up after Li Nianfan's pep talk. He bid farewell to him and rushed down to the foot of the mountain to sharpen his sword. The next day, at a distance a few 100,000 miles away from the fallen Immortal Mountain, stood a plain named Green Peak Plain. Green Peak Plain's original terrain was flat, with abundant spiritual chi and a lot of elixirs distributed throughout. It was regarded as a treasured land of feng shui, so many families and sects had settled down there. The Zheng family was originally from the prehistoric native land. Although their influence was not small, it was only relative to the prehistoric immortal world at that time. However, with the benefits of the area of the gods, the strength of the Zheng family had naturally skyrocketed. Old Zheng, the oldest member in the family, transformed from the original Taiyi Golden Immortal cultivation base into a Daluo Golden Immortal in one night. Now, coupled with the perfect cultivating conditions and an opportunity, Old Zheng had broken through to the realm of Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. This transformation directly enabled the Zheng family to enter the ranks of the great families in the area of the gods. This was a very happy event, so a banquet was specially set up to invite guests from all over the world to come to Zheng's house as a guest. Of course, it was also to show off their strength. In the past, he was just a quasi-saint and he was not qualified to even be acquainted with a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. Now that he was a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal, he hoped to know more people from the same level to advance to the next rank. One could join the banquet without any invitation as long as one was a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. The Zheng family did not dare to be negligent in this matter. On the day of the banquet, a young man with a black longsword was seen entering the Zheng's family home. His face was calm and he had his aura under control. He only had to release a bit of his aura and was immediately taken to the VIP table by the servants who also served him all the best wine and dishes. All the guests' eyes popped out with surprise when they saw the young man being led to the VIP table for the seats there were specially reserved for those in the realm of Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. It was rare for a man as young as him to reach the realm and even rarer for them to not hear of him before. Everybody started to wonder whether the young man had come out from the chaos and speculated if that was how he had kept his power hidden for so long. The young man they were wondering about was no other than Jang Liu. He had decided to keep a high profile to attract the attention of Palm Sword Cliff's followers. He planned to journey through the world, make new acquaintances with as many powerful people as possible, and kill every Palm Sword Cliff's follower he came across. A simple and straightforward plan. Therefore, he had decided to turn up here after learning that there was going to be a banquet. Jang Liu sat at a table drinking and eating by himself. There was still a steady stream of guests coming into the Jung family's house, and some of them were well known. The servants would announce their names loudly to make both the guests and hosts puff up with pride. Wei Changhong, owner of Divine Sword Villa, is here. Azure Python, Demon King of the Ice Heart Lake, is here. Clear Spirit Hermit, the master of Clear Wind Cave, is here. Each announcement was greeted with gasps from the guests. All the Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals have come. The Jung family has truly become a first-rate clan. I'm so jealous. Yes, the networks have certainly become more powerful, not to mention their own strength. Even in the area of the gods, it's extremely difficult to reach the realm of Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. I heard rumors that the reason old Jung was able to break through was due to a great fortune he picked up. Everyone was shocked and started to get lost in their own thoughts. A great fortune he picked up? Could it be? There were countless legends circulating in the area of the gods, one of which had become the most widespread and mysterious, causing a great sensation. From time to time, a great fortune capable of causing monstrous transformations could be found in random places in the area of the gods. According to the legend, someone picked up a half-eaten object that was round in shape, and after eating it, he instantly broke through his realm. There was another legend of a man who was walking along the road when he felt something dripping onto his head. When he looked up, he discovered it was unknown divine milk. After drinking said milk, the man became a genius. There were even demons who occasionally saw broken eggshells in the woods. Later on, they found their own bloodlines evolving and going against fate after eating the extraordinary eggshells. The great fortunes left no trace and there was no pattern to be detected. They could appear in any shape, in any place, at any time. In the end, everyone attributed it to the magic of the area of the gods, and those who had gained the good fortunes were deemed the luckiest people in the area of the gods. How lucky! It's no wonder he was able to reach the realm of Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. Anyone could have done that if they came to possess great fortune. Sigh, I wish I was as lucky as him. When will it be my turn? What's the point of training for thousands of years when good fortune will do? Suddenly, the Jung family's servant announced in a shaky voice. It was obvious his mood was very unstable. The Palm Sword Cliff's followers are here. Chapter 620, 8th Sword in Turn, Sword Sharpener. What? Palm Sword Cliff? I didn't hear wrongly, right? Wow, even the Palm Sword Cliff followers came. When did the Jung family become so influential? This is awesome. So awesome. Old Jung must have caught the Palm Sword Cliff's attention. They're gonna be rich. The Palm Sword Cliff followers caused an uproar with their arrival. All the guests were shocked and stood up involuntarily, looking respectfully toward the directions of the main door. There were 3 people. They were all wearing Palm Sword Cliff uniforms and carrying long swords on their backs. They swaggered in proudly. Though their spiritual cultivation was only in the realm of quasi-saint, all the Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals present did not dare to cause any offense to them, so they all painted smiles on their faces. After all, their master was someone they all hoped to become one day. The arrival of the Palm Sword Cliff followers naturally heightened the atmosphere to the highest level. They were ushered to sit at the super VIP table. The rest of the guests stood up anxiously and made a beeline to make their greetings. All, except one person, who firmly stayed in his seat, observing, drinking, and eating, not making a move. That person was none other than Jang Liu. The previous encounter with the other followers of Palm Sword Cliff had left a bad taste in Jang Liu's mouth, but even if they were on good terms, he would not ingratiate himself to them. He had the backing of Li Nianfan, of course, who was so much more powerful than the Palm Sword Cliff could ever be. I'm the expert's personal woodcutter, he reminded himself. The 3 Palm Cliff Sword's followers were used to being admired by others. They sat on self-consciously on the super VIP seats. This is weird. Big Elder said the signal came from somewhere near here and yet, we've been searching for the whole day with nothing to show for. Let's take our time. I'm sure we'll find that person soon enough. We should take a rest since we're already here. Who knows, we might find a clue here. They were discussing amongst themselves in low and arrogant voices. But check out that guy. How dare he not greet us after knowing we're from Palm Sword Cliff? These kinds of people won't be alive for long. Judging by his aura, he's a sword cultivator, too. Huh? There's something off about his sword. The rest of the guests' attention was focused on the Palm Sword Cliff. They were trying to figure out what was the relationship between them and the Jang family. Who's that guy? He's either stupid or brave for not getting up to greet the Palm Sword Cliff men. That's how it is when one is young. He doesn't even know he has offended them. I'm worried for his future. Look. The Palm Sword Cliff followers are walking over to him. He's going to be in big trouble. Everyone held their breath, waiting for what would happen next. The leader amongst the three was a round-faced monk with a hooked nose. With a smile on his face and with golden light in his eyes, he asked, "Brother, your sword looks awesome. Can I take a closer look at it?" Jang Liu took one small sip of the alcohol and gently said, "Leave." With just one word, the atmosphere instantly dropped below freezing point, as if the air itself had become solidified. Those who were observing the interaction thought that Jang Liu must be crazy to behave in such a manner. The round-faced monk sneered and there was lightning in his eyes. "Brother, this sword looks like one of Palm Sword Cliff's belongings. Why don't you hand it over so we can confirm it? I suggest you do what I say before the 8th sword intern comes here, as he's not as easygoing as we are." "What? The 8th sword intern's coming, too? That monk's so fierce, no wonder he doesn't give two hoots about the Palm Sword Cliff followers. A fight might even break out among them. Did he really steal the sword from them? He's dead for sure." Everyone was shocked at what they had heard and instantly became filled with fear. Recently, Palm Sword Cliff had become very popular and the 10 great sword interns had become celebrities of sorts in the area of the gods. The fact that 5 of the sword interns had joined forces together to take out a high-level member from the heavenly realm who was way beyond their ranks was enough to go down in history as the most shocking battle of all time. There was an insurmountable gulf between Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal Realm and Heavenly Realm. The origins of life of the Heavenly Realm theoretically could not be obliterated by a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. However, the 10 great sword interns had set a precedent, which was a miracle. Although it was a joint effort, there was no doubt that any single one of them was definitely on par with the strongest Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. An ordinary Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal would not be able to hold a candle to them at all. So, it was natural for them to become shocked when they found out the 8th sword intern was coming as well. Jang Liu did not even look at them when he said indifferently, "Since you aren't qualified to talk to me, let's talk about it when the 8th sword intern comes. Leave me alone for now." Suddenly, an old man rushed in from outside with a mixed expression as he was both excited and worried at the same time. He was the banquet's host, the patriarch of the Jang family, Jang Yunye. He became excited at the news of the Palm Sword Cliff followers' arrival but became worried when he heard a fight was about to break out. "Greetings, followers of Palm Sword Cliff, and greetings to this brother as well. I'm Jang Yunye," said Jang Yunye while bowing deeply at the same time. He then hurriedly said to Jang Liu, "Brother, they're from the Palm Sword Cliff and they're capable of killing a high-level member of the Heavenly Realm. Why don't you do what they say and show them your sword? I'm sure this is all a misunderstanding." "Not another word from you or else. Don't blame me for striking first," said Jang Liu. "I'm certain the sword you're holding belongs to the Palm Sword Cliff. This is your last chance to hand it over, kneel, and beg for mercy. I might spare you," said the arrogant round-faced follower coldly. Jang Liu silently raised his hand and made a gentle pushing motion. Boom! A vertical paw print appeared in the thin air, rushed toward the 3 followers, and sent them flying out of the Jang family's main door. The 3 followers fell to the ground with blood gushing out of their mouths. They felt as if their bones had crumbled apart, making it difficult for them to even stand up. They looked towards the main door, eyes full of vehemence and coldness, not daring to go in again. Inside the Jang family's house, everyone gasped with horror and their hearts skipped a few beats. Who is this guy? How could he do such a thing to the Palm Sword Cliff? Is he not afraid to die? Jang Yunye nervously wiped away the sweat beading on his forehead. He dared not cause any offense to the Palm Sword Cliff followers, but he could do nothing about Jang Liu. He could only pray that he would not be dragged into the whole thing. The seconds ticked by. No one, except for Jang Liu, had any appetite left. Suddenly, a figure in the distance flashed by before anyone could take a good look. By the time they had adjusted their eyes, the figure had already appeared in front of them on his flying sword. The person was wearing a dark green robe and his facial features were sharp, especially his eyes, making it daunting to look him in the eye. He exuded a terrifying and powerful aura that formed an invisible barrier around him. "Greetings to the eighth sword in turn," said the three followers at the same time. "Who did this to you?" asked the eighth sword in turn when he saw their injuries. "A sword cultivator with a death wish. We suspect he has the thing we've been looking for," answered the round-faced follower vehemently. The eighth sword in turn strode forward with the wind on his back. To the person who dared hurt the Palm Cliff Sword's followers, "Come out and be prepared to die," he shouted coldly toward the Jung family's house. His voice was like thunder imbued with the sharpness of a sword. It could pierce through one's eardrums and strike fear in anyone's heart. "He's here. The eighth sword intern's really here," said somebody in a shaky voice. The sharpness in his voice alone is so powerful. Should he go berserk, I have no doubt he'll be able to take out all the people here who aren't Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals in one go. The sword intern's reputation precedes them. I'm pretty sure they'd reach the heavenly realm in no time. All the guests were in awe and stood up to get a better look. Jang Liu turned towards Jang Liu, who was still eating as if nothing happened at all, and said, "Brother, the Palm Sword Cliff's followers are waiting for you outside." "Let them wait. I want to finish my meal first," replied Jang Liu serenely. Jang Liu scrunched up his face and gulped before walking out of his house to pass on the message to the eighth sword in turn. The latter replied calmly, "Fine by me. It's only fair that he should have his last meal before dying." Then, he closed his eyes and an indescribable aura started to surround him. From the outside, it looked as if there was a division of space between them and him. The illusion created a trance-like effect for everyone. The atmosphere became tenser than before as if countless swords were floating around the air, waiting for the moment to attack. "Our gaze seemed to be cut out by his surroundings," said someone in surprise after staring at the eighth sword in turn. "He's gathering force," explained an elder who had seen the same thing happening before. The foundation of being a sword cultivator boiled down to one word: force. Meaning to say, the sword is only as powerful as the wielder. The eighth sword in turn was gathering and compressing the fury and murderous intent in his heart, continuously nurturing it so that once it was unleashed, no one would be able to withstand his attack. The more force he gathered, the more powerful his attack would be. The guests were worried for Jang Liu, who was taking his own sweet time to finish his meal as if death was not waiting outside for him. After a long while, Jang Liu finally walked out of the house and made eye contact with the eighth sword intern. Although his aura was not as sharp as the eighth sword intern's, his calmness belied just how powerful he truly was. The eighth sword servant recognized the long sword in Jang Liu's hand at a glance and felt the immeasurable sword wisdom contained in it. He raised his brows and said, "Sure enough, it's the little thief who took the Palm Sword Cliff's treasure. Die. Come and get it if you can," said Jang Liu with a smile. "The expert did say I should sharpen my knife. You should be honored to be the first person I use this sword against." Jang Liu was happy to bump into the Palm Sword Cliff's followers here as it would save him a lot of time. He could jump straight into eliminating them. All the guests' eyes widened in horror. They knew Jang Liu was crazy but not this crazy. Who gave him the courage to treat the Palm Sword Cliff's followers as sword sharpeners? Who exactly was he? The eighth sword in turn smiled and said arrogantly, "I'll be your first and your last, for you'll be a dead man at the end of this fight." Both of them were sword cultivators and both of their auras were sharp. A silence fell over them. They stood facing each other, both their forces gaining momentum. A powerful air current surged up as the sword aura was overflowing, forming an invisible arena. At one point, the eighth sword in turn narrowed his eyes and pointed his finger towards Jang Liu. The long sword behind him flew in response to the command, bringing up a burst of strong sword light. It was like lightning piercing the night sky, dazzling the guests. Suddenly, it rushed toward Jang Liu. The sword had not even reached him and yet, the force itself had already cut through the clouds in the sky and the lake behind Jang Liu. The sight of the splitting sky and the crash of the waves was truly a majestic sight. Jang Liu, too, raised his hand. The long sword flew up similarly and rushed toward the long sword coming at him. Clang! The force changed direction, spreading to the four corners of the earth. The eighth sword intern's longsword was pushed to the side. However, the eighth sword in turn jumped into the air, caught the longsword, and sent out another attack. This attack split the space and brought out all kinds of elemental visions: wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. The power of law was mighty, like the power of the world, with the ability to swallow everything. Jang Liu's sword was back in his hand. His body was steady as he took a step forward and sent out another attack. His attack was like a trail of light falling into the air. When the two swords collided, the endless sword aura enveloped the two of them, creating a barrier in the form of a ball. The ground cracked beneath their feet, continuously sending out tremors. Both of them are so strong. I knew the eighth sword in turn was strong, but I never expected the other guy to be this strong as well. No wonder he wasn't scared before. No wonder sword cultivators are known for their destructive power. This is too overpowering. Even a shred of sword aura is enough to pierce through everything. This is a battle between sword cultivators. Who exactly is that guy? I can't believe he can actually keep up with the eighth sword in turn. Did you notice how simple his attacks are? It's as if he's chopping wood. Everyone could not take their eyes off the battle. Their eyes were wide with astonishment as they looked at Jang Liu. Suddenly, a monstrous sword intent burst from the eighth sword in turn. It did not dissipate but encircled his body until it became a tornado with the eighth sword in turn at its center. The tornado was made up of terrifying sword chi, imbued with the ultimate destructive power that could annihilate anything and everything. "Splitting sky, crumbling earth," shouted the eighth sword in turn. His eyes were red with murderous intent. The space around him was cut into pieces as he swung his sword with both hands. The tornado enveloped his longsword and he rushed toward Jang Liu. Swoosh! 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 Came the sound of a windstorm. Even the Chaos Luo golden immortals amongst the crowd who had their protective barriers up could feel the cuts of the wind on their faces. They ignored the pain and focused all their attention on Jang Liu. Jang Liu did not change his stance. His two hands were still on his longsword's hilt, which was giving off a soft glow. Suddenly, he thrust his longsword forward, aiming straight for the eighth sword in turn's tornado-fied sword. Chapter 621, The sky was colored red by the sword in turn's blood. The sword chi tornado swept across the sky like a pillar toward Jang Liu. The force itself was enough to rip the universe apart. Jang Liu kept both hands on his longsword as he slashed horizontally. His simple attack seemed insignificant compared to the eighth sword in turn's flashy moves. The waist must be steady, the momentum must be heavy, the hands must be firm, and the eyes must be fixed on the target, he muttered to himself as he emptied his mind of everything else except for the expert's advice on chopping wood. At this moment, the sword chi tornado became a big tree to him. Although it was a bigger tree than usual, it was still nonetheless a tree. Chopping wood sword skill. Jang Liu's eyes burst with brilliance and the longsword collided with that sword chi tornado. The tornado tore itself apart and roared wildly, like a chaos beast, trying to consume everything. However, no matter how unassailable or how huge it was no match for Jang Liu's attack. Thus, like a huge piece of paper, it was completely shredded into a million tiny pieces. The tornado's scream made it seem like it was in pain as it collapsed into oblivion. The magnificent vision of heaven and earth dissipated and turned into a breeze. The overflowing sword ore also collapsed, inch by inch, and that was how the strongest attack from a Chaos Luo Golden Immortal was defeated. Jang Liu's long sword was still advancing. Although its brilliance was restrained, its momentum was not diminished, giving the crowd of onlookers a strong sense of oppression. Opposite him, the eighth sword in turn stared wide-eyed, his pupils filled with disbelief. He then gritted his teeth and slashed his sword. "Die!" he shouted as a way of motivating himself. Clang! The mighty sword chi shook the fields, sending vibrations that stretched out for thousands of miles. The body of the eighth sword in turn was like rootless duckweed. He was turned upside down as he was sent flying up into the sky. The blood from his mouth left a trail in the air. The eighth sword in turn has been defeated? How's this possible? He's the strongest in the Palm Sword Cliff, no, the strongest sword cultivator in the world. How could he lose to another sword cultivator? Unbelievable. Who's that sword cultivator? Where did he come from? The crowd of onlookers exclaimed with disbelief. Jang Liu pointed his long sword at the eighth sword servant and said calmly, "I'm a little disappointed in you. The Palm Sword Cliff isn't as powerful as I thought. You're not worthy to be my sword sharpener." The eighth sword in turn wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly got up. Bang! With a raise of his hand, a long wooden box appeared vertically next to him. This long box was made from agathis wood and it had a long sword pattern engraved on its body. There were also small dots all around it, looking like constellations in the sky. There was a red glint in his eyes as he stared at the long sword in Jang Liu's hand. "The sword in your hand is imbued with our heritage. It shall be returned to its original owner today." Jang Liu scoffed and looked at him condescendingly. "The fact that I'm holding this sword means I'm the rightful heir. You bring shame to the previous owner by wanting to take it away." How could a sword cultivator behave like this? You won't go far with that attitude of yours. After that, with his sword still in his hand, he strode toward the eighth sword servant. It was as if he was a sword himself that was slowly being unsheathed. You ignorant fool! You still have a long way to go in the art of swordsmanship. A powerful force surged up within the eighth sword in turn as he pointed at the sword box. All the wisdom in the world, connected by swords, cut off yin and yang and suppressed the universe. Clang! 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 One long word after another shot out from the sword box, bringing up bursts of brilliance. Each sword pierced through the sky like lightning. The long swords hovered in the sky and a silence fell over the world. Even the air within the radius of 30,000 miles became sharper. Those who entered that space felt as if there was a sword against their neck. 8 swords flying together as palm sword cliffs heaven-defying sword formation. One of the onlookers shook his head and said in a trembling voice, "It should be called 10,000 sword formation instead." According to the rumors, this sword formation is limitless. There was also a rumor going around that there were 100 swords in the sky when the 5 great sword interns ambushed the high-level heavenly realm cultivator 2 weeks ago. The swords completely covered the sky, their sword chi penetrated the chaos, and many planets were annihilated that day, added another onlooker. Each of these swords were made from chaos material. They're known as weapons of mass destruction and not to mention, imbued with the unparalleled sword intent of the palm sword cliff. No one will be able to withstand their attack at all. I'm afraid this is the end of the road for the young sword cultivator. Everyone was staring at this ancient massacre formation with wide-opened eyes. Even though they were not in the formation, they could still feel the frightening destruction. The 8 flying long swords circled above Jang Liu's head like a snake and the sword chi transformed the space into an ocean made up of swords. The constantly overflowing sword chi pressed against Jang Liu and collided with his own sword chi, both trying to overpower each other. From the outside, it looked as if Jang Liu was surrounded by 10,000 swords. The flying swords cut through the space and distorted his image. He raised his sword to mount a defense but was quickly overwhelmed by the number. He composed himself and started to make his way out of the formation to get away from the 8 flying swords. However, as soon as he took the first step, one of the long swords shot out, as if it had teleported, and blocked his path. Each of these 8 long swords was like a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal, mobilizing the power of the law to suppress Jang Liu. He could barely move, so escaping was out of the question. It was getting more and more difficult to defend himself from the onslaught of attacks. Suddenly, one of the onlookers shouted in a surprised and raspy voice, "Wait a minute. That young sword cultivator isn't trapped. He's using this opportunity to practice his swordsmanship." The rest of the onlookers blanched at such an appalling remark. However, they decided to take a better look before denouncing what the other person said. They opened their eyes wider and kept the remark in mind. He's right. It really does seem like he's practicing his swordsmanship. He's sharpening his sword. He had been saying that from the very beginning. So, he did mean it. He seems more relaxed than before. What's more, there's no injury to him at all. It is so unbelievable. So this is what a heaven-defying sword formation is. Even the heaven and earth could be turned upside down inside the formation, and yet, that young man treats it as if it's a personal training ground. Where exactly did he come from? He must be a follower of some big shot in the chaos. The 8th sword intern's face became darker and darker at the onlooker's words. "How dare you use me as a sword sharpener? You unworthy mutt!" He gave a loud roar and suddenly, the sky was filled with his murderous intent. Blood-red visions swirled around him as he stepped into the sword formation. With a raise of his hand, the 8 flying swords started to tremble and emit a high-pitched sound. His sword chi started to boil over and a beam of light suddenly rose between heaven and earth. This was the light of a giant sword, standing in the air, floating above the sword formation. Surrounded by colorful visions, it could drop any time. As soon as this sword came out, the sword force became indescribable, prickling the eyes of all onlookers with pain. Those with insufficient spiritual cultivation were crying tears of blood and their Tao heart became damaged. Looking at this sword was like staring at death. This floating giant sword could take out a life at any time. The sword intent of the heaven-defying sword formation had converged to become the giant sword. It had already surpassed the level of a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. Everyone was trembling with fear. Just when everyone felt as if their hearts were about to jump out of their chests, the giant sword shot down from the sky. There was no doubting the level of damage it would cause once it hit the ground. Jang Liu was standing right under the giant sword, which meant he was under much more pressure than those outside of the formation. At this moment, The space around him was blocked by endless sword intent and the surrounding laws were trembling as they became confused by the sword light. However, he did not panic. Holding the hilt, he raised his long sword and pointed its tips at the giant sword. The giant sword was humongous and the vision around it roared, blanching the sky. It was as if Jang Liu was David, and the giant sword, Goliath. However, the onlookers suddenly had the feeling that Jang Liu would be able to block the giant sword's attack. In his body, there seemed to be a strange power circulating. He was sharp, he was unstoppable, he was the king of swords. He would surely come out of this fight a winner. "What's that?" said someone in surprise. There were little dots of black mist circulating Jang Liu. It looked as if black ink blots were dancing on paper, leaving a trail of words. The black mist acted as if they were the answer to the meaning of life, creating a resonance with wisdom and making the onlookers look on with deep respect. The trail of words became the background with the spotlight firmly on Jang Liu. What a thick sword intent! How did the young man reach such a state of enlightenment? Can you see what those words are? I've tried my hardest and still can't make out what they're saying. Still water runs deep. His power scares me. Suddenly, a strong light burst out of Jang Liu's longsword and the blazing white light swept over the field, momentarily blinding everyone. 14 states froze over with one strike of the sword. Everywhere the blazing light passed became his sword domain and 10,000 swords bowed their heads. The giant sword fell into the white light and everyone could not see what happened to it. Ah! Only bursts of painful screams came from within, and then, an upside-down figure flew out from the white light with several sword wounds all over his body, leaving a trail of blood through the sky. Crash! The eighth sword in turn landed on the group with his mouth wide open. He could not take his fearful eyes away from the white light which was still shining hot and bright. What kind of swordsmanship is this? The elite being's heritage should belong to the Palm Sword Cliff. However, he knew he had been defeated and should get away from this place as fast as possible. He took a deep breath and shouted at the other 3 followers to escape with him. Jang Liu held the sword in one hand as he was being held up by the invisible sword intent. He started treading in the sky at rocket speed. His whole body was bathed in sword light and sword light phantoms were swirling around him. The aura he exuded was stronger than before. Onward, sword cultivator. He had won this battle, so it was natural he was all pumped up by the momentum. The thought of using blood to sharpen his sword occurred to him. Looking at the rapidly approaching Jang Liu, the 3 followers' faces became distorted with fear. "We're the followers of the Palm Sword Cliff, don't even think you." With a flash of the sword, the 3 followers froze mid-air. Their pupils dilated and blood started to trickle out from their necks. Their primordial spirits had been annihilated. Jang Liu did not slow down his speed and continued onward. He was getting closer and closer to the 8th sword in turn. His whole body was radiant and the sword light was tearing through the sky, casting multiple visions. The sword light was like a rainstorm rushing toward the 8th sword in turn. The 8th sword in turn's expression darkened as he looked back at Jang Liu with solemn eyes. The 8 long swords surged out again and formed a barrier around him. The sword light got closer and closer. Jang Liu flew to the front and swung his sword to break the sky. It was still a simple chopping action. The unpretentious method of chopping wood broke through the 8 long swords' defense. "Who are you exactly?" screamed the 8th sword in turn. "I'm a woodcutter," answered Jang Liu with an air of indifference before raising his long sword again. "Stop. The Palm Sword Cliff will hunt you down if you kill me," said the 8th sword in turn, making a last attempt for his life. The sword light did not stop as it pierced through his chest and tore through his body, consuming his primordial spirit. The blood of the Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal rained down from the sky and bloomed as it hit the ground. Crash! His sword box and the 8 long swords fell to the ground, attracting the attention of the onlookers. "Those are weapons of mass destruction. My power will increase and I'd rise above those of the same realm should they come into my possession," thought the onlookers. However, they did not really dare to claim it for themselves, for those were Jang Liu's spoils. Besides, at the end of the day, those long swords still belonged to the Palm Sword Cliff. They turned their gazes towards Jang Liu, who was coming down from the air. They were rendered completely speechless as mixed feelings coursed through their bodies. They never expected the Palm Sword Cliff's 8th sword in turn would die so easily, in such a nondescript place and by the hands of someone they never even heard of. Jang Liu claimed the sword box and the 8 long swords for himself, for they were indeed invaluable treasures. Moreover, they were the ultimate treasures of swordsmanship and he could use the sword formation contained therein as a reference. He returned to Jung's house, eating and drinking as if nothing happened at all. The people around him kept a distance from him, for fear of being misunderstood by the Palm Sword Cliff to be in cahoots with him. Jang Liu did not mind them as he was busy reliving the battle scenes in his mind. He had gotten so much out of it. The expert was right, swords were meant for killing. Only through the act of killing would swords be sharpened. Although the sword in his hand was imbued with the elite being's heritage, it was also contaminated by the Palm Sword Cliff's karma. The expert might have predicted all these when he gave me the sword. Did the expert arrange for the Palm Sword Cliff to be my sword sharpener? He's so unimaginably powerful. I mustn't disappoint him, thought Jang Liu. Suddenly, a beautiful girl sat down next to him, picked up a flask, and said, "Let me pour some wine for you, mister." The girl had long hair, delicate facial features, and she was wearing a light green tulle dress. She was exuding a natural gentle aura. Her face was without makeup and yet, that made her even more beautiful. Those who met her for the first time all agreed she looked like a flower fairy. Chapter 622, Rainbow Butterfly Clan, Legend of the Memorial Spirit. Jang Liu accepted the beautiful girl's offer and finished the wine still in his glass in one go, to which she immediately topped up. The same thing happened 3 times in a row as the beautiful girl held on to the wine bottle with no intention of leaving. "You're not afraid of me?" asked Jang Liu with a smile. "Should I be?" answered the beautiful girl with another question and also a smile on her face. "Well, the Palm Sword Cliff will definitely come for me for killing the 8th sword in turn. Don't you see how the others here are keeping their distance from me?" replied Jang Liu serenely. The beautiful girl made a scoffing sound and said, "The Palm Sword Cliff is just a big bully. I should thank you for killing them. It seems like you have a bone to pick with them, too." There was understanding in Jang Liu's eyes. The top 5 sword interns joined forces together and took out a high-level member of the Heavenly Realm, very commendable indeed. But it just so happened that the Heavenly Realm member was my grandfather. Tears began to trail down her face as her shoulders trembled slightly. Jang Liu was momentarily stunned. It was unlike him to be so easily swayed by others' emotions, for there was only one thing in his heart, his swordsmanship. Nonetheless, the fact that the beautiful girl went through the same thing as he did struck a chord with him. He, too, had lost his grandfather, so he knew the feeling of indescribable helplessness all too well. The Palm Sword Cliff will bring about their own destruction with all the evil things they've done. I highly suggest you stay away from me. They could be on their way to me now. With that, Jang Liu stood up, getting ready to leave. However, what she said next stopped him from leaving. "Don't worry about them. They won't be coming for you for quite some time." "Huh? How can you be so sure of that?" asked Jang Liu curiously. "Because they're looking for my hometown." Her beautiful face became bitter. The Palm Sword Cliff only arranged for the 8th sword in turn to be in this area. The rest of them are looking for my hometown in the chaos. "Your hometown?" asked Jang Liu with a slight frown. "Why are they looking for your hometown? Have you ever heard of the Memorial Spirit?" Jang Liu nodded. "Of course." Memorial Spirit was the honorific term for the divine plants. In the chaos, plants are classified as living beings as well. For example, the spiritual root was one of the divine plants. The higher the grade of the spiritual root, the harder it was for it to undergo spiritual transformation. Once it had been spiritually transformed, the benefits of consuming them became boundless. The flat peaches, yellow pears, and ginseng fruits of the prehistoric never went through spiritual transformation. However, that was not to say that there had never been a spiritually transformed spiritual root in the endless chaos. It could be said that this kind of miracle only happened once in a blue moon. The spiritual root who had been spiritually transformed bore fruits with miraculous powers. The fruits would offer themselves to the people of their choosing. No matter how strong one was, if they did not have the approval of the spiritual root, they would not be able to eat their fruits. Many powerful people had been nurtured under these conditions and had come to be reliant on consuming the fruits. Thus, they termed the spiritual roots which bore the fruits with the honorific term of a memorial spirit. "Are you saying that there's a memorial spirit in your hometown?" asked Jang Liu. There was a slight change in his expression. He was thinking about the mission given to him by the expert and became very excited. The expert was highly interested in unique spiritual plants. Everyone in the Heavenly Palace was always on the lookout for plants that would interest him. It was only natural that Jang Liu would want to do the same thing for him. He chalked it down to his good fortune that he was able to unexpectedly come across information on the whereabouts of a memorial spirit. However, he needed to find out about the species of the memorial spirit to ascertain whether the expert would like it. "Yes. My clan, the Rainbow Butterfly, have been living with a memorial spirit in a far corner of the universe. We've been living peacefully until we were attacked by the men of the Palm Sword Cliff not long ago. We had no choice but to leave the planet and go into hiding. My grandfather was killed while he was trying to buy us some time. The reason she had come here was to look for some intel and to take revenge by creating problems for the Palm Sword Cliff. Therefore, she was very happy to have bumped into Jang Liu. "Would you be willing to bring me to your hiding place?" asked Jang Liu. The beautiful girl's eyes shone brightly at the question. "You're willing to help us?" Jang Liu pressed his lips together. "I'll protect you and your clan from the Palm Sword Cliff men." He intended to check out the memorial spirit and if possible, bring it back for the expert. However, he had the sense to not say this out loud to the beautiful girl, so he told her a half-truth. "I knew it. From the very moment I set eyes on you, I knew you're one of the good ones," said the beautiful girl, grinning from ear to ear. Her innocence showed that she really had been living peacefully up until now. "By the way, my name's Dia. What's yours?" asked Dia. "Jang Liu." "Okay, please, follow me, Mr. Jang." With that, she unfolded a pair of transparent butterfly-like wings from her back and flew up to the sky with a gentle flap of her wings. Her speedy departure left a trail of smoke across the air. Jang Liu followed her from behind, left the area of the gods, and flew straight into the chaos. Meanwhile, somewhere in the chaos with many stars, a group of men on flying swords had come here looking for something. At the forefront of the group were three men with gaunt faces and cold eyes. They were all exuding a murderous aura. They were none other than the three great sword interns, 3rd, 6th, and 7th. On the palm of the 3rd sword intern was a floating green ginseng. The odd thing about the ginseng was it had a pair of eyes and would sniff the air from time to time. One would even say that it had a curmudgeon look to it. Abruptly, the three great sword interns shook at the same time, their eyes were flashing and they could not control their aura from being released. "Eighthstead," said someone in a low voice. The killer must have been very powerful to be able to kill Eighth. Things just got more interesting. "Let's wrap things up quickly here. He's a dead man walking. It should be easy to find him with a sword box in his possession." Suddenly, the ginseng said something in an excited voice, "We're getting closer to the memorial spirit. It's located at that star over there." Upon hearing that, they increased their speed and headed straight to the star. On the star, there was a giant flower. The petals of this flower were yellow, with a large disc in the middle. The rhizome was slender and erect and the green leaves were in the shape of a broad ovoid with pointed tips and serrated sides. Although it was a flower, it was as tall as a tree. It was a divine sunflower. However, the divine sunflower had become droopy and bent. A picture of listlessness with signs of wilting. More than 30 people had gathered around the divine sunflower. They were all very sad and anxious. A white-bearded old man stood up and said with red eyes, "Lord Memorial Spirit, can you tell us what we should do to help you recover your vitality?" "Yes, Lord Memorial Spirit. I'm willing to give you everything I have." "Lord Memorial Spirit, all our lives belong to you. We're willing to try anything. Lord Memorial, please, don't leave us." Just like Dia, the people gathered there had a pair of transparent wings growing out of their backs. Their job was to protect and care for the divine sunflower's environment. They used to be common rainbow butterflies but had been spiritually transformed by the grace of the memorial spirit and thus, were able to take human forms to continue with their spiritual cultivation. The divine sunflower and the rainbow butterfly clan had been living carefreely together for countless years. They never expected there would be a day when they would have to be parted. The memorial spirit started to sway its rhizome and a voice floated from its direction. "I was born in the chaos and can only be nurtured by its spiritual items. Not to mention, I've been tainted by the unknown during ancient times. This is the end of the road for me, but don't be sad. It was already written in the stars." Chaos spiritual items? Despair spread to everyone's faces as they had no idea where to get those items. "It's all because we're so useless. Lord Memorial Saint wouldn't have ended up like this if he wasn't trying to protect us," said someone guiltily. The memorial spirit was not in the best of condition to begin with when she had to migrate everyone to safety. The act itself had caused great damage to her life force, speeding up her death. "Lord Memorial Spirit, is there any other way?" said someone else, not wanting to give up. "Ha ha ha, there is," said an abrupt voice coldly. "This sunflower only needs to consume another memorial spirit to extend its life by another 10,000 years. The Rainbow Butterfly clan was shocked and all turned toward the voice. Their expressions became somber when they discovered the identity of the cold voice. "DMN, They're from the Palm Sword Cliff. How did they find us here? I remember them. They were the ones who took grandfather's life. I'm going to avenge him. What's that thing in his hand? It looks like a memorial spirit, too. It's you, old ginseng. The divine sunflower raised her bloom to look at the phantom ginseng. Her voice was full of anger. Were you the one who showed them the way? That's right, said old ginseng boldly. Why? Need you ask? It's to extend my lifespan, of course, said the old ginseng matter-of-factly. Before the eternal years, most of the memorial spirits were destroyed during the ancient disaster. Not only that, someone from the Eldritch had unleashed the unknown to suppress the growth of the chaos and to prevent the birth of more memorial spirits. Although we were spared at that time, we're still tainted by the unknown, which means death is inevitable for us. There are only 10,000 years left in my lifespan, so I'd need to consume you to ensure I can live for another 10,000 years. Since you're on the brink of death, why don't you be a pal and grant me this wish? I never thought I'd live to see the day when we memorial spirits cannibalize each other, said the divine sunflower sorrowfully. Back then, the 9 elite beings had the help of the memorial spirits for their meteoric rise, which explained why the Eldritchs wanted to wipe them out. Thus, began the mass destruction of all memorial spirits to prevent them from cultivating more elite beings. In fact, the Eldritchs were so effective that the growth of the chaos had been severely suppressed and there had never been an elite being since then. They won't get away with it this time, said one of the sword-in-turns coldly and without emotion. It's time to cut the chit-chat and kill all living beings here. He then pointed his finger and a 1,000-mile sword light cut through the sky, threatening to wipe out everything there. It's a fight to the death, shouted the Rainbow Butterfly Clan. Their faces became red with the unleashing of their force and mana. Oh, you weak, puny little butterflies, said the third sword-in-turn with a cold smile while raising his longsword at the same time. The sword flashed brilliantly, like the many stars in the sky, and its sword chi pulsed magnificently. Splitting sky, crumbling earth. Boom. The sword chi was vicious and passed through the area like a tornado, splicing everything in its path and wiping everything out. It circled the Rainbow Butterfly Clan as it cut through their flesh and colored the sky with their blood. Although there were a few high-level members of the heavenly realm in the clan, they were only able to reach the realm through the help of the divine sunflower. They did not have any powerful spells and only possessed average insights. Not to mention, they never had any actual combat experience. Needless to say, they would not last long under the Palm Sword Cliff's attacks with their meager mana. This was also the reason why the 5 great sword-in-turns were able to easily take out the high-level member of the heavenly realm previously. How dare you! Supernatural power surged up within the divine sunflower and a vine suddenly popped out from the ground. It transformed into a shadow whip powered by the power of the law. She wasted no time using the whip on the sword-in-turns. The strikes were imbued with the heavenly power, freezing both heaven and earth. Shouldn't you be conserving your energy, divine sunflower? Asked old ginseng with a cold smile. His phantom image became larger and his roots transformed into whips, too, which he used to block the divine sunflower's attacks. Then, he extended his countless fine roots toward the divine sunflower, making it seem like 1,000 hands were reaching for her. The divine sunflower started to flash brilliantly and a golden beam of light aiming straight for the old ginseng shot out from the disc in the middle. They became locked in an impasse. She's on her last dying breath. Quickly, cut off her roots, said the old ginseng to the Palm Sword Cliff men. Don't even think about it. No harm will come to our memorial spirit as long as we're still alive. The Rainbow Butterfly Clan gave out a loud roar and activated a protective barrier around the divine sunflower. Shut up. You can all die with her. The 3 sword-in-turns laughed coldly as their swords began to attack the protective dome, which then collapsed like a popped balloon and sent everyone flying. They became plagued with hopelessness and their vitality started to dwindle away. It's over. The 3rd sword-in-turn raised his sword, sending out red sword light which cut across the divine sunflower's rhizome, leaving a deep scar. The divine sunflower's leaves shook violently and a transparent liquid trickled out of the wound. It was the blood of the memorial spirit. No, memorial spirit. Protect the memorial spirit. Oh great wisdom. I'm willing to give my life in exchange for memorial spirit's life. The Rainbow Butterfly Clan rushed toward the memorial spirit with no consideration for their own lives. Their breaths became ragged and they were unable to stay in their human form. One by one, they all turned back into their butterfly forms. The divine sunflower's leaves started swaying again and a long sigh could be heard coming from her. Useless, each and every one of them. Their weakness makes me laugh, said the third sword in turn condescendingly while shaking his head. Once again, he drew his sword to attack at the Divine Sunflower's rhizome. Chapter 623, I'm not scared, the expert has my back. But right at that moment, a flash of light appeared in front of the Divine Sunflower. A figure raised his long sword, slashed through the sky, and cut the third sword intern's sword light into two, which dissipated into thin air. Jang Liu turned his gaze at the palm sword cliff man. His facial expression gave them no doubt as to what he was feeling at that very moment. Lord Memorial Spirit. And, what happened to everyone? Stuttered Dia as she looked around. There was deep sorrow in her voice and she started sobbing uncontrollably. The Rainbow Butterfly clan, which had been transformed to their original butterfly forms, was flying around Dia. The third sword intern's gaze fell on the sword Jang Liu was holding and suddenly laughed. Today must be our lucky day. Someone just delivered what we've been searching for right to our doorstep. Ha ha ha, he walked right into our trap. This makes our job so much easier. His swordsmanship isn't bad. No wonder Eighth was defeated. Let's quickly get the sword from him. The third sword in turn wanted to get this over and done with as soon as possible. His face was as cold as the Arctic wind as he pointed his finger at Jang Liu. Immediately, endless sword chi began to gush out, coloring the sky red as thick, terrifying sword light swept across the thin air. The eighth sword intern's heaven-defying sword formation consisted only of 8 swords, whereas his formation consisted of 16 swords. This was not all there was, for 6th and 7th sword in turn started to laugh coldly while summoning their own swords by pointing their fingers. 10 swords appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! 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 The sky screamed as the 20 swords swept across the air as if it was cut by the blades. The violent roar was a sign of a massacre about to happen. The attack power would drastically increase with every longsword added into the heaven-defying sword formation. After all, that was how they had managed to take out the high-level member of the heavenly realm. The 3 sword interns' combat powers were magnificent and could overturn the powers of heaven and earth. The 20 swords possessed the power to suppress everything and confuse the laws. In the blink of an eye, they had already surrounded Jang Liu. Jang Liu gripped his sword tighter and felt hopeless for a moment. It was as if he had brought a wooden sword into a battle against the best sword in the whole world. The difference in the level of attack power was absolutely out of this world. He started to feel pain on his skin from the coercive power from their sword chi alone. His sword intent was swallowed up by their overpowering sword intent. Whoosh! 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 The endless phantom longswords flashed brilliantly, cutting the space into long strips as they circled Jang Liu. His body was slashed again and again and he found himself unable to defend against the attack as his aura was rapidly draining away. Strike down! Under the second sword intern's command, the 20 swords transformed into a cage and imprisoned Jang Liu's right hand. In an instant, his right hand was turned into minced meat. The pain made him scream and the sword of slaughter fell out of his hand. I got it, said the second sword intern happily as he snatched the sword from thin air. Then, he turned his attention back to Jang Liu and uttered one word, die. Immediately, a beam of light rushed toward Jang Liu, aiming for his heart. Look out, Mr. Jang. Dia was stricken with panic and she activated her protective barrier around herself as she put herself between Jang Liu and the impending attack. However, she was unable to block the attack as it pierced through the barrier and right through her chest. Her blood gushed out and hit Jang Liu in the eye. Kill the root and crush the stars. The cruel second sword in turn was surrounded by murderous intent as he ordered the 20 long swords which were circling the air to transform into a sword storm. The sword storm engulfed everyone, including the Divine Sunflower, and started to grind them down to dust. Suddenly, in the depths of despair, a sigh could be heard. The Divine Sunflower began to glow with a golden light until it became as bright as a sun, all the while rising as it became brighter. Space and time became frozen wherever the golden light passed and a crack was formed in the air. The Divine Sunflower caressed everyone into her rhizome and entered the crack, escaping with them all. The old ginseng stared at the now empty space and became furious. No. That was the Divine Sunflower's magical power, divine light of sun. I didn't expect she'd still be able to use it. Don't worry. Their struggle's futile. They can never escape us, said the second sword in turn while rubbing the sword of slaughter. We've already got what we wanted. I'm going to bring this sword back to the Palm Sword Cliff first. The rest of you search every nook and cranny for them. Some 3,000 miles away in the chaos, Jang Liu held Dia in his arms as he rested his head against the Divine Sunflower. He was surrounded by countless butterflies and there were bleeding wounds all over his body. After using her magical power, the divine power became smaller and even more wilted. That was the price she had to pay. "Young man, you have the potential to become an elite being," said the divine sunflower weakly. She was getting dimmer and dimmer. "I'm a memorial spirit and I'm dying. Before that, I'll infuse my essence into your body. Train hard and gain the ultimate wisdom. Don't let my essence go to waste." "Don't say that, memorial spirit. I know someone who's able to save you," said Jang Liu as he rushed towards the area of the gods at an incredible speed. The divine sunflower rustled her leaves. "Don't be naive. No such person exists." "There is. The expert who lives in the area of the gods will be able to save you, Dia, and everyone else," said Jang Liu, panicking, wanting so badly to convince her. "Nothing's impossible to the expert. It's time to tell you the truth. The reason I followed Dia was that I wanted to see if I can offer you to the expert." The divine sunflower fell silent. After a long while, she said with deep sorrow in her voice, "You poor thing. You must have gotten your brain damaged during the fight." She was aware of her condition. The fact that she was contaminated by the unknown meant she would inevitably become weaker and weaker as time went on. On top of that, her organs had been greatly damaged and she was greatly injured during the fight. Death was the only answer for her and no one in the whole chaos would be able to save her. "He keeps talking about the expert and how he wants to offer me to the expert. Poor thing must be out of his mind," thought the divine sunflower. "Young man, do you desire power?" The divine sunflower had no choice but to pass on her power to Jang Liu. "Be a good boy and open your mouth so I can pass on my essence to you." The divine sunflower's rhizome slowly became larger and longer as it got closer to Jang Liu's lips. Jang Liu was shocked. "Memorial spirit, please calm down. What I've told you is all true. You don't have to do this. The one who needs to calm down is you, young man. Wake up. No such expert exists in the world. Open your mouth now." The divine sunflower tried to part his lips with her rhizome. Jang Liu stubbornly set his mouth in a hard line. "I'm going to become angry if you don't stop doing that. I'd never let you give me your essence," said he with divine consciousness. "Young man, I don't have much time left. The same goes for you. You'll die too if you don't take in my essence. Open your mouth now," shouted the divine sunflower, who was starting to panic. "I'm not scared. The expert has my back." "You fool." The conversation between Jang Liu and the divine sunflower continued in the same vein, both not giving in to each other. Finally, by the time they had arrived at the area of the gods, the divine sunflower was too exhausted to move and Jang Liu's lips were swollen by the poking. Jang Liu's eyes lit up when he saw the fallen immortal mountain in the distance. "Memorial spirit, we're nearly there. Soon, you'll be as good as new." "Silly boy," said the divine sunflower with a sigh. Jang Liu landed at the foot of the mountain. His breath was ragged and his face was pale. He started to ascend the mountain with difficulty as the 100 cuts ranging in sizes made it hard for him to move. It was a miracle he was still alive when his blood never stopped gushing out from the wounds and with the endless sword intent ravishing his insides. As soon as he saw the four-part architecture, he dropped down to the ground and threw up blood. He could not go on any further. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Lord Saint, are you home? It's me, Jang Liu, hoping for a visit." The main door opened with a creak and Li Nianfan's head popped out. His expression changed to shock when he saw the state Jang Liu was in. "What happened to you, Jang Liu?" Li Nianfan became sick with worry and his heart jumped out when he noticed the beautiful girl in his arms. They were both badly injured and had lost a lot of blood. They would surely die if he did not act fast enough. Li Nianfan correctly guessed that the person who did this to Jang Liu must be the problem he was trying to solve. It seemed like Jang Liu not only did not solve the problem but was heavily beaten by it until he was at death's door. "Lord Saint, please, save Dia," begged Jang Liu. Li Nianfan did not dare to waste any more time and nodded. "No problem. Let's carry her to my room and put her on the bed." Then he turned to Xiao Bei and said, "Xiao Bei, prepare some golden salve and use that to treat Jang Liu's wound." To Daji, he said, "Little Daji, bring me the scalpels." To Fire Phoenix, he said, "Fire Phoenix, bring me some hot water." After he had given his instructions, he turned his full attention to Dia. He ripped apart her clothes to reveal the pale flesh underneath them. The bloody wounds provided a stark contrast to the white skin, staining some parts red. "Keep your eyes on the wounds. She might be Jang Liu's girlfriend. I should only keep my eyes on the wounds," muttered Li Nianfan to himself. He composed himself and started to stitch up her wounds. After 2 hours, Li Nianfan walked out of his room with relief washing over his face. The operation was a success. At the same time, Xiao Bei had also finished tending to all the various wounds on Jang Liu's body. The sight of Jang Liu wrapped up like a mummy with his swollen lips was a pitiful sight. He turned his eyes to look at Li Nianfan with great concern. "Don't worry. She'll be fine," said Li Nianfan reassuringly with a smile. It was only then he turned his attention to the rest of the things Jang Liu brought back with him. A sunflower and butterflies? And rainbow butterflies at that. They'll be a perfect addition to my backyard. Li Nianfan's eyes lit up and he stole a glance at Jang Liu. He was truly touched by his thoughtful gesture. Trust him to still bring back a sunflower and butterflies for me even when he's badly injured, thought Li Nianfan. Lord Saint, is it still possible to save this sunflower? Asked Jang Liu in a small voice. Of course, it's only a little malnourished. Not a big problem at all, answered Li Nianfan with a smile. Jang Liu, this flower's really something. Thanks to you, we'll have an abundance of sunflower seeds to munch on in the future. Then, he lifted the flower pot and went to the backyard with the butterflies following behind him. The sunflower had not moved from her drooping position at all. It was as if she had become a statue. It was true she had no energy left, but the main reason was that she had become paralyzed with shock, for her mind had gone blank ever since stepping into the four-part architecture. She could not comprehend all the things happening around her. Every item in the four-part architecture was of great existence and yet, pretended to be normal. She started to question her own sanity. Has the world changed? Or have I gone crazy? Jang Liu, who had been eroded by endless sword chi and was on the brink of death, was recovering rapidly under the treatment administered by a curious being called Xiao Bei. Then, there was Dia, who should have been dead by now, and yet, did Li Nianfan just say she was going to be fine? Is he the expert Jang Liu was talking about? He seems to be preparing to plant me in his backyard. Can he really save me? The great memorial spirit, is being planted by a mere mortal? As the thoughts swirled around in her mind, she could feel herself getting weaker and weaker. She was about to close her metaphorical eyes for good when she felt her rhizome being planted in the ground. Suddenly, a blanket of well-being spread all over her and she could not help but tremble with pleasure. The feeling was like entering a hot spring during the coldest winter or gulping down ice-cold water after walking in the desert for hours, or finally connecting one's mobile phone to the charger when there was only 1% battery power left. This power feels like. A sudden warmth surged up within her, putting her in a trance. It was as if she had returned to the day she was born. The sun had only started to rise and she was bathed in its light. She had forgotten when was the last time she ever felt this contented. Even the unknown inside of me is gone. Waves of emotions washed over her, making her leaves greener. She quickly surveyed her environment. This soil is chaos soil. How is it possible that a backyard as big as this is completely covered in chaos soil? I think I'm about to go crazy. What kind of divine place is this? Is this a dream? Huh, the weed beside me is a memorial spirit, too. So are those flowers over there, and those trees. Every plant in this backyard's a memorial spirit. The sunflower's rhizome started to shake and dewdrops poured out of her leaves and flower. She was crying tears of happiness. Before the eternal years, the memorial spirits in the chaos were contaminated with the eldritches unknown. It became their destiny to waste away in the long river of time until they were no more. The divine sunflower never thought there would come a day when she would be able to see so many different memorial spirits in one place again. The young man was telling the truth. There really is an expert who can do anything in this world. Chapter 624, These are the motivational quotes I ate, I am the master of my own fate. The rainbow butterflies that came along were also as dumbfounded as the divine sunflower. Is this an imaginary world? They could not imagine living in an environment like that. The plants, flowers, and trees were all spiritual plants. The dirt and water were also unimaginable. The sand grains were priceless treasures. They would laugh until they died if they had one of the grains. The divine sunflower would laugh, too. Their minds were buzzing. They were dizzy from the shock. Also, the creatures that live here. Is that a bunch of bees around the flowers? Each one of them made them squirm. Rare chaos creatures. They are rare chaos creatures. Nanan and Dragon, who were supposed to tidy the backyard, jogged over. They were in awe when they saw the diving sunflower and the rainbow butterflies. Wow, brother. These butterflies are so beautiful. Are they new here? This flower looks so unique and the colors so stunning. Li Nianfan smiled and said, "This flower's great. It looks stunning and it can produce seeds. It's a great snack to eat when you're bored. Delicious and a great way to pass the time, too." He started to dream about his life where he would read the newspaper while snacking on sunflower seeds. He did not expect the immortal realm to have a sunflower. It was a pleasant surprise. He said, "This sunflower's a bit unhealthy. Look after it from now on." "Yeah, no worries, brother. Leave it to us. We're professionals." "Professionals?" Li Nianfan had to laugh. He shook his head and said, "You guys are far from professionals." In his eyes, Nanan and Dragon would always be naughty children. He let them manage the backyard so they could play while they did their tasks. They were nowhere near professionals. Nanan instantly stood up for herself. She pouted angrily and asked, "Brother, are you looking down on us?" Even the obedient dragon looked at Li Nianfan with seriousness. "Brother, we always do our chores seriously." "Yo, it looks like you don't buy it." Li Nianfan had to pinch their cheeks from how angrily cute they looked. Then, he said, "Fine. Follow me then. I'll convince you." "Humph, impossible." Nanan and Dragon scrunched their noses. They had decided not to cave in no matter what. Li Nianfan walked out from the backyard with Nanan and Dragon. The divine sunflower and the rainbow butterflies moved and started to worship everything. The rainbow butterflies carefully flew to the flowers and danced with the bees. The divine sunflower carefully turned its head around and nodded at the surrounding plants with respect. "Hello, seniors. I'm new here. Please, look out for me." Li Nianfan went back to the yard and headed straight to the storage room. Then, he moved things around. Soon, Li Nianfan walked out with a heavy-looking book. The cover of the book was green. It was slightly wrinkled. He dusted off the dirt. There was a row of words on the cover which stated Agriculture Encyclopedia. Studies work best with practice. Li Nianfan passed the book to Nanan and Dragon. "Here. This is professional. Remember to study well." Nanan and Dragon were still pissed off. They took the book and flipped the pages. However, they stopped when they flipped to the first page. The book pages were shining. The intense golden light shined from the pages. It was not blinding. It was soft and subtle. Powerful insights flowed from within. Endless powers surrounded them and formed a buzzing phenomenon around them. This type of phenomenon would occur whenever chaos treasures appeared. The book had content that would turn the chaos upside down. The first page shared tips on how to plow the land. Nanan and Dragon stared at the content thirstily. The stance of holding a hoe, proper plowing methods, and the areas to plow were written in detail with image references. This plowing act goes along with wisdom. It can be a power of its own. This is not plowing land. This is clearly plowing wisdom. I see that we're far from professionals. So, this is how you milk a cow. You also need to watch your milking angle and strength. No wonder the cow in the backyard won't cooperate with us when we milk her. You can do that to make the firefinches and peacock lay eggs? I see. Jang Liu quietly sat still like a mummy. He peeped at a familiar image in the book and instantly jolted. He had to ask, "Lord Saint, may I look at it?" Li Nianfan casually replied, "Sure." Jang Liu immediately went over with sparkly eyes. They were looking at the page of chopping wood. Jang Liu heard a buzzing in his mind. He stared dead at the image and instructions of the book. So, this is the correct pose for chopping wood. Chopping wood's also a way to wisdom. This is the power of chopping wood. He had been chopping wood for so long. He thought that he already knew how to chop wood. He managed to kill the 8th sword intern of the Palm Sword Cliff with his wood chopping skills. However, it appeared that he knew nothing. The Agriculture Encyclopedia was too precious. It was the best book in the chaos. However, the legendary book was only an agriculture book to the expert. Any rare and precious items were basic to the expert. Li Nianfan noticed that they were very interested in agricultural knowledge. He did not disturb them. He smiled and watched. Li Nianfan waited until they were done. Then, he asked Jang Liu what happened. Jang Liu was full of guilt. He shamefully said, "Lord Saint, I let you down. I lost that sword you gave me." Li Nianfan comforted him, "Losing a sword isn't a big deal, as long as you're alive." However, Jang Liu was clearly upset. He looked down and felt awful. The expert must be disappointed in him. Li Nianfan noticed it. He had to frown. This is an honest young fella, maybe he's got that one shall live with his sword, and die with his sword mentality. I can't let him continue being depressed. He groaned for a moment and said, maybe losing the sword's a good thing. Jang Liu was slightly surprised. He looked at Li Nianfan with confusion. Li Nianfan continued to say, Jang Liu, you probably didn't realize that you put too much importance on a sword. You feel like that sword is what you are, that the sword can bring you power, and that the sword has your knowledge. You rely too much on that sword that it became the source of your confidence. Swordsmen should think that their sword is important, but you have to realize that the sword isn't the true sword. Boom. Jang Liu widened his eyes as his pupils dilated. Even the color of his iris changed. He was enlightened and had goosebumps. That sword isn't the true sword. The true sword isn't the sword I can hold, instead, it's the sword in my heart. The expert's right. I relied too much on that sword. That sword was a legendary sword and it contained my knowledge, so I felt like I could rule the world by holding it. That kind of mentality stops me from reaching the top in sword cultivation. Moreover, the expert meant that the sword cultivation in that sword belongs to the elites. I should walk my own sword cultivation path. Losing the sword's a good thing. It's the best thing. Jang Liu breathed fast. His emotions and powers were boiling up inside him. The simple sentence was better than countless years of hard cultivation. He might never have understood it. Truly the expert. He advised me again. Jang Liu teared up. He was irrecoverably touched. He forced himself to endure the tears and said with a hoarse voice, Lord Saint, I think I've got it. Li Nianfan could feel the changes in his emotions. He had to laugh. Then, he said, good. Remember, sword cultivation is on the cultivator. A grain of sand can fill the ocean, a blade of grass can cut through the stars. Is it because the sand is powerful? Is it because the grass is powerful? No, it is because of who use them. The experts saying that sword cultivators are the strongest in sword cultivation. Jang Liu was flushed with emotions. He said, Lord Saint, I'll become a sword elite. Li Nianfan noticed that Jang Liu was passionate again. He was instantly pleased. The motivational quotes from my past realm are awesome. As the saying goes, these are the motivational quotes I ate, I'm the master of my own fate. In the chaos. On a star. It was the world of a million swords. The star was impaled by all sorts of swords. Each sword was gleaming, lighting up the star. It was an ocean of sword chi, even if the star was in the chaos. Those who went near it would be ground into ashes, including meteors. The second sword in turn showed up. He carefully treaded on the star and walked amongst the swords. He arrived at a tower. On the tower, a young man sat cross-legged. He looked handsome. He had sharp brows and bright eyes. He looked young, but his aura was far superior compared to powerful old cultivators. Holographic light shone behind him and a figure of a sword surrounded him. The second sword in turn instantly bowed with respect when he saw the young man. Greetings to the sword master. The sword master opened his eyes. He did not speak. He lifted his hand and pointed at the second sword in turn. Then, the sword of slaughter flew to the sword master. The sword of slaughter's really nice. You guys did well this time. The sword master looked at the sword of slaughter with excitement. The sword was too important to him. It was connected to his fate. He held the sword and shut his eyes. Hints of sword intent started to surround him. The long swords above the stars started to shake. The sword intent was not all over the place, but it was like an emperor. Hints of it were better than a lot. After a while, the sword master suddenly opened his eyes. Indeed, this sword carries the knowledge of an elite. He acquired slaughter sword cultivation. He said, sword in turn, go to the treasure vault and take out the Chaos Yuan Jade bottle. Create a Yuan Chi secret border. Also, tell the public that the Palm Sword Cliff's Yuan Chi secret border is free for cultivators to use. The second sword in turn was slightly taken aback. He had to ask, Sword Master, are we really going to use the Chaos Yuan Jade bottle? The Palm Sword Cliff had existed for generations and was famous in the chaos because of its invincible treasures. The Chaos Yuan Jade bottle was the most important treasure of them all. That was because the bottle contained all the chaos spiritual chi that the Palm Sword Cliff had gathered for countless years. Chaos spiritual chi was hard to come by. Each sniff was hugely helpful for cultivation. If they used the Chaos Yuan Jade bottle, all the chaos spiritual chi would be used up for sure. Also, how can he open it up for the public to use? He could not figure it out. The sword master calmly glanced at the second sword in turn. Then, a thread slashed through the air. A strong sword intent pierced through the second sword in turn. He groaned and teared up blood. He hurriedly said with fearful respect, "Yes, Sword Master." Suddenly, the figure of the old ginseng appeared next to the second sword in turn. He said, "Sword Master, I spent the most effort to get this sort of slaughter. Don't forget our deal. I can order my Palm Sword Cliff disciples to cooperate with you. But, it's all up to you to catch your opponent." Then, he said, "I need to meditate next. No matter what happens, nobody should come near my retreat." The second sword in turn knew what to say. "I'll leave now." Soon, the area of the gods learned about the secret border. The Palm Sword Cliff's opening up the Yuan-Chi secret border for the public? Really? In that case, I can get some free Chaos Spiritual Chi. I have hoped for a breakthrough that's been bothering me for 3,000 years. Chaos Spiritual Chi, man. I can't believe that the Palm Sword Cliff's so generous. I have to go no matter what. I heard that the Palm Sword Cliff's 8th sword in turn was killed by a young sword cultivator recently. I heard about that, too. That young man died tragically. It's expected. What a shame for a prodigy. At the Heavenly Palace. What do you guys think about the Palm Sword Cliff's decision? The Jade Emperor sat on the throne in the Linksao Palace and looked at everyone. "It must be a scheme. It must be a setup," said Juling Shen loudly with wide eyes. Yang Jing said, "The Palm Sword Cliff hurt the expert's woodsman. It's an unamendable conflict. They must be our biggest enemy." Yi Liu Yun nodded. Then, he said, "Chaos Spiritual Chi's common for us, we don't need to go there for the Chaos Spiritual Chi. However, we have to seek justice for the expert's woodsman. So, we have to go no matter what. We have to crash the Palm Sword Cliff's plans. I've always wanted to fight the Palm Sword Cliff cultivators with swords. That Jang Liu fella's so rude. He went to fight them alone without me. If I was there, he wouldn't have been abused by them." Xiao Changfeng was pissed off, too. "My sword will teach those Palm Sword Cliff cultivators a lesson." Chapter 625, 9 Reincarnations Realm Cultivator, pop out seeds with your life. At the Linksao Palace. The Jade Emperor looked at everyone as they gave their opinions. He told Tai Bai Jinxing, "Tai Bai, I asked you to find out more about the Palm Sword Cliff. Is there any progress?" "Yes, Emperor." Tai Bai Jinxing stepped forward and said sternly, "According to what I know, the history of the Palm Sword Cliff's incredible. The Heavenly Palace was local in the area of the gods, plus they had allies like the Empath sect and the White Cloud sect. So, they were very powerful. Their connection was very effective. They were able to obtain a lot of information." Xiao Changfeng hurriedly glared at him. He said angrily, "Chancellor, putting us down and complimenting others is indeed your forte." Yi Liu Yun also sneered, "Ha! We have the expert. How powerful can they be?" Juling Shen was filled with pride. He said, "Humph. As long as the expert doesn't abandon us as his pawns, we shall rule the chaos." The others had the same facial expressions. They thought the cultivators were right. In their hearts, the expert was invincible. As long as the expert supported them, they were powerful cultivators. Even if they were not as powerful as others, they had to act like they were because they represented the expert. They would die for the expert. That was how they saw themselves. "Our backup's the strongest in the entire chaos." The Jade Emperor said, "Tai Bai, continue." "The Palm Sword Cliff's way too ancient. They're even older than the Eldritch world. In the chaos, there's an area called Area of the Swords. It's ruled by the Palm Sword Cliff. There are tons of rumors about the legendary Palm Sword Cliff. Every time they show up to present how powerful they are, they cause a buzz." He paused. Tai Bai Jinxing said, "Of course, this is only their background. Here are the specific stats. The Palm Sword Cliff has 10 sword in turns. They're basically the fighters of the Palm Sword Cliff. They mostly deal with all the problems, so they're forces to be reckoned with. Apart from that, the Palm Sword Cliff has 3 sword elders. Each one of them are realm cultivators, and they're scary good battle fighters. They were all trained by the first-generation sword master of the Palm Sword Cliff." Everyone went serious. The Palm Sword Cliff was indeed scary. The Heavenly Palace was hugely blessed by the expert. However, their battle force was far from the Palm Sword Cliff. Moreover, the sword master of the Palm Sword Cliff was extremely terrifying. Yang Jing pondered and asked, "First-generation sword master? Is there a second generation, third generation?" "This is the scariest part about the Palm Sword Cliff. Tai Bai Jinxing looked cautious. He said, "There's a rumored myth in the area of the gods. The rumor mentions that the sword master of the Palm Sword Cliff was passed down to the 9th generation. But it has always been the same person. And he was a realm cultivator in every reincarnation." A realm cultivator in every reincarnation? Yikes! Everyone widened their eyes. Their scalps went numb from hearing that. It was too incredible. If that was true, then the realm cultivator that went through 9 reincarnations might be more powerful than 9 realm cultivators together. The Jade Emperor arched his eyebrow. He asked, "Perhaps he retrained with each reincarnation?" "Yes, but also no." Tai Bai Jinxing shook his head. He said, "It's a sword cultivation reincarnation. Each life of the sword master is extremely powerful in sword cultivation. However, each sword intent is different. The only common thing is that it's invincible. He's a top-notch cultivator amongst realm cultivators. Some would say he was the sword elite from 1,000,000 years ago. Then, he reincarnated after he died." The reincarnation of an elite? Everyone felt their hearts sink. They witnessed the power of an elite. They had deep respect for the powerful zombie in the zombie world and the soul master. More importantly, they were far from being realm cultivators. Elites were hard to get rid of even if they died for millions of years. It was possible that they reincarnated. They were truly shocked. Yang Jing had to ask, "Is it one of the 9 elites from back then?" They already knew about 7 of the 9 elites. One was from the previous secret border, one was the zombie in zombie world, and another one was the soul master. The other 4 were devoured by the minister. They thought the expert was one of the 9 elites. However, the more information they gathered, the more they could confirm that the expert might be superior to the 9 elites. The Empress shared her opinion, "It's possible, but I think that he's an elite that's older than the 9 elites." It was a gut feeling. The sword master did not seem like one of the 9 elites. In the chaos, time and age meant nothing. It was immeasurable. Catastrophes naturally happen more than once. The 9 elites were the elites from the recent catastrophe. Before that, there were probably other elites. However, nobody expected the elites to survive. Xiao Chengfeng frowned and said, "If that's true, he's such a survivor." The Jade Emperor said with seriousness, "Not only is he a survivor, he's also very powerful. He reincarnated 9 times. I'm afraid he has a special cultivation method that revives his powers." He sounded shocked. He was shocked because of the sword master, but also because of how hard it was to revive powers. Even elites had to give their all in hopes of reviving their powers. Yi Liuyun said, "All right. This is only our theory. We have to go there ourselves to figure out the situation." Xiao Chengfeng immediately said, "Right. Tai Bai, you're leading a bad example. We haven't started yet but we're already cowering. Making us doubt ourselves is truly your forte. The Palm Sword Cliff hurt the expert's woodsman and stole the Sword of Slaughter. We have to seek justice no matter what." Everyone went quiet. Then, they were shocked. "You reminded me of something. The Palm Sword Cliff took the Sword of Slaughter. So, the Sword Master owns 2 elite knowledge? Scary. Chengfeng, you're always good at talking smack. I can't believe that you, too, said something to make us doubt ourselves." Xiao Chengfeng instantly blushed. He wanted to speak but no words came out. He felt embarrassed. The Jade Emperor smiled and waved it off. He said with seriousness, "All right. Enough with the jokes. Get Cultivator Junjun and Goddess Nuwa to head towards the Palm Sword Cliff." At the 4-part architecture, Dia and Jang Liu were healing fast. They were gradually energized. At that moment, they were eating breakfast together at the table. Qin Manyun, Shi Tukan, and the happy-go-lucky dragon and Nanan were also there. The 4-part architecture was considered crowded. Dia picked up the bowl and inspected the weird-looking breakfast. The white liquid emitted a unique aroma. It looked delicious. She gently opened her mouth and sipped on it. Her eyes instantly lit up. "So delicious. I feel warm all over. This is super nice." Qin Manyun smiled and said, "This is soy milk. The dough sticks made by Lord Saint are even more delicious. Hurry up and try it." Shi Tukan also said, "I love dipping the dough sticks into the soy milk. It tastes amazing together. Especially when you suck on it and the soy milk oozes out. It feels amazing. I have to try it." Dia hurriedly tried it. She instantly felt like she discovered a whole new world. She exclaimed, "Wow! It's really delicious. This is the best food I've ever eaten." Li Nian Fan smiled and reminded her, Don't just drink the soy milk. Don't forget about the eggs for everyone. Yeah. Everyone nodded and focused on their breakfast. After a wonderful breakfast, everyone smiled happily. They were utterly satisfied, physically and mentally. Daji and Fire Phoenix rested for a while. Then, they hurriedly went off to practice yoga. They were already realm cultivators, but they had too much energy stored inside them. They ate all sorts of delicious food in the morning and slept beside Li Nianfan at night. They did not need to cultivate on purpose. They only needed to practice yoga to digest what they had inside their bodies. Their powers improved greatly. However, they were not arrogant. They worked hard to cultivate so they could do more for Li Nianfan. Dragon and Nanan also hopped to the backyard to plow the fields. Dia bit her lip. She cautiously asked, "Lord Saint, can I check out the backyard, too?" She wanted to see the memorial spirit and her people. Li Nianfan said without hesitation, "Of course. I was just about to go with you." "Thank you, Lord Saint." Dia was filled with gratitude. She followed behind Li Nianfan. Dia was instantly stunned by the sight the moment she entered the backyard. She looked at the rainbow butterflies that flew around happily in the backyard. She dazedly teared up. However, her smile soon became awkward. She thought her people would happily surround her. However, no one did that. Not a single one. Those rainbow butterflies were either playing in the flowers or dancing with the bees. Some of them surrounded the milk cows and the peacock. It was apparent that they were bootlickers of the backyard Bigshots. They ignored her. My heartless people. Dia cursed them out internally. She went over to the divine sunflower. The divine sunflower was sunbathing. It faced the sun energetically. Its stem was straight and its leaves were green. The divine sunflower was apparently better than ever. Dia could even feel the happiness of the divine sunflower. She suddenly noticed something. She saw a fruit at the center of the sunflower. She was instantly moved. This is a saintly fruit. The memorial spirit grew a saintly fruit. From the beginning, she knew that the memorial spirit saintly fruit was the most precious. It was a glorious moment. Each saintly fruit would make the rainbow butterfly clan cheer. It was a fruit that led the rainbow butterflies to glory. A seed? Li Nianfan also noticed it. He instantly smiled. "Ha, nice. There's a seed. It's a shame that it only has one seed. Seeds should come in groups. This is kind of lousy." He slightly frowned. In the next second. Pop. 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 Black dots started to jump out of the huge sunflower. They fought each other to grow out. Some seeds even jumped too fast that they fell off the flower. Oh, my. Dia's jaw was hanging by the side. She was dumbfounded. How long did the divine sunflower need to bear fruit last time? Thousands of years? 10,000 years? A million years? It always depended on its mood. We rainbow butterflies had to worship and thank it. However, these freaking fruits can grow in groups now. She thought her people were bootlickers. She did not expect the memorial spirit to be a superior bootlicker. Lord Memorial Spirit, enough. Why are you still squeezing out seeds? That flower's like a seed fountain. You are truly using your life to pop out seeds to get a smile from the expert. Nice. What a good sunflower. Li Nianfan smiled. Everyone, come help pick up the seeds. They picked up the seeds and went back to the yard. Jang Liu stood up and saluted Li Nianfan with respect. He said, "Lord Saint, my injuries are basically healed. I want to thank you for taking care of me, Lord Saint. I'm ready to leave now." He owed the expert too much, so he did not want to stay any longer. "Are you leaving now?" Li Nianfan looked at Jang Liu and could guess his plans. He asked, "Are you going to take back your sword?" Jang Liu answered honestly, "I have to take revenge. I can't lose that sword. Otherwise, I can never face sword cultivation for the rest of my life." Nanan hurriedly said, "Brother, he's alone. Let Dragon and I help him with his revenge." Dragon nodded like crazy. She excitedly said, "Yeah. Brother, I want to go." Li Nianfan chuckled and shook his head. "So naughty. But, you've indeed been bored at home for a while. It's good to go outside. Remember to be careful and come back early." Li Nianfan felt like Jang Liu was a terrible fighter at the moment. His opponents would not be powerful enough to be a threat to Nanan and Dragon. Nanan and Dragon could play outside while they helped Jang Liu. Yay! Time to go out. "No worries, brother. We'll be back soon." Nanan and Dragon immediately danced and cheered. Meanwhile, a bunch of figures were surveying the area near the fallen immortal mountain. They stepped on flying swords. They were the disciples of the Palm Sword Cliff. There were a bunch of cultivators in front of them, looking like prisoners that were arrested to lead the way. The figure of the old ginseng on the palm of the second sword in turn frowned. That old sunflower must be here, but it hid its aura with an unknown method. I can't believe that the aura vanished here. This place must be hidden with something extraordinary. Otherwise, I would have sensed it. Perhaps it's an opportunity. The second sword in turn glared at the prisoners. He asked coldly, "Do you know anything special about this place?" Those cultivators were nearby locals. The Palm Sword Cliff searched to no avail, so they captured them for questioning. The sixth sword in turn overpowered everyone with menacing sword chi and said in a low voice, "If nobody speaks, you'll all die." "Lord! Lord!" Somebody stepped out and said with a trembling voice, "I heard that the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty always protected this place. They must know something." Then, he pointed at the Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu. Chapter 626, Leave the Mountain to Cause Havoc. The second sword in turn stared at the Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu. He was utterly cold, glaring at them. The Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu felt their hearts sink. They froze up. They naturally knew the area was extraordinary, unimaginably extraordinary. However, they decided to not tell anyone from the start. They had become the center of attention at that moment. They felt anxious. At that moment, they were ready to die. The second sword in turn squinted and asked, "Ganlong Immortal Dynasty, as locals, you've been living around the area. Tell me, what's so special about this place?" The Holy Emperor calmly replied, "Lord, this is the border of the Ganlong Immortal Dynasty, so we come over to check the area occasionally. There's nothing out of the ordinary." The second sword in turn glared at him. A light beam went straight through the chest of the Holy Emperor. He was knocked back and nailed onto a tree. His blood flowed all over the ground. Luo Shiyu was horrified. "Father," she shouted. Then, her body was lifted up by an irresistible force. She hung mid-air. "I'm not in the mood to waste time with insects. You have one chance. Speak or die." The second sword in turn was full of menacing intent. Sword chi wrapped around Luo Shiyu, trapping her in a mountain full of swords. Her body was cut all over as her blood started to drip out. Luo Shiyu clenched her jaw and jolted. She groaned. The second sword in turn cruelly asked, "Speak. What do you know?" Luo Shiyu was pale in the face. Her aura instantly dropped to rock bottom. She breathed fast and said sternly, "I don't know." She shut her eyes. She was very calm inside. "This is insignificant, but it is what I can do best for the expert. It's worth dying for the expert." The second sword in turn calmly said, "Then I shall rip you to shreds with my sword chi." Suddenly, a light beam bolted toward them. It caused the realm to shake. The light beam was black and looked like a spiral. Everyone lost focus for a moment. The surrounding air was moved by it. The speed was to the extreme. It got close to Luo Shiyu in the blink of an eye. The second sword in turn sneered coldly. "Want a safer from me?" Luo Shiyu was in his sword chi. He could put Luo Shiyu in her grave with his mind. The black figure moved when he attacked at the same time. Everyone finally saw a little girl inside the black light. She slowly lifted her small hands. There was a beastly spiral on her palm that could devour anything. She placed her hand on the sword chi that surrounded Luo Shiyu. The endless sword chi instantly lost control. It was devoured by the little girl like it was dust. The little girl backed away with Luo Shiyu. She had a stare down with everyone from the Palm Sword Cliff. Luo Shiyu was weak and full of injuries. Sword chi tormented her internally. She weakly said, "Nah. Nanan." Nanan said apologetically, "Sister Shiyu, I'm late." Dragon also walked over. She looked like she was worried. "Sister Shiyu. Palm Sword Cliff, I can't believe that you hurt one of us." Jang Liu stared at the second sword in turn with menacing eyes. His aura kept expanding. "You dug your grave. Do you know who you're messing with?" Luo Shiyu and the Holy Emperor were old friends of the expert. They had to destroy the Palm Sword Cliff. Otherwise, they would be too ashamed to work for the expert. "Oh, I messed with someone I shouldn't mess with?" The second sword in turn laughed. Everyone from the Palm Sword Cliff also laughed. "Do you know what you are talking about?" The second sword in turn mocked him. "I want to see how you'll fight us. By the way, they have my sword chi inside their bodies. They're dead for sure. Ha ha." Jang Liu, Dia, and two little girls acting so smug. Are you seriously not aware of the situation? Luo Shiyu had teary eyes. She whispered, Nanan, drag in, I'm afraid this is the end for me. Farewell. The Holy Emperor spat out blood. He panted and said, thankfully, you guys came in time. At least our souls are intact. If it's possible, please chat with the underworld. They always wanted us to work for them. Right? In that case, we can continue to work for the expert. Sister Shiyu, Uncle Holy Emperor, we're here. You're not going to die. Dragon told Dia, Sister Dia, please, take out your golden salve. Dia nodded without hesitation. Oh, yes. Jang Liu and Dia were badly injured. Lin Ai and Fan gave them the leftover golden salve so they could heal faster. It was unexpectedly the right time to use it. Water healing spell. Dragon waved and wrapped the golden salve with water. The water covered the Holy Emperor and Luo Shiyu. Soon, their injuries started to visibly heal. Their breathing calmed down. How's this possible? The second sword in turn stopped smiling and widened his eyes. He growled with disbelief, this is impossible. The other cultivators of the Palm Sword Cliff were also stunned. He recovered. I can't believe he recovered. What's this spiritual medicine? It healed the sword wounds from the second sword in turn. Incredible. This defies the rules of nature. Injuries caused by a Chaos Luo Golden Immortal were not healed easily. Not to mention, it was sword injuries caused by the second sword in turn. There was almost no medicine that could heal them. Legendary medicine. That's an incredible legendary medicine. It's a huge opportunity. A huge opportunity lies behind it. Capture them and interrogate them for their secret. We're going to be successful. Everyone was excited. I see. No wonder you two are also healed. The second sword in turn stared at Jang Liu. He glared at him. There must be a secret border somewhere around here. Hurry up and tell us. We might let you keep a complete corpse instead of severing it. Old Ginseng could not wait to ask, tell us, where's that old flower? Jang Liu looked down and stepped forward slowly. You have no right to know. Die. The second sword in turn pulled out his longsword. Menacing aura beamed to the sky as he attacked Jang Liu with his sword. Jang Liu looked focused. He activated his sword chi and attacked. I'll have my revenge today. Sister Dia, please, take care of Sister Shiyu and Uncle Holy Emperor. We'll help him. Nanan immediately cracked her knuckles and flew to the sky. Her powers were activated. She went straight for the sixth sword in turn. Tiny little girl, this is so ridiculous. Let me fight her. One of the Palm Sword Cliff disciples stepped out. He looked down on Nanan and attacked her with a longsword. An endless phenomenon caused by the longsword surrounded him. It was slicing through the space with extremely sharp blades. Nanan calmly grabbed the longsword with her bare hands. The power of Devour surrounded her. Those sharp blades from his sword chi were devoured into nothing. Then, Nanan grabbed the longsword with one hand and punched that cultivator with the other. She punched him into a bloody mist that both his primordial spirit and his physical body vanished. This little girl's so powerful. Everyone, work together. Attack. Nanan laughed as she approached them. She reached out to an opponent and pulled out a hoe. Then, she attacked him with it. That cultivator defended himself with his sword. His surrounding sword chi was easily slashed through. He screamed tragically as he fell from the sky with a hoe in his chest. Dragon fought the seventh sword in turn. She was surrounded. She looked serious. There was a watering ladle in her hand. Her powers were activated as the ladle started to glow. Water started to emit from within. Dragon waved. The water instantly became a tsunami that washed over the Palm Sword Cliff. The water hit them hard and almost overpowered them. The cultivators of the Palm Sword Cliff held on with their swords. Who are these kids? Why are they so powerful? They're holding an extraordinary hoe and ladle. Where did they come from? Legendary items. The ladle and the hoe are legendary items. They must have a shocking secret. Kill them, kill them. The second sword in turn stepped on a flying sword. He was surrounded by 16 long swords like an emperor. He looked at Jang Liu. Jang Liu pointed at him. Previously, he got 8 flying swords from the 8th sword in turn. The flying swords instantly flew out with a soft stinging sound and surrounded the second sword in turn. The second sword in turn sneered coldly and said, "You want to fight my 16 flying swords with 8 flying swords? You're using the sword formation of the Palm Sword Cliff. Aren't you too naive? The swords and the number of swords cannot decide anything. The results of the battle depend on the sword cultivator. Jang Liu was calm and confident. He calmly said, "You said something so immature. It means your sword cultivation's far from great." The second sword in turn immediately yelled, "Die!" 16 flying swords stirred the realm and formed a power spiral. It was about to devour Jang Liu. Jang Liu's 8 flying swords slashed through the sky, each of them slicing through the spiral. It was impeccable. The battles were very intense. The sky full of sword intent changed the hue of the surroundings. Glamorous powers soared in the air and lights shone like rainbows. It was dazzling. The hostages of the Palm Sword Cliff were free. They all backed away with fear. It's hard to imagine that they could fight the Palm Sword Cliff. Who are these 3 cultivators? I've never heard of them before. That young man with the sword is probably the cultivator who killed the 8th sword in turn last time. The 2 little girls are going to be famous in the area of the gods soon. They seem to be a part of something. It must be unimaginable. The area of the gods is indeed full of secret powerful cultivators. But, the Palm Sword Cliff's too powerful. I'm afraid they've met their match. The second sword in turn noticed that they could not capture Jang Liu and the others after a long while. He was visibly angry. He roared with bloodshot eyes, "Disciples of the Palm Sword Cliff, activate the heaven-defying sword formation together." Clang clang. Countless long swords soared to the sky. The blinding light felt creepy and menacing. The second sword in turn looked creepy as the light of destruction covered Jang Liu and the others. Apart from the second sword in turn, the 6th sword in turn, and the 7th sword in turn, the disciples of the Palm Sword Cliff naturally joined the sword formation. At that moment, they were working together to their extreme. The tense aura almost froze time. Everyone found it hard to breathe. Chaotic yin and yang, against the universe, descending from the gods and killing lives. Boom. The space was twisted. A sky full of powers erupted, engulfing Jang Liu and the others. At that moment, they were like sand against the huge ocean waves. Jang Liu and the others felt pressured. They trembled slightly. However, they did not back away. They shut their eyes and immersed themselves in an odd situation. They thought of the agriculture encyclopedia. Nanan held the hoe and did the standard movement for plowing land. Dragon held the watering ladle and watered like a professional. Jang Liu picked up a long sword and was ready to chop wood. An odd phenomenon started to appear around them. The endless sword chi had to avoid it. "Oh my god, what's that movement? Look at their poses. I think I see wisdom swirling. Such powerful aura. This is too scary. They must be charging up for a deadly attack. No, my sword chi lost control. It's being overpowered by them." Then, Nanan started to plow the land. Dragon started to water plants. Jang Liu started to chop wood. Wisdom appeared as the groundbreaking powers were activated. A terrifying aura washed over them like a storm. They attacked the Palm Sword Cliff with overpowering attacks. What is this power? It's invincible, it's invincible. It must be a force of God. This is a force of God that's 100 times scarier than the heaven-defying sword formation. Ah, I'm dead. The disciples of the Palm Sword Cliff screamed tragically. Half of them were wiped out in an instant. 3 sword in turn spat out blood from their mouths. They looked horrified. They frantically backed away. The second sword in turn yelled anxiously, "Memorial Spirit, please, help us. You useless cultivator. You had to waste my powers in the end." The old ginseng sighed. The figure slowly appeared. He countered the attacks of Jang Liu and the others. The old ginseng moved toward the 3 of them. "You want to bully me, ginseng?" Dragon scoffed cutely. She lifted her small hand. A thin willow branch appeared. An emerald green hue shone on the watery leaf and a holy aura was emitted. It easily stopped the old ginseng. "Memorial Spirit? What's that memorial spirit?" The old ginseng shrieked in horror. Its figure turned around and ran without hesitation. However, the willow branch moved with the wind. She gently waved it toward the old ginseng. The branch crossed miles and whipped the old ginseng. Slap. The old ginseng turned to smoke and vanished. Chapter 627, 9th Generation, The Scheme of the Sword Master. The old ginseng's dead? I can't believe it. I didn't expect him to be so trash. Ah, run. I don't want to die. Everyone from the Palm Sword Cliff was horrified. They scrambled and crawled away in fear. They wished they had an extra pair of legs to run for their lives. The old ginseng was the figure of a memorial spirit. His power was the biggest backup they had. Moreover, The old ginseng brought them there. He was arrogant, too. Then, he was goners. That's weak. Seriously? You cannot escape as my prey. I'm going to hunt. Nanan smiled like a demon. She put aside her hoe and a longbow appeared in her hands. The longbow was made by Li Nianfan for hunting. However, he realized that most of the time, he did not need to hunt by himself. So, he casually tossed it aside. Nanan liked it, so she played with it. She pulled on the bowstring. Nanan squatted and activated her powers. Light shone everywhere. A wave of terrifying aura washed over the sky. Endless spiritual chi gathered from all directions. Power of law also came rushing in. At that moment, the force of the realm lay in that longbow. It seemed like the astonishing power could cause an explosion. Terrifying power turned to an endless storm before she released the arrow. It was blinding to watch as it overpowered everything. Aim, shoot. Whoosh. The arrow slashed through the sky and turned to bright light. It crossed the sky and moved the clouds. The arrow is a power of law. She summons the forces of nature. What kind of legendary bow is that? Immortal item. It's another legendary immortal item. Where did they come from? Why are they so powerful? Perhaps they work for an elite? It must be. They're most probably students of an elite. Only students of an elite can be so powerful. Everyone was horrified. Even if the arrow was not directed at them, their hair still stood on ends. Their fear was bone-chilling. You cannot kill me. How dare you kill me? Arg. The seventh sword in turn screamed tragically. He was pierced through by the arrow. His body exploded into a bloody mist in the air. Run, run. These cultivators are cursed. The second sword in turn and the sixth sword in turn knew that their lives were in danger. They did not dare to risk it. However, Nanan shot the second arrow. The indestructible arrow flew like a rainbow. The sixth sword in turn watched helplessly and died. Cultivator, spare me. The palm sword cliff can forget about all this. The second sword in turn was slurring his words out of fear. He shrieked. However, Nanan pulled the third arrow. She was like a ring around the sun at that moment, blinding and outstanding. Whoosh. The third arrow penetrated all his defenses before anyone could react. Dragon and Jang Liu also killed everyone from the palm sword cliff. The intense battle was over in an instant. The palm sword cliff died as a group. Everyone looked at the three figures in the sky. They instantly knelt and worshipped them. The Xiaoyao sect thanks you for saving our lives. We're willing to work for you. Order us as you please. The cultivators of the palm sword cliff were bullying us. I'm afraid we would have died in their hands if it wasn't for you guys. Heroes, saviors. Lords, please, let me worship you. A lot of people looked sincere. They genuinely thanked them and showed their loyalty. The others quickly followed. They wanted to work for Nanan and the others. The expert behind these three cultivators must be a super big shot. He must be an elite. It's a huge honor to work for them. This is perhaps my chance to succeed. Dragon was not interested at all. She said, Uncle Holy Emperor, they're all yours. All right. The Holy Emperor laughed. He walked over and stared at that cultivator who threw him under the bus when the palm sword cliff questioned them. He said coldly, you sold me out just now. What do you have to say about that? That cultivator felt his soul leave his body. He plopped to the ground and begged, please, spare me, Holy Emperor. I was only trying to survive. How dare you beg me to spare you? You deserve to die, scum. Don't dirty your hands, Holy Emperor. Let us kill him. He's the sect master of the Kaishan sect. We must chase him out of the sect. The others moved without orders from the Holy Emperor. They instantly killed him. He was dead. Somebody immediately provided information. He said, Lords, the palm sword cliff opened up the Yuan Qi secret border to provide chaos spiritual Qi. It's huge news. I'm afraid that they have a big scheme going on. Everyone nodded. Yeah, you have to be careful. Jang Liu looked serious. There was a menacing glint in his eye. I want to see what the palm sword cliff's up to. They left the Holy Emperor to deal with the rest. Jang Liu and the others headed toward the palm sword cliff. The palm sword cliff was among the mountains in the west area. There was a mountain door there. Countless cultivators arrived from all over the world. Chaos spiritual Qi. I cannot believe that it really is chaos spiritual Qi. The palm sword cliff did the most to benefit the public. This is the action of a big shot. They're good cultivators. I can feel my breakthrough coming. I only need to stay here for a few days. Ha! The Palm Sword Cliff's truly a legendary sect passed down for generations. They're so generous. The cultivators looked excited. The cultivators were not born yesterday, so they naturally knew that nothing came without a price. However, the Palm Sword Cliff was offering something too valuable. It would be a waste if they missed out on an opportunity like that. Those cultivators could cultivate hard for years on end without seeing chaos spiritual chi. In a situation like that, weak cultivators or weak sects were excluded. After all, the chaos spiritual chi was limited. They did not want to share. At the empath sect, Qin Zhongshan arrived with the Qin siblings. They picked a nice spot and sat down. They started to cultivate. Qin Zhongshan carefully sensed it. He had to pout and say, I thought it'd be something nice. The chaos spiritual chi here is impure. This is far worse than the expert. Trash. Qin Shuyue had to laugh. She said, Father, you've become arrogant. You used to beg for chaos spiritual chi. Qin Yun said, True. But how can you compare this to the expert? We befriended the expert so we could work for the expert. Our taste naturally has a higher standard. After all, we represent the expert. Qin Zhongshan continued to say, Also, we're not here just to get chaos spiritual chi. The Palm Sword Cliff hurt the woodsman of the expert and stole something. We have to seek justice for the expert. Father, look over there. The cultivators of the Heavenly Palace are here. And the cultivators of the White Cloud sect. Let's go greet them. We should look out for one another. Many forces in the area of the gods arrived. They caused quite a buzz. Look over there. The princess of the Luotian dynasty's here. Wow, she's too pretty. That's the saintess of the 100-Flower sect. So regal and holy. I heard that the daughter of the Yun family is stunning. The rumors aren't comparable to seeing the real thing. Whoever becomes her cultivation lover will die from happiness. Right? A lot of prodigies are here. This is amazing. Some of the big shots that rarely show up arrived. A lot of them were immortals. Of course, the elders were not too greedy for chaos spiritual chi. They were mainly there to protect their students or disciples so that they could improve. The sword master came out from his retreat. He looked upon the Yuan Chi secret border with deep eyes. He was thinking about something. Next to him was an elder with white robes. His hair was half white and he had sunken eyes. He was the big elder of the Palm Sword Cliff. The big elder was a powerful realm cultivator. However, he was anxious and cautious next to the sword master. The sword master suddenly said, Big elder, you've been with the Palm Sword sect since the first generation sword master. You're knowledgeable. Do you have any advice for me? His words meant a lot of things, but they sounded calm on the surface. The big elder had to jolt. He said fearfully, Sword master, you naturally have your own cultivation method. My cultivation knowledge is too shallow to provide advice. The sword master suddenly laughed. Aren't you curious as to why I hide my identity? Sweat instantly appeared on the big elder's forehead. He moved his lips but did not dare to speak. After a long while, he said with a trembling voice, You must have your reasons, sword master. The sword master suddenly turned around and stared at the big elder. He said sternly, Are you loyal to your initial sword master, or more loyal to me? The big elder nearly choked on his beating heart. In the end, he said fearfully, I'm loyal to the sword master of the Palm Sword Cliff. The sword master laughed. He said slowly, 9 reincarnations provided wisdom. The previous 8 generations died unfairly. I'm the last generation. Do you think I wish to sacrifice myself for him? He had a mean and cruel face. So what if he's the wisdom elite? He's already dead. I'm the one who's alive. He wants to revive through reincarnation? I won't allow it. The big elder did not speak. He did not dare to. I don't need to revive him. I'll surpass him. The sword master mumbled to himself with arrogance. He took out the sword of slaughter. The aura of the sword of slaughter was blood red. I'll discover the power of elite through the sword of slaughter. Once I understand the knowledge passed down by the elite who reincarnated 9 times, I'll use it to improve my power of elite. By then, I'll own the knowledge of 2 elites. I'll be the elite of the chaos. The sword master smiled and looked at the big elder. Will you help me? The fastest way to cultivate the sword of slaughter was to kill. He was about to kill all the cultivators that showed up. It was an all-or-nothing risk because he could feel the power of reincarnation by an elite. The big elder hurriedly said, I'll follow your orders, sword master. Suddenly, A green light beamed from afar. It was the physical body of the old ginseng. He was a walking ginseng. His ginseng roots were like feet, walking on thin air. A bunch of black loaches with jet black hues followed him. They emitted a destructive aura. One of the black loaches was a realm cultivator. The old ginseng brought the loaches over as they were memorial spirits. Swordmaster, bad news. My figure was destroyed. The disciples of the Palm Sword Cliff are all dead. The old ginseng rushed to say, but, we've got extremely important information. Those cultivators have a huge secret, they have another memorial spirit. Also, I can feel that the memorial spirit isn't going through the unknown. Once I devour it, the unknown curse on me will be lifted. The Swordmaster gently smiled. He said, do not worry. You should work with me and deal with this first. I'll be powerful after this. Helping you will be a piece of cake by then. In the Yuan Qi secret border, everyone absorbed chaos spiritual qi. Their faces were flushed with joy. They kept breathing and started to have breakthroughs. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Everyone acted as usual. They took in chaos spiritual qi like they were thirsty. The chaos spiritual qi was getting thinner. Everyone gave their all to breathe it in. Suddenly, everyone frowned and exclaimed at the same time. What's going on? Why are my powers frozen? Me too. I can't activate my powers. It's completely stuck. Oh no, it's disintegration dust. Isn't this thing a myth? I thought it was gone years ago. It's colorless and odorless. It can blend in with the chaos spiritual qi and temporarily eliminate cultivators' powers. Does anyone know how to break it? Oh, no, the chaos spiritual qi is poisonous. The Swordmaster slowly appeared above everyone. Behind him were 3 realm cultivators, the elders of the Palm Sword Cliff. There were also a lot of Palm Sword Cliff disciples. They surrounded them like it was an ambush. 4 of the 10 sword interns were dead. 6 sword interns were surrounded with swords. They had deadly cold gazes. The old ginseng appeared with the black loaches and looked down on everyone. Palm Sword Cliff, what are you doing? Are you starting a war with all of us? I warn you, don't be hasty. Our sect will take revenge. The forces threatened him with unhappy faces. Ha! Revenge? I'm not scared of revenge when I dare to do this. The Swordmaster smiled coldly. He sneered. Wisdom's mine when my plan succeeds. My powers will skyrocket. Who dares avenge them? Don't worry, you will all become my stepping stone to success. As a crucial part of my cultivation, your death will be valuable. You can rest in peace. Kill them all. Leave those 2 little girls to me. Get them. The old ginseng kept looking at Nanan and Dragon. He could not wait. He immediately ordered the loaches to attack them. Chapter 628, Garlic Detox, Ginseng Wine. Ha! Surrender obediently. Tell me your secret. The old ginseng was very pleased. He looked at Nanan and the others with a passionate gaze. A huge loach with a black oar wriggled toward them. Its body expanded while dripping a nasty liquid. It was about to strangle everyone. Jang Liu slowly stepped forward with a calm face. His long sword emitted light. A murderous sword chi soared to the sky. The blade flashed and chopped the loach into pieces. It fell from the sky. Huh? Everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Is he not poisoned by the disintegration dust? Perhaps it's not working? Lost its effect? It's impossible. What's going on with him? The old ginseng was also taken aback. He frowned and asked, why aren't you poisoned? Nanan pouted and scoffed. She said, TSK, it's merely chaos spiritual qi. Are you trying to bait us with that? We don't want it. It's trash. Xiao Changfeng laughed, so true. This chaos spiritual qi is impure. How can you see it as a treasure? The cultivators of the Heavenly Palace were not poisoned. They came to pick on the Palm Sword Cliff. They knew that the Palm Sword Cliff would pull some sort of scheme, so they did not absorb the chaos spiritual qi. Of course, they were not really impressed. Everyone looked awkward and ashamed. Some of them thought it was unfair. What? Are you insulting us? Are you saying that we are too low class? Is it our fault that we were poisoned because we were greedy for trash? Who are these people? They're so arrogant. Not impressed by chaos spiritual qi? Liars. They cursed them out internally, but they had nothing to say while lying on the ground. Good cultivators, the cultivators of the Palm Sword Cliff are ambitiously cruel. Don't let them win. Cultivators, you resisted the temptation of chaos spiritual qi. Respect. Heroes. Save me, heroes. Everyone asked for help. So what if you didn't take in the chaos spiritual chi? You can't change anything. The old ginseng sneered coldly and waved. The loaches bolted toward Nanan and the others. Two big loaches were realm cultivators. They were extremely scary. They could wriggle a hole in time and space. Watch out! Cultivator Junjun and Goddess Nuwa rushed to rescue. However, they were stopped by the elders of the Palm Sword Cliff. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Palm Sword Cliff attacked everyone. Too many cultivators were poisoned. They could not fight back at all. They were instantly killed. Horrific screams could be heard everywhere. Blood washed over the land. The Swordmaster held onto the Sword of Slaughter. He levitated and looked at everything coldly. The Sword of Slaughter shined red and a bloody aura gathered around the Swordmaster, surrounding him like wisdom. The entire Yuan Chi secret border shined a blood-red hue. It seemed to be some sort of spell formation. A special ritual was being carried out. Lady Nanan, Lady Dragon, hurry up and back away. Jang Liu stared at the malicious loaches with seriousness. He was afraid, but he was ready to fight with his life by holding a sword. Woodsman, I think you should back away instead. Dragon slightly lifted her little hand. A spray can appeared. Puny loaches. We had them in our backyard once. My brother gave me a pesticide spray can. I'll spray them dead. PSH. PSH. 2 waves of water mist hit the loaches. Ah, what is this? It's our kryptonite. This sprays our kryptonite. I cannot do this. I cannot move my body. Memorial Spirit, save me, save us. We've been poisoned. The bunch of loaches were confident before. They plopped to the ground in the blink of an eye. Their breaths quickly weakened like they were about to die. Another legendary treasure. The old ginseng was horrified. However, he lost his mind to crazy greed. These cultivators have a lot of magical treasures. They must have a huge secret. Also, think about it, that hoe, that ladle, and that spray can must be related to the memorial spirit. As long as I figure it out, I might become successful. The time has come for this old ginseng. The old ginseng was flushed. His powers suddenly heightened. He moved toward them with his ginseng roots. Dragon lifted her hand and went toward him with that willow branch. Sister Willow, thanks for the help. The willow shined a jade hue. It was holy and magnificent. The branch danced without the wind, then it flew toward the old ginseng. Jang Liu also raised his sword. 30 long swords flew on his command. He single-handedly cast the heaven-defying sword formation and teamed up with Dragon. Of course, the flying swords were gained from the second sword in turn and the others. Ha, you want to fight me with a little willow branch and 2 weak cultivators? Your memorial spirit's too overrated. The old ginseng scoffed. His ginseng roots were overwhelming. They reached towards Nanan and Jang Liu. Everyone from the Heavenly Palace fought the elders of the Palm Sword Cliff. The battle of powerful cultivators was intense. The Heavenly Palace lost in numbers, so they were at a disadvantage. They could barely defend themselves. The scariest sword master had not made a move yet. He levitated in thin air and was terrifying. Nanan did not fight him. She grabbed a handful of garlic from her back. She started to pass it to everyone. Hurry, eat the garlic everyone. It helps with detox. Everyone laid on the ground and waited to die. They were all dumbfounded when they got the garlic. They carefully inspected it. It seemed to be raw. However, there was no time to explain. It was their last straw. They had to eat it regardless. Chew. Everyone ate the garlic. The sounds of chewing overpowered the sounds of battle. Ha! How ridiculous! The disciples of the Palm Sword Cliff sneered and mocked. They stepped toward them like they were executioners. They raised their swords and were about to take their lives. The cultivators widened their eyes in horror. They ate the garlic but it did not seem to be working. Suddenly, somebody looked flushed. His butthole tightened, then relaxed. Poot. A long and rhythmic sound could be heard. It was too outstanding. The entire battlefield went quiet. The cultivator who farted squinted in enjoyment. He even shivered it out. Ah! So stinky. No, I cannot believe such a horrid smell exists. I'm going to faint. No, I'm going to die. Damn, I cannot hold it in either. Poot. Poot. The entire Yuan Chi secret border started to sound like drums. Every fart was unique and rhythmic. Meanwhile, a visible gray gas could be seen coming out from everyone's buttholes. It slowly gathered to the sky and turned to a gray cloud. At that moment, a stinky smell hovered over the secret border. It had a mixed acidic smell, too. The disciples of the Palm Sword Cliff were about to kill. They were baffled when they smelled the stink. They went blank from it. Oh no, their farts are poisonous. Stop breathing, hurry up and stop breathing. Their farts are mixed with the poison from the disintegrate dust. Don't sniff it. I'm weak from the smell. Save me. Help, I don't want to die like this. Kill me. The disciples who were at the front were poisoned from the farts. Their powers vanished and they could not escape. They could only endure being suffocated by the farts. Their eyes rolled back and they vomited. They had a fate worse than death. Good. That garlic's a legendary item. It saved us all. My powers are back. Thank you for the gift, Cultivator. You've saved us all. We'll defeat the scums of the Palm Sword Cliff together. Everyone looked serious, as if the stink did not affect them, as if they were not the ones who farted. A lot of young men surrounded the goddess as soon as they revived their powers. They protected their goddess. The princess of the Luotian dynasty blushed. She held her breath and controlled her stomach with her powers. She tightened her butthole to prevent gas from coming out. Her body was slightly shivering because she endured it too hard. A young man said, "Princess, this is my crystal jade shield. It can block toxic gas. You can wear it." Thanks. The princess was happy. She accidentally relaxed her butthole. Poot. Oh no, I leaked a fart. The princess was instantly redder from blushing. She was so embarrassed. Arg. No. The surrounding young men were calm. They slightly sniffed it with their noses. Yo, I see that the fart of a goddess isn't aromatic. The saintess of the 100-flower sect looked calm. Their flowy dresses made them look like goddesses in paintings. For a situation like that, they were trained to stay calm at crucial moments. To protect their goddess image, they knew how to release the gas inside their body slowly. They perfected farting silently. They took a deep breath and slowly executed it. They slowly started to pass gas. The first fart was perfectly silent. However, as soon as they opened the gates, the gas started to rush out. Poot, poot, poot. Their dresses were moving. Their farts were like honks. The farts changed the style of the scenario. At the same time, it changed the battle. The disciples of the Palm Sword Cliff were poisoned from the farts. They were weakened. The forces teamed up. They had 3 realm cultivators on their side. The cultivators of the Palm Sword Cliff were stressed as they started to lose control. The grey gas slowly rose to the Sword Master. Then, it engulfed him. The Sword Master held the longsword. He was concentrating on slaughter sword cultivation. Blood-red hue surrounded him like a halo. He did not want to stop abruptly. He could only stay in the fart cloud without moving. If Li Nianfen was there, he would be impressed. He would say something like, "My compliments to the bravest cultivator ever, who smells farts to understand sword cultivation. Sister Dragon, I'll help you." After Nanan detoxified everyone, she went toward the old ginseng with a hoe in hand. The hoe looked ordinary in her hand. However, her movement had wisdom. She plowed the thin air and caused the realm to shake. At that moment, the old ginseng was like an ordinary ginseng and Nanan was a farmer who plowed fields. The ginseng was fated to be planted by the farmer. The hoe smashed into its roots. She picked on it and instantly threw the old ginseng off balance. Dragon's willow branch had a figure. The figure appeared to be as skinny as a willow tree in the wind. It whipped the old ginseng. Slap. The old ginseng cried out. Half of his life was gone. Jang Liu held a sword combined from the 30 swords. It turned to a sky full of sword flashes that attacked the old ginseng. The old ginseng was trapped inside the sword flashes. Countless sword cuts were left on him. The old ginseng was horrified for a moment. He glanced at the battlefield and felt his heart sink. He yelled at the Sword Master, "Sword Master, why won't you attack yet?" The Sword Master did not respond at all. The old ginseng decisively turned and ran. He wanted to come back next time. However, the willow branch sprung toward him when he turned. It hooked onto his body and held him in place. Nanan smashed the old ginseng with her hoe again. Then, she took out the purple golden gourd. The old ginseng was horrified the moment he saw the purple golden gourd. He felt desperate and angry. Another invincible immortal item. What's going on with these people? How did they own so many immortal items? Where did it come from? Fuck. Are you telling me that immortal items come in stocks? I remember that there's ginseng wine in the cookbook. It seems to be healthy. My brother will like it. Here comes the main ingredient. Nanan excitedly pointed the gourd at the old ginseng. Then, she yelled cutely, in. A light beamed within the gourd and onto the old ginseng. Cultivator, spare my life. No. The old ginseng yelled and shrunk in size. Finally, it was contained inside the gourd. Nanan shook the gourd. Splashes of alcohol could be heard. She happily covered the lid. She smiled and said, "The Palm Sword Cliff lost this time. We won." "It's too early to decide that." Jang Liu looked at the sky with seriousness. He was looking at the figure that was covered in farts. The swordmaster of the Palm Sword Cliffs using the slaughters to improve his slaughter sword cultivation. His plans were ruined by us. We did stop the disciples from killing the cultivators. However, we killed a lot of the Palm Sword Cliff disciples, too. Their deaths are his stepping stone in cultivation. Chapter 629, 9 Generations of Sword Masters. At the Yuan-Chi secret border. A battle erupted and caused havoc in the realm. Various forces worked together to turn the battle around. They fought the Palm Sword Cliff. The Palm Sword Cliff had a lot of experts, but they were at a disadvantage. However, the cultivators were not at ease because of the dark cloud above them. The swordmaster was inside the dark cloud. He was covered by a terrifying blood aura. His aura was like a dragon that soared to the sky. It painted the sky red. The smell of blood seeped into the secret border. He levitated mid-air. A lot of people were anxious and wanted to kill. His powers are so scary, and he's improving like crazy. Hurry up and stop him, we cannot allow him to continue. Break his cultivation. Everyone sensed a tidal wave of heavy emotions. An elder with sunken eyes flew to the sky. He attacked the swordmaster with a palm attack. He was a realm cultivator that had lived for countless years. He was also a leader of his era when he was younger, a world ruler. His palm attack contained the power of an angry realm. It was as if its realm was trying to get rid of the havoc itself. However, countless sword chi appeared when the palm reached the sword master. The sword chi turned to a tornado of blades, churning the palm into nothing. At that moment, the sword master slowly opened his eyes. The world went still. Everyone could see the endless bloodlust in his eyes. His pupils were slaughtering worlds of their own. I succeeded. Ha, I succeeded. The swordmaster burst out laughing. He was filled with insanity and excitement. His powers had a breakthrough. It should awaken the elite soul inside his body, it should replace him. However, through the sword of slaughter, his powers had improved greatly and he suppressed the elite inside his body. Old man. You lived for countless years. Accept that you'll be defeated by me. The swordmaster looked menacing. However, he was baffled by an awful smell. He almost passed out on the spot. He fell from the sky. He looked even more menacing, almost maniacal. Ah! Who did that? How dare you insult me like that? The swordmaster was trembling. He was on the verge of a breakdown. He sniffed himself, his flesh almost rotten from soaking in the fart. He was the 9th generation swordmaster of the Palm Sword Cliff. He was bound to be blessed and invincible. He was bound to be the main character. How could this happen to me when I'm halfway to the top? What an insult! Arg! I'll kill you all. He went crazy. He felt like his soul was tainted. Boom! Endless sword chi erupted like a volcano. It turned into a terrifying storm. Time and space were torn into a black hole. The surrounding cultivators were instantly churned, including the disciples of the Palm Sword Cliff. Everyone, watch out! Cultivator Junjun and Goddess Nuwa attacked at the same time. The realm cultivators also attacked. They looked serious. They tried to suppress the aura of the sword master. However, they still struggled even though they teamed up and worked together. They slightly backed away as they panted. Congrats, sword master! Congrats, sword master! You did it! Everyone from the Palm Sword Cliff knelt and congratulated him. They were filled with passion and respect. Not yet, almost, the sword master whispered to himself. He yelled, Palm Sword Cliff, listen to my order. Kill everyone and help me succeed. Yes, master. The Palm Sword Cliff disciples heightened their aura instantly. Their chants rumbled and echoed. Kill. Attack. The menacing aura surpassed all their previous battles. Powers flashed across the sky and created endless phenomena. It caused the realm to shake. Cultivator Junjun, Goddess Nuwa, Qin Zhongshan, and 3 other realm cultivators attacked the Sword Master as a group. They teamed up and formed a unique realm cage. Their powers intertwined. The destructive aura made everyone anxious. Nanan and the others fought the sword in turns and the disciples of the Palm Sword Cliff. They were around the expert, so they were taken care of. They were practically invincible. Xiao Changfeng held a long sword. The blade beamed across the place. He slashed down and wiped out 10 Palm Sword Cliff disciples at once. Ha! You dare pull out swords in front of me? I'm the ancestor of swords, the powerful sword realm cultivator. Xiao Changfeng laughed. His sword chi was intimidating. The Palm Sword Cliff disciples were trembling slightly. Nanit held the hoe. Every attack defied the laws of nature and physics. She was unstoppable. Juling Shen held his axes and grew 10 feet tall. His powerful attack messed up the Palm Sword Cliff's sword formation. It was an intense and gory battle. Blood washed over the land. It was not the blood of the ordinary, but the blood of immortals. The blood that was spilled contained their determination, so the scent was extra intense. Cultivator Junjun and Goddess Nua worked with each other. They had a lot of powerful immortal items to suppress the Sword Master. However, it was not effective. The Sword Master was too powerful. The aura of wisdom circled him. He was on a whole new level. "Oh no, he's still improving," said Cultivator Junjun sternly. Qin Zhongshan asked uneasily, "Is he going to break through?" Somebody yelled anxiously, "Hurry, we cannot allow this to continue. Everyone, use your ultimate spell." Chaotic Spell. Life Drainer. Slaughter of Souls. Spells shined, conjuring endless power of law. It was the power of destruction. Slaughter Feast. The Swordmaster's long hair blew in the air. His black hair turned blood red, along with his eyes. He smirked evilly and raised his hand. Blood-red sword chi was activated to slash their spells. Not enough, it's not enough. Almost. The Swordmaster was slightly deranged. His breathing was heavy and he kept mumbling to himself. He had an unfocused gaze. He felt like he was almost at the peak. So close, yet so far. He felt maniacal. Almost, almost. He suddenly flew away from the battlefield and turned into a red beam of light. He bolted toward the crowd and slaughtered everyone. Spurt. The disciples of the Palm Sword Cliff instantly died in groups. Blood and flesh were in the air. It was utterly gory. The Swordmaster was drenched in blood. He roared, "No! Why isn't it working?" "Because your cultivation's wrong." A voice suddenly appeared. Jang Liu looked down on the Swordmaster. "The Sword of Slaughter isn't purely about slaughter. You need to know the reason for the slaughter," Jang Liu slowly explained. His aura caused the Sword of Slaughter in the hands of the Swordmaster to tremble. It wanted to escape from the Swordmaster. While the Sword of Slaughter was in his position, he had studied it for a long while. He naturally learned a lot. Jang Liu continued, "The elite that held this sword wanted to slaughter the Eldritchs. He wanted to protect the countless lives in the chaos. This sword's meant for the Eldritchs, and it's meant to kill someone stronger than you. You've only been killing weak cultivators. How can you break through?" I. The Swordmaster widened his eyes. He jolted and stepped back. His mind was buzzing and he was in a daze. "Here's our chance, kill him." Cultivator Junjun and the others cast spells to attack the Swordmaster. The Swordmaster did not resist. His body was covered in the light of pure destruction. Then, he turned to dust. However, before anyone could relax, the surrounding blood aura shined. The Swordmaster reformed his body. "Ignorant kid, you don't know me. How dare you judge me? I'm going to slaughter you all to the very end." The Swordmaster activated his powers. There was a translucent figure behind him. An extreme sense of danger circled everyone. "First life." A hazy but powerful voice came out of his mouth. A feeling of the passage of time suddenly appeared. They felt like they had just walked through time. At that moment, the aura of the Swordmaster became increasingly sharp. No one had ever done that before. Swords of Age. The Swordmaster lifted his sword and attacked one of the realm cultivators. That realm cultivator could feel his impending death. He wanted to dodge but to no avail. Then, his body was chopped apart. That sword attack slashed his countless years of life into dust. The big elder of the Palm Sword Cliff suddenly spoke up. He yelled with a trembling voice, "That's the ultimate spell of the first-generation Sword Master. He's summoned the first-generation Sword Master." A lot of cultivators were shocked. They had all heard about the general history of the Palm Sword Cliff. Is that the ultimate spell of the first generation Sword Master? So powerful. It can slash through time and age. Then, the Sword Master chanted again. Second life. His aura changed again. It became dark and creepy like a venomous snake. He emitted a deadly aura. Yin-Yang Sword. Another spell. The Sword Master lifted his sword and pointed at another realm cultivator. A grey sword chi instantly appeared and pierced through him. The big elder cheered, "That's the ultimate spell of the second generation Sword Master." There were 9 generations of Sword Masters in the Palm Sword Cliff. Each of them were incredible cultivators who left their mark in the chaos. Their powers and spells could not be resisted by ordinary cultivators. No one had time to be shocked. Their faces were filled with fear at that moment. They went cold. 9 generations of Sword Masters. He used their ultimate spells with each summon. Who could block the attacks? Every realm cultivator would die on the spot. Dragon held the willow branch in her hand. She asked worriedly, "Sister Willow, what should we do?" The willow branch was from the willow tree that was planted in the backyard next to the pond. It belonged to the earliest batch of plants in the backyard. Even the dragon ancestor did not dare to be reckless in front of the willow. Dragon followed orders and took care of the plants in the backyard. At the same time, she befriended the willow tree. The willow tree even gave her one of its branches. For dragons, it was a powerful tool for safety. "This branch contains part of my power. You can activate it, but it only lasts half an hour." The branch was activated. It shined in a subtle green hue and moved toward Jang Liu. Then, Jang Liu was covered with a green hue. His powers instantly heightened with an indescribable speed. Third life. The Sword Master summoned the third generation Sword Master. He attacked Goddess Nuwa. Lone destructive sword. Goddess Nuwa did not dare to delay. She used the Lotus Lantern. A holy flame rose to the sky and formed a shield, forming the best defense. The destructive aura closed in. The powerful attack tore the Lotus Lantern shield apart. Then, it closed in on Goddess Nuwa. It had the power to wipe out millions of lives on its own. It was unstoppable. Suddenly, Jang Liu stepped out and appeared in front of the attack. He held his sword and swung it like how he chopped wood. The simplistic sword attack extinguished the lone destructive sword attack. Jang Liu stood up straight and said to the Sword Master, "You're even using other people's ultimate sword spells. You aren't a complete cultivator after all." "Complete? Kid, you don't know anything." The Sword Master laughed, but it sounded pitiful and tragic. His eyes were filled with insanity and troubles. There are 9 generations of Sword Masters. Each Sword Master had their ultimate sword spells. But none of them are complete, because we Sword Masters carry the karma of the elite who reincarnates within us. Ha, I defied it. I defied my fate and so did you. Let's see who can control their own fate in the end. The Sword Master yelled and attacked Jang Liu. Jang Liu felt the unimaginable power in his body. He looked composed and took a deep breath. He also attacked. Goddess Nuwa and the others teamed up again and surrounded the Sword Master. Jang Liu and the Sword Master were sword cultivators. Both of their attacks were sharp and dangerous. Tidal waves of sword intent tore through the secret border. It demolished the surrounding mountains. Some of the sword intent pierced through the sky and demolished stars in the chaos. Jang Liu was the main attacker. He attacked like how he chopped wood. It seemed ordinary, but it contained signs of wisdom. He could chop through everything. Moreover, he had advice from Lin Yanfan. His cultivation was determined and sharp. He could overpower tons of sword cultivators. Goddess Nuwa and the others helped him. They were in a position to overpower the Sword Master. "Cultivator Jang, you really did that in this battle. I'm so envious." Xiao Changfeng could only watch. He cheered behind them. He teared up and asked, "Why can't the willow transfer its power to me? My sword cultivation's great. Then, I could beat up the Sword Master on the ground. That must be a great feeling." Chapter 630, One Sword to Kill the Elite. Time-crushing sword. Disruptive sword. Impeccable attack. The Sword Master kept casting ultimate sword spells. Each spell was destructive, even the force of the realm and the stars had to make way for his attacks. However, the ultimate sword spells did not work on Jang Liu. They were powerful but Jang Liu chopped them away like he was chopping wood. The Sword Master had a twisted facial expression. He yelled with disbelief, "This is impossible. How could this be? You have 9 reincarnations, but you're merely borrowing the power of past Sword Masters. Moreover, these powers were incomplete in the first place. Jang Liu looked serious. He had advice from the expert and became a professional woodsman. He chopped wood every day and learned cultivation from it. He had the support from the willow tree, so he could overpower the sword master. Moreover, Jang Liu looked at the Sword of Slaughter. That sword's owner is me. He pointed at the Sword of Slaughter. Clang. The Sword of Slaughter trembled and escaped from the grasp of the unfocused sword master. It flew into Jang Liu's hands. Radiant Sun. Lotus Lantern Holy Fire, rise and burn. Cultivator Junjun and the others seized the chance to cast their ultimate spells at that moment. Endless power caused the power of law to increase even further. The sword master was in a world of destruction. The Lotus Lantern in Goddess Nuwa's hand spat out colorful flames. It turned into an endless fire that burned the sky. The terrifying high heat increased like it was a furnace for the sword master. The sword master snapped out of it. He was clearly maniacal. His long hair drooped over his shoulders as he burst out laughing. Hee, ha ha. He picked up his long sword. Instead of backing away, he stepped forward. That step was like a step on wisdom. Ripples turned to terrifying pressure. A sky full of sword chi made the realm quake. Their ultimate spells were stopped by his sword intent. Fate's so unfair. So be it. This time, I'll cast my own ultimate spell. The sword master felt like the anti-hero giving his last effort. He growled, the ultimate sword. Buzz. Time and space boiled like water. His invincible sword intent erupted and circled them like a dragon. It flew around and churned their ultimate spells into nothingness. It was an invincible attack that contained all sorts of spells. It was about the laws of nature. It leaned toward wisdom. However, the wisdom faded after mixing up all the ultimate spells. It was gone with the wind. Everyone was in an anxious daze. They looked at the sword master with mixed emotions. At that moment, even Xiao Chengfang was serious. He held his long sword tightly and stood up with respect. Jang Liu was also silent. He looked at the sword master as a true sword cultivator. The attack of the sword master was like a response to what Jang Liu said. He had his own sword cultivation, and it was powerful. He could defeat cultivators with his own glory. However, once he cast his ultimate spell, he also released the elite inside his body. In the first place, he took the Sword of Slaughter so he could suppress the elite inside his body. Jang Liu sighed and felt bad for the sword master. As a sword cultivator, he naturally understood the pain of the sword master. His story was torture that was worse than death for sword cultivators. I'm back. I've gone through the ninth reincarnation and am once again reborn. A mysterious and unfamiliar power started to grow inside the body of the sword master. A coarse and old voice could be heard. His aura was extremely different, too. It was no longer intimidating. It became subtle and fleeting. However, it was without a doubt scarier. The big elder jolted and his pupils dilated. His lips shivered as he said with respect, Old sword master." Everyone else from the Palm Sword Cliff worshipped him anxiously. Greetings to the old sword master. The Palm Sword Cliff was created by the first-generation sword master. Nobody had met the old sword master before. However, the legend of the Palm Sword Cliff sword master was passed down for generations. Everyone was shocked and horrified. After all, he was an elite. He was one of the most invincible beings ever, an elite before the Eldritch era. An invisible pressure washed over their hearts. Nobody dared to move or breathe. That was the authority of an elite. An intimidating confidence from another level. He did not admit it, but everyone felt like they could not match up. Boom. He gently pressed forward. A terrifying power suddenly pressed down on Goddess Nuwa and the others. It knocked them down from the sky. They spat out blood and could not resist at all. Cultivator Junjun looked horrified. The aura of the Sword Master was stronger than the Minister of the Ministry and the Soul Master. After all, the Minister was not considered an elite. The Soul Master was a soul. The Sword Master, however, was born from reincarnation. He had powers from 9 lifetimes, so he was naturally stronger. The others looked like they were dead in despair. The Sword Master looked at Jang Liu and said, "I have to properly thank you. You're a decent sword cultivator, you deserve to be my sword in turn." He stood on top and ordered like he was doing charity. Jang Liu shook his head and looked at him with contempt. "You're a cowardly sword cultivator. You want me to be your sword in turn, but are you worthy? Are you trying to die?" The Sword Master looked at Jang Liu with a composed gaze. He looked like he did not want to argue with an insect. He calmly said, "Huh? You've borrowed the power of a memorial spirit. I'll overpower the memorial spirit sooner or later. Jang Liu uncontrollably levitated mid-air. He was trapped by an invisible force. He hung in front of the Sword Master as the Sword Master teasingly mocked him. He said, "Do you know how much I had to sacrifice back then? I fought the Eldritchs, stopped catastrophes, and saved countless lives. It's only natural that several cultivators had to sacrifice themselves to revive me. Moreover, my revival's better than any cultivator. It's for the countless lives in the chaos." Jang Liu stared straight at the Sword Master. He said sternly, "Your past achievements cannot be an excuse for what you've done in the present. From the moment you revived yourself by sacrificing other Sword Masters, your past glory is tarnished and tainted. Moreover, the 9 generations of Sword Masters were incredible sword cultivators. They had their own sword cultivation. They had their own goals and dreams. They had the chance to become elites, too. Their lives were incomplete because of you. They were unwilling to die. In my point of view, it's very unfair. In that case, I should erase you, too." The Swordmaster retained his calm aura when he said that insignificant sentence. However, Jang Liu groaned and went pale. His body started to tremble. He could feel someone crushing his body. Millions of sword chi almost ripped him apart. His life was in the hands of the Swordmaster. Jang Liu shut his eyes and held his sword tightly. He clenched his jaw and did not beg for mercy. He fully activated his sword intent. He knew that he was weak, but he had to shine as a sword cultivator. "You are forced to come and not be free. 3,000 visitors are full of flowers, 14 states froze over, with one strike of the sword." His mind replayed the poem. A halo shined all over him as he emitted blinding sword chi. The Swordmaster was in awe. He commented, "Nice. You're truly gifted in sword cultivation. You learned this state of mind in sword cultivation, but it's a shame that you're still too much of an amateur in my eyes." However, he suddenly sensed extreme danger. A string of words slowly floated out from Jang Liu. It seemed to be summoned by Jang Liu. It emitted a white light. "What's that?" The pupils of the Swordmaster dilated. An odd fear grew in his heart. However, he was daring and bold. He was not overpowered by fear. The word shined with power. It disrupted the confidence of the Swordmaster. It shined in the air like the sun, becoming the center of attention. Then, the scroll slowly unfolded. It unscrolled itself a little and the world was filled with white light. It was the shine of a sword. The cold light blinded everyone, immersing them in a world of blinding white light. They could only see the words revealing themselves slowly. They were almost drunk in the sword intent. They imagined nothing else except a longsword. 3,000 visitors are full of flowers, 14 states froze over, with one strike of the sword. What's this sword cultivation? How can it be so powerful? No, impossible. I'm an elite. How can such a terrifying power exist? Why? The Swordmaster was frantic with fear. He was usually calm and collected because he was above it all. At that moment, he realized how puny he was. It was a power he could never reach. Everyone finally saw the fully revealed words. The longsword figure also solidified. That sword was the sword of the realm, the core of the world. It was sword cultivation to the extreme. The longsword slashed the Swordmaster silently. It was as if it slashed through a blade of grass or a flower. "Arg, no!" The Swordmaster yelled in despair. His body was like the freezing ice against the warm sun. He instantly melted and died. The light faded. The world was at peace again. It was as if that moment was nothing but a dream. The Swordmaster and the writings were gone from the realm. Everyone looked at the empty air with respect. They could not snap out of it. "I'm alive?" That scroll of words. So powerful, so terrifying. Who wrote that? The old Swordmaster of the Palm Sword Cliff. The elite, died? It was all right if he died, but he was killed by a writing scroll. It was too unreal. Everyone from the Palm Sword Cliff was stunned. The old Swordmaster was just revived. He was gone before he could brag? He had the power of 9 lifetimes. He finally reincarnated but was not able to brag. The revival was too tragic. Jang Liu was also stumped. He whispered, "The scroll given to me by the expert saved my life." Everyone from the Heavenly Palace was also stunned. They flew toward Jang Liu. They were slightly surprised, but they were used to it. Cultivator Junjun pondered and said, "As expected, the expert predicted everything. He gave you the scroll to protect you." Yang Jing said, But I didn't expect it to kill the elite. This is so awesome. What a shame for the expert's writings. Jang Liu was in pain. I always treated it like a lesson from the expert. Xiao Changfeng said, Cultivator Jang, didn't you see that ultimate sword just now? That sword's in your heart. You can cultivate a sword to the extreme, too. Jang Liu sighed and said, I knew that, but I still feel bad for wasting the expert's writings. Where are you going? Quick, stop them. Don't let the palm sword cliff cultivators escape. There was a sudden commotion on the battlefield. Everyone from the palm sword cliff was petrified. They were all pale. All they wanted to do was run. However, the cultivators from various forces would not allow it. They all attacked and captured them. Then, the leaders of various forces went over with friendly smiles. They bowed at Cultivator Junjun and the others with respect. A virtuous elder saluted and said, Cultivators, we're thankful that you showed up. Otherwise, we would probably be dead. You're our saviors. Please, let me bow to you. Yeah, you guys are godsend heroes. You stopped this catastrophe. We hope you gain a lot of deluxe merits. If you ever need anything in the future, I'm yours to order. Nobody dared to be disrespectful. Even the usually cold and arrogant princess and saintess had to be humble. They tried to befriend them. They went through a near-death experience, but they also experienced several miracles. The garlic could help them detox. It could release poison gas like a backfire attack. The spray can could kill parasites. The rare treasures on them were also magical. Most importantly, the writings had unimaginable power. It left a deep impression on them. They wanted to worship them. Each item was beyond their imaginations. It was not something that could be owned by ordinary cultivators. Even fools could tell that the cultivators worked for an elite. He must be extremely powerful. Cultivators, I wonder who the writer is. We have no other intentions, we only want to give our proper thanks. Yeah, I'm not a gifted cultivator, but I'm willing to follow orders and help. This elite should be famous. Everyone fought to speak. It was obvious that they were trying to be bootlickers. Shut up, do you think you're worthy enough to know the expert's name? Scolded Cultivator Junjun. He looked serious and stern. I don't even know the expert's name. Also, the expert isn't someone we can simply discuss or gossip about. The expert loves to lay low and stay humble. Don't spread the news. Otherwise, no one can save you. Got it? Sorry. We were out of line. You're right to scold us, senior. We were too shallow and careless. I was oblivious. Please, forgive me, expert. Chapter 631, Words from the Expert, Huge Stir in the Area of the Gods. The legendary sect, Palm Sword Cliff, was successfully defeated. Even their old sword master, an elite who reincarnated, was wiped out. The news naturally caused a buzz in the area of the gods. Even if the area of the gods was borderless, it became well-known news. Almost everybody had heard about it. The elite was a legendary cultivator. He was the ultimate powerful being in the chaos. Only miraculous cultivators could mimic his capabilities. However, he was dead. Unexpectedly, the elite did not die in a catastrophe. Moreover, the 9 generations of sword masters died with him. Every one of those 9 sword masters were cultivation prodigies. Everyone was shocked. At the same time, they had to grieve. Everyone recalled the situation that day and looked like they were awestruck. Those who did not participate could only imagine that glorious day. I can't believe there's a hidden expert in the area of the gods. The Heavenly Palace is a local in the area of the gods. Their history's deep and mysterious. I knew they were hiding a huge secret. We cannot mess with them, we cannot offend them. I heard that this place was originally called the Eldritch World. The expert was satisfied, so he blessed this place and turned it into the area of the gods. I heard that apart from the Palm Sword Cliff, various forces suffered huge losses, too. It's a shame I didn't go that day. Everyone chatted and discussed. All sorts of rumors started to spread in the area of the gods. The forces that were there that day immediately reported to their sects after they headed back. It instantly caused their entire sect to be shocked. Some of the smart cultivators gave orders without hesitation. We have to befriend the Heavenly Palace immediately. Hurry up and visit them with gifts. Prepare the expensive gifts, make sure it shows our sincerity. Some of the ancient cultivators heard about the news. After being shocked, they looked worried. Havoc's upon us. Havoc's upon us. The fight of the century must mean that a catastrophe's coming. How long do we have this time? This expert must be planning something huge. But, is it related to the catastrophe? Not long ago, the signs of Eldritch appeared in the chaos. We should open the sex secret border for our cultivators to improve. Everyone in the area of the gods was busy. The strong sex made plans. The weak sex laid low in the area of the gods. There was a lot less fighting and battling. The cultivators were at peace for a while. At the four-part architecture. Li Nianfan smiled when he saw that Nanan and the others had returned safely. He asked, "Done?" Nanan nodded and said, "Yeah, brother. We accomplished the mission." "Nice job." Li Nianfan complimented. He was not surprised at all. The issue was not hard to deal with since they had the help of Nanan and Dragon. "Oh yeah, brother. We bought these things back." Dragon took out the loaches and ginseng. "Earthworms, ginseng? Damn, they're huge." Li Nianfan was instantly intrigued. Those were amazing medicinal ingredients. "Wait. These ingredients are best for the male sexual organ? Look at the size. It must be very effective. In my past realm, these are definitely priceless ingredients." "Amazing," said Li Nianfan. "Ginseng can be used to make wine. As for the earthworms, I know a delicacy called deep-fried loaches. It's a rare delicacy. I'll let you guys try it." Dodgy looked at the earthworms with disgust. She had to ask, "Can these things even be eaten?" The fire phoenix also frowned. "Yeah. They seem so dirty." They were long, soft, and squishy. They looked like slime. It was hard to make them feel like it was appetizing. "You'll find out once you try it. I promise you'll like it." Li Nianfan slapped his chest and promised. Then, he told Jang Liu and Goddess Nuwa, "The loaches are too big. How about we eat them together?" Of course, no one would refuse. They instantly nodded and stayed. The process of making deep-fried loaches was not complicated. First, soak the loaches in wine to make them drunk. Then, turn on the fire, place a pot full of oil on the stove. Lastly, deep-fry the loaches in the hot oil. Of course, it tasted best with some spring onions and sauces. Li Nianfan told Xiao Bei to make them. A unique scent of meat was emitted from the pot within an hour. It did not smell like chicken or beef. The scent was extremely special with hints of wine. It was very appetizing. Everyone was intrigued even though they were originally not impressed. They looked excited. The meat was removed from the pot of oil. The black and slimy surface of the loaches was replaced with a subtle golden coating that was glimmering. It looked amazing. Li Nianfan smiled and looked at Dodgy. He asked, "Dodgy, how is it? I didn't disappoint you, right?" Dodgy kept nodding. "Yeah, you're the best. There's a small trick when eating deep-fried loaches. You have to eat it while drinking wine." Li Nianfan said, "I just soaked the ginseng in the wine, but it should be fine. Let's drink it." "Here's to your safe return, cheers." "Wow, the loaches are so delicious. How can it taste so good?" That was unexpected. Unexpectedly crunchy and nice. Meat and alcohol are the perfect match. The four-part architecture was instantly cheerful. They drank and ate deep-fried loaches while they chatted. It suddenly put Li Nianfan in a daze. He felt like he was back at those food courts in his past realm. Everybody chatted and discussed any topic that came to mind. They asked each other anything they did not understand. However, immortals accompanied him now. Moreover, they were super big shots. It was instantly cool. Li Nianfan listened to their battle stories and the cultivation method of various forces in the area of the gods. Li Nianfan suddenly said, "I missed out on so many interesting things. What a shame." Everyone straightened up. Goddess Nuwa hurriedly asked, "Why so, Lord Saint?" "I stayed in the four-part architecture most of the time. The area of the gods is so interesting, but I rarely witnessed any battles. It's a bit of a waste." Li Nianfan paused. Then, he waved it off. "I only said that out of a whim. Come on, let's drink." He was not a cultivator and he was not a part of any cultivation sects. Deep down, he wanted to participate in the cultivation world. He at least wanted to see the different batting techniques in various sects. After all, real-life battles were not the same as those past realm performances on television. He wanted to watch it for real. Li Nianfan casually said it, but everyone took notice. They felt emotional and made a mental note. The expert gave his request, we have to execute it immediately. We have to fulfill the expert's wishes. Everyone felt satisfied after eating and drinking. Goddess Nuwa and Jang Liu said their farewells and left. Goddess Nuwa immediately went to the heavenly palace after she left the four-part architecture. She met up with Cultivator Junjun and the others. They noticed that Goddess Nuwa was slightly red in the face. Also, she smelled like alcohol. They instantly felt jealous. She must have eaten a free meal at the expert's place. They did not want to affect the expert negatively by having too many people visit the four-part architecture. Therefore, Goddess Nuwa represented them and went alone. It was a huge opportunity for her. It took a lot of sacrifices and determination for the cultivators to give up. Cultivator Junjun smiled and said, "It seems like you drank a lot of wine, Goddess Nuwa." Goddess Nuwa smiled. She rubbed it in and said, "I ate a rare delicacy this time. It was different from the usual meals. You simply cannot imagine it." Everyone felt more jealous and pouted. "I regret it. I should have gone no matter what." Sigh, please don't say anything anymore. I long for the expert's beautiful wine. I really want to drink it. Then, Goddess Nuwa became serious. She said, "All right, time for business." When we were eating, the expert said something very important. Everyone instantly became serious. They asked, "What is it?" Goddess Nuwa said, "The expert said the area of the gods is interesting with the various cultivation sects, but he hasn't experienced it himself. He said it was a shame." Juling Shen said without thinking, "The expert said it was a shame, so we have to fix that." "Right." Cultivator Junjun nodded. He groaned for a moment and said, "This is easy to fix. We have a reputation in the area of the gods now. We can convince various forces to perform spells and fights for the expert." Yang Jing immediately said, "Right? A lot of huge forces are trying to please the expert. This is the expert's opportunity for them." "I agree. Who will disobey the requests of the expert? Let's get moving. Get busy, area of the gods." Everyone was excited. However, Cultivator Junjun was calm. He said, "Wait a minute. We cannot just listen to the surface level of those sentences. We have to understand the expert's true meaning from a deeper perspective." Everyone frowned. They pondered as they looked at Cultivator Junjun. Does the expert want to see cultivation spells and fights from various sects? Cultivation Junjun asked them like he was asking himself, "Is that too shallow? Why does the expert want to see that?" Suddenly, the Jade Emperor thought of something. He brushed his beard and smiled. He said, "I got it. Because the expert wants to understand the capabilities of various forces in the area of the gods." He was the Jade Emperor, so he was not unfamiliar. He needed to have a general understanding of the capabilities of his underlings. Sometimes, he would let his soldiers battle on a stage. Everyone else was enlightened by the Jade Emperor. Cultivator Junjun nodded. He said with excitement, "I see. A catastrophe's coming, so the expert wants to know everyone's capabilities. This is a test before the catastrophe. In that case, we cannot treat this as a performance. We have to create a stage for everyone to battle." The Jade Emperor said, "That's right. We have to inform various sects to choose their best disciples that represent their capabilities. We have to execute it well in front of the expert." Yes. The battle must be well prepared. Tell Tai by jinxing to inform the various forces immediately. Tell them to be ready. Yang Jing, Xiao Changfeng, and the others jolted. They were excited. They rubbed their palms together. We have to sign up for this. We have to let everyone know the power of the heavenly palace. We can finally prove ourselves in front of the expert. Arg, I'm so excited. I have to train properly. I'm so nervous. How can I face the expert ever again if I do poorly in the battle? Luotian Dynasty. The king of the Luotian Dynasty suddenly stood up. He cheered with excitement. What? The expert's holding a battle in the area of the gods? Various forces will watch? And they asked us if we wanted to participate? They were just thinking about how to impress the expert when suddenly, an opportunity knocked on their door. The dynasty elder was flushed from excitement. He immediately said, "Opportunity, this is a huge opportunity. The expert might be looking for new disciples. If we can impress him in the battle, it'll be our shortcut to success. Even if we impressed him a little bit, no one would dare mess with us in the area of the gods again. Accept the invitation. Hurry up and accept it. The Luotian dynasty will participate. Hurry up and summon the prince and the princess. Tell them the news. This huge opportunity is for them to seize." The empath sect. Qin Zhongshan walked back and forth in the lobby. His beard was shaking from excitement. Amazing. Incredible. The expert wants to see battles. If we impress him in the battle, it'll be a shortcut to success, right? That Shitukan of the legendary beast sect became the study servant of the expert. She has a higher status than I do. Chaos spiritual fruits are ordinary items for the expert. Imagine the rewards of the battle. My organs are shaking from the thought of it. However, the battle must be extraordinary. I'm afraid there'll be a lot of awesome cultivators participating. It'll be the battle of the century. The casual words of the expert affected the entire area of the gods. Some of the cultivators without a sect also received the news. The area of the gods was going to have a battle like never before. Once you stand out, you'll have unimaginable benefits. Everyone was dying to give it a go. They hurriedly improved their skills and waited for the heavenly palace to give them the specific details. On the other side, deep within the chaos, a star suddenly exploded. Somebody walked out from the explosion. He was enveloped in purple gas. His tan golden skin shimmered. His eyes were like electricity. He looked at Liu. Ever since Liu escaped with the left messenger, he had been looking for hidden eldritchs from the catastrophe back then. The leftover eldritchs were either healing by devouring worlds or cultivating. In other words, they had grown more powerful through countless years of sleep. They were deep asleep in the chaos. They could wake up any time to cause harm. The cultivator of the eldritchs asked, "My name's Gaiun. You've awoken me. What do you want?" Liu said with respect, "I'm Liu. Unexpected changes happened in the chaos. I have no choice but to wake you up." Gaiun arched his eyebrow. "Oh? Tell me more." Liu hurriedly said, "The area of the gods was rebuilt in the chaos. The Soul Master was revived. I think an elite schemed in secret. Lord Guming died from that." "Guming's dead?" Gaiun frowned. He said in a low voice, "It seems like this is serious. Back then, I didn't clean things up properly." "Yes, Lord." Liu nodded. Then, he smiled and said, "You just woke up. I've prepared brand new delicacies to welcome you." This delicious meat was invented throughout the years. We forcefully bonded cultivators with their beasts. It created a new species that's delicious to devour. Gaiun nodded with satisfaction. He said calmly, "Thanks, but there's no rush. Let me take you to welcome the other eldritchs. We'll have a feast together. Then, we'll get to work." Chapter 632, The gifts from the expert must be extraordinary. At the four-part architecture. A battle conference in the area of the gods? Li Nianfan looked at Cultivator Junjun weirdly. He sounded surprised. "Yeah, Lord Saint." Cultivator Junjun smiled and said, "Last time, Goddess Nuwa said you felt like it was a shame you hadn't witnessed the battles from various sects. So, we took notice. Coincidentally, there will be a battle conference happening in the area of the gods among the various forces. What a coincidence, right?" Li Nianfan instantly smiled. "Ha, what a coincidence indeed." Cultivator Junjun noticed that Li Nianfan laughed. He also laughed along. He felt happy and excited. It seems like the expert's very satisfied. Thankfully, I understood what the expert meant. Ha, I'm such a smart fella. Then, Li Nianfan asked worriedly, are ordinary people allowed to attend the battle conference?" Cultivator Junjun quickly said, "Don't worry, Lord Saint. The Heavenly Palace is participating in the battle event. We're getting ready for it, just like the other sects. Just nod and you shall attend." "Oh, I see. So, the Heavenly Palace is one of the event organizers. Nice." Li Nianfan laughed. "In that case, I have to watch." The Eldritch world expanded into the area of the gods. It attracted a lot of forces in the chaos. The cultivation sects were diverse and the battle conference was hard to come by. Li Nianfan did not want to miss it. Li Nianfan asked curiously, "Where's the location of the battle conference?" Cultivator Junjun said, "It's in the center area. Tianyun Canyon." Li Nianfan located the Tianyun Canyon on the map. He nodded. "It seems to be nearby." Cultivator Junjun said, "Yeah. We're preparing the venue. A lot of forces are setting up their secret borders so the participants can cast their spells as they please." The level of destruction was great since it was a battle. If they did not set up some secret borders, the surrounding area would be demolished. Of course, the most important part was to provide the expert with a nice viewing environment. Li Nianfan was interested. He mumbled to himself, "Setting up secret borders?" To be honest, he wanted to see how they were going to set up the secret borders. Bored people love to participate. He asked, "Can I watch?" Cultivator Junjun was stumped for a moment. Then, he said, "Yes, of course. It's a piece of cake, I'll make the arrangements right away." Then, he stood up. He could not wait to inform the others. Li Nianfan smiled. "Thanks for the effort." A while later, a golden cloud had risen. Li Nianfan brought Daji and Fire Phoenix and headed toward Tianyun Canyon. Tianyun Canyon was a huge cliff. There were mountains on each side. The area was like a huge crack that opened in the ground after an earthquake. The canyon was the land beneath the crack. It was different from other canyons. It was extremely huge and deep. Water was flowing inside it, too. It was like a small world. The view was graceful and beautiful. Moreover, the mountains were as high as the white clouds that moved around them. For some special reasons, the canyon had white clouds floating above it, too. It looked like the canyon had its own sky, making it look like a unique paradise. The Tianyun Canyon was a great tourism spot. The canyon became the spotlight for the cultivators. Everyone gathered there to prepare the battle venue. The Jade Emperor stood on the venue and made plans with various sect masters. Suddenly, everyone sensed something. They all looked at the sky above the canyon. Cultivator Junjun arrived with speed. "Quick, quick! The expert's going to watch us work. Get ready, look alive. Also, remember what we told you." Everyone there was a powerful sect master. Their hearts were usually as calm as still waters. However, they were petrified at that moment. "What? The expert's coming? Damn, why didn't you say so? I'm not prepared at all. Are we going to meet the expert so soon? I'm so nervous. How should I act? Everyone, give us some advice." Everyone outside would probably be shocked. Their jaws would be on the ground. These aren't a group of big shots. They're a bunch of students waiting for their teacher's supervision. The sect master of the 100-Flower sect brushed her silky hair. She hurriedly looked at her wonderful body. Her red lips parted and said, "I should have worn something more beautiful." Another sect master laughed and asked, "What do clothes have to do with anything? Do you think this is a pageant?" The sect master of the 100-Flower sect glared at him with her foxy eyes. "You know nothing. The expert has 2 wives, which means he's not among cultivator. He appreciates beautiful women in the world. Compared to you awful old men, I'm a woman, an extremely beautiful woman at that. This is a gift I was born with. If I impress the expert, I could be successful as his lover. You do look dreamy, but you're also daydreaming. Look alive, we need to greet the expert any moment now." Everyone stood in place. They all looked serious. However, they seemed to be distracted like they were waiting for something. Gradually, a golden light appeared above the canyon. It slowly expanded. "Here he is, here comes the expert." Everyone instantly felt their hearts jump into their throats. They screamed internally. They pretended to discuss and ponder on the surface. "I think it should be like this. No, it should be like this. How about we insert this here? The Lord Saint is here." The Jade Emperor interrupted their hard work. Everyone instantly looked up at Li Nianfan on the cloud. They greeted him with friendliness. "Greetings to the Lord Saint and 2 goddesses." "Hello, everyone." Li Nianfan saluted politely. Daji and Fire Phoenix were powerful cultivators. So, he felt confident. The Jade Emperor started to introduce Li Nianfan to everyone. Li Nianfan already met the White Cloud sect and the Empath sect. Shi Tohaoyu was the father of Shi Tukan, so he knew him. Also, he befriended the king of the Luotian dynasty, Huang Diheng. He befriended the sect master of the 100-Flower sect, Hua Nangying. He also befriended the elder of the Meteor Hill, Cultivator Meteor. Those cultivators were the best in their field. They were also the best when they arrived in the area of the gods. There was at least 1 realm cultivator in every sect. Everyone greeted him with politeness. Li Nianfan felt comfortable. What a bunch of friendly cultivators. This isn't like the novels at all. No one discriminates. Everyone's friendly on the surface, and no one mocked me or rolled their eyes at me. Truly the successful sects. They have a great attitude. Li Nianfan did not want to disrupt their work. He said, "I only came here to watch. Don't mind me." He glanced at the canyon and thought it was an incredible venue. The place was made for battling competitions. They spent a lot of effort on choosing the venue. Those cultivators were mapping out their plans. They used their powerful spells to set up the borders. At the same time, they built a watchtower. The Jade Emperor showed Li Nianfan the plans. "Lord Saint, we aren't that educated. You came here just in time. This is our first draft of the plans. Do you have any advice for us? Everyone else gathered around to listen attentively. You're too courteous. I'm not qualified enough to give advice. Li Nianfan laughed. Then, he picked up the plans. Yo, you guys are going to construct a building for the battle here? How generous. Li Nianfan thought that the Bigshot cultivators could probably build a house with their minds. It was nothing to be amazed about. If you're building something for the battle, I think you can go with a battle arena. The participants can battle it out and the audience can have a better view. Plans were naturally easy for Li Nianfan. He soon designed a glamorous arena. He even designed the watchtower and the furniture placement. Impressive. Highly impressive. This design's fabulous. Such a glamorous battlefield. Participating in this battle will be an honor. You're truly a genius, Lord Saint. Everyone bootlicked Li Nianfan, but they were also genuine. Li Nianfan was not surprised. He smiled and said, "Glad you all like it." The construction style of the cultivation realm was naturally worse than the construction in his past realm. The level of glamour could easily impress them. The Jade Emperor said, "Lord Saint, check out the plans for the battle competition." Li Nianfan shook his head. "That's not necessary. I'm not familiar with battles. You should plan it as you see fit." Then, everyone set up the borders for the battles. They estimated the participants to be Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals. Hence, borders set up by the realm cultivators could ensure everyone's safety. Then, Li Nianfan noticed that they cast spells to build houses. They lifted their hands to move the dirt and trees and branches flew around. It was indescribably cool. The sect master of the 100-Flower sect had a wonderful body. She was gorgeous when she cast spells. Her spells were holy and regal, too. Rainbows surrounded her. Perhaps Li Nianfan imagined it, but he felt like she was showing off her body. More importantly, she would wink at Li Nianfan from time to time. Her foxy eyes were incredibly flirtatious. Li Nianfan could not stand it. He said, "Sect Master Hua, I'd suggest some eye drops if your eyes feel uncomfortable." PFFT. Some of the sect masters burst out laughing. Eye drops? Hua Nongying was stumped. She asked, "What are eye drops?" This. Take it if you want it?" Li Nianfan was also stumped for a moment. He said it without thinking. In the past realm, it would have been very awkward. He took out the eye drops. "Don't mind me, Sect Master Hua. Eye drops are something to ease tiredness in the eyes. It improves eyesight, that's all." Hua Nongying was excited. She asked, "Are you really going to give it to me?" "Of course." Li Nianfan thought Hua Nongying was only curious. He passed her the eye drops. The other sect masters that made fun of her instantly had frozen smiles. Holy SHT. Seriously? Hua Nongying blinked and the expert gave her a gift? Li Nianfan said, "Everyone, I'll be leaving first. I have some ideas about the battle decorations. I'll try it tomorrow." Everyone instantly said with respect, "Safe travels, Lord Saint." They waited until Li Nianfan was gone. Then, they instantly gathered around Hua Nongying. They looked at her eye drops. Somebody could not wait to ask, "What is it?" Cultivator Junjun said, "The items given by the expert must be extraordinary." Cultivator Hua, hurry up and try it. Hua Nongying slowly opened the eye drops. However, she did not sense any insights. Eye drops. Is it supposed to be dropped into the eyes? Hua Nongying groaned for a moment. Then, she looked determined. She put some eye drops into her eyes. At that moment, a cooling sensation washed over her eyes. It had a soft sting. The veins in her eyes felt energized. After a while of adjustment, she slowly opened her eyes. Suddenly, her eyes beamed with a golden light. Everyone stared at her eyes to wait for the results. They went stiff at that moment and were in a daze. It was as if the world was left with that pair of beautiful eyes. She could manipulate others with her gaze. Then, it sent a shiver down their spines. They woke up from the daze and looked stunned. They were not youngsters. They had determination and cultivation. However, they lost focus at that moment. They went unconscious for quite a while. It was nearly impossible. That was very deadly to them. She could have killed them 100 times. The 100-Flower sect was full of women. They had a spell called the Flirtatious Eye. It could affect the opponent by distracting them. However, it was usually not very effective. It was clear that the eye drops enhanced the spell. Yikes. Legendary item. It's a legendary item. Huanenging got lucky. Was she blessed by the expert just like that? Is that the generosity of the expert? He casually tossed a huge blessing that can make us faint. I'm mad, shaking, and cold. Is this the benefit of being a woman? Is this fair? Is this just? The eye drops are a blessing for eye-related spells. It's incredibly effective. The Jade Emperor was also stunned. The treasures of the expert were so diverse. If Yang Jing found out about the eye drops, he would go crazy. I'm crying from envy. Sect Master Hua, can't you spare me a drop? I can exchange it with an ultimate heavenly spiritual treasure. Huanenging hurriedly put the eye drops aside. She said smugly, impossible. I'm not going to spare a drop. You guys don't know how I feel right now. I can see through the realms. Ha! This isn't enough for the 100 Flower sect. How can I exchange it with you? This is given to me by the expert. Don't even think about it. Some sect masters were so jealous that they instantly turned around and returned to their sects. Some of their disciples kissed up to them when they reached their sects. Master, you're back. Quick, have a seat, I'll make some tea for you right away. Sect Master, let me massage your leg. No. You guys are my masters now. Hurry up and teach me how to be a bootlicker. It's urgent. Chapter 633, Be mentally prepared for the battle conference, Free Big Lord Demon. The next day, Li Nianfan departed from the four-part architecture and headed to the Tianyun Canyon again. He did not go empty-handed that time. He brought a lot of items to decorate the venue. There were air purifiers, water purifiers, fruits, and a self-service beverage machine. There were a lot of items he hoarded in the storage room. He could not use it daily. Since it was a big event and it was of no use to keep it stored, he decided to take them out to use them for the event. Actually, Li Nianfan was trying to befriend the successful forces in the area of the gods. He wanted to help out a little. The cultivators who participated in the battle conference were famous geniuses from various sects. It was beneficial for him to befriend the cultivators. He had to make social connections. He had to admit that the methods of immortals were advanced. At that moment, the venue in Tianyun Canyon was mostly completed. The leaders of various forces had gathered together. They instantly greeted and welcomed Li Nianfan when they noticed his arrival. They looked friendly. They looked like a bunch of simps meeting their goddess. Lord Saint, you came so early today. Did you have breakfast yet? Lord Saint, how was your sleep last night? Lord Saint, the venue's almost completed. Have a look? You must be joking. Yesterday, the sect master of the 100 Flower sect, Huanenging, slightly kissed up to the expert. I cannot believe that she got such a huge blessing in return. I'd be stupid if I don't try to be his bootlicker. Li Nianfan was flattered. He saluted and smiled. He said, Morning, everyone. You guys are working so hard early in the morning. It must be tiring. The king of the Luotian dynasty, Huang Diheng, laughed and said, Ha, no, Lord Saint. We don't need sleep. The Jade Emperor noticed that Li Nianfan was carrying a lot of bags. He asked curiously, Lord Saint, what did you bring? Some small trinkets. I think you guys could use my help to decorate the place. Li Nianfan chuckled. He started to pull out the items. This is an air purifier, this is a water purifier, and this is a self-service beverage machine. I already thought about where to place them. If the participants are exhausted or thirsty, they can use these. It tastes quite all right. He was like a sponsor. He wanted to win over the geniuses. It was a foolproof plan. The others did not recognize the items, but the Jade Emperor was more than familiar. He jolted and was extremely shocked. This is... Some people did not understand. They asked curiously, what's wrong? You don't understand. The Jade Emperor shook his head. He had a gaze with mixed emotions. He paused and said, You'll understand later. Everyone was confused. Why so mysterious? Li Nianfan picked a spot at the venue and tried to turn on the air purifier. Gas instantly came out of it. It looked like a subtle white mist. Of course, it was nothing special in the cultivation realm. However, this is... Everyone widened their eyes simultaneously. Their mouths were wide open. They stuttered like their mind was puzzled. Is this an illusion? It must be an illusion. They rubbed their eyes because it was too hard to believe. They looked closely again. Chaos spiritual chi. It really is chaos spiritual chi. Such pure chaos spiritual chi. Gasp. All the sect masters gasped. Their scalps went numb as their organs shook. Previously, the Palm Sword Cliff opened the Yuan Chi secret border because of chaos spiritual chi. The chaos spiritual chi was 10 times worse, but it had already caused a huge buzz. The air purifier was a legendary treasure. Too scary, too incredible. Li Nianfan heard them gasp. He furrowed his brow and asked, "What's wrong?" He worried that the cultivators were not impressed with the air purifier. We. Huang Diheng twitched his mouth. His mind was running in circles. They were reminded of the unique situation. They could not disrupt the cultivation of the expert. They naturally panicked when they were questioned. Huan Engying hurriedly replied, "We only wanted to inhale more of the air to see the effectiveness of the air purifier." Li Nianfan waved it off. He said awkwardly, "That's not necessary. It's very ordinary. There are no obvious effects." It turned air into chaos spiritual chi, but the effects are ordinary? The expert's standards are so high. But, this water purifier's quite useful. Li Nianfan moved the water purifier. Put water into it. It'll filter the water and make it cleaner. It'll taste sweet, too. I think it's quite nice. How about I give it a try? Huan Engying carefully lifted her arm and waved. A wave of water was sent into the water purifier. Then, she watched Li Nianfan pour a cup of water from the water purifier. Chaos spiritual water. The water turned into chaos spiritual water? Damn! How did it do that? Everyone felt their mind buzz. They could not think of anything else except awesome. Li Nianfan passed the cup. "Sect Master Hua, try it?" Thanks, Lord Saint." Huan Engying controlled her beating heart. She accepted the cup and gently sipped. The cool water had a hint of sweetness. It flowed from her mouth and into her body. She felt like it went deep into her deepest parts and hydrated her soul. Yum. She shivered and moaned softly. She blushed. She hurriedly talked to ease the awkwardness. It's delicious. Glad you like it." Li Nianfan laughed. "I hope these small things help the participants feel more comfortable." Chaos spiritual chi and chaos spiritual water are just small things? Not only will they be comfortable, but they'll also probably go crazy from excitement. The entire area of the gods will blow up if this gets out. Everyone in the chaos will try their best to squeeze in. We can never let them know something so awesome before the battle starts. Everyone looked at each other and understood. As for the self-service beverage machine, the beverages will be provided after the competition because the drinks are limited. Also, I prepared some fruits. We can make some self-service fruit platters, Li Nianfan casually said. The battle conference was going to be so cool. Everyone looked at the fruits Li Nianfan brought. They felt numb inside. They felt like they were on cloud 9. Only the expert could describe chaos spiritual fruits as ordinary fruits. It must be the highest level of flexing. Huang Diheng pursed his lips and said, "Lord Saint, I represent my disciples to thank you for the sponsorship." He felt like he was staring up from jealousy, like being blinded and pained by wonderful items. Li Nianfan waved it off. "You're too courteous. These things aren't valuable anyway." Then, everyone continued to work on the venue. They were more efficient because the expert was present. They did their best to perform well. Everyone finally sighed in relief when Li Nianfan left. Then, they all looked at the treasures. "Quick! Someone, pinch me. Are these real? Wicked. Is this the power of the expert? Funny, I didn't know that I was poor before. Guys." Suddenly, Huan Engying went serious. She said, "The expert's involved in this. The battle conference is unlike any event before. It's on a whole new level. We have to adjust our plans, too." Somebody nodded in agreement and said, "You're right, Sect Master Hua. The battle conference isn't allowed to be open to the public. They have to be elite disciples. After all, the resources provided by the expert are limited. Most importantly, we have to avoid havoc. We cannot anger the expert. Everyone, go back and choose wisely. At the same time, please, remember to remind them of the rules." "Huh? Brother Huang, what are you doing?" "Glug, glug. Is that necessary? Let go. Don't hold on to the water purifier. Glug, glug. Goodness. Share the water, man. This is too out of line. Glug, glug. Laotian Dynasty. Burp. Huang Diheng patted his tummy with satisfaction. Compared to before, his stomach was 3 sizes larger. What does it feel like to drink chaos spiritual water until once full? Huang Diheng could not imagine it, but after today, he finally understood how it felt. It felt super amazing. He squinted and stumblingly returned to the Luotian dynasty. He gradually looked serious. He ordered sternly, "Listen up. Summon all the princes and the princesses. Also, gather all the best disciples to await my orders." The entire Luotian dynasty instantly became busy. Soon, the main palace was full of people. The eldest princess wore colorful clothes. She looked poised and regal. She asked, "Father, did you meet the expert?" Huang Diheng nodded. "Yeah, I met him by luck." The palace instantly chattered. "What level is the expert? He must be powerful. What does the expert look like? Is the expert a man or a woman? How are the preparations for the battle conference? Did the expert set up any prizes?" "Yeah, I'm so excited." "Ha! Prizes? I'll scare you to death if I tell you. I can only say that being weak limits your imagination." Huang Diheng felt like his worldview was heightened. He gently coughed and said, "Silence. How can we discuss the expert? I have 2 important things to announce this time. First, the rules of the battle conference have changed. You have to be a super genius cultivator to enter the battle. You must be ready. Furthermore, the audience cannot be ordinary cultivators, they must be the best of the best, too. We're going to be strict when choosing candidates." "Father, why?" "Why?" Huang Diheng smiled. "The answer lies in the second announcement. The rewards of the expert are beyond your comprehension. The expert's involved in the battle conference, so it changes everything. I cannot tell you the specific details. However, you all need to train properly and be mentally prepared. Don't humiliate me during the battle conference." The information about the battle conference would cause havoc if it spread to the chaos. Changes would occur. Therefore, Huang Diheng could only give hints. Be mentally prepared? Everyone was puzzled. What's going on? Is there something horrifying in the battle conference? Also, isn't this battle supposed to be a performance for the expert? How high can the standards be? Isn't this too much? 100 Flower Sect. Huan Enging also rushed back. She gathered the saintesses and her wonderful disciples. Huge opportunity, huge blessing. Her voice was trembling with excitement. "I won't mention the details, but joining the battle conference is an opportunity beyond your comprehension. This is 100 times better than any secret borders. Be mentally prepared. I hope you don't faint by then." A saintess whispered, "Master, are you serious? You don't understand the power of the expert. The treatment from the expert's beyond your comprehension. Even I feel super lucky." Meanwhile, the other sect disciples were reminded that they would gain huge opportunities if they joined the battle. Of course, they were also warned. Their first priority was to hold back. They must refrain themselves. It would be ridiculous for 2 chosen disciples to fight over a slice of watermelon. They could not explain that to the expert. In the chaos, several figures drifted. They were huge. Demonic energy circled them. It was the big Lord Demon and the others. At that moment, they had a lot fewer demons. Only 10 of them were left. They looked defeated and dusty. Somebody asked, "Big Lord Demon, where are we going?" "We're going to look for a new world, of course. Then, we can safely survive there." The big Lord Demon said, "The area of the gods is nice, but it's clearly not for us. I can feel the apparent discrimination. A smaller world would have worse resources but fewer experts. We can be more at ease there." He sounded sad and angry, like he was wronged. He had gone through a lot, so he already accepted his fate. He was frightened by the dangerous world. Who cares about ruling the world? What's more important than living? He wanted to rise again. However, fate kept toying with him. Every time he worked for a Bigshot, he had to watch them die due to weird reasons. Even his bosses kept dying. Then, he gave up. He quit and tried to hide. However, there were more people in the area of the gods. Things became more tragic for him. No matter where he went, no matter what he did, he would run into all sorts of cultivators. Then, they would fight. Which was why his underlings grew lesser in numbers. He was mentally exhausted. "I'm really not up to anything. Why is it so hard to live in peace? Can't help it being in the cultivation world. We're far from the area of the gods. Ha! We're deep in the chaos now. We might find something if we move forward. I don't believe they'll discriminate against us now." The Big Lord Demon had to smile with relief. Chapter 634, Big Lord Demon, don't force me, don't blame me. I can feel it, there's a new world in front of us. That will be where we can live happily. Big Lord Demon looked at a star in front of them, and the 7-foot-tall man's eyes reddened. I followed the demon god, and went through the rise and fall of the Eldritch world. I even experienced the Eldritch world changing into the area of the gods. And now, I actually managed to bring the demon race away from such a dangerous place. My life isn't easy. He got himself so touched that he shed a tear. It should be a small world they were going to, and should be almost the same as the old Eldritch world, giving birth to a few saints at most. Only, why was the world so exposed? He did not think too much about it, and he hurried the demon race over. When they entered the world, he found a problem. It was too quiet there. It was deathly silent, like a stagnant pool of water. The sun and moon did not shine, even the wind could not be felt. The elements have completely dispersed. Looking forward, they noticed that life in that world had already been exterminated, the water sources were all dry, and even the origin of the world itself had been exterminated. It was a cold and desolate place, causing them to sigh. The whole world has been completely destroyed. The demon race behind Big Lord Demon were completely dumbfounded, their eyes had a look of shock on them as their hearts chilled. Even though they were the demon race, their greatest goal was just to take over a world. They just wanted to be the main characters in a small world, it was far detached from destroying one. How many people have died here? This is too savage, what cruel methods, what lunacy. It was definitely done by an incredibly horrifying existence. No matter what, it was definitely not something they could afford to offend. Big Demon Lord had his own thoughts in mind, and without a second word, he brought the remaining demon race away. The chaos really is horrifying. Please don't be like this, it hasn't been easy for me, please bless me and protect me. Big Lord Demon prayed in his heart. Yet, his prayers were useless, and seemed to have the opposite effect. After that, he stumbled into a few other small worlds. However, without exception, all of them were dead and completely desolate. At the same time, Liu stood in the chaos, and beside him were 4 figures. All of them were Eldritchs. During the recent period of time, Liu and Gaiun wandered the chaos, summoning all of the Eldritchs within. At the same time, they absorbed a few small worlds. With them all working together, they did not miss anything. The one at the helm had an obviously larger figure than the rest of them. His body was built like a mountain, and his skin flowed. His eyes radiated a red light. He was Guzan. At that moment, they stood within the chaos, looking into the space in front of them with a serious expression. Their eyes glinted, as if there was something hidden within the space. Guzan narrowed his eyes, saying, "I feel it, the ancient war happened in a hidden border nearby." Liu said, "Senior, why are we so urgently looking for the battlefield from the ancient war? You actually don't understand this?" Guzan stared at Liu, frowning. During the ancient times, the 9 elites rose from the chaos, battling us Eldritchs. During that battle, countless beings born from the chaos lost their lives. We suffered heavy losses as well, and were even forced to retreat by them. After a pause, he continued, "The most intense final battle happened here, and in this ancient battlefield are the remains of our Eldritch elites." Eldritch elites? Liu and the others saw their breaths becoming more erratic. That was right, with how intense the war back then was, the humans saw their 9 elites fall, so the Eldritchs would naturally not have fared much better. If they found the inheritance of an Eldritch elite in that ancient battlefield. Guzan laughed coldly, "That's right, in that battlefield, there are too many things that belong to our race. Furthermore, knowing what kind of existences elites are, they might not be dead either." Liu hurriedly nodded. "Senior, your considerations are so complete, that battlefield is far too important." Gaiun flattered him as well, "With how hidden the ancient battlefield is hid in the chaos, only you would be able to find it." Someone else said, "If there really are any inheritances from the elites, if you get your hands on them, you would definitely become a wisdom elite immediately." Guzan let out a cold laugh, "Ha ha ha." However, the next moment, the 5 Eldritch's expression suddenly changed, their eyes glinting in a cold light. "I can't believe we actually met an outsider here, I'll capture him right away." Gaiun said earnestly, and right after that, his figure shot out. After a moment, he returned, and in his hands he had Big Demon Lord and the others trapped. Big Demon Lord was naturally filled with fear, but thankfully he had a lot of experience with similar situations, so he immediately said, "I am the lowly Big Demon Lord, I greet all of the lords, please don't kill me." His tone was sincere and terrified. From the terrifying auras that emitted out of all of them, the dead worlds that the demon race just saw was definitely their handiwork. They were horrifying existences. How could I be so unlucky? I'm done, I'm going to die. The Demon King shuddered, and broke out in cold sweat. Liu looked at him disdainfully, saying, "How did you appear here?" Big Demon Lord hurriedly replied, "Lord, I came from the area of the gods. I just wanted to find a place to stay within the chaos. I just happened to stumble over here. I don't have any shred of ill intent, please don't misunderstand me." "You came from the area of the gods?" Liu's expression turned a bit more serious, continuing, "The area of the gods is full of resources, and filled with spiritual energy. The laws brim with power. You had such a nice place to stay, why did you leave?" "Lord, you might not know this, but I really don't have a way to continue staying there." Big Demon Lord started to shed tears emotionally. He immediately elaborated on what he had experienced, and basically focused on all his suffering, wanting to garner some sympathy. "Now, I just want to peacefully cultivate and live my own life. I will never interfere with anyone else, we will be invisible people." "So you were just an unlucky egg. Since you're a native of the area of the gods, you must be very familiar with the place." Liu smiled, saying, "We're actually planning on going there as well, you can just lead the way." They were actually very curious about the area of the gods as well. They had planned on getting Left Messenger to bring them there, but for some reason, after sending out the message, they never got a reply from her, nor did they know where Left Messenger had gone to. Now, they met Big Demon Lord, it was a perfect coincidence. "The area of the gods?" Big Demon Lord was shocked. "I can't. I really can't." Big Demon Lord frantically spoke up, sincerely saying, "Lords, the area of the gods is incredibly dangerous, and is filled with evil everywhere. Listen to my advice, you really can't do it there, especially. Please don't make me bring you there." He was incredibly nervous. It had been so difficult for him to leave that place. He thought that he had finally escaped, but now he needed to go back? What did he do to deserve that? "Ha, why can't you?" Liu waved it off, smiling. "We already know of what you've experienced, there's no need to be so hung up on it. It's just a terrified ant, ha ha ha, how funny. Does he think that his bad luck would really affect us? Surely it can't be so? He doesn't know anything about the strength of our race." The Eldritchs were all amused by Big Demon Lord. From Big Demon Lord's words, the people he had met were just Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals. They were all mere ants, so they naturally paid no mind. Liu coldly said, "Where did you learn to speak so much nonsense? If you won't lead the way, then you can just die." Big Demon Lord shivered, and he did not dare to say anything else. Gozan fell silent for a moment before speaking up. "Since that's the case, all of you follow him to the area of the gods to look at the situation. If you get the chance, destroy the place. I'll continue looking for the ancient battlefield." "This arrangement is quite good, I've always wanted to take a look at the area of the gods." Absorbing the area of the gods is the best feeling. Currently, there aren't many experts in the chaos. With the four of us, as long as we're a bit careful, we should be unrivaled. Liu and the others immediately agreed. After that, they faced Big Demon Lord. "Hurry up and lead the way." Big Demon Lord opened his mouth, but said nothing in the end, leading the way with an exasperated face. "You forced me to do it, don't blame me if you die." That day, at Tianyun Mountain, they were holding the first battle conference in the area of the gods, so there was naturally a large commotion. In and out of the mountain, it was incredibly crowded as all the sects gathered. They were all masters of their own areas, and they all brought geniuses and excellent disciples with that. At the moment, they were all obediently queuing up, floating in the air as they awaited the signal to enter. No one dared to cause a scene. All of the disciples looked at each other, their gazes filled with curiosity. Damn, it's really hard to believe that all of the sects are actually obediently lining up. With us lining up, the scene looks very impressive. Only the expert would have this sort of authority, even our sect leader who normally listens to no one is showing such respect. Do you know what's inside the venue? It's actually caused all the sect leaders to regard it so highly. I don't know, but it's definitely nothing simple. I feel like the rewards for winning must be very valuable. I'm looking forward to it so much. Since they're making us prepare ourselves mentally, I hope it doesn't disappoint us. In the venue, Jade Emperor and the others were next to Li Nianfan. They sat at a high stage that had been separated from everyone else. They had the best vantage point to watch the tournament. It was naturally the seat for the most valuable guests, and they were silently waiting for the participants to enter. Jade Emperor spoke to Li Nianfan, "Lord Saint, everything seems to be in order, why don't I ask the participants to come in?" Li Nianfan said casually, "Sure, just do what you want to." After that, Jade Emperor made a hand signal, and when the crowd received the news, all of them straightened up, making their preparations. Tai Bai Jinxing cleared his throat, saying, "We invite the participants inside." The moment he said that, the women that had been preparing by the side immediately played the entrance music. The song flowed melodiously, and it carried a heavy aura. The various sects that were already prepared immediately entered. They had naturally communicated beforehand, so no one dared to cause a scene at the venue. They went in an orderly manner, and it looked very tidy. Some sects held animosity against each other, but they were actually able to look at each other and smile then, so it was quite a miracle. The various disciples felt that it was a very novel experience. It was rare for the cultivation world to be so well-mannered. However, before they could say anything about it, their bodies suddenly shook. When they entered the venue, they seemed to have entered a different space. They were very thick traces of spiritual energy, and it felt like chaos spiritual energy? It was actually chaos spiritual energy. How could there be chaos spiritual energy? How could the entire arena be filled with it? They widened their eyes, and their hearts pounded as their bodies could not help but shudder. If it was not for the fact that they had been repeatedly warned by their sects, most of them would probably already be shouting out emotionally. It was far too amazing. "Look over there." The disciples all piled over and pointed in a direction. That is, chaos spiritual fruit? Surely not, they're just leaving it there, could it be for us to eat? Oh my god, what kind of treasure is that? It's actually emitted chaos spiritual energy. What's next to those fruits? Water? Why is the water so colorful? To be placed there, it's probably another huge treasure. Ah, I finally know why the sect told us to not get too excited. This is too unbelievable, it's too amazing. Putting aside everything else, anyone who is able to enter this venue, even as a spectator, already got a heavenly chance encounter. The disciples quietly discussed the matter among themselves. Their hearts were all elevated, and their voices trembled. The expert sponsorship really was amazing, they were practically in love. Now, the ones walking towards us are from the Luotian dynasty. Their participant is the dynasty's first princess, she cultivates the power of dragons, and walks the Tao of emperors. Her power comes from being domineering. Tai Bai Jinxing was explaining everything with a scroll in hand. He had obviously done his preparations, and it was also he could better service the expert. The ones walking towards us now are from the 100-Flower sect, it's a sect of pure women. A group of women in white dresses suddenly came over, they had cold smiles on their faces, and their eyes were calm as water, stunning the whole arena. On the viewing platform, Li Nianfan sat on his seat, and the table in front of him was filled with luxurious dishes. Fire Phoenix and Daji obediently sat on both sides of him. The way they entered the venue made Li Nianfan experience the feeling of being a leader. He observed the various disciples and felt quite interested. Most importantly, all those disciples were immortals, and they were all blessed by the heavens. It was a very different feeling, and he felt incredibly accomplished. As for the various sect leaders, they were naturally respectful on the viewing platform, accompanying Li Nianfan as they prepared to give him their offerings. Li Nianfan smiled as he took out the melon seeds, saying to Daji, "Daji, give out these melon seeds to everyone, they can snack on them as they watch." That situation was way too perfect for waving melon seeds, so Li Nianfan had obviously come prepared. He felt happy just thinking about it. Li Nianfan's casual attitude shocked everyone present. It was actually a new chaos spiritual fruit, such an amazing existence was being used just for snacking. What else could they say? The expert is amazing. Chapter 635, Eldritchs, our luck tonight isn't bad. Everyone was a cultivator, so they entered the venue in an orderly and efficient manner. Everything was already in order. Tai Bai Jinxing smiled, saying, "Everyone, do you see the fruits over there? They were given to us by Lord Saint. I don't have to tell you about the flavor, Everyone who eats it will know. There are not only fruits, there's also water and some beverages. All of you can try it out during your free time. Let us give Lord Saint a big applause and thanks. Thank you, Lord Saint. The crowd cheered loudly, and their claps sounded like thunder. They were so emotional that their faces reddened. Was that the power of the expert? Eating all of that during our free time? It's amazing. Before that, they had been wondering what kind of impressive prize would cause their sect leaders to place so much importance in this. No one expected, everyone who came in ended up with rewards that were better than the prizes they imagined. All they could say was their imagination was far too weak. No wonder their sect leaders had been so careful, keeping everything as such a tight secret. If word of it spread out, the venue would absolutely have exploded with people. Li Nian Fan stood up, smiling as he waved to the crowd. After that, he said, everyone's so enthusiastic, you're far too polite. After that, the eyes of the various disciples lit up, encountering another problem. That was how they could eat all of that in a natural manner. It was obvious that they could not be too exaggerated in their movements, otherwise they would garner the attention of the expert and cause suspicion. If that happened, it would be inexcusable. Of course, it was even more impossible for them to ignore it. They really wanted to eat it, but they needed to resist with all their might. That was the greatest test. Participants, please take your seats. The tournament will be conducted through drawing lots, so everyone make your preparations. Tai Bai Jinxing announced the rules of the tournament. Of course, everyone's focus was on the pile of fruits, and their hearts raced, putting all their thoughts and efforts into just being able to take a bite. As all the participants were preparing, a lady from the 100 Flower sect slowly walked out of the crowd. Her clear and cold face was incredibly calm, no change in her expression could be seen. She casually walked to the buffet spread, as if she wanted to give it a try. She appraised the fruits, her gaze full of curiosity. Blinking for a moment, she seemed to casually pick up a slice of watermelon and put it in her mouth. At that moment, countless eyes were fixed on that woman from the 100 Flower sect. She was actually incredibly nervous, and she carefully suppressed her heart that seemed to be threatening to jump out of her body. A chaos spiritual root, I'm about to bite into a chaos spiritual root. Her red lips opened slightly, taking a bite of the watermelon. Suddenly, she shuddered, her beautiful eyes narrowed as she submerged herself into the flavor of the watermelon. Waves of spiritual power washed out of the watermelon, filling her body with power. This is way too comfortable. Calm down. Keep your composure. Don't act too exaggerated. She kept on telling herself in her heart, suppressing the urge to pack up all the spiritual roots there and take them away. She regained her composure, and then she picked up a piece of an apple before leaving after pouring herself a glass of water. Everyone there had their gazes on her, and all gulped down a mouthful of saliva at the same time. She ate the chaos spiritual fruit just like that, and even poured herself a glass of chaos spiritual water? This is the easiest way of obtaining a chaos spiritual root that I've ever seen. What was I hesitating for earlier? I should have walked forward if I knew. She really is a saintess from the 100 Flower sect, she's so good at acting. Can we still go up and get some? Will the expert think it's out of the ordinary? The crowd was filled with admiration and envy, but none of them dared to walk up. They were filled with apprehension and anxiety. That was because if they surged forward suddenly, the expert would definitely get suspicious. It was harder to grasp that line than fighting. It's so hard. Other than them restricting themselves, various elders from great sects were stationed all around the venue to maintain order. If someone lost control of themselves and rushed forward to get the chaos spiritual roots, then the elders would make a move, suppressing them on the spot. For the expert, everything had to be carefully done. In the past, the various sects would already have been engaging in a life-or-death battle over those treasures. They would definitely not be like they currently are, having to pretend like nothing was happening, relying on their acting skills to get the upper hand. As everyone was busy with their thoughts, the Luotian dynasty's eldest princess and the youngest princess went forward hand in hand. After sampling the fruits, they poured a glass of drinks each before they left. Those movements lit a spark in the hearts of those who had yet to make a move, and they started to slowly move forward. As long as they maintained their calm and did not fight over anything, they would not attract the expert's attention. Everyone took deep breaths, and started to replay the scene of themselves eating a chaos spiritual root in their minds. First match, Luo Tian of the Cloud Wandering Palace against the Heavenly War Temple's Juling Shen. Tai Bai Jinxing's voice stirred some interest in Li Nianfan. He smiled. Not bad, a familiar person is in the first match. He smiled, looking at the two people who were walking on stage with great interest. He had his melon seeds in hand, and started to crack open the shells. "Master, you should just focus on watching the matches. Fire Phoenix and I will help you with opening the shells. Just tell us what you want to eat." Daji put her hand over his, staring at him with her large, beautiful eyes. Li Nianfan smiled with a pleased expression. "Ha ha ha, sure, you're such a good wife." Looking at immortals facing off, with immortals serving him, that really was the pinnacle of human experiences. On the stage, Zhu Lingshan and Luo Tian had serious expressions on their faces. The fight was about to start. Even though it was just an exhibition match for the expert in name, a purely friendly match, all of the participants were more serious about it than ever. The first reason was so that they could show the expert a perfect performance. The second was that they wanted to prove themselves to the expert. If their fighting earned the acknowledgement of the expert, just a few pointers or even a chance encounter would be an unimaginable consequence. "Ah, take my axe." Zhu Lingshan's eyes were like copper bells, and he let out an angry roar, lifting his axe as the image of a mountain condensed around him. His power was indomitable, overwhelming everything. As someone from the heavenly palace, the pressure of him was higher than on anyone else. That was because they had followed the expert the whole way, receiving many gifts from the expert. If their performance was not the best, then they would be too ashamed to even face the expert, so all of them put in 120% of effort. Zhu Lingshan's opponent was not weak, and Luo Tian held a silver staff in his hand, waving it around as he summoned up the law of wind. The wind danced around like spirits, amazing to look at, but containing devastating power behind it. That was a battle between Chaos Luo Golden Immortals, and they were both at the pinnacle of the realm. Their powers were incredibly strong. If they were in the old Eldritch world, they would have enough power to dominate the whole world. Various images flashed about like rainbows. It was incredibly magnificent, enough to rip apart the earth and cover up the heavens. The sounds of battle never stopped, causing the whole realm around them to shake. If the sect leaders had not worked together to seal off the space, the show would already have been over. Thousands of miles around would have been destroyed by the aftershocks, and they would only have been able to continue their battle in the chaos. The light of the laws were incredibly pleasing to the eye, and the elements danced around in the air, splitting the skies apart. "How interesting, this really is interesting. Is this the strength of immortals?" Li Nianfan stared at the match, not even blinking as he exclaimed in surprise. It was actually the first time he watched an honest fight. Before, either he would hide far away out of fear, or look at his opponents being killed off in an instant. An intense battle like that was really fun to watch. Even though I can't cultivate, being able to watch such an interesting battle conference makes it worth coming into the cultivation world. Lord said, Zhu Lingshan walked the Tao of strength, he cultivates based on power. Just now, his axe broke through his opponent's wind with just power alone. After that, on the side, a wise sect leader walked up and explained, analyzing the battle for Li Nianfan. Li Nianfan lamented, being able to move heaven and earth with just their fists, this power really is fascinating. One word, cool. The others could not help but hold their breaths, exchanging glances with each other in speechlessness. It should be us being fascinated by you. When will we be able to be like you, giving away countless treasures to others as if they were trash? That is the true pinnacle of cultivation. The battle between the deities saw their powers soaring, they did not even think about running away or avoiding the opponent, and just focused on fighting each other directly. It did not last for too long, and a victor was determined in the next moment, with Zhu Lingshan winning the bout. Ha ha ha, that was fun. Zhu Lingshan let out a comfortable sigh, smiling as he did not forget to put up pretenses. You're not a bad opponent, it's just a pity you met me. After that was the next battle. The impressive battles, on top of the sect leader's explanations, allowed Li Nianfan to increase his knowledge of the cultivation world. At some point, the sun started to set, and the sky started to dim. The first day of the conference will end now. Tai Bai Jinxing jumped out, saying, next up, let's enjoy some song and dance. After that, the intense atmosphere of battle suddenly changed. Flower petals blew in the winds as fairies started to play melodious songs with their various instruments. There were also fairies with amazing figures dancing along with the songs. Under the night sky, it was incredibly beautiful. Li Nianfan exclaimed, wow, there are performances like this too. Lord Saint, a whole day of fights can get dull and exhausting, which is why there are such fixtures to relax ourselves with. Cultivator Junjun explained. They obviously would not say that it had all been prepared purely to ensure the expert's good mood. Other than these songs and dances, there are other fixtures. All the sects come from different little worlds, so their performances are all different. Li Nianfan nodded, praising, "That's great, all of you really put a lot of thought into this, how impressive." Looking at the interesting and intense battles during the day and ending it with beautiful and relaxing performances really made it a fulfilling day, causing Li Nianfan to get sleepy. Cultivator Junjun and the others came forward, saying respectfully, "Lord Saint, we prepared a place for you to stay, would you like to take a look?" "Oh?" Li Nianfan paused before smiling. "You're really thoughtful, it spares me the effort of making a trip back." The residence was not that far away, it was deep in Yanyun Mountain, and was a wooden house that had been built with immortal powers. It was very spacious, and the design was obviously given a lot of thought. It was right next to the river in the mountain, giving out a sense of serenity. Li Nianfan was not overly polite to them, and said, "This is not bad, I definitely won't refuse your offer." Cultivator Junjun hurriedly said, "Ha, then we won't interrupt your rest anymore." At the tournament venue, after making sure the expert had left, the originally restrained crowd erupted, all of them revealing eyes of greed. Even though the fruits and beverages of the day had already been eaten, Chaos spiritual water only needed to be purified, which meant it was inexhaustible. "Chaos spiritual water, here I come." "Move aside, let me pour myself a cup first, just a cup." "Damn you, you're calling such a large barrel a cup, don't be too greedy." "What are you doing over there?" "Ah. It's fine if you just want to drink it, but you're thinking about taking some away? Get lost." "What are you squeezing over for?" "So what if I squeeze?" At that moment, several figures shot out of the chaos, entering the area of the gods. Big Lord Demon was at the helm, respectfully saying, "We're here. It really is the area of the gods, it's full of spiritual energy, and the life here is full of vigor. This will be a feast for us eldritchs. I can't believe that, after so many years, the chaos gave birth to another area of the gods, but it's still going to be destroyed by us." Gayu and 3 other eldritchs had thoughtful looks in their eyes, and they were surrounded by terrifying vortexes, condensing powers of consumption as they frantically absorbed the spiritual energy of the area of the gods. It was not just the spiritual energy, even the plants nearby rapidly withered. Big Lord Demon was shocked when he saw that, and was afraid that he would be absorbed as well, so he hurriedly said, "Four lords, the area of the gods was born from the Eldritch world, and the central city is the Eldritch world from back then. There are many unusual places, should I bring you there?" Gayu urged, "What are you waiting for then? Hurry up." Big Lord Demon immediately led the way. He was immensely anxious, wondering how he could protect himself, and even thinking of where he would lead them to. "Disappear. My bad luck, please disappear. I'm begging you." Suddenly, they arrived at a mountain. As they prepared to move past it, Gaiyun suddenly let out a soft exclamation. "Oh? What strong fluctuations of law! It's from beneath the mountain, there are quite a few people there fighting. There are quite a lot of experts too. It looks like we're quite lucky. We stumbled upon a gathering of the cultivators of the area of the gods. Why don't we just eat them all, or we'd be wasting this stroke of luck." So, they happily headed down the mountain. Inside the mountain, without the expert, quite a few of the cultivators had already started to fight over the water purifier. As they argued amongst one another, spells flew everywhere, illuminating the sky. Suddenly, a cold laughter could be heard in the empty space. "Hee hee hee, so many excellent prey have gathered together, this will be a luxurious dinner." Chapter 636, "You're all too noisy." "Who is it?" "Who?" The sudden laughter shocked everyone, and their expressions shifted as they looked at the space above them. Even the cultivators that had been fighting over the water purifier stopped and were on alert. Cultivator Junjun saw Gayu, and his expression immediately changed as he exclaimed, "They are eldritchs." "What? Eldritchs? Word is that their appearance represents a catastrophe in the chaos, I wonder if that's true?" "The eldritchs eat the spirits of chaos, they eat the origins of life. They are naturally born incredibly strong. Anyone there would be a sect that had existed in the chaos for a very long time, so they knew quite a lot." Those exchanges caused most of the disciples to have a change in expression, and they were filled with fear. Gaiu's eyes glinted coldly in the night sky, he smirked. "Ha, after an eternity, There are still people who remember us. Gaiun let out a strange laugh as well. The area of the gods is basically a large hunting ground. The fact that our prey has gathered together really saves us a lot of time. Their bodies were large, and the power around them distorted the space, and their power roared. Even though they were quietly standing in space, it still forced an unending pressure on everyone. The way they looked at everyone was as if they were looking at prey. It was filled with amusement and murderous intent, chilling their hearts. Liu saw the people from the heavenly palace, and his eyes chilled even more as he said, "Senior, that group might have an amazing secret behind them." Back then, they were the ones who took out a mystical object called a chocolate, causing the Soul Master's power to greatly increase, and Gyuming died because of that. One of the Eldritchs roared, "Anyone who kills one of our race needs to die." Gaiun nodded as well. "No matter what secrets they have, we have to dig them all out in preparation for our race's domination of the chaos." Another Eldritch pointed at the purifier, exclaiming, "Ignore the chocolate, look over there." Looking at the direction he was pointing, the other three Eldritchs let out a soft gasp. "This thing is letting out chaos spiritual energy? It's something that can't be found even in the Sea of Chaos. Turning regular water into chaos spiritual water, what kind of treasure is this? It's amazing, the area of the gods definitely has an existence we don't know about." They all realized something unusual about that, and a deep sense of shock could be felt in their hearts. No matter the chocolate or what they were looking at that moment were things that even they had never seen before. It could be described in one word: mystical. However, the next moment, they reached a conclusion, saying greedily, "We have to steal the treasure and find out the secret, we can't let the chaos grow stronger." Boom. "A treasure like this should belong to us." Liu was the first to make a move. He raised his hand, and his targets were the air and water purifiers. He did not care about the origins of those two treasures, he just wanted to make sure they had them first. "Stop!" Cultivator Junjun shouted out, immediately raising his hand and uttering a spell, pointing it at Liu. The others were not slow either, and quickly used their spells, protecting the purifiers. "Humph, you're mere insects, you dare to oppose us?" The Eldritchs had cold expressions as they did not hesitate to raise their hands, condensing humongous hands in the sky, enveloping everyone within. Boom boom boom. The appearance of the hand summoned a tremendous storm, coming down from the heavens to destroy everything that lived. "Disciples, listen up. This is a battle of races, for the sake of our lives, abandon all your previous grievances and work together." An old man started to fly up, his widened body stood tall as his white beard fluttered. His crooked body suddenly grew bigger as he charged alone at the Eldritchs. He was an ancient cultivator, and had risen up from the wastelands after the catastrophe. He established his own Tao, and taught countless disciples, passing on his shocking will. After him, dozens of disciples followed closely. The power around them grew radiantly, and they all seemed to shoot for the stars. However, compared to the might of the Eldritchs, they were far too minuscule, and like moths to a flame, they would perish at any time. "How could I let an old senior be the vanguard? Allow me." Xiao Changfeng let out a laugh, and he gave the sword in his hand a slight wave, turning into a stream of light as he rushed at the Eldritchs. Cultivator Junjun loudly shouted, "Don't be hasty, everyone work together." All of the disciples followed their sect leaders, and started to rise up to the air without any hesitation. There were almost 10,000 men, and the power that they let out turned into a massive wave, threatening to flip over heaven and earth. They were all powerful sects, and all of them lead the geniuses and elites of their respective sects. Gathered up together, they formed a shocking power, illuminating the night sky. On top of their heads, the gigantic hand of the Eldritch slowly fell. The hand was no longer just an image, it was as if it was real and made of gold. It radiated a vibrant light, and caused the whole mountain to shake and the earth to crack. Boom! The two forces clashed, and fireworks suddenly exploded in the night sky, causing a dazzlingly bright light. The entire venue was swept by howling winds, and everything was destroyed. Even the isolated world meant for the tournament was wiped away, and inside the mountain, rocks fell like rain, dancing in the air. Cultivator Junjun and the others were all falling from the skies like rain. "Your power doesn't match up to your name." One of the Eldritchs let out a cold smile as he slowly stepped forward, pointing at the group that was falling as he coldly shouted, "Shatter!" Crack! The space seemed to shatter like glass, and black cracks appeared around them, swallowing any protective spells they had. A lot of the disciples let out cries of agony as they were immediately swallowed or torn apart by the cracks. The heavenly realm deities all started to unleash their own powers in their shock, causing the space to twist. However, those powers were all negated by the Eldritchs. The heavenly realm was to be in harmony with heaven, and to grasp the creation of worlds. As the ultimate path in immortality, it was hard to step into. That was why, in the heavenly realm itself, there were drastic differences. The Eldritchs might only have 4 of them, but their skills were not something regular heavenly realm cultivators could stand up to. Their power was that of masters, and they were approaching the wisdom realm. On Cultivator Junjun's side, even though they had 16 heavenly realm deities, they were no match at all, and seemed to be completely suppressed. Yet, at that moment, the Luotian dynasty's king, Huang Diheng, had a heavy look on his face, raising his hands as he took out a pagoda that seemed to be made of sand, tossing it into the air. Condensing sand into a tower, gathering all the powers into one body. He shouted out, "Everyone at the heavenly realm, pour your power into my sand-gathering pagoda." The other sect leaders hurriedly said, "Listen to him, send it in." Everyone immediately focused, and pushed all their power into the sand-gathering pagoda. Huang Diheng chanted at the pagoda, and in a flash, sand flew around the air, the powers merged with the sand, going into Cultivator Junjun and the other heavenly realm deities, causing their powers to soar. They would condense all the dispersed powers to unleash an incredibly strong strike. Nuwa shouted out, "Everyone, use your killing techniques. Holy flame burns the sky. Slash through the wastes. Yin-yang disorder." The power of law flew everywhere, heading straight for the Eldritchs. It contained holy flames, and even spatial distortions, causing their bodies to disappear. The space that surrounded them was constantly being destroyed and reborn. Everyone held their breaths, their eyes widened as they stared at the scene, their heartbeats threatened to stop. They were looking for the origin of life of the Eldritchs, to try to completely eradicate them. Yet, after a flash of light, the 4 Eldritchs reconstructed themselves, and stood in front of everyone unharmed. "Run!" The old man from the initial charge narrowed his eyes and shouted, "All disciples, run, try to make sure as many of you survive as possible." All the disciples there were geniuses, the more that survived, the more hope they would have. "Can food run just because it has legs?" An Eldritch spoke, and he raised his hand, manifesting a golden statue. It was a head with a very large mouth, floating on top of the Eldritchs. The statue let out a glow of light. It was not very dazzling, but it was incredibly heavy. It exuded a sense of heaviness, producing a pressure as if a mountain was pressing down on the space, causing everyone to tremble as their bodies were inexplicably imprisoned. Invisible lines shot out of the statue's mouth, tying up everyone. It was like a tongue, and like a straw at the same time, sucking up everyone's life force. Gayu and the others looked down at the crowd. "Speak up, where did you get the treasures from?" Cultivator Junjun coldly responded, "It's an existence you can't afford to offend. This time, you Eldritchs won't be able to wantonly go around for so long." His confidence came from the expert. The fact that the ancient catastrophe was so horrifying was because the expert had not been there. Huang Diheng said stubbornly, "We won't speak." "Ha ha ha, interesting." Gayu smiled mockingly. "Do you really think I was asking you? I was just toying with you. Once we eat all of you, we'll know the answer we want." "All right, time to eat." The statue's glow deepened, and its large mouth started to emit a blood-red light, finally forming a vortex as it started to swallow everyone. "Let's fight." Huan Engying shuddered. She was not willing to just await her death like that, so she ignited all the power in her body, forcibly breaking out of the imprisonment as she unleashed her strongest attacks. The other heavenly realm deities did the same, and their eyes reddened, wanting a final bout. "Lie down." The 4 Eldritchs moved at the same time, forming the gigantic hand and pressing down on all of them like a mountain, crushing them into the ground. "The Eldritchs are too strong. Are we finished?" They clenched their teeth unwillingly, their eyes desolate. "Stop." A clear voice suddenly rang out. It contained an ethereal quality, land whirled around the void. It shook everyone, who had already lost hope, and all of them looked over. They saw 2 figures slowly walking over in the night sky. Daji was wearing a white dress, and her white belt flowed with the wind. The moonlight landed on her whole body, shrouding her in light, making her look like a fairy from the Moon Palace, proud and beautiful. Fire Phoenix wore a red dress, and her movements were firm, like a beautiful bundle of fire. She glowed in the night sky, her appearance was stunning. In a flash, both the Eldritchs and everyone else shifted their gazes to the 2 of them. Who is it? Are you here to meet your death? Jang Liu looked at Daji and Fire Phoenix, and his eyes brightened fiery hot interest as he smiled. These two delicacies will need to be slowly sampled. Jang Liu nodded as well. Very good, coming to the area of the gods has proven very lucrative. Another eldritch had a look of shock, saying, I can feel a threat from the two of them, their cultivation is not weak, they should be the hidden source in the area of the gods. Cultivator Junjun and the others were incredibly emotional. Fairy Daji, Fairy Fire Phoenix. The people of the Heavenly Palace stared at them as they exclaimed emotionally, unable to hold back their tears. Those two fairies were figures that were always by the expert's side. With them there, did it mean that the expert was helping them? Their confidence immediately rose, all believing that they had been saved. The others also started to stir, but they did not know Daji and Fire Phoenix's skills, so their expressions were complicated. They are eldritchs, their power is unfathomable, you have to be careful. Leave us, your lives are the most important. Are these two fairies here to save us? They all spoke, filled with hope, anticipation and concern. Daji shook her head, calmly saying, You're too noisy, I'm worried you'll wake Master up, so I came over to take a look. Fire Phoenix looked around, frowning as she said, You actually destroyed the grounds that were made for the Master to watch the battle conference, you can't be forgiven. Can't be forgiven? Just come and try. The Eldritch laughed in anger as he unleashed his power, pointing at the statue as a strange power locked into Daji and Fire Phoenix, imprisoning them. At the same time, two strings shot out at the two of them. Daji and Fire Phoenix calmly stood on the spot, and around them, the space rippled, not only breaking the imprisonment, even the strings were dispersed. How is that possible? They actually blocked the sky-swallowing idol. Wisdom fluctuations, they are actually producing wisdom fluctuations around them. We can't let them continue to grow, or they will definitely become elites, and turn into our enemies. This is the source of uncertainty and the chaos, don't care about what price we have to pay, kill them. The Eldritchs had an incredibly serious look on their faces as they shouted. The others could not help but be shocked when they saw that. They really were existences that stayed by the expert's side. Their skills were unfathomable, causing even the Eldritchs to be shocked. The four Eldritchs moved at the same time. They were no longer as calm and arrogant as before, and they summoned up their treasures, heading straight for the two women. The sky-swallowing idol spat out countless lines at the same time, and like countless hands, started to charge right at Daji and Fire Phoenix. Daji's expression was unchanging, and the ring on her ring finger started to glow as she calmly said, You're too weak. Chapter 637, Eat, Drink and Sleep, and Become Undefeatable. Whoosh. Suddenly, ice suddenly appeared on the skies and earth, and the temperature rapidly dropped as a chill enveloped everything, even time and space seemed frozen. Everyone could not help but shudder, and all of their powers stopped. The strings that the sky-swallowing idol shot out were suddenly fixed in place, turning into strands of ice floating in the air, turning into a dazzling piece of art. The strands slowly reached the sky-swallowing idol, and it did not stop as it froze the idol into an ice sculpture as well. After that, cracking sounds could be heard, and the idol shattered. How is this possible? The sky-swallowing idol has shattered? What horrifying power, how could something so horrifying be hiding in the chaos? That ring is an ultimate chaos treasure. It actually holds the power of wisdom. The four Eldritchs had a sudden change of expression, as they all cried out, and they quickly started to retreat instead of attack. In just a flash, their bodies were also covered in a layer of ice. If they had been any slower, they would probably have turned into ice sculptures. Sister Daji, let me try as well. Fire Phoenix smiled and said, her fiery red eyes had a dancing glow to it, akin to moving flames. After such a long time of bitter cultivation, both Daji and herself were quite curious as to their current skill levels. With a few sandbags in front of them, they naturally needed to try things out. Also, I haven't used the wedding gift that Master gave me. I want to try out its power, hee hee. She stopped forward with her bare feet, saying, I heard that the Eldritch are incredibly strong, so let me test all of you out. Don't disappoint me. On the surface, when everyone saw how Daji and Fire Phoenix were, they all gaped, their expressions full of shock. Using the Eldritchs as a test, were the strong always so impressive? They were the great enemies of chaos, the horrifying existences that sparked catastrophes within the chaos. To be able to be so imperious when it was one against four really caused everyone to widen their eyes. You are such a savage woman. These two women are definitely the sources of instability within the chaos. We have to kill them. We can't let them survive. Offer out the holy wisdom vessel." The four eldritch had looks of anger as they roared, their whole bodies condensing four radiant flows, enveloping heaven and earth. One of them had a serious expression on his face as he slowly raised his hand, taking out a large black axe. Boom! The moment the axe appeared, the surrounding was filled with the scent of blood. It emitted an intense sound, and just the sound waves alone caused space to constantly fracture. The four eldritch looked at the battle axe with expressions of warmth and reverence. They bit their fingers and dripped their blood into the axe. They cried out at the same time, "With the blood of the eldritch, we summon the elite vessel." Outside the Chaos Ocean. It was a completely different world. It was a big world, larger than even the area of the gods. However, the whole world seemed dim, and emitted a sense of pressure. In that world, a hibernating eldritch suddenly widened his eyes. There was a glow that flowed around his body, vague and hard to catch. The eldritch did not stop. He left his sleeping area and entered a palace. Inside the palace, there were three other eldritchs. When they saw him, they immediately said, "Guling, why are you here?" However, the next moment, they noticed the glow around Guling's body, and their eyes turned serious as they said in shock, "That is. That's right, someone is summoning me." Guling nodded, casting his gaze toward a distant location. "And it's coming from the chaos. The Chaos Ocean still has very great disturbances. We spent quite a lot to send Liu over there beforehand in order for him to awaken the eldritchs that remained in the chaos eons ago." Another eldritch said, "Only. After so long, is there still something within the chaos that warrants them summoning you? It looks like some variables have appeared. It doesn't seem like a small matter, you should hurry up and go." Guling nodded, saying, "I'll take this opportunity to take a look at the current state of the chaos." In the area of the gods, the axe started to shake. A figure started to appear. It was just an image without a face. However, even so, an immensely shocking amount of pressure radiated from its body, causing the laws around the area to tremble and submit to him. Being able to cause the laws to submit, that figure definitely had the power of wisdom. Boom boom boom. Explosions could be heard in the air, as if space itself could not handle the power of that figure. The surrounding thousands of miles seemed to condense, causing everyone to not even be able to move properly. It held its battle axe and stood proudly between heaven and earth, seemingly trampling on everything. Eldritch, elite. Everyone widened their eyes as they stared at the figure, their hearts beating frantically in their immense shock. Liu and the others immediately bowed, respectfully saying, "We greet the Eldritch elite. Why did you summon me here?" The moment the Eldritch elite spoke, he cast his gaze around, capturing everything in his sight, and a liver of emotion was shown. He could not help but lament in his heart. The conditions within the chaos are really blessed by the heavens. They managed to birth another area of the gods in such a short time. It's enough to give our race a large amount of sustenance. And these cultivators are all delicious foods. Liu pointed at Daji and Fire Phoenix. "Elite Guling, a large variable has appeared in the chaos, and it's those two women. The sky-swallowing idol was destroyed by them." Guling looked at Daji and Fire Phoenix before a look of shock showed on his face. The laws are full and insights flow in them. It looks like the chaos has birthed a new generation of protagonists. He paused for a moment before mocking, "I'll give you two a chance. If you become my slave, you can live." Fire Phoenix said calmly, "I refuse." "Ha, did you think I was giving you a choice?" Guling smiled, and he slowly raised the axe in his hand. At that moment, heaven and earth turned quiet, as if they were afraid of that axe, and the sky cried. Everyone suddenly became even more distraught, and felt themselves encompassed by a wave of hopelessness. Fire Phoenix's eyes glowed as she said proudly, "You don't need to give me a choice, I can choose for myself." The moment she said that, she raised her lithe hands, and a golden hairpin started to float into the air, radiating a golden light, turning into the center of heaven and earth, attracting everyone's gaze. That was the golden ornament that Li Nianfan had made for her during their wedding. Fire Phoenix flexed her fingers, and gently flicked at the hairpin. The hairpin immediately turned into a ray of golden light, and shot right at Guling. As the target, the Eldritchs could only feel waves of destructive power descend upon them. They started to tremble, as if they would be destroyed at any time without any chance of retaliation. What kind of hairpin is that? How could there be such a horrifying hairpin? It's the aura of wisdom, it's just like that ring, it contains wisdom. We're not afraid, We have an elite in front of us. An eldritch elite, behind them, there's probably a secret related to an elite as well. Their hearts shook, but they were not too nervous, and cast their gazes on Guling, waiting for him to make his move. What is this? How is the wisdom so dense around that hairpin? Guling was shocked as well. He ignored the pleading gazes of the eldritchs, and did not hesitate to turn around and lifted his axe as he started to run. This might just be a shadow that was attached to a holy vessel, but it was still valuable. It was not worth it for him to lose it here. He ran? Guy-un was dumbfounded. The other two eldritchs were as well. That was it? They had so much respect for the eldritch elite, so they could not help but shout out at that moment, "You Efker! You should have at least told us if you were going to run." He had been standing in front of them and showing off so proudly, running his mouth off. When he was supposed to take action, he turned around and ran. However, thankfully, the hairpin actually shot past them, chasing right after Guling. In a flash, it transcended space. Ah! Guling suddenly felt the pressure, and he knew that there was no way for him to avoid it. He rode as he stopped, and slashed his axe right at the hairpin. The axe contained the flow of wisdom, and it was a power that the wisdom elite had left behind. That axe could not be blocked, it was an attack of an elite. However, when the hairpin clashed with the axe, the wisdom that flowed around it was destroyed. The golden light was obstructed at all, and shot past the axe before completely destroying Guling's shadow. Are there any more trump cards? Do we still have trump cards? This is too horrifying. The area of the gods still has such a large horror in it. Run away, save me. Gayu and the others were scared to the point of peeing. Their faces were distorted as they turned around and scattered. Fire Phoenix's expression was calm as her hand moved slightly, and the hairpin immediately shot at the four eldritchs. Everywhere they passed left a long trail of flames behind, piercing through the four eldritchs and burning their whole being, turning their origins of life into nothingness. How powerful! My God, the eldritchs died just like that? I feel like I'm dreaming. Ha ha ha, that eldritch elite running away was too funny. To be able to cause the eldritchs to be so pathetic, no one else can do it. They really are people by the expert's side. They're too strong and too shocking. I can't believe they even managed to destroy the shadow of an elite, they really are amazing. Is it ending just like that? Why do I feel like they haven't used their full strength? Everyone was incredibly emotional. They knew that Daji and Fire Phoenix were no weaklings, being able to stay by the expert's side, but they never expected the two of them to be so strong. They were exaggeratedly strong. As for the Heavenly Palace's people, they were just as shocked, their brains hummed and they were dumbfounded. Are Daji and Fire Phoenix really so powerful? Oh my gosh, it's too shocking. This rate of growth, I can't even imagine, but it's actually happened. The expert is amazing. They had seen Daji and Fire Phoenix's journey. Even though they knew that the two of them had stayed by the expert's side after their marriage, and that their growth would definitely be very fast, no one expected for it to be so insane. The heavenly deities are perfect, and insights are born by themselves. The heavenly realm might only be one realm, but it could be split into tens or even hundreds of layers, and each stage was incredibly different. Because each small step was incredibly important. Daji and Fire Phoenix followed the expert, eating, drinking and drinking. After that, they became unbeatable. Cultivator Junjun walked forward, respectfully saying, "Thank you Daji and Fire Phoenix for the help." Daji shook her head and smiled. "There's no need for thanks, the eldritchs deserve to die." Cultivator Junjun asked curiously, "Could I ask if the two of you have witnessed wisdom? How could it be so easy?" Fire Phoenix shook her head. "Wisdom is shapeless, it is formless, no one can see how it's done. Each wisdom elite has their own unique paths, but none of them can tell you how it's done, it's all down to fate." At that moment, Daji raised her hand slightly, and a few ice sculptures were pulled over. In an ice sculpture, Big Lord Demon was opening his mouth in agony, his eyes were widened and his face was filled with shock. With a flick by Daji, the ice melted, and Big Lord Demon immediately knelt on the floor, sobbing, and he said, "Don't kill me, I'm a good person. I was forced to bring them here, the eldritchs are too fierce. In the chaos, a lot of worlds have been sucked dry by them. I'm just a small figure, I just want to live my life peacefully. It's been too difficult for me. Fire Phoenix admonished, "Silence." Big Lord Demon shuddered, and he weakly stayed silent. He naturally knew who Daji and Fire Phoenix were. He remembered when Buddhism was started, and he went to stir trouble. He saw the two of them by the deluxe merit saint's side. He never expected that they would have become so powerful, it felt like a dream. At the same time, he realized why he never managed to succeed at anything he did. Cultivator Junjun asked Big Lord Demon, "You're a member of the demon race, a subordinate of Luohu?" "Yes." Big Lord Demon nodded before saying, "Seniors, I might not be a good person, but I've really never done anything bad before. Back then, the demon race could never escape. The moment we did, I hit a wall, I was framed." Dodgy asked, "Why did you bring the Eldritchs here?" "I was just really unlucky." Big Lord Demon recounted what had happened to him. Dodgy's eyes flashed as she said, "You said there was still another Eldritch looking for the ancient battlefield in the chaos?" Big Lord Demon nodded. "That's right, I wouldn't dare lie." That old heavenly realm cultivator stood up and said, "That ancient battlefield is where our human ancestors died. The souls of our ancestors are there, it can't be sullied." Nua nodded. "The ancient battlefield holds a lot of meaning to both the human race and the Eldritchs, we can't just sit here idly." Dodgy said, "You should discuss this among yourselves, Fire Phoenix and I can't leave the expert's side." After listening to the words that Soul Master had left behind, Dodgy and Fire Phoenix became even more careful. Soul Mater said that, with how deep the expert planned, he might have entered a special state, and they had to protect that state, and could not easily leave the expert behind. Fire Phoenix said, "I think that the most important thing is to clear up the tournament venue, we have to restore it to its original look." The moment she said that, everyone seemed to wake up from a dream, and started to panic. "Ah! There's not much time left, we have to restore this place to its original look before the sun goes up, hurry up and arrange it. What are all you sect leaders waiting for, hurry up and redesign the realm." Heavenly Art, Mountain Restoration Spell. Heavenly Art, Merging of the Earth Spell. Heavenly Art, Green Grass Field Spell. Chapter 638, The Fist of Wisdom, I Can Teach You. In the Eldritch Palace. Giling opened his eyes suddenly, and he had a deep look of disbelief in his eyes. "My battle axe split into two? What's the situation like? What happened? Is there a big change in the chaos?" The other Eldritchs looked at Giling and asked with an urgent tone. "Not good, it's a disaster." Giling's tone was low and uneasy. He said, "In the chaos, the area of the gods has been reborn. There is an ultimate treasure that is seeped in the power of wisdom. Then, I suspect that two chaos protagonist women have been born. They carry immense luck with them, and are very powerful, their future is endless." "What? Something like that happened? Chaos gave birth to another area of the gods? A treasure, the chaos is a huge treasure. Taking down the area of the gods will give us huge rewards. An ultimate treasure that carries wisdom, has an elite been born? Such an amazing place, it's filled with too many variables. It looks like we'll have to hurry up with our invasion of the chaos, and make our plans." "Right, what's the cultivation level of those two women?" The Eldritch frowned, showing some concern. Giling answered seriously, "They are filled with law, and have insights around them. With that treasure in hand, they were actually able to stand up against me. It's a pity that the vessel's power has been eroded after so many years, and it was not enough to use. After the intense battle, the axe was destroyed." In order to preserve his reputation, he added some flair to his telling of the story, and his tone was very serious, as if he was telling the truth. "If that's the case, they might really be at the level of an elite." The other Eldritchs had a serious expression on their faces as they said in worry, "That's not good, that's not good at all. We've already plotted against the chaos very deeply, I can't believe that we still aren't able to suppress its growth. No matter what, this is the most valuable chance encounter for the Eldritchs. Ask everyone to be prepared, it's up to themselves what they can get from the chaos. We need to hurry up. Hopefully entering the chaos this time won't be like the last time, incurring such heavy bloodshed." In the area of the gods. The mountain was filled with mist, and the morning sun cracked past the mountains, falling on the walls. The green moss and shiny morning dews could be seen. Under the haze of the mist, the sun seemed to turn into a rainbow-colored halo. It was a dazzling sight, and completely chased away the darkness and the cold. The environment was pleasing and refreshing. "What a beautiful morning." Li Nian Fan walked out of the temporarily built luxurious wooden house, and stood next to a stream in the middle of the mountains. He had a flower-patterned pitcher in hand, and sampled some of his wine occasionally, feeling content. Shi Tukin and Chen Monyun were already waiting outside the wooden house very early on. When they saw Li Nianfan walk out, they politely said, "Mr. Li, good morning." "Great, early in the morning, beautiful scenery, beautiful women, and beautiful wine." Li Nianfan said, "Morning, why aren't you keeping your family company?" Shi Tukin and Chen Monyun were learning calligraphy and music from Li Nianfan respectively. It felt like they had forgotten about their homes, and never went back at all. The tournament this time had the legendary Beast Sect and Lingxian Palace in attendance, so Li Nianfan thought that they would be with their families. Shi Tukin licked her lips, saying, "There's no need, we've already greeted them." In truth, they were not the ones who wanted to come, it was the legendary Beast Sect and Lingxian Palace who urged them to come over. "The two of you are by the expert's side, so your first task is to properly keep him company and follow what he says. Why are you just casually walking around? Even saying a few words to the expert is like a pipe dream for some, you should properly treasure your chance." As for the other sects, they were all envious to the point of crying. To be able to be by the expert's side was an immense blessing, and meant that their futures were limitless. Even their sects had to be politely treated. Especially after Daji and Fire Phoenix's performances last night, everyone thought that Shi Tukin and Chen Monyun would end up being at that level in the future. Li Nianfan nodded and did not say anything else. He looked at the rock walls on both sides, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The Yangtze River splits Jinmen Mountain like a giant axe, the Green River flows eastward, forming a huge roundabout. The green peaks on both sides face each other, and a lonely boat comes from the skyline. Chen Monyun and Shi Tukin were suddenly shocked as they submerged themselves in the will of that poem, and their hearts felt like it had been opened up to a new world. It was far too appropriate. Shi Tukin took out her brush and paper at that moment, activating all the power within her body as she seriously started to record that poem. The tip of the brush was filled with insights, trying to write down the will of the poem. Even though it was just a few short sentences, just the first part alone had practically sapped her of all her strength. She could not hold on. It was not just writing, it was writing out a will, each stroke and each word was filled with Tao insights. Shi Tukin bit her lips, her hands shook and her eyes were filled with determination. It was just a casual poem by the expert, but she could not even finish writing it. It looked like she still had a long way to go in the Tao of calligraphy. Li Nianfan saw that Shi Tukin's writing had stopped, so he curiously asked, "What happened?" Shi Tukin said softly, "It's such a good poem, I wanted to record it down, but..." She was embarrassed by her lack of cultivation. Li Nianfan waved it off causally, smiling. "Good words are everywhere in nature, and wonderful hands can always grasp them. Who cares if you record it or not? Good words are everywhere in nature, and wonderful hands can always grasp them." Boom. Shi Tukin shuddered. At that moment, she suddenly felt that her cultivation realm had been pulled to a much higher level. Her calligraphy Tao became more mellow, and her writing became more elegant, befitting of nature. Her powers flowed like a raging river, and increased by 30%. Yet, those benefits were just the start. She knew very well that she had just experienced a tiny bit. She tried to grasp something, but it still slipped away. He really was the expert, each word he spoke contained wisdom, and his casual words were enough to benefit others greatly. Li Nianfan casually walked along the river, finding a decently even ground as he enjoyed the gentle morning breeze. He looked like an old man in the park as he adopted a battle stance. Facing such an amazing environment, it was a huge waste if he did not throw out some punches. Chen Monyun and Shi Tukin were stunned. Their beautiful eyes were fixed on Li Nianfan, and their minds went blank as their heartbeats started to slow down. It was not just their hearts, even the wind in the air, the streams on the mountains, and the clouds in the sky all became very slow. It was as if the whole world had been slowed down, and only Li Nianfan was left, throwing out his punches. The fist technique was slow and gentle, but it seemed to harmonize with nature. Each move managed to influence the environment, and the laws seemed to dance with it, and wisdom circulated. The spiritual energy in the air surged everywhere, and it came from the seas, surging right into this mountain. At the same time, the various sect leaders were bringing their most prized disciples over there. They had humble expressions on their faces as they went to welcome the expert to watch the tournament together. You have to give a good performance later, and make sure you're focused. If you gain the attention of the expert, it will be an amazing blessing. Each sect leader was telling their own respective disciples, and their hearts all had an unrealistic sense of hope in them. After all, one always needed to have dreams, What if it came true one day? You should all just calm down. If anyone were to catch the expert's eye, it would be you here. The sect leader of the 100-Flower sect gave out a beautiful smile as she said proudly, the expert's wives are Fairy Daji and Fairy Fire Phoenix, and the 2 apprentices by his side are women too. Of course, those words did not mean that the expert only liked women, it was just that it was easier for a woman to stay with the expert. The ones by the expert's side were all women. If a man suddenly appeared, it would be very inconvenient. Would that man even dare to stay with them? Huang Diheng coldly snorted, we're not hoping for too much, the woodcutter that the expert has with him is a man, it's already really good just being able to be a woodcutter for the expert. Someone could not help but exclaim in surprise, speaking about that woodcutter, he really is impressive. Even the leader of the Palm Sword Cliff's sword Dao can't compare to his. Of course, look at who he's cutting wood for. Ah, I really hope to gain the expert's attention, even cleaning toilets is fine. As they talked, they arrived at Li Nianfan's residence. The moment they entered the area, their hearts suddenly pounded. They felt like the law around their bodies were somehow being suppressed, as if they had entered a unique area. It was like a completely different world. What's that? They all looked up toward Li Nianfan's direction, and it was like they had been locked in by some spell, and could not move. What kind of fist technique is the expert using? It's actually moving wisdom. It's the wisdom of yin and yang. No, not only that, the 5 elements are circulating with yin and yang, each of them maintaining a perfect balance. The power of wisdom, this fist technique embodies the power of wisdom. It's too profound, and too strong. It's too mesmerizing, my whole body is shivering. Look, in between his hands, it's the path of Tao. Everyone held their breaths, looking at Li Nianfan unblinkingly, their bodies went numb with emotion, and they quickly submerged themselves within. In their eyes, there was nothing else in the world, there was only Li Nianfan, slowly practicing his fist techniques. The punches were slow, but they were all-encompassing, heaven and earth flowed in his palms. The Tao of Yin and Yang, I understand it now. This is a fist technique that harmonizes wisdom. Wisdom is resonating, and wisdom is performing. The White Cloud sect's leader's understanding of Tai Chi was the deepest, and his eyes were dazzled, as he was too emotional to speak. He had been entranced by Li Nianfan, and his understanding of Tao rapidly increased. He entered the early stages of the heavenly realm, and then the late, and went right to perfection. Luotian dynasty's king, Huang Diheng, had a golden glow in his eyes, his aura changed as he mumbled to himself, from gentle to hard, and the change is within. It looks like this is the true side of Tao. I was too hard before, and I should have adopted a gentler approach to fulfill yin and yang, then I can do anything under the heavens. I've been enlightened. Chao Changfeng held his sword, saying dreamily, fighting the quick with slowness, attacking later to get the initiative. With the power of nature, and be perfectly rounded and self-contained. I see, I used to always pursue sharpness and speed, I can't be fixated on speed in the future. Huan Ongyun said dumbly, there is no birth with just yin, and no growth with just yang. The 100-Flower sect only has girls, it means our Tao hearts are incomplete, and we can't reach perfection. After going through the motions, Li Nianfan slowly got out of his stance. Everyone started to snap back to reality. They tried to think back to Li Nianfan's earlier fist techniques, but they realized that they only had some simple recollections of it, and seemed to have practically forgotten all the movements. However, just with those simple recollections, it was enough for them to be enlightened and benefit from it their whole lives. This time, they were actually able to witness the expert performing with the power of wisdom. Just by looking at it from the side, they had gotten an unbelievable blessing, it was really shocking. If they could learn that power of wisdom from an expert, then... Everyone immediately wiped that thought from their head, it was too much, they would not even dare to dream of such luxury. You're all here. Li Nianfan finally saw everyone, and felt a little embarrassed. After all, his Tai Chi should have been just like a kindergarten kid's dancing in their eyes. Everyone hurriedly paid their respects. Lord Saint, good morning. Li Nianfan smiled and said, morning to all of you too. I was just having some fun earlier, I've embarrassed myself. That was just having some fun? Then if the expert got serious, would the chaos just explode? As for being embarrassed, Lord Saint really knew how to joke. Qin Manyun asked, Mr. Li, what was that fist technique called? It looked very natural. Li Nianfan casually said, it's called Tai Chi, it's used for self-cultivation and to maintain one's temperament. Tai Chi, What a good name. Qin Manyun said thoughtfully. Li Nianfan smiled. Do you like it? I can teach you. Qin Manyun's eyes blinked cutely as she said, that. Can you really? She was just asking, she never expected that the expert would actually be willing to teach her. How exciting. Li Nianfan said, why don't you exercise with me every morning from now on? Everyone next to him was dumbfounded and stunned. Their eyes had turned green, and their mouths were all in an O shape, not believing their own ears. A wisdom fist technique was being taught just like that? Was that the luxury of living by the expert's side? Damn it. Even though they knew that being with the expert would have immense benefits, they never expected it to be so huge. It was just a huge blow to them. If they did not know about the expert's taboos, they would all have knelt down in front of him at that moment, hugging his leg and begging him to take them in. Cultivator Junjun said, Lord Saint, the battle conference is waiting for us, and it can start at any time. Oh, that's early, you're all such professionals. Li Nianfan laughed and asked, that's right, the buffet drinks and fruits, did the participants all like them? How was the reception? The 100 Flower Sex Yue immediately answered, they were really good. I've never tasted it before, it was really a huge blessing for us. I really want to thank Lord Saint for giving us that experience. Her voice was very sweet, and there was a hint of gentleness in that allure. It caused one's heart to feel drunk. Her voice was absolutely a killing machine. The other disciples all cursed silently when they saw that Yue had seized the initiative. They never knew that the goddess was so adept at sucking up to someone. That's good, then I'll continue providing it to all of you today. Thank you, Lord Saint. Chapter 639, Ancient Battlefield, Can't Erase the Fighting Spirit. In the chaos, Gozan looked at a star in front of him, and in his eyes was an odd glint of light. Lately, he had been patrolling the chaos near the area in order to find the ancient battlefield. After 10 days continuously searching around, he finally locked onto this place. He had participated in the Great Catastrophe back then, so he was following its in search of the battlefield. After falling silent for a moment, he slowly raised his hand, and he sent his fist right at that star. With that punch, a terrifying explosion of power came forth, heading straight for that star. With the sound of an explosion, that star was destroyed, turning into mere shards, flying into the endless chaos. In the middle of that star was a layer of light. Looking at it closely, the light actually came from a crack within chaos itself, and strange fluctuations could be felt within. So it's here. Gozan smiled as he looked at that crack. Powerful energy has absorbed all the surrounding meteorites, and after an eternity, it's turned into a massive star. No wonder it took me so long to find it. His body started to glow, and a powerful force surrounded his body as he headed right into the crack. It was an incredibly dark world filled with the energy of death. Even after countless years, the air still seemed to ring with the sounds of battle. Waves of energy fluctuated in the void, turning into strange vortexes that were constantly destroyed and reborn. It was the battlefield of the Great Catastrophe. It was a site of intense battle. Every being from the chaos, no matter if they were regular immortals or wisdom elites, had all gathered there to fight for their lives, and fought side by side. It was a burial site, everywhere was littered with broken equipment and mutilated corpses. Even more of them, with the sand and the winds, have all been buried underground. Of course, there were also many eldritch corpses. Gujun stood above the ground, ignoring the horrifying sight as he emotionlessly walked forward. As he moved, he slowly raised his hand, and an immense suction power came from his body as he tried to absorb the power in the air. After a moment, he frowned. He said regretfully, the power is too muddled, and it's been contaminated by various different emotions. I'll get indigestion if I absorb it, it's a pity. He started to focus on finding something useful, and at the same time, he looked for the corpses of their eldritch experts. As he slowly walked forward, the intense pressure got thicker. The killing intent of the battlefield seemed to seep into his skin. For such an ancient battlefield to still have an effect to this day, anyone with a weak will would probably end up being controlled by the killing intent present. Die. With a shout, the image of a person suddenly condensed in the void, and it raised its large battle axe as it slashed at Gozan. It was an image condensed by the power and will that remained on the battlefield. Even after death, the battle intent did not diminish, and it stayed on the battlefield. Gozan did not make a move, and merely looked over. The image then dispersed, turning into nothingness. Oh? Gozan raised his eyebrow as he smiled. He had absorbed that image's energy out of habit, but he never expected that the power within the image was more pure than the place he had just come from, and was acceptable to absorb. Based on that, the energy should get purer and purer the further he got to the center of the battlefield, and it should be much easier to absorb. Gozan quickened his pace, and more images appeared on their way. He merely dealt with them casually, never stopping for too long. Those images were far too weak, and not enough to satisfy his appetite. He needed to head to the deepest parts of the battlefield. Die, die, die. More and more shouts could be heard, and there were more and more images that appeared. The glory of the battle then could be seen. Gozan had maintained a calm expression throughout, but when he arrived at the deepest area of the battlefield and saw the sight he was greeted with, he was stunned. What is this? He widened his eyes, his whole brain was shaken. In front of him, a large river traversed the sky, passing through the whole battlefield. The source could not be seen, and neither could the end, nor could he ever see the other side. To those of them who participated in the ancient war, even oceans were mere streams, and even stars could be seen through with just a glance. Not being able to see the other end was something incredibly terrifying. Not being able to see was like a suppression from Tao. It was a form of restriction, and like a law imposed on him. If the other side did not want you to see it, you would not be able to. The river constantly flowed, and waves would hit the surface occasionally, but there were no sounds, nor could he feel the water. It was immensely strange. Gozan looked at that river with a serious expression, exclaiming, "Where did this river come from?" He was very certain that the river definitely did not exist during the ancient war. It had definitely appeared only after the battle. He wanted to try touching the river, but the moment he had that thought in his head, a form of apprehension formed in his mind, as if the water contained some form of misfortune. Gozan's eyes flashed, and he took up a bone next to him, throwing it into the river. The bone floated on the river, flowing far away before it finally sank inside. Nothing strange seemed to happen. Gozan frowned in uncertainty. Where is this? Who am I? Suddenly, a voice could be heard. Not far away, a massive skeleton lay on the ground. It was the corpse of a gigantic dragon. It was hundreds of meters long, and its massive head was like a small mountain. Its skull and bones were half exposed on the surface. Even after washing out countless years, it still retained its luster, proving how extraordinary it was. After that, a massive image slowly appeared. It was the image of a dragon. Different from the other images, it did not merely have intense killing intent, and instead showed a confused temperament. Massive amounts of power radiated from the image, and draconic power caused the space to shudder. Even though the battle was ancient, it still managed to produce a terrifying existence. Being able to maintain this state after an eternity, it was obvious how high the cultivation of that dragon was before its death. Gozan's eyes flashed as a wry smile appeared on his lips. He slowly walked forward, saying, "I am a human, we're friends. You died in battle, and I came to see you." Human, friends. Died in battle? I think I remember now. The dragon's image moved a little. It was a body of energy that had been condensed through the power of battle that remained in the ancient battlefield. It could not even be considered a living being. That's right, we're friends. Give me your power, I'll get revenge for you. Gozan spoke bewitchingly as he raised his hands. The dragon was suddenly enveloped in the power of absorption, and Xang started to absorb its energy. What dense power! For its battle spirit to be able to stay alive in the ancient battlefield, and even condensing out a body of energy like that, it really exceeds my expectations. However, this is a real surprise. This place is a treasure trove. I wonder if this situation is related to that river. Gozan's heart skipped a beat, but it did not seem like a bad thing at that moment. This is wrong, you have a hateful aura on your body. The dragon's image suddenly opened its mouth, and it had killing intent in its tone. You're not a good person, I want to kill you. The moment it said that, its power surged as it crashed into Gozan. Humph! Gozan snorted coldly before raising his fist, sending a punch at the dragon. A powerful light exploded out, and power scattered everywhere. However, this had been an ancient battlefield, and it was incredibly extraordinary. Their battle could only be considered a small disturbance, and did not cause any destruction to the environment. Roar! The dragon image roared, and it swung its tail at Gozan. Gozan pointed at the dragon's tail. Disorder! A black energy hit the dragon's tail, sending the dragon flying as its image shook. Kill, kill! It did not stop, and continued to charge at Gozan. Heavenly destruction! Gozan's eyes glowed intensely as he shot out another spell. The dragon let out a cry of agony as it was shattered by the horrifying power. However, it quickly condensed itself again, and continued to charge at Gozan. Gozan raised his hand, and shot out another spell. Annihilate the universe. The dragon's image was hit by the spell, and its body started to dissipate. It was just a body of energy, and only had power. It only knew the simplest of battle techniques, so it was no match for Gozan's power. Gozan smiled lightly, and was preparing to continue absorbing the dragon image's power when many other images started to appear next to him. Those images were all of different power levels. There were those in the heavenly realm, or the Chaos Daluo golden immortal realm, and most of them were in the quasi-saint realm. On their bodies were killing intent and the urge for battle. What a hateful aura. Eldritch, enemies. Eldritch, enemies. Kill kill kill, fight fight fight. Those images shouted as they all charged at Gozan. Even though they were only bodies of condensed energy, that lack of hesitation was just like what they were before they died. Even the countless years could not erode their beliefs. Time was unrivaled, because it could kill off anything in the world. Yet, that intent for battle, that belief and that determination would never be diminished. Even after their death, their wills still circulated around the ancient battlefield. They fought in life, and in death, they fought. Moths to a flame. Gozan's expression was calm as he let out a cold smile. He sent out a spell, and managed to clear out the bodies of energy. You're already dead, what kind of results are you dreaming of getting? Kill the Eldritchs, protect the chaos. Kill the Eldritchs, protect the chaos. After being instigated by Gozan, the wills within the bodies of energy started to awaken even more, and they could already start to shout out slogans, and the killing intent surged. The dragon joined the battle again, fervently charging at Gozan. The heavenly realm bodies of energy started to tax Gozan. Gozan's expression sank, he raised his hand and materialized a statue with a large mouth. It was the sky-swallowing idol that the Eldritchs loved to use. Suppress them. He raised the idol and said seriously. In a flash, a horrifying wave of suppression exploded outward, and all the bodies of energy stopped moving. After that, strings shot out from the sky-swallowing idol's mouth, piercing through the bodies of energy as it started to absorb their energy. Gozan had a happy smile on his face. You're all just food, watch as I swallow you all. Roar. The dragon image struggled as it roared, but it could not get free, and its eyes let out a sad look. Roar. Its will seemed to have awakened, and it opened its mouth, letting out a hopeless roar. Roar. Sound was shapeless, and it turned into sound waves, rippling within the void, even dispersing into the chaos. At an unknown place in the chaos, on a green star, a few figures suddenly widened their eyes, looking towards a location in the voice. After that, their bodies changed, turning into dragons as they danced in the sky roaring. I hear it, it's the roar of our ancestors. He's asking for help. He's encountering a big disaster, and seems to be summoning us for something extremely important. It's a huge chance encounter, it's definitely a chance encounter related to the dragon race. Within the chaos, only we are the true holders of the dragon bloodline. This chance encounter should be ours. Immediately send someone to take a look. At the same time, all of the dragons that had high levels of cultivation felt the summon from their own race. In the area of the gods. The battle conference had gone on for 7 days before it ended. It was so long because each match was a classic, and all of them earnestly showed everything they had. All the prodigies from each sect had done all they could to show their skills to Li Nianfan, and it had allowed Li Nianfan to expand his horizons. At that moment, Cultivator Junjun and the others gathered at Ling Sao Palace to discuss what to do with Big Lord Demon. Fellow warriors, I've told you everything, please let me go. Big Lord Demon begged pitifully, also, I was telling the truth. The Eldritch said that the ancient battlefield was in that area. I can bring you there, we can't delay it for too long. Shut up. Why do you think we're having so much trouble? Cultivator Junjun said in frustration as he frowned. Jade Emperor nodded and said seriously, whether or not to let you lead the way, we have to think it through. Big Lord Demon had already told them of all the evils that he had committed, and it really was not too bad, so they did not plan on killing him. They were stuck in a dilemma because of the ancient battlefield. Only Big Lord Demon knew where it was, yet, with all the achievements Big Lord Demon said he had, they really did not dare to take the risk of him leading the way. That guy was an unlucky star. Everyone he was with died. Once was a coincidence, Twice could also be, but if it was like that every time, then it was something they had to be careful of. They did not want to let Big Lord Demon lead the way, but the chaos was large, and there were no directions, nor were there any points of reference. It was very hard to explain the general location, so they really needed someone to lead the way. At that moment, the Eastern Sea Dragon King suddenly stood up, emotionally saying, "I think I heard an ancient summons." Chapter 640, The Heavenly Dragon Race, The Adaptive Old Dragon. An ancient summons? Everyone from the Heavenly Palace looked at Chang with a thoughtful look. Chang nodded, a resonating sadness was in his voice. "That's right, it comes from within the chaos. There's an incredibly old battle intent, it carries stubbornness and hopelessness, and it's crying out in agony. I think this summons is very important, it's begging for help, or something calamitous will happen." New Augustin said, "If it's from deep in the chaos, could it be the ancient battlefield?" The Eldritchs were searching for the ancient battlefield, so it was possible that they'd found it in this time frame, and the voice came from the ancient battlefield. Cultivator Junjun said, "Since it's rich with ancient power, it's possible that it's the ancient battlefield." Yang Jian nodded. "That's good, we don't need Big Lord Demon to lead the way, it settles that problem for us. We can't delay, let's go there right now." Cultivator Junjun said, "This is related to the dragon race, I'm afraid we should head to the expert's place and tell Lady Dragon and Old Dragon." At the same time, in the four-part architecture. Boo-hoo! Dragon sat on her seat and cried. Li Nianfan was next to her with a helpless look, he had no idea what happened. He said, "What happened, why are you suddenly crying?" He had not seen Dragon suffering at all during this period of time, could she have gotten into a fight with Nanan? "Brother, I suddenly felt a summons through our bloodline. It's definitely a dragon ancestor, and it's being bullied. It's asking for our help, so I want to cry, boo-hoo." Dragon sobbed, and Li Nianfan's heart ached for her. In truth, she had been affected by that ancient aura of the ancestor, and could not help but cry when she felt the despair from the ancient catastrophe. A summon from a dragon ancestor? Li Nianfan raised his eyebrow. He had read novels in his past life, and also found out many secrets when he was in the cultivation world, so he naturally knew what it meant. It might be something to do with an inheritance, and it might have a lot of ties with Dragon. Dragon might have to make that trip. Next to them, Nanan said excitedly, "Brother, let me and Dragon go check it out." Her eyes shone, and she looked very lively. Li Nianfan had a headache, since it was a cry for help, there was definitely danger. If even a dragon ancestor could not handle it, then it was not something to play around with. Even though he knew that Nanan and Dragon were no longer that weak, he could not help but worry for them. Why not ask Daji and Fire Phoenix to accompany them? Just as Li Nianfan was thinking about that, a greeting could be heard from outside. "Is Lord Saint at home?" Cultivator Junjun greets him. Li Nianfan said, "Come in." Cultivator Junjun entered and politely said, "I greet Lord Saint." Li Nianfan smiled and said, "Xiao Bei, make Cultivator Junjun some tea." Cultivator Junjun went straight to the point. "Lord Saint, I actually came here because of something about Lady Dragon." "Oh?" Li Nianfan's expression changed, waiting for the next part. Cultivator Junjun said, "I just heard from the Eastern Sea Dragon Kin, Lady Dragon's father, that an ancient dragon ancestor is calling for help. It seems to be summoning the dragons for something important." Li Nianfan nodded, "So all of you already know as well. Dragon has told me, what do you plan on doing about it?" Cultivator Junjun said seriously, "This is incredibly important, we're all prepared to go and investigate." Li Nianfan relaxed, it was like a pillow had been given to him the moment he wanted to sleep. He had been worried about Dragon's safety. If the Heavenly Palace was there, he could relax. He smiled and said, "You should do that, send in more experts." Cultivator Junjun's heart shook, it seemed like the expert placed a lot of importance in the matter. Only the Heavenly Palace's experts were limited. At that moment, he looked at the black dog, who was sunbathing, suddenly perked its ears up, and as if it had heard orders, it ran right to the backyard. Cultivator Junjun had a moment of realization, and let out a look of excitement. The expert had already made arrangements. It would be much better with Lord Dog and that dragon going with them. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Lord Saint, we'll make sure of that." Dragon and Nanan started to pack up their things, saying, "Brother, we're going off now." Li Nianfan smiled and said, "Okay, be careful." In the chaos, A mass of figures were charging toward a direction. Their sizes were all not small, and they varied in shape and size. Some of them had 4 wolves, and antlers on their heads, some of them had wings on their backs, and bodies like lizards. Others had scales like mirrors, and glowed. They were all beasts within the chaos. At the same time, all of them carried the blood of the dragons. All of them had been summoned by the dragon ancestor, and were all racing towards the ancient battlefield. Those who dared to answer to the summons, without exception, came forth the majestic dragon race, and they were all kings of their respective worlds, incredibly strong. When they came to the ancient battlefield, they suddenly felt a sense of suppression, causing their bodies to shake as they felt a suppression of their bloodline. We're the heavenly dragon race, we're the most ancient dragons in the chaos. Thousands of dragons of the dragon race, and we stand atop all. 3 elders faced everyone. They wore black robes that flowed like water. Their eyes were a brown color, and their eyes exuded a sense of nobility and ferocity. Behind them were 15 members of the heavenly dragon race. An immensely strong aura radiated from their bodies, dispersing everywhere. They seemed unrivaled. The dragon races were never subservient, so one of them said proudly, "You stand at the top? With what right?" One of the heavenly dragon elders immediately looked at the one who spoke, and in a flash, turned into an immensely large silver dragon, disappearing. Roar! The one who spoke suddenly felt an intense sense of danger, and immediately revealed his true form. He was a dragon horse that had a dragon's face, deer's antlers and a horse's hooves. His hooves moved, and his stance was like wind. At the right moment, the silver dragon shot out like lightning, and a white light broke through the chaos, swallowing the dragon horse whole. The heavenly dragon turned back into his human form, coldly smiling. "He's just a dragon horse, he was born to be ridden, what right did he have to talk in front of us?" That had happened too fast, and the dragon horse race's expressions changed, unable to stop themselves from retreating a few steps in fear. They could not believe that their leader had died just like that. They did not even dare to voice their anger. The other dragons also saw their hearts sink, and they became very anxious. They had thought that the heavenly dragon race had just been boasting, they never expected such an unfathomable power. On top of that, there was also the formless bloodline suppression. They were definitely an incredibly ancient race. The dragon horse race had always been incredibly fast, but even they had been unable to avoid it, and the other dragons did not think they could be a match for the dragon horse in speed. The heavenly dragon elder spoke. "Inside the entrance should be the battlefield for the ancient war. That signal must have been from an ancestor for the dragons. Once we enter, the heavenly dragon race will take the lead on everything." Another dragon said, "What if it's a chance encounter, what do we do?" "It will naturally belong to the heavenly dragon race." The heavenly dragon elder smiled. "Don't worry, the heavenly dragons have the most ancient existence. If your performance satisfies us, we will let you join us. You will greatly benefit then, and it will be enough for your bloodline to evolve." The dragons had a glint in their eyes, and all of them chose silent acknowledgement. After this, the heavenly dragon elder had been prepared to bring everyone into the ancient battlefield when he felt something, and looked in a direction. Cultivator Junjun and the others were late. "They aren't dragons." The dragons looked on in disdain. For a dragon to come with other races, it really is an embarrassment. When they saw the bald dog in the group, someone even failed to hold back their laughter. They even brought that along? What an embarrassment. After that, they cast their gazes on the 2 dragons. Old Dragon acted like a wizened man, slanting his body and suppressing all his power. He just looked like a kindly old man. As for Dragon, she still had her innocent and pure look on her face. She was already at the peak of a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal, so her skills were already quite remarkable. However, the heavenly dragon elders had a sudden change in expression. Their gazes were fixed on Dragon and they panicked. This is. When they looked at Dragon, they suddenly felt a bloodline suppression. What did that mean? The bloodline in Dragon's body was stronger than the heavenly dragon race. How could that be possible? They were the heavenly dragon race, the most ancient dragons in the chaos. They were naturally strong, and they had unrivaled futures in cultivation. They had always been the most noble of races. Yet, right now they were looking at an even nobler race of dragons. Chaos Heavenly Dragon Bloodline, this is definitely the Chaos Heavenly Dragon Bloodline. One of the elders shouted out, even losing his voice as he stared at Dragon. The other dragons started to notice Dragon's uniqueness, and even had the urge to prostrate themselves in front of her. Since ancient times, Even the emperor of our race hasn't had a bloodline like that. If the emperor's bloodline is the pinnacle, then this girl's bloodline is godly. How horrifying, there's still a bloodline like that in the world. It's a blessing to the dragons. This is a natural-born treasure of the dragon race. She might become an elite in the future. She will lead our race. Dragon frowned, and she widened her eyes as she said viciously, "What are you looking at?" Old Dragon lowered his voice and said, "I asked you to train your sword skills more, but you always slack off. This isn't good." The three elders of the heavenly dragon race walked forward, and one of them said emotionally, "Could I ask where all of you are from?" Cultivator Junjun answered honestly, "We come from the area of the gods." The area of the gods? Their eyes flashed. The area of the gods had always been a mystical place with endless possibilities. That girl could have stumbled upon a chance encounter, turning into how she was right then. If she grew up, she would be incredibly scary. "That's a good thing, we have to use her." The three elders kept silent, looking at each other. They did not need to utter a word before they reached a consensus. They had to get that girl into their race. The heavenly dragon elder spoke, "I am Feng Tian. We are of the heavenly dragon race, the most ancient race of dragons in the chaos. The dragons have always acted with us at the helm. Would you be willing to marry our emperor?" His tone was natural, and he sounded pleased with himself, not thinking that Dragon would reject him. In his view, Dragon was associating with useless folk. There was just her and the unassuming old man. They even had to call a hairless dog for help. Being able to catch the eye of the heavenly dragon race would be something she would be so happy about that she would not even be able to sleep. When the other dragons heard that, they naturally guessed what the heavenly dragon race was planning, and they felt incredibly anxious. They also wanted Dragon to marry into their own race, but they could not beat the heavenly dragons. Marriage? Dragon widened her eyes before she shook her head violently. That's impossible. She actually rejected them? The heavenly dragon elder had a dark look on their faces as they stared at Dragon. One of them spoke, "The heavenly dragon race is the most noble race of dragons in the chaos. Other than us, no one has the right to marry you. Who would you marry if not our emperor?" Dragon would become a member of the heavenly dragon once she marries one, and the dragon bloodline that she gave birth to would be incredibly noble as well. They got incredibly happy just thinking about it. Nanan could no longer hold back, and scolded them, "Are you sick? She said she wouldn't marry anyone, so just get lost. No one dares to reject the heavenly dragons." The elder suddenly said coldly, "Servants, seize them one." Boom. Suddenly, the heavenly dragon race had Cultivator Junjun and the others surrounded. The three elders had a sharp look on their faces, thinking they had already won. No matter what the answer was, they had to take that dragon girl back. They would just force it through at the worst. Furthermore, it should be her friends by her side. If they used them to threaten her, she would definitely relent. The heavens are really smiling on the heavenly dragon race. We actually met a girl like that. I will definitely be rewarded heavily when I bring her home. Just obtaining that girl was an incredible treasure. They were pleased just thinking about it, and could not help but smile. Nanan's power surged, already prepared to do battle. "What, you're trying to use force? Who's scared?" The heavenly dragon smiled. "Take them down." "Hold it." Old Dragon suddenly shouted, and walked up to stop him. Old Dragon said, "We're all reasonable people. We should just sit down and discuss things. We're willing to go with you." Being able to adapt is a virtue. It looks like you know what to do, old man. People always say that the old were like treasures. The elder laughed, "If we had made a move, you'd all have died, then it would be a tragedy." Another elder walked forward, holding a rope in his hands. "In order to prevent anything from happening, obediently let us tie you up, at least you won't be hurt then." Old Dragon sighed, "Fine, come over." "Ha, you're a smart one." The heavenly dragon elder waved his hand, and the rope lengthened itself after glowing in light, tying everyone's hands up. "Come, follow us into the ancient battlefield." Chapter 641, Sudden Betrayal, Clearing the Family Register. A group of people all entered the ancient battlefield. Even though the heavenly dragon race all had high levels of cultivation, they were incredibly careful, having the rest of the dragons surround them, setting up a formation. At the center of all of them were Dragon and the others. They were basically the most comfortable among everyone. Not only did they not seem to have the slightest awareness of being prisoners, they also poked out their heads, looking around their surroundings curiously without a shred of panic. That formed an incredibly strange scene. The ones who captured them were on full alert, like a bird that had been scared, while the captured ones were incredibly calm. They were very well protected, and were at the safest spot. Old Dragon smiled, looking at Dragon in a pleased expression. "Ha, how is it? Wasn't my plan pretty good?" Dragon happily said, "Ancestor, you're great." Cultivator Junju nodded as well. "Old Dragon, we're really good with your plans, listening to you was the right idea." Nanan said thoughtfully, "So this is what being able to bend and stretch without having to fight as a soldier means." "Ha ha ha, this is just my many years of accumulated experience, it's not worth mentioning." Old Dragon laughed before he said seriously, "You have to remember, the best hunters always appear as prey." Since they had turned into the spoils of battle of the Heavenly Dragon race, then the Heavenly Dragon race would naturally not toss them aside, and would properly protect time. Then they would be able to proudly follow behind and experience everything, and they would even be able to pick up some strays if they were lucky. That was the power of intelligence. The three elders looked over at Dragon occasionally, and their expressions were strange. In the end, one of the elders could not help but walk over, saying with a dark look, "Don't forget where you stand, you're all our prisoners." He felt that he needed to remind Dragon and the others. Those not in the know might think that they were bodyguards that Dragon hired. "I still have my honor to maintain." "We know." "Are prisoners not allowed to smile? Are prisoners not allowed to talk? What should a prisoner do?" Old Dragon smiled slightly before saying apologetically, "I'm sorry, it's the first time we've been prisoners. We don't have any experience, we'll take note in the future." The elder's face twitched, and suddenly felt a bit sullen. He could not pinpoint where the problem was, so he quietly left. In his heart, he vented, "HMPH, just you wait. When we bring you back, you'll know what being a prisoner is. I hope you'll still be able to smile then." The team continued to move forward. Many of the things in the ancient battlefield started to enter everyone's field of vision, the dense atmosphere started to appear, the air started to get more and more dense. No one bothered with Dragon and the others anymore. "Gosh, what a horrifying spear. It's already so old, but it still makes my heart pound. During ancient times, it must have killed countless experts. Look over there, it's definitely a dragon corpse, it was actually cut up into so many pieces. What kind of bone is this? After rotting for countless years, it still glows with spiritual energy. How strange, ultimate heavenly spiritual treasure should not be afraid of the passage of time. How come it looks like this now? What sort of power caused them to lose their luster?" The team would constantly exclaim, shocked at how scary the ancient calamity was, and at the same time, there would be uncertain voices constantly shouting out. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Everyone, careful!" As they went deeper, bodies of energy started to appear in the void. Those bodies only inherited battle intent, and did not have any intelligence. They rushed at everyone. The Heavenly Dragon Elder said calmly, "It's just an image formed out of battle intent, everyone, force them to retreat." During the start, those bodies of energy could be dispersed easily, so no one cared much about them. However, the deeper they went, the more powerful the attacks became, and they started to feel the pressure. A cry of agony could be heard. "The dragon horse race is always on the outside, we suffered the heaviest losses, we can't fight anymore. Winged dragon race, go forward." After that, the winged dragon race called out, "It's time to change. Winged dragon race, go forward to the vanguard." The dragon races took turns to go forward, and each race suffered quite a lot of damage. Only Dragon and the others did not move a finer, and they casually entered the deeper areas. Finally, they saw the dragon corpse. "This is the dragon ancestor that summoned us. How powerful, I can feel it, this corpse still has draconic power. This skeleton will be immensely useful to the dragon race. If we fuse it into our bodies will greatly improve." Unlike the other dragons, the Heavenly Dragon Elders were not that excited about the dragon bones. With their cultivation, they naturally did not care about those remnants. They cared more about the inheritances within the battlefield. To have died on the battlefield, they would naturally leave some inheritances or blessings before they died, and obtaining it would be of immense benefit. Silence. Since we received the cry for help from that ancestor, something must have happened in this ancient battlefield. It's very possible that someone has been here before us. The Heavenly Dragon Elder spoke, and started to get everyone to search the battlefield. The strange thing was, they were already at the deepest part of the battlefield, and in front of them was a large black border that they could not see the end to, yet no bodies of energy materialized. Boom! At that moment, a huge surge of power came from afar, moving upstream from the river. Nothing else needed to be said, everyone's expression solidified as they started to rush over to the source. Kill the Eldritchs, protect the chaos, prevent the catastrophe. Kill the Eldritchs, protect the chaos, prevent the catastrophe. There were an immense amount of bodies of energy floating in the void. They were the bodies of energies from the deepest parts of the battlefield, but they were actually gathered together and fighting someone. They were various beasts, armored generals, robed scholars and even beautiful goddesses. Their battle intent soared through the heavens. All of them glowed, and their killing intent surged. Their opponents were Guzan and a group of eldritch bodies of energy. Thanks to Guzan's arrival, the dormant energy and battle intent in the battlefield had been awakened, forming bodies of energy as they fought together. Ha ha ha, you were already defeated by the Eldritchs when you were alive, let alone in death. Guzan laughed, he took out his sky-swallowing idol, and it erupted in power. Even he could not hold back the enormous power, and it started to radiate outwards, turning into a strong wind that blew at his robes. With the sky-swallowing idol, he already absorbed a lot of energy, and the power in his body was incredibly full. He was prepared to swallow it all up, using the power to break open the lock to wisdom. This ancient battlefield is practically a miraculous realm born just for me. I never knew I would be so lucky. This place was prepared for me to enter the wisdom realm. Guzan had an excited look on his face, and he could not help but laugh as he activated the sky-swallowing idol, spitting out countless strings. The Chaos's bodies of energy were battling those of the Eldritch, ignoring the attacks from the strings. With no way to avoid it, they could only be absorbed by Guzan. At that moment, the heavenly dragon race sped over, leading the others. When they saw the scene, their expressions changed as they coldly commanded, "Stop." Guzan frowned, looking at everyone before revealing an unperturbed expression, smiling coldly. "You think you can stop this with just you all?" The heavenly dragon elder coldly said, "The Chaos's first dragons, the heavenly dragon race is here. The Eldritchs will all fall." When they saw those bodies of energy, they could not help but get excited. They could clearly feel that the bodies of energy in the deepest parts were different from the others in front, they seemed to retain a shred of their intelligence. What did that mean? It meant that it was very possible that they could pass on their inheritances. When they saw those bodies of energy about to be eaten by Guzan, they naturally cried out to stop him, earning some brownie points at the same time. One of the elders said, "You're alone, are you not going to put down your weapon and surround her?" Those bodies of energy from the Chaos brightened their eyes, revealing expressions of surprise, and the image of a massive dragon shouted, "My descendants, you all came at the right time. Let's kill the Eldritchs." "Ancestor, that's natural, we came to save you." The heavenly dragon race raised their hands, and in a flash, all of the dragons started to charge forward, roaring. "You really like to talk big." Guzan smiled coldly. In the past, he would be apprehensive facing so many experts, but now, his power had suddenly shot up immensely, and he still had a lot of excess power in his body that he did not know how to use, so he naturally was not afraid of the dragons. He raised his hand, and a large green sword appeared in the sky, slashing right at the dragons. As the sword slashed through space, a humming sound could be heard, as if it contained an immeasurable amount of energy, causing heaven and earth to be afraid. Facing that sword, all of the dragons panicked as they shuddered. "What is that sword? Why do I feel so afraid looking at it? That sword has a horrifying aura, it's actually enough to suppress our power. Everyone bring out your treasures, we'll definitely be able to suppress him." The heavenly dragon elders lead the way as the dragons all charge forward. Light filled the skies, too dazzling for them to open their eyes, and the heavens shook. Guzan's green sword seemed to cover up the sky as it clashed with the dragon's attacks. The lights clashed against each other, and after a moment, the green sword suddenly condensed, slashing away their attacks. The dragons all shuddered as they had looks of disbelief on their faces. Even if ants work together, they're still ants in the end. Guzan smiled coldly, facing everyone. "My sword was forged during the last catastrophe. It has countless chaos life forms and spirits as a foundation, and has absorbed the powers of hundreds of little worlds. It's naturally effective against chaos life forms. This sword was made to deal with you beings of chaos. Killing you will be effortless." "Bastard!" The chaos bodies of energies were furious, and their energies surged, unwilling to give up against the Eldritchs. However, they were being tied up by the Eldritch bodies of energies, and suppressed by the sky-swallowing idol. There was not much they could do. The massive dragon roared, "Dragon descendants, kill the eldritchs with me, protect the chaos, suppress the catastrophe." All of the bodies of energy bellowed, and just like the last catastrophe, they were unafraid of death, and were willing to fight to the end. A solemn and stirring aura surged forward. It was with that spirit that they managed to survive the last catastrophe, rebuilding the chaos into greater heights. As long as that spirit continued, they would be able to suppress the catastrophe one day. Fight till the end. Die, die, die. The dragons saw their eyes reddening, and they roared, using their strongest powers as they charged at Guzan. Ki. Guzan had a cold look in his eyes as he raised his sword. Yet, at that moment, something strange happened. The three heavenly dragon race elders suddenly exploded forward, using their powers to sweep over the surroundings. In a flash, all the other dragons were killed. One of the elders faced Guzan respectfully. "Lord Guzan, the heavenly dragon race is willing to submit to you. We can be your steeds, we just wish to survive." At the same time, he had a look of flattery on his face. That change had come too quickly and too suddenly. No one present had been able to react. Even Guzan was stunned. Ha ha ha. Guzan looked at the heavenly dragon race, and his smile constantly widened, finally letting out a mocking laugh as he was incredibly pleased and amused. The top dragons in the chaos, the heavenly dragon race. Ha ha ha. Guzan looked at that massive body of energy, smiling. "Is this the best of your draconic bloodline? Now you see it, they will be our mounts in the future." Roar. The massive dragon image let out a tremendous roar. It was filled with unending sadness and anger. The dragon trembled. If he was not a body of energy, he would be crying. Absurd, preposterous. The massive dragon image's voice trembled, and it shook the heavens as he glared at the heavenly dragon race, angrily shouting, "You are an embarrassment to the dragon race, die! Die!" Its terrifying pressure surged at the heavenly dragon rage, and it exploded in a power he never had before as he charged at the heavenly dragons. However, Guzan stepped forward, and the sky-swallowing idol let out a glow, completely suppressing the dragon's image. Smiling, he said, "Don't be angry, it's just that your dragon race knows how to adapt, you should be happy." The other bodies of energy started to bellow as well, glaring at the heavenly dragons. "Cowardly traitors, die! An embarrassment to the chaos, you're disgusting. Kill them, kill them." They had always been at war, they always looked forward, they were all proud characters who would never submit to the eldritchs. They hated traitors the most, and at that moment, their blood boiled, and wanted nothing more than to kill the traitors. However, they had all been suppressed by the eldritchs. "Don't blame me, only the dumb would do something knowing you would definitely die." The heavenly dragon's elder spoke, not feeling any regret at all. "Shit, some things are worth dying to protect. You're actually a dragon, I want to vomit." "Ah, even I, old dragon, feel ashamed about this. Today, I'll have to clear up the family register." Chapter 642, Fight and Suppress. "Yes? Clearing up the family register? With you guys?" Old Dragon suddenly stepping forward caused everyone to be stunned, especially those from the heavenly dragon race. They had thought that they misheard it, and what followed was mockery. "Old man, I thought you were quite wise earlier, why are you trying to play the hero in your old age now? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Please look at your tied-up body before you talk, you're prisoners. Don't try to boast if you don't have skill, you'll die." However, that massive energy dragon's eyes flashed as he said emotionally, "Ha ha ha, well said. I knew that there were still those of noble blood in my race. The heavenly dragon race is a disgrace, please don't call yourselves dragons anymore. This girl and this old man are not bad. To dare step forward even in this situation, those who are born in the chaos aren't cowards. The chaos only has hope because people like this exist. The little dragon girl is not bad, I hope my phoenix race has someone like this too." "Good, good. Don't worry, even though we've turned into bodies of energy, we'll still stake our lives on protecting you." The bodies of energy all spoke up. Just now, the heavenly dragon race's sudden betrayal had been a heavy blow to them. Those bodies of energy had fought for the chaos, and lost their lives to the ancient catastrophe. It was obvious what their wills were. However, they had met the betrayal of the heavenly dragon race earlier, so it was obvious how they would feel. They even wondered if the chaos had changed, and if they no longer had any hope. Thankfully, Dragon and Old Dragon had stepped up, causing them to calm down. Dragon widened her eyes, saying in a clear voice, "Don't worry, seniors, we will protect all of you. Ha ha ha, good, very good. The energy dragon laughed, feeling consoled. You'll be the princess of the dragon race in the future. Next to them, the heavenly dragon elder laughed, how naive and amusing. Protect them? With what? What can you even do? They had no fighting capabilities, and were even tied up. He really did not know where they got the thought from. The heavenly dragon elder suddenly smiled, turning around to Guzan. Lord Guzan, this little girl is no simple person, she might be the future of the dragon race. She has the blood of a chaos heavenly dragon, and might even grow into an elite in the future. She's a great enemy of the Eldritch, we have to get rid of her while she's still young. The energy dragon's body shook, looking at Dragon unmovingly. After a moment, he trembled, his face twisting with emotion as he roared, she's a chaos heavenly dragon, she has the disposition of an elite, she's the future of the dragons. Ha ha ha, it's a pity that your future is about to be shattered. Guzan coldly laughed, his eyes sharp as a sword as he said, the heavenly dragon race has done well to give me such a huge prize, I'll agree to let you be my steeds. Thank you Lord Eldritch. The heavenly dragon race was elated, and immediately bowed. No, it should be, thank you, master. Guzan said, full of killing intent, next, go and kill that little girl. Understood. The heavenly dragon race looked at Dragon, and their faces were ferocious. Who dares? Stop right there. Let go of that girl, come at me if you dare. Heavenly dragon race, you're the sinners of the dragons. Those bodies of energy panicked, and started to shout constantly. The energies in their bodies started to surge, exploding in a never-before-seen level. Guzan coldly raised his hand. Be suppressed. The eldritch bodies of energy laughed as they moved, causing the chaos beings to be filled with hopelessness as they stared on. The heavenly dragon race slowly approached, mocking, little girl, do you have any last words? Nope, Dragon giggled, Blackie, save me. Blackie suddenly snapped back to reality. Can I finally make my move? It looked at the ropes that were around it, and like a toy, it opened its mouth and sucked at it. The ropes that tied everyone up were sucked into Blackie's stomach like noodles. Then Blackie slowly walked forward, looking at the heavenly dragon race. The heavenly dragons were stunned by Blackie's actions, and had looks of disbelief on their faces. This dog actually ate our ropes? I understand. They were all just pretending before, they were actually never really captured by us. This is no ordinary group of people, everyone be careful. Attack, let's test them out. The heavenly dragon race's three elders frowned, no longer underestimating their opponents as they charged at Blackie. Facing the attack, Blackie flared its teeth, slowly raising its paws as Blackie attacked them. Boom! With a push, Blackie sent out a huge image of a dog's claw, and it activated an unending amount of spiritual power as it surged forward. Heavenly dragon dark flame breath. The three elders felt pressure, and their expressions turned serious as they quickly changed to their original forms, opening their mouths as they spit out pitch-black flames. Behind them, the heavenly dragon race naturally followed. In a flash, those black flames merged together, and like a black sea, surged forward in waves. It looked like a dark sky, covering the world. It was a magical flame unique to the heavenly dragons, it had the power of destruction, and could not be extinguished. It was enough to destroy a small world. Blackie's claw collided with the black flames, and it was like an immense wall, carrying an unyielding amount of power. It smashed into the black flames, and the intense winds blew the black flames apart. After that, it did not stop, flying straight for the heavenly dragons. All of the heavenly dragons shuddered, and like plants with no roots, they were sent flying by Blackie one by one. One dog had actually suppressed their coordinated attack. How strong? How is this dog so strong? It's too horrifying, it's not something our race can stand against. DMN, if we knew they were so strong, we wouldn't have submitted to the Eldritchs. Lord Eldritch, save us. The heavenly dragon race was incredibly shocked, and they all carried heavy injuries, and could only rely on the Eldritch. At the same time, their hearts stopped. They never expected to have such a huge wolf in sheep's clothing. Surely they did not decide to stand on the wrong side? Hairless dog, I suddenly remember it. Guzan's eyes had a thoughtful look. Are you from the area of the gods? Was Gyuming no killed by you? He had heard Gayu bring up the matter before, and Gayu had placed a lot of importance on it. Gayu had talked about the strange and terrifying nature of those existences that caused everything the Ministry and the Eldritchs did to fail. Blackie said casually, Gyuming? I don't know him, but I've definitely killed some eldritchs before. Cultivator Junjun smiled coldly, saying, haha, let alone Gyuming, the eldritchs that just headed to the area of the gods are all dead as well. Gayu and the others are dead? Guzan frowned, a cold glint was seen in his eyes. It looked like the area of the gods really is targeting us eldritchs. However, it's a waste of your time, I'll kill you all today. After that, he raised his sword, and slashed it at Blackie. Everyone, go. Do you think you can turn the tables just because you have a few more people? The catastrophe was caused by my race, and this battle also belongs to us, you will definitely be suppressed. The eldritch bodies of energy also exploded forward, surging with killing intent as they rushed at Dragon and the others. The heavenly dragon race took deep breaths, stabilizing their industries before they roared into battle. The chaos bodies of energy were all elated and overwhelmed with emotion. Ha ha ha, what a twist, what a huge twist. So they were experts hiding their skills, the heavens bless the dragons. I can't believe that, after an eternity, not only did the chaos birth the blood of a chaos heavenly dragon, it even birthed such a mystical dog, I can't believe it. This group of people are not ordinary, we might not lose. It's time to counterattack, everyone, charge with me. Kill the eldritchs, protect the chaos. Xiao Changfeng had already charged forward into the eldritch bodies of energy with his sword as he shouted excitedly, everyone get lost, let me kill them all. His sword aura surged, pulling in the hatred around him. Gu Lingshan immediately enlarged himself, holding his axe as he charged in as well, shouting, come, let's see who kills more. Erlang Shen held his three-pointed knife, smiling proudly. Ha, have you gone crazy, Zhuling Shen? You dare compete against me? Uncles, stop killing so many, leave some for me. Nanan grabbed an eldritch body of energy, her hands had black vortexes on them, like a black hole, they had immense powers of attraction. The two eldritch bodies of energy looked at Nanan in fear, feeling their energies rapidly leaving them. How is this happening? How does he have the power to eat energy? No, you're the food of us eldritchs. This is the power of the eldritchs, you shouldn't be able to absorb our energy. They were not willing to face that truth. Shit. You're the food. You're all my food. Nanan immediately opened her mouth, activating Heavendeker. Her eyes turned a pitch black color, and she immediately devoured those two eldritch bodies of energy. Wow, there's quite a lot of energy. Nanan smiled, casting her gaze on the other bodies of energy around her, as if she was looking at food. Xiao Changfeng laughed, ha ha ha, well done, let them feel how it is to be food. Come, Lady Nanan, here's some food. Zhu Lingshan shouted, and he waved the axe in his hand. The powerful force was like sweeping up leaves during autumn, and he scooped up 5 eldritch bodies of energy, sending them right at Nanan. Awesome. Nanan smiled, casting her spell. With her as the center, she condensed a black hole. Swallow everything. That black hole had a very strong devouring ability, and the power on heaven and earth, including the laws, were all sucked right into the black hole. Even the eldritch bodies of energy all needed to rely on their power to stop themselves from being eaten. Those who were not strong enough were all sucked right inside. How powerful is this heaven devour? It really is something the expert has a hand in. Erlang Shen and the others were filled with shock and admiration. They had heard of it before, but it was the first time they had witnessed Nanan using Heaven Devour like that. It really was heaven-defying. No wonder the expert told Nanan numerous times to always keep to her true self, and to never use it casually. Staying with the expert, and receiving the expert's tutelage really was special. Everyone's hearts were envious. Humph. Dragon pursed her lips, feeling left out. If this goes on, Nanan's cultivation might quickly exceed mine. She held a scoop in her hand, and sprinkled it around her like she was watering plants. The water in the scoop covered the area, turning into a water prison, imprisoning the eldritch bodies of energy within. After that, she tossed them all into the black hole that Nanan condensed. They had such an easy time because all the enemies they were facing were below the heavenly realm. On the other side, Blackie and Guzan battled. It was quite an even battle, shocking Guzan, and making him doubt himself. Too strong, that hairless dog was much stronger than Guzan described. If it was not hiding its power last time, then its cultivation has improved by way too much in such a short period of time. Xang had always been considered strong in the heavenly realm, and he absorbed so much energy in the battlefield earlier, so his skills had greatly improved, and was already at the peak of the heavenly realm, but he could not suppress Blackie. It was unfathomable. Cultivator Junjun and Nua were instead fighting the heavenly realm eldritch bodies of energy. As for Old Dragon, he looked old and frail as usual, bending his body over as he weakly stood on the battlefield like an elderly person. The three heavenly dragon race elders surrounded Old Dragon, showing a sinister smile. "We can't beat that dog, but I don't believe we can't face this old man. Just surrender quietly." The three of them moved, condensing their powers as they charged at Old Dragon at the same time. Yet, when they got close to Old Dragon, smack, smack, smack. 3 clear slaps could be heard at almost the same time, and the three figures fell even faster than how they charged in earlier. Fresh blood flew, and their teeth soared. Half their faces were twisted, and they looked incredibly pathetic. They lay on the floor, looking at Old Dragon in shock. However, they saw that he still maintained the same look as earlier, not moving at all. Suddenly their hearts shook, and their limbs went cold. A hot plate, that old man was a true hot plate. Without even knowing what he did, we died. The heavenly dragon elders trembled in fear, and almost peed. They did not even dare to look at Old Dragon, and pathetically ran towards Old Dragon. "Lord Eldritch, help! That old man is actually the most terrifying." Gozan was still fighting Blackie, and he got a headache as he fought. Looking at how the heavenly dragon elders were, and looking at the situation in the battlefield, he cursed internally. At that moment, an eldritch body of energy escaped the battle, heading straight for a location. He even shouted as he ran, "Gozan, retreat quickly, follow me." Chapter 643, Continuation of the Ancient War. "Disperse, disperse quickly. This group of people is weird, we can't fight them." "Hidden agents, they're definitely hidden agents within the chaos, hurry up and get an eldritch elite." The eldritch bodies of energy had a sudden change in expression, and all of them jumped into the river, swimming upstream. "Run, quickly run." The heavenly dragon race were stirred into running as well, afraid that they would be left behind. "Ha, how could I let you guys run away?" Old Dragon smiled, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the surroundings suddenly glowed in a golden light. The golden light turned into a barrier, and like a cage, it locked away that space. He slowly spoke, "Grajan, let me teach you something. When you're wandering around, never panic when you encounter anything. First, find an escape path for yourself, then find a way to seal off your enemy's escape, then everything will come easily." Dragon nodded. "Yes, I understand." The eldritch started to panic, and they ran right into the barrier, causing ripples, but they could not destroy it in a short period of time. "What kind of formation is this? When was it erected?" "Despicable, our escape has been sealed off." "How cunning, what do we do now?" They could not retreat or advance, and they panicked, feeling hopeless. As for the chaos bodies of energy, they were all incredibly happy. Their battle intent surged as they started to laugh. They all launched intense attacks at the eldritchs. "Good, good, very good. Beating up those eldritch bastards feels too good. I never got to do it while I was alive, but I can't believe I managed to do it in death. Eldritchs, I bet you never imagined this day one. These are the protagonists of this catastrophe? Not bad, I can see a bit of myself in them." The energy dragon emotionally came to Dragon's side. "Little girl, you are the noblest dragon to have been born in endless years. You have the future of chaos on your shoulders. We'll give you a present later." "Present?" Dragon's eyes shone as she licked her lips in anticipation. "Is it something I can eat?" After following Lin and Fan, she had turned into a glutton. The energy dragon was stunned for a moment before he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, yes, you can eat it." The battle had turned white hot, and the chaos energy beings had their eyes red with all the killing. "Kill them, kill the eldritchs." "Ha ha ha, so what if you kill us? This catastrophe, the eldritchs will definitely bring chaos to ruin. Come, kill us, we'll fight to the death. Eldritch Elties, save us all." The eldritch energy beings all shouted different things, but they no longer ran away, mustering up their courage to fight back. They quickly lost over half of them, and the heavenly dragon race suffered heavy losses as well. However, at that moment, deep in the chaos, a sudden burst of energy surged forth. Like a sleeping giant that was waking up, the whole world shook. A terrifying aura locked into where everyone was, and an immense pressure caused everyone's hearts to pound. A deep chill could be felt in their hearts. A cold voice rang out like thunder, reverberating throughout the skies. "To dare touch the eldritch race, You are very bold. The moment the voice was heard, a pressure swept through the area, suppressing everything. Crack crack crack. The barrier that Old Dragon erected was split apart, instantly destroyed. Boom. After that, the chaos bodies of energy, as well as Cultivator Junjun and the others seemed to be hit heavily, and they flew to the ground, spitting out blood. Suddenly, an immense amount of power descended, finally condensing into three figures. They were all eldritch bodies of energy, but insights flew around them, and wisdom veins coursed through them. There was no doubt that the three of them were wisdom elites. They were materialized eldritch elites. Elites. Help us, elites. Ha ha ha, we're saved, you're all done for. Gozan was elated, and he dragged his injured body to the three elites, respectfully saying, "Gozan greets Lord Elite." The three elites saw that Gozan was not a body of energy, and said, "Since you've appeared, it means that it's not too far off from the next catastrophe." Gozan nodded. "Yes, I was awakened early due to some special circumstances, and I can be considered the vanguard. The way it looks right now, the chaos might have already given birth to enemies that we can't control." The three elites asked curiously, "Oh? What happened?" Gozan looked at Cultivator Junjun and the others before earnestly recounting everything. "It's strange indeed. It's a pity that we're in this state, we won't be able to participate in this catastrophe." The Eldritch Elite sighed and said, "However, since you've brought them here, it won't be hard for us to exterminate them." As he spoke, everyone held their breaths, as if his words were a death sentence that could not be avoided. "It's actually an Eldritch Elite." The Chaos Energy beings were all filled with hopelessness, and a sense of powerlessness surfaced in their hearts. This was an existence they could not stand up against. "Go, hurry up and leave." The Energy Dragon suddenly pushed Dragon away before roaring, charging right at the elites. "Charge, for the future of chaos, we'd rather die than retreat. Kill the Eldritchs, what are we afraid of? It's just death, ha ha ha, I'm not afraid. Go, leave now." The other bodies of energy mustered up their courage, overcoming their fear of the Wisdom Elite, staring down an unlimited pressure as they charged forward. Even if the Wisdom Elite did not attack, they had inexhaustible laws around their body. It was an absolute defense, and suppressed every foe. Yet, those bodies of energy dares to get close to the Wisdom Elites. It was like dust facing up against the sea. They clenched their teeth, wanting to win some time for Dragon and the others to escape. "Run? You don't know your place." One of the Wisdom Elites attacked. He casually raised his hand, and sent an attack right at everyone. Boom. Even the skies collapsed. Before it even touched the ground started to crack. It was a power that far outstripped any heavenly realm deity. It was so far away that it was a whole other level of power, enough to destroy everything in the world. The moment the wind blew, it was like a wind blowing at a candle, dispersing those bodies of energy. Blackie and Old Dragon looked at the sky with heavy expressions, their muscles tense, and they seemed to hold back an unlimited weight on their bodies. "Pants armor! Turtle shell armor!" They shouted together. Old Dragon raised his hand, and the green turtle shell enlarged itself. Like a shield that covered the skies, it protected everyone's heads. On Blackie's butt, the leather pants radiated a pitch-black glow, and then they left Blackie's butt. With a dark glow, it expanded quickly, stacking on top of the turtle shell. The two of them stacked together, turning into a green turtle shell that had pants on, radiating a dark green glow. At that moment, the Wisdom Elite's attack fell. Boom. The whole space was shaken, yet it was blocked by the turtle shell. The Eldritch Elite raised his eyebrow, letting out a soft gasp. What's that turtle shell? Where did those pants come from? How strange. It looks like it's as Gozan said, the area of the gods has given birth to an existence we don't know of. Variables, all these people are variables, we can't let them leave. Attack together. The three Eldritch Elites shirred with killing intent. They were decisive killers, and never showed mercy, electing to work together right away. The three of them raised their hands together, aiming right at that turtle shell. Boom boom boom. At that moment, three different powers fell on the turtle shell, forming three powers of suppression, pushing down on the shell, causing it to shake. Crack. With a sound, the shell suddenly cracked. Rip. After that, a hole was formed in those pants. Blackie's heart ached, he loved those pants a lot. They're the energies of three Wisdom Elites, they're too strong, we can't block it. Everyone, run quickly, We're all bodies of energy, we're worthless, death meaningless too. Use everything you have and run, quickly, please. The Chaos Energy beings echoed in panic. Cultivator Junjun looked at Old Dragon with a glint in his eyes, saying with hope, "Old Dragon, do you have a plan? What kind of plan? Do you all think I'm omnipotent?" Old Dragon rolled his eyes, looking through the things he brought before saying, "Those are 3 wisdom elites. If I sent this clone to death, I might be able to stall for a bit of time, then you should all take the chance to run." Dragon sobbed and said, "But, if we run, what will they do?" She did not want the Chaos Energy beings to die. "Stupid child, we're just existences that appear on the ancient battlefield, we're not really alive, you don't have to feel responsible." "That's right, all of you are the hopes. Fighting the Eldritchs to the death has always been where we belong. Hurry up and run, if anything happened to you, we'd not be able to rest in peace." The Chaos Energy beings consoled her, all already prepared to die. "Quit boasting, no one will be leaving. Die." The Eldritch Elties laughed coldly before raising their hands. A large palm appeared, pressing down on the turtle shell, planning on killing everyone with the shell. "Are the Eldritchs not all dead yet?" An empty voice was suddenly heard, clearly entering everyone's ears. It had a special form of power, causing even time itself to go quiet. Looking over, they saw a white figure slowly walking out of the endless river, her bare feet stepping on the surface as she walked over. In her hand, a black banner moved, seemingly able to cross heaven and earth. "Soul Master, it's Soul Master!" Everyone shouted out in shock. The Chaos beings were emotional, and the Eldritchs were shocked. Soul Master was shrouded in holy light as always, her skin was like jade, and her aura radiated. She looked at everyone before waving her Chaos flag. In a flash, the power of wisdom materialized, landing on everyone, and dispersing the gigantic palm. The Eldritch elite did not bother with that, and stared at the Soul Master as he said, "Soul Master, why are you coming from deep within the river? What is that river?" Soul Master said, "You have no right to know. Ha, you're just a sliver of a spirit, and you dare to act so arrogantly, know your place." The 3 Eldritch elites rushed out, charging at Soul Master, intending on surrounding her. One thought extinguishes the heavens. One finger points at eternity, unrivaled in life, unrivaled in death. In the void, a cold voice suddenly rang out, resonating with heaven and earth, stirring the laws. After that, a copper coffin flew over from a distance, gloating in the air, radiating a horrifying aura, suppressing the skies. The lid of the coffin opened, and a large figure walked out. It was a shriveled-up body, and its skin was plated in gold-like scales. Its hair was wild and unruly, and its eyes glowed in a red hue. Other than the horrifying power that radiated from his body, there was also an immense corpse-like power. Cultivator Junjun was shocked. "Why is it here?" That was the copper coffin from the zombie world, and within the copper coffin was a wisdom elite's corpse. Thinking about the encounter in the zombie world, Cultivator Junjun felt some lingering fears in his heart. Nuwa said, "It looks like it was attracted by the auras of the Eldritch elites. He was part of the last catastrophe, and lived for battle, and died for battle. Now that he had been refined into a zombie, he would definitely hurry over when he felt the aura of Eldritch elites." Xiao Chengfeng lamented, "Like the many spirits in this ancient battlefield, fighting the Eldritchs is already engraved in their primordial spirits, and are a part of their Tao hearts. Cultivators are all like this, born of heaven and earth, and yet no one shies away from a fight." Yang Jian said in admiration, "They are all heroes of chaos. Our idols." The raspy voice could be heard from that zombie, "Where are the Eldritchs? I can feel that disgusting power." Finally, his gaze was fixed on the 3 Eldritch elites. "It's you, ah. Die." He did not say anything else, and charged right at the 3 Eldritch elites. "Ha, the so-called undefeated elite king has actually turned into an undying madman, what a joke." The Eldritch elites laughed as they met in battle. "It's the undefeated elite king, the elite king is here. We greet Soul Master, elite king. After an eternity, we actually have another chance to fight alongside them, to war. We're saved, who cares about the Eldritch elites, fight. This is a continuation of the ancient battle, brothers, forward." The Chaos Energy beings let out excited cries, and their morales charged to the peak as they rushed behind Soul Master and Elite King.